Chapter 1. Sirius Island. In the untamed wilderness, the roar of monstrous beasts reverberated through the mountains. The ground trembled under the heavy footsteps of a colossal creature. A gigantic gorilla, towering over 30 meters, rampaged through the primordial forest, crashing into the open grassland. Not long after, a clouded leopard, measuring over 20 meters in length, let out a low growl from a distant peak. In a flash, it leaped from one mountain summit to another. Boom! The clouded leopard finally came to a halt, approximately 100 meters from the great gorilla. The fierce gazes of the two ferocious beasts converged upon an unremarkable figure 100 meters away. Atop the towering treetops, a young man smirked, a sight that instilled fear in the hearts of the two savage creatures. Each time they clashed with this figure, he emerged stronger than before. Let's begin. Lu Yu grinned, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, surrounded by crackling lightning. Thunder rumbled. The lightning shot up to the heavens and down to the earth. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon's shattering fist. Thunder Dragon's celestial halberd. Dragon annihilation, commanding thunder. After the fierce battle, a 1,000-meter radius was reduced to rubble. The center of the battlefield charred black. The two monstrous beasts bore singed fur, exuding the acrid stench of burnt flesh. Yet their sparring partner could not simply perish. Lu Yu first approached the severely injured clouded leopard. Heal! The healing light of celestial magic enveloped the clouded leopard, and in no time, it was restored to its former state. Next, he continued to treat the gorilla. Ding! Weekly training task completed. Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic Level 80. Mastery achieved. 10 years prior, Lu Yu traversed into this perilous world and, upon awakening, activated the dragon's essence system. The system rewarded him with a grand gift of dragon annihilation magic, but required him to level up on his own. The dragon's essence system, dragon annihilation magic, and the stone tablet inscribed with Sirius on the island. Lu Yu quickly grasped that he was on Sirius Island, the sacred ground of fairy tale. Familiar with the world of fairy tale, he was not only well acquainted, but also deeply enamored. Urza, Levi, Mirajaniso, many adorable girls. However, after exploring the island, Lu Yu discovered that it seemed different from the Sirius Island he remembered. He couldn't even find the grave of the first guild master, Mavis. This suggested that he might be in a perilous era dominated by the Dragon Clan. To safeguard his own life, Lu Yu resolutely decided to develop cautiously. Within 4 years, Fire Dragon Annihilation Magic maxed out. Sky Dragon Annihilation Magic maxed out. Iron Dragon Annihilation Magic maxed out. Currently, Lu Yu is honing his Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic. With 4 types of Dragon Annihilation Magic at his disposal, he felt akin to the foremost of the 4 heavenly kings. The deity Seraphina. Lu Yu was confident that as long as he did not encounter the Black Dragon Acnologia, he should be able to protect himself. Lu Yu summoned the system panel with his mind. Host, Lu Yu. Fire Dragon Annihilation Magic maxed out. Mastery attained. Iron Dragon Annihilation Magic maxed out. Mastery attained. Sky Dragon Annihilation Magic maxed out. Mastery attained. Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic Level 80. Mastery achieved. If I encounter Acnologia right after leaving the island, it would be quite unfortunate if I were to acquire 2 or 3 more types of Dragon Annihilation Magic. Even if I were unable to defeat him, I could at least escape. Lu Yu mused softly. Roar! The clouded leopard and the gorilla beside him seemed to understand Lu Yu's thoughts, lamenting their continued grueling days with mournful howls. Quit looking so miserable next. They'll seek out the Thief King and the Savage Tiger for sparring, allowing you to take a break. Roar! The gorilla and clouded leopard cheered joyfully at his words. Just then, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens. The once clear sky darkened abruptly as a colossal figure wove through the clouds. A dragon. It has finally appeared. Lu Yu rose slowly, his fighting spirit ignited. However, the next moment, an astonishing reversal unfolded, completely beyond Lu Yu's expectations. Ha ha ha! Hee hee hee! The enormous figure in the sky was not a dragon at all. It laughed heartily and spoke in human tone. This island is quite splendid. It shall henceforth belong to our beast pirates. Beast? Pirates? Lu Yu? The beast pirates? Lu Yu stood in bewilderment, the gigantic figure in the sky becoming increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a thunderclap struck his mind. It was not a dragon from the fairy tale world, but rather an image of the Eastern Dragon. That appearance was unmistakably that of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors from the world of One Piece. Realizing he had been mistaken from the very beginning, Lu Yu understood that he was in the world of One Piece. He found himself both amused and exasperated. Had he known earlier that this was the world of One Piece, there would have been no need for him to develop cautiously for so long. Maxing out Fire Dragon Annihilation Magic and Sky Dragon Annihilation Magic would have sufficed to roam freely in this world. Even the highest-ranking admirals and sea emperors could be challenged. However, since the beast pirates were still active, it indicated that the timing was not yet too late. He could still catch the exhilarating waves of the Grand Line era. Bearing 4 types of dragon annihilation magic, even if he was not the strongest in this world, he was certainly not far off. With this thought, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The time that belonged to him was about to arrive. While Lu Yu was still lost in his reverie, from a height of 1,000 meters, the dragon-formed Kaido's low laughter thundered like a deep rumble. He had already sensed the presence of the lone man and 2 beasts on the island. Interesting, Kaido grinned broadly. Suddenly, he descended from the sky, plummeting directly onto the small island from a height of 1,000 meters. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the ground at the impact site sank. Amidst the swirling dust, Kaido emerged, exuding an imposing aura. Burp! This little island is quite nice. It will belong to my beast pirate from now on, Kaido proclaimed, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Roar! The clouded leopard and gorilla growled lowly. As the kings of the island's beasts, they would not allow an intruder to go unchecked. Silence. Lu Yu's voice cut through the tension, calm yet authoritative. Upon hearing his command, the 2 ferocious beasts obediently sat behind Lu Yu. Ho ho ho! Indeed interesting, Kaido surveyed Lu Yu with keen interest. Kid, you seem to possess some genuine strength. Join my crew. Huh, the 4 Emperor Kaido, is it? Lu Yu chuckled lightly. Kaido paused briefly before bursting into laughter again. I didn't expect my reputation would reach this godforsaken place. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, Lu Yu acknowledged with a nod. Since you know my name, I suppose you understand what you must do. Kaido's tone was filled with arrogance, as if looking down upon Lu Yu. Haha! Lu Yu felt a rush of excitement. Although this was not the fairy tale world surrounded by dragons. What difference was there between Western dragons and Eastern dragons? What are you laughing at? Kaido's expression darkened. I was pondering, if I were to slay one of the 4 emperors of the New World, my name would surely echo across the seas. Lu Yu's words dripped with provocation. Kaido was taken aback, quickly recovering with a haughty tone. Ha ha ha! A mere ant daring to challenge me. Although foolish, your courage is commendable. As one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World, he naturally did not regard Lu Yu, a mere bumpkin, as a threat. Then let the battle commence. Dragon Slayer. Just as Lu Yu was preparing to address the arrogant Kaido. Ding! A crisp system notification chimed. Defeating one of the 4 emperors grants 5 to Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic level, 20 to Dragon Power level. Chapter 2. The Strongest versus the Strongest. A task. Elevate the level of Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic and earn Dragon Power. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Lu Yu's face lit up with joy. This battle was now inevitable. Raising his Dragon Annihilation Magic by 5 levels was equivalent to over a month of training. Moreover, Dragon Power was no trifling matter. It had once been unlocked by the twin dragons of the saber-toothed tiger. Yet, Lu Yu still had no knowledge of how to wield Dragon Power. He turned his gaze to the nearby Kaido, a smile gracing his face. Seeing this, Kaido's expression soured. What are you laughing about now? Nothing much. Let's get started. Kaido, watch as I turn you, the dragon, into a mere insect. Such arrogance. I am Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Before Kaido could finish his sentence, Lu Yu vanished from his sight. Even with observation haki, all he could perceive was a fleeting golden flash. Impressive speed. Kaido's heart raced, instinctively raising his hand to block. In the next instant, bang! With a muffled sound, golden lightning collided with Kaido's arm, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. Remember my name, I am Lu Yu. Lightning surged around Lu Yu's fist, intertwining with blazing flames. Thunderfire Dragon Mode. Boom! The attack power of Thunderfire Dragon Mode instantly multiplied. The radiant blaze of thunder and fire sent Kaido's towering form flying several dozen meters. Thud! Upon landing, Kaido forcefully braced himself against the ground, stabilizing his body. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted, dispersing the lightning flames that had entwined around him. Yet, his body was already charred black from the searing power of the thunderfire. At that moment, Kaido's expression was one of utter shock and disbelief. He never imagined that a mere native ant in his eyes could wield such terrifying strength. Under the excruciating torment, Kaido could not help but let out a piercing scream. Ever since his battle against Kazuki Oden 2 decades ago, he had never experienced such agony when had such a young monstrosity emerged upon the vast seas. And what are the powers wielded by Lu Yu? Are you a devil fruit user? A Logia-type thunderfruit, perhaps? Kaido demanded angrily. If you say so, then let us continue. Lu Yu provocatively beckoned. Arrogant little brat. Kaido roared in fury, taking a deep breath as his wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. This was the extraordinary regenerative ability granted by the awakening of his mythical beast form, the Azure Dragon. Hurry and transform, otherwise you may find yourself with no opportunity left, Lu Yu remarked. Seemingly well aware of the situation, you bastard. Prepare to witness the terror of the strongest creature, Kaido declared, pointing skyward. Crack! A bolt of blue lightning surged forth from Kaido, his massive physique swelling against the howling winds. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The might of the dragon radiated, causing the various ferocious beasts on the island to tremble in fear. Mole, you insolent brat. Do you still dare to boast? Kaido laughed triumphantly. Kaido, if you do not transform, I am uncertain how to fully unleash my powers. Lu Yu casually stretched his shoulders. You little punk. To perish under my current state would be a feat worthy of pride. Kaido's jaws gaped wide, gathering a radiant energy within that was the breath of the dragon. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a blinding light. Here it comes. Flame breath. Kaido's dragon head swung violently. The searing brilliance pierced the heavens, hurtling towards Lu Yu. This was the power of the strongest creature, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. As the flame breath released, the ferocious beasts on wolves lay in hiding. Yet, even in the face of such terrifying flames, Lu Yu remained utterly unfazed. Kaido was the ideal opponent for him to validate his own strength as the flame breath approached, threatening to engulf him. Hiss, hiss. Golden lightning and blazing flames surged forth from within Lu Yu in response to the fearsome breath. He retaliated with a similar technique, the roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon. The intertwining radiance of lightning and flames shot forth from Lu Yu's mouth. The two roars met midair, resulting in an explosion that shone as brilliantly as a miniature sun. The shockwave obliterated the surrounding area, turning a radius of 1,000 meters into a desolate landscape, while the distant forest transformed into a sea of flames. This was the pinnacle confrontation between dragons. In the sky, the roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon proved mightier and more penetrating than the dragon's flame breath, coupled with the ancient adage that states, "Those on the left always lose." The outcome of this clash was already predetermined. Damn! In the next moment, the roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon pierced through the dragon's flame breath, even breaking free from the stormy seas surrounding the island on the battlefield. Kaido narrowly evaded the roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon, turning to gaze at the towering waves of the stormy seas, gasping in disbelief. However, what shocked him more was that the flame breath had actually been bested in this confrontation. This kid is no ordinary being. Kaido regarded Lu Yu with unprecedented seriousness. The young man before him was a veritable monster, his strength far surpassing Kaido's expectations. What's the matter, Kaido? Are you admitting defeat already? Lu Yu taunted. You little brat. The battle has only just begun. Even knowing that Lu Yu's strength exceeded his predictions, Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors, would never consider retreating in an unknown confrontation. His gaze turned resolute as he opened his dragon maw. Once more bad wind. A blade of wind powerful enough to cleave mountains filled the sky, hurtling towards Lu Yu standing his ground. Lu Yu opened his mouth wide again, the dragon annihilation magic of the sky in a single breath. The atmosphere within a 100-meter radius was drawn into Lu Yu's mouth with an irresistible force. Kaido's wind blades shattered as they were consumed by Lu Yu. "What the?" Kaido exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. The roar of the celestial dragon. A powerful gale erupted from Lu Yu's mouth, surging towards Kaido high above tornado. Kaido quickly responded, unleashing multiple tornadoes to intercept the attack. However, against the roar of the dragon, they proved utterly futile. Kaido's gigantic form was spun around amidst the tempest thunder. A dragon's roar reverberated through the winds, unleashing massive bolts of lightning that shot directly towards Lu Yu. Below, lightning is of no consequence to me. Lu Yu grinned, his mouth curling into a smile. With his right hand grasping the air, the lightning coalesced into a long spear of electricity. "I certainly know that lightning cannot harm you, but my trump card is this. Thunder 8 trigrams. Unbeknownst to him, Kaido had transformed into his hybrid dragon form, appearing behind Lu Yu. Boom. Chapter 3. Annihilation of the Dragon. Chapter 5. Punches to the Flesh. Thunder roar 8 trigrams. Kaido raised his kanabo, channeling explosive power into his arms, delivering a devastating strike of thunder 8 trigrams. This was the mightiest blow of Kaido, the beast of the 100 beasts. The tremendous force caused even the very fabric of space to tremble. With this strike, mountains could be shattered. In the face of this terrifying attack, Lu Yu countered by thrusting the golden lightning spear he had conjured as the spear and the kanabo collided. An instant later, the spear, lacking the solidity of a true weapon, succumbed under the pressure, cracks appearing all over its surface. Perish. For the first time since their clash began, Kaido gained the upper hand, his confidence soaring. Lu Yu, however, gathered the power of lightning into his right fist and struck the base of the lightning spear with great force. Boom. The heavens erupted with a thunderous roar as the cataclysmic power of lightning engulfed the battlefield. The thunderous roar of the thunderclap struck with a force capable of toppling mountains, sending Lu Yu hurtling backward for several dozen meters. "Ha ha ha, kid. Do you now realize the extent of my power?" Kaido boasted arrogantly. "How amusing. Is the strength of an emperor merely sufficient to force me back?" Lu Yu retorted, a look of disdain crossing his face. Kaido's smile faltered. Underestimating an emperor would soon teach you the disparity in strength. With that, Kaido gathered his armed haki into his fists. "Not transforming into a dragon anymore?" Lu Yu inquired. "I don't need to against you," Kaido replied. Feeling a strong sense of indignation, he sensed that after transforming into a dragon, he was instead heavily restrained. "What a pity. But I am quite formidable in hand-to-hand combat as well." Lu Yu grinned, his body exuding a chilling aura of iron, the Iron Dragon Slayer magic. In the next moment, Lu Yu suddenly appeared before Kaido, delivering a powerful punch directly to Kaido's face. Unflinching, Kaido absorbed the blow with his body and seized Lu Yu's arm, swinging him forcefully in midair before slamming him down onto the ground. A muffled thud resonated, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. A second sound followed closely, reverberating throughout the entire island, this time marking the impact of Kaido's colossal form as it crashed to the ground, reverberating in the heart of the battlefield. Lu Yu's feet were ensnared 3 feet into the ground, a consequence of being forcefully thrust down. Subsequently, in the blink of an eye, with the strength borrowed from Kaido, Lu Yu hefted the massive figure of Kaido into the air, executing a modern-style body slam. By the time Kaido regained his senses, he found himself sprawled on the ground. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Kaido slammed both palms onto the earth, harnessing the immense reaction force to propel himself skyward. In the blink of an eye, Kaido appeared behind Lu Yu, his arm cloaked in haki, as he aimed a powerful punch at Lu Yu. The force of the blow rushed forward. Yet Lu Yu stood his ground, meeting the attack head-on. Fist met fist, as the iron-clad punch was enveloped in a blaze of lightning and fire. With a resounding boom, their fists collided, silencing the very heavens for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, a flash of white light erupted at the point of impact, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Centered around their fists, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward in all directions, creating a tempest of air that swirled violently around Lu Yu and Kaido. Countless boulders were lifted into the air by the gusts, only to be shattered by the ferocious force. Kaido, with a fierce bellow, unleashed his fists once more towards Lu Yu. Undeterred, Lu Yu's gaze sharpened as he retaliated with his own punch. The sound of flesh striking flesh resonated like a primal display of raw brutality. At that very moment, amidst the fierce battle between Lu Yu and Kaido, a pirate ship, struggling against the tempest for hours, finally broke free from the whirlpool and reached the island. "We've finally escaped the storm," Diamond Jozu, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, exhaled in relief. The strangeness of these waters had left them unnerved. "What a bizarre sea," remarked Vista, captain of the 5th Division, with lingering trepidation. "And what was that beam of lightning and fire earlier?" Brahmic, captain of the 6th Division, recalled with a shudder. "Only Kaido, the beast, could wield such power," added Lacquer, captain of the 7th Division, with a grave expression. "We have tracked him here. That scoundrel Kaido must be on this island." A week prior, Kaido had plundered a vast amount of fine wine from the Whitebeard pirates, an open provocation that could not be tolerated. They immediately received orders to pursue the isolated Kaido with full force. The immortal Marco led the vanguard in pursuit, ultimately arriving in this mysterious sea. "Marco, have you discovered anything?" Jozu inquired, glancing up at Marco, who bore a serious countenance. "I am certain that a fierce battle is raging on the island. The fluctuations in power indicate a clash of Yonko caliber," Marco asserted. "So Kaido is indeed on this island? Splendid. Our pursuit was not in vain. Old scores and new grievances shall be settled together. Before our captain arrives, we must hold him back. This time, he must not escape." On the whale ship, the roars of the crew echoed through the skies, yet Marco remained troubled, for a grave concern loomed over him. If this truly was a battle of Yonko level, then who was Kaido's opponent? With a solemn expression, Marco cautioned, "Do not act rashly. I will assess the situation first." With that, he soared alone towards the heart of the island. The entire island trembled with a mighty boom as the clash of fists and the collision of powers unfolded, a primal aesthetic of violence. This fierce battle at Yonko level had persisted for several hours and showed no signs of abating. Lu Yu's thunderous iron fist struck towards Kaido. Lu Yu possesses an impregnable defense, while Kaido relies on his formidable regenerative abilities. Is this truly the extent of your power? Kaido stands firm, not flinching or evading. As he retaliates with a punch as large as a sandbag, Lu Yu relied on the indomitable Iron Dragon, while Kaido of the Beast stood unfazed. Lu Yu chuckled nonchalantly. Kaido took a deep breath, his fist wounds visibly healing at an astonishing pace, and boldly exclaimed, "Your punches are utterly ineffective. The warm-up exercises have concluded. It is time to end this battle." Lu Yu twisted his neck. "Indeed, it is time to conclude." Kaido grasped the spiked club embedded in the ground. "Let us begin." Dragon Slayer. Lu Yu bent his knees and soared into the sky. In midair, his body spun violently, accelerating to an extraordinary speed, conjuring a fearsome whirlwind. Iron Dragon's destruction magic. Dragon Slayer's ultimate iron spiral. Kaido, the Beast King, stomped his right foot down, channeling all his strength and dominance into the spiked club. Thunderous 8 trigrams clashed with the iron spiral. A resounding boom echoed as the two ultimate techniques collided. Unlike previous encounters, the Thunderous 8 trigrams found itself at a distinct disadvantage against the Dragon Slayer's ultimate technique. Chapter 4. The Pursuit of Kaido. Crack. Crack. The center of the clash between the two formidable moves erupted with flashes of lightning. Kaido, wielding the spiked club, was propelled backward by several dozen meters, his massive form staggering. On the other side, under the impact of the two techniques colliding, Lu Yu was also sent flying several steps back. It was a stalemate. "Your strongest move is nothing remarkable," Kaido grumbled defiantly, yet his hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to drop the spiked club. Lu Yu smiled faintly. "The most formidable technique? Not necessarily. Let us continue." As he spoke, a wave of scorching heat surged forth, unleashing the Fire Dragon's annihilation magic. Kaido's gaze sharpened as he launched himself into a fierce assault, initiating a series of Thunderous 8 trigrams. In an instant, flames erupted around Lu Yu, enveloping him in a blazing inferno. The essence of the Fire Dragon's annihilation magic, the Crimson Lotus Flame Blade, manifested. Flames coiled around Lu Yu's arms, transforming into 2 fiery blades. He spun his body, creating a whirlwind of flames to counter Kaido's relentless barrage of Thunderous 8 trigrams. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Kaido being forced back 100 meters, panting heavily. The continuous use of the 8 trigrams took an immense toll on his stamina, proving too much even for Kaido. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's flames began to wane. What exactly are you capable of? Lightning, fire, steel. A cascade of abilities left Kaido bewildered. Guess. Lu Yu replied with a subtle smile. It's fine if you choose not to speak. You must be nearing your limit, am I right? I intend to capture you for further study. A cruel smile crept across Kaido's face. He found it hard to believe that Lu Yu's exhaustion could be less than his own, given the intensity of their battle. In confrontations of this caliber, they often devolved into tests of endurance. The first to falter would be the one to lose. As the mightiest being across land, sea, and air, Kaido held unwavering confidence in his stamina. Before Kaido could finish his thought, an expression of terror suddenly crossed his face, disbelief etched on his features. 100 meters away, Lu Yu opened his mouth wide, taking a deep breath as the surrounding air rushed toward him like a tidal wave, even drawing in the raging inferno consuming the forest. Within mere moments, the wildfire extinguished and the air grew thin. Lu Yu let out a hearty belch, his spirit soaring to new heights. The fire dragon consumes fire. The iron dragon devours iron, the thunder dragon feasts on thunder, and the celestial dragon thrives on air. Once satiated, they possess formidable strength. In terms of sustained combat capability, none in the entire pirate world can rival him. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Yu turned to the astonished Kaido and smiled broadly. Let the second round commence. Witnessing Lu Yu's seemingly invincible abilities, Kaido's resolve began to waver. Yet, as one of the 4 emperors, being bested by an unknown contender was an unthinkable disgrace. To dare to be distracted in battle? You truly underestimate me, Lu Yu declared coldly as he surged forward. Kaido regained his composure and unleashed the Thunder 8 trigrams in response. In the Thunderfire Dragon mode, Lu Yu's fists crackled with electric energy, launching a fierce assault. Kaido's massive club was sent flying from the impact. It's over, Kaido, Lu Yu stated indifferently. Lu Yu's ultimate technique, the Thunderflame Dragon mode. The Dragon Slayer's secret art, Crimson Lotus Thunderblade. The exquisite fusion of thunder and fire creates a terrifying tempest of lightning and flames. Kaido's massive Kanabo is unable to withstand the collision of these 2 unparalleled forces, shattering with a resounding explosion. Under the onslaught of the thunderous flames, Kaido's body is marred with deep wounds that expose his very bones, as if his entire form were on the verge of being torn asunder. A guttural roar escapes Kaido's lips as he transforms into a 100-meter-long azure dragon, soaring into the sky, resolutely escaping. Indeed, he intends to flee. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Seizing the opportunity to preserve his life while he still possesses the strength to do so is paramount. Thinking of escaping? It won't be so simple. The Dragon Slayer magic of the sky summons Lu Yu to ascend into the heavens in pursuit. Damn brat, I'm done playing. Kaido erupts in fury, unleashing a tempest of scorching breath, chaotic winds, and thunderous roars. Fire, lightning, iron, and currents intertwine, transforming the very atmosphere. A chilling dragon's roar reverberates from above. With a thunderous crash, a figure descends from the sky, and none other than Lu Yu. I shall spare you this time. We shall continue next. He casually discards a dragon claw onto the ground, which reverts to Kaido's left hand. A notification chimes from the system. Mission accomplished. Reward, Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Level 5, Dragon Power 20. New missions activated. Capture Wano Country, Reward unknown. Defeat the Beast Pirates' Calamities, Reward unknown. Defeat the Beast Pirates' 6 subordinates, Reward unknown. Defeat the Whitebeard Pirates Division Commanders, Reward unknown. The system has issued multiple tasks in a single breath. After dealing with the boss, it appears the cleansing of their stronghold is yet to come. A thorough extermination, indeed. Wait a moment. Lu Yu slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the new guest. Heh, today is indeed quite lively, but I can only extend my apologies. Lu Yu smiled faintly and approached the immortal bird Marco with a measured pace. Sensing Lu Yu's aggressive aura, Marco's muscles tensed instinctively. One thought dominated his mind: flee. Marco had witnessed the scene of a formidable Yonko being pursued by Lu Yu, and he understood that this was a top-tier powerhouse on par with the Yonko and Marine Admirals, if not superior. On high alert, Marco remained vigilant as Lu Yu assessed him. To be honest, he held a favorable impression of this pineapple-headed individual. Had it not been for the demands of his mission, he would have preferred not to confront him. Yet, the circumstances left little room for hesitation. A good thrashing was in order. Lu Yu and Marco spoke in unison. You go ahead, Marco graciously gestured, inviting Lu Yu to speak first. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Are you in cahoots with that fellow from earlier? No, no, no. How could that be? Marco hastily shook his head, eager to clarify. I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and have some grievances with Kaido. I have come here to pursue him. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Then I shall temporarily place my trust in your words. Marco, with a subtle sigh of relief, steadied his emotions and inquired, I am Marco. May I ask who you are? I am Lu Yu, the lord of this island, Lu Yu replied, continuing, however. I must admit I find myself somewhat perplexed. Marco, since you dare to pursue Kaido, your strength must be comparable to his. Marco paused, instinctively responding. My strength does not match his. I can only buy a little time. To be frank, that fellow runs far too swiftly. I have not yet had the chance to fully engage. Lu Yu, grasping for a flimsy excuse, prepared to make his move. Come now, Marco, as a guest. Let us engage in a friendly bout. A mischievous grin crept across Lu Yu's face. No, no, no. Marco exclaimed in terror, waving his hands dismissively. This man is a monster who has even driven Kaido away. Furthermore, his purpose here is to hunt Kaido, given that Kaido is gravely injured. This is indeed an opportune moment. Chapter 5. Misunderstanding. Your Excellency, I am well aware that I am not your match, and I harbor no intention of battling you. Marco stated earnestly. TCH. How dull, Lu Yu replied, somewhat disheartened. The system requires the defeat of 10 division captains. If the opponent concedes voluntarily, it would still count as a victory. At that moment, a ferocious roar echoed from the distant mountains, suggesting a fierce battle was underway. Marco turned towards the source of the commotion. It must be Xiaozi and the others. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. It appears that Marco is not the only one involved, which simplifies matters considerably. As Lu Yu's eyes flickered, a cunning plan formed in his mind. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards the direction of the ferocious beast roar. Observing this, Marco sensed trouble and swiftly unfurled his wings to follow, muttering to himself, Heavens, may there be no misunderstandings. In the primal forest near the coast, after Xiaozi and Bista disembarked, they encountered a multitude of wild beasts, and a fierce battle was imminent. Given the prowess of the White Brigade's captains, ordinary creatures posed little threat to them. Ultimately, only a mighty gorilla and a clouded leopard remained, the kings of the wild. Xiaozi cast his gaze upon the 2 sovereign beasts, exclaiming, Only 2 remain. Leave the gorilla to me. Bista, wielding twin blades, declared, Then the other shall be mine. The gorilla and the clouded leopard exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a fierce determination. This island was their home, and with an invasion underway, they would resolutely defend it. With a grin, Xiaozi surged forward, shouting, Charge. The gorilla responded with a thunderous roar, swinging its fist to meet him. Just as man and beast were about to collide, a deafening crack echoed through the sky as a golden lightning bolt descended, stirring a storm of dust. Who dares? Raku bellowed, his body tensed. An immense pressure enveloped everyone, prompting them to assume a defensive stance. The gorilla and the clouded leopard, upon sensing the arrival of Lu Yu with the golden lightning, erupted into cheers. As the howling wind whisked away the swirling dust, Lu Yu chuckled. 1, 2, 30, together with Marco, we are just 10. Who are you? Xiaozi inquired cautiously. I am the master of this island. You have trespassed without permission and harmed my companions. Are you not aligned with the one whom I incapacitated? Lu Yu provocatively questioned. Incapped. The other's expressions shifted dramatically. What? You dared to harm our comrade? I shall slay you. The fury of all the captains of the White Brigade ignited. Lu Yu skillfully diverted their thoughts, deliberately sowing discord and misunderstandings between both parties, before swiftly transitioning into his most formidable form, the Thunderfire Dragon mode. Time was of the essence, before the misunderstandings could be unraveled. He decided to land a few blows first. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaozi and his companions surged forward. The battle of attrition officially commenced, each punch delivering a decisive impact. The first to fall was the water buffalo, Atmos. Following suit, the second, the fishman, Namur, soon met the same fate, one after another. 3, 4, 5. Within a mere 2 minutes, 8 captains had already been dispatched, leaving only the skilled Blade Bista and Diamond Xiaozi standing. Compared to their fellow captains, they proved to be considerably more formidable. Xiaozi's diamond form posed a significant challenge for Lu Yu at that moment. Meanwhile, the blue flames of Marco drew ever closer. Lu Yu made a swift decision, prioritizing the defeat of Bista. Iron Dragon Slayer magic, Iron God Sword. With a thunderous roar, Bista was unable to withstand the might of the Iron God Sword, hurtling several dozen meters before crashing through multiple colossal trees and finally slamming heavily against a rock wall. Xiaozi, witnessing his comrades suffer such devastating blows, was engulfed by despair. The strength of the young man before him was simply beyond imagination, leaving them utterly defenseless. Yet, he could not resign himself to inaction. Intertwining his hands, he transformed his body into diamond. "Stop!" Marco's urgent shout echoed as a blue flame streaked down from the heavens. Unfortunately, it was still insufficient. Just one more was needed. Lu Yu shook his head in regret. There was no enmity between them. It would be unreasonable to continue assaulting the remaining Xiaozi. After all, they were merely one short. There would be another opportunity in the future. "Marco, why are you calling for a ceasefire? These individuals are all allies of Kaido." Lu Yu's tone was grave. Marco responded, "The worst has indeed come to pass." "What on earth is happening?" Xiaozi questioned, observing Marco's seemingly intact arm. Marco appeared bewildered. "Xiaozi, what is going on? Why did we start fighting?" "It was said that he had broken your arm, so we..." Xiaozi explained innocently. "I knew it." Marco sighed in exasperation. "Your Excellency Lu Yu, these individuals, like myself, are from the Whitebeard pirates." "Oh, I see. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding," Lu Yu replied, feigning enlightenment with an awkward smile. "I thought they were summoned by that dragon to assist in the battle against the island's savage beasts." Marco chuckled ruefully, pondering who would be the right person to address this issue. "What is going on?" Xiaozi grew increasingly perplexed. Marco began to clarify. "Xiaozi, this is His Excellency Lu Yu, the master of this island. Earlier, he mentioned that the one who broke his arm was Kaido. I received a beating for nothing." Xiaozi struggled to comprehend the situation. Who would have imagined that Kaido, one of the four emperors, could be injured by someone? If this news spread, it would surely incite a tempest upon the seas. Noticing Xiaozi's incredulous expression, Marco solemnly declared, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." "You felt the strength of His Excellency Lu Yu just now." At that moment, Lu Yu interjected, "Marco, your companions are injured. Please bring them over. I shall make amends for my oversight." "Oh, right." Marco and Xiaozi suddenly remembered their comrades lying on the ground. Heeding Lu Yu's instructions, they hurriedly gathered the unconscious division commanders together. Fortunately, none were in life-threatening danger, though they would require a rest of 10 days to half a month. Marco exhaled in relief. "That won't be necessary. You may observe from the sidelines," Lu Yu smiled. In the next moment, as Marco and Xiaozi watched in astonishment, a healing light enveloped the division commanders, their injuries visibly mending before their eyes. "Such healing abilities surpass even my own," Marco stammered, astonished by the miraculous sight. "They're waking up. Everyone is waking up," Xiaozi exclaimed with exuberance. "You're so loud, Xiaozi." Vista opened his eyes, feeling somewhat weak. Coughing, he still bore sparks at the corners of his mouth. Following him were Blamenko, Atmos, Fasa, and Namuel. Under the celestial healing magic, the 9 division commanders gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Lu Yu before them, they instinctively assumed a defensive stance. "Wait, everyone." Marco quickly intervened. "Marco? Your arm isn't." No, listen to me." Marco interrupted his comrades, succinctly recounting the events leading up to their current situation. Chapter 6. Whitebeard. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood stunned. Xiaozi Agape, an unremarkable young man, had compelled one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, to retreat in defeat. "Marco, is what you say truly the case?" The crew regarded Marco with disbelief. "Seeing is believing. Just wait here. I will fetch proof." In less than 10 minutes, Marco returned, bearing a robust arm. The crew, having encountered Kaido numerous times, recognized it instantly as his. Despite the incredulity of the situation, the evidence lay before them. "He defeated us all in under 2 minutes. He possesses such power," Xiaozi lamented with a wry smile and a shake of his head. At that moment, Lu Yu approached Xiaozi with a smile. "What is the matter?" Xiaozi felt a palpable tension. "During our brief skirmish earlier, I found your abilities quite intriguing. Would you be interested in a friendly spar?" Lu Yu endeavored to soften his tone. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi's face paled, and he forced a strained smile, conceding, "Perhaps it would be best to forego that. I admit defeat and yield." Lu Yu was not insistent. Alas, what a pity. Just as Xiaozi conceded defeat, the voice of the system resounded. "Defeat the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division. Reward, level 5 for Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, level 10 for Dragon Power. Host, Lu Yu. Fire Dragon Slayer magic level 100, masterfully refined. Sky Dragon Slayer magic level 100, masterfully refined. Iron Dragon Slayer magic level 100, masterfully refined. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic level 90. Seamlessly integrated. Dragon power awakened at level 30. Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. The Dragon Slayer magic had risen by 10 levels, still retaining the formidable power of a level 30 dragon. Such efficiency was astounding. 1 month of diligent effort could not compare to the completion of a single task. Lord Lu Yu, we were reckless before. I hope you can overlook past grievances, Vista said earnestly, lowering his posture in a gesture of humility. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, there was little reason to dwell on it. Despite having suffered a beating, a powerhouse of Lu Yu's caliber was someone the Whitebeard pirates were keen to avoid alienating. Naturally, Lu Yu did not rebuff Vista's goodwill, and the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. An hour later, the members of the Whitebeard crew prepared to depart, eager to relay the events that had transpired to their captain. Lord Lu Yu, we shall not impose any further, Marco stated as they bid farewell. Oh, are you leaving already? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. We have pressing matters at hand, but if you are interested, you are welcome to join us aboard our ship. Marco ventured to extend an invitation. In truth, he held little hope. How could a being of such stature casually join them? However, Lu Yu's response took Marco by surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu surprisingly nodded in agreement. Marco stood frozen in excitement. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Lu Yu retorted. No, no, no. How could that be? You are most welcome indeed. Marco exclaimed exuberantly. He promptly shared this delightful news with the other captains. Upon learning that Lu Yu would be boarding the ship, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Such formidable strength is beyond mere desire. At the coast, Marco gestured graciously. Your Excellency Lu Yu, please wait a moment. Lu Yu waved towards the forest. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble of footsteps echoed as a gorilla and a clouded leopard leapt forth, crouching before Lu Yu. This spectacle left Marco and his companions utterly astonished. My friends, I must depart. Lu Yu addressed the two magnificent beasts. The eyes of the gorilla and the clouded leopard sparkled with excitement as they exchanged glances, filled with fervor. Howl, howl, roar, roar. At last, we are free from our suffering. Lu Yu pressed his hand down and continued, I know you must be reluctant to part with me. Rest assured, I will certainly return to see you all. The two colossal beasts shook their heads desperately, letting out mournful cries. Farewell. Lu Yu waved his hand at the two colossal beasts, turned, and leaped onto the whale ship. The gorilla and the clouded leopard watched in as the whale ship vanished into the stormy sea. They immediately spread the news throughout the small island. Instantly, the rulers of the island erupted in jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood at the stern of the whale ship, gazing wistfully at the receding islands. A new chapter in his life was about to unfold. However, how is it that I am not seasick on this vessel? Is it not true that a Dragon Slayer mage cannot utilize means of transportation? Lu Yu murmured to himself, lost in contemplation. The system's prompt sounded at an opportune moment. Notice, the power of the dragon will enhance the host's physical balance and eliminate adverse effects. Lu Yu quietly exhaled in relief, striding forward with purpose and waving his hand. Under the influence of the sky's annihilation dragon magic, a turbulent storm parted to create a path. The members of the pirate crew were once again taken aback. What would have taken several hours was accomplished in less than a quarter of an hour. Half a day later, a larger whale ship came into Lu Yu's view. It was none other than the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Mission: defeat one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, reward unknown. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, squinted his light golden eyes. Kahaha. I sensed the presence of a beast. Dad, Marco has relayed news of something important. What is it? Asked Harguda. You shall know soon enough, Whitebeard replied. A glimmer of interest flashing across his face as he gazed at the small whale ship 100 meters away. The two vessels drew closer together. Impatiently, Marco unfurled his blue wings and descended before Whitebeard. Dad, we have encountered a terrifyingly powerful monster. Marco, what do you mean by a terrifyingly powerful monster? Weren't you tracking Kaido? Cooley L interjected, bewildered. Marco, without further ado, placed the wooden box he had brought onto the deck and opened it. A hand? It seemed somewhat familiar. The crew wore expressions of confusion. Seeing this, Marco revealed the truth. This is Kaido's arm. What did you say? How is this possible? Kaido's arm? Marco, how did you manage this? The crew was astounded, chatter erupting among them. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. He is known as the strongest creature, said to be immortal. Yet, such a formidable individual has lost an arm? Kahaha, the beast is coming. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. At that moment, the 2 whale ships had just completed their docking. Dad, everyone, we are back. The returning leaders of the white team announced, as they boarded the flagship. The regular crew members suddenly felt an overwhelming aura that left them breathless. Before they could utter a word, their voices faltered. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed among them. What was this aura? It was not Conqueror's haki, but a formidable, ominous presence. Chapter 7. Display of power amidst the terrified gazes of the pirates. Lu Yu ascended the flagship with measured steps. The pirates aboard the Moby Dick were stunned. They could hardly believe that such a terrifying presence emanated from a young man. Marco, is this the important matter you spoke of? Kuliel whispered. Indeed, Marco nodded. You there, young man. Is Kaido's arm the result of your defeating a member of the White Team? Surely, such a young individual cannot possess such immense strength, one crew member approached, seeking to test him. However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding thud echoed as he involuntarily knelt before Lu Yu. The rest of the crew gasped in shock. In an instant, an overwhelming dragon's might surged forth. Thud, thud. The ordinary pirates fell to their knees, succumbing to the powerful dragon's aura. In the midst of the crowd's reverent kneeling, Lu Yu strode to the center of the deck, gazing calmly at Whitebeard. Pardon my intrusion, should you desire a confrontation. I shall accompany you to the bitter end, Lu Yu proclaimed with a slight smile, exuding an air of dominance. Upon hearing these words, even Marco and Jozu were taken aback. Could this fellow truly be considering a battle with their father? Jozu pondered in disbelief. Indeed, from his skirmish with Kaido, it was evident that this individual was a veritable combat enthusiast. Marco gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, he regretted bringing Lu Yu before their father. After Kaido, it appeared Lu Yu had now set his sights on their patriarch. Marco resolved, with unwavering determination, to prevent any conflict from unfolding. As the ship's doctor, he was acutely aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. Should a fierce battle ensue, it could potentially shorten his life by several years. Just as Marco prepared to step forward, Whitebeard's boisterous laughter erupted. What an audacious young lad. I must say, I admire your spirit. Marco, fetch me some wine. Yes, father, Marco replied. Although he typically forbade Whitebeard from indulging in alcohol, under the present circumstances, he had no choice but to allow a modest indulgence. Soon, 2 large barrels of wine were presented. Ha ha ha. Allow me to indulge in a toast first, Whitebeard declared, seizing the opportunity to relish in his love for wine. Lu Yu filled a large bowl to the brim and drank it in one gulp. The Dragon Slayer magic could alter the physical constitution of its practitioner, so a whole jar of wine was certainly no challenge. With a satisfying clink, he relished the drink. Whitebeard, taking half a jar in a single breath, looked at Lu Yu with keen interest. A powerful individual like you has remained in seclusion on this island. What a loss for the age of the sea. Might you share the reasons behind your retreat? Whitebeard inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for his mistaken belief that this was the world of fairy tale and a certain apprehension towards the black dragon Acnologia, he would have already traversed the seas long ago, rather than lingering here. What is it? If there is something difficult to express, it can be set aside, Whitebeard inquired. No, it is not a matter of difficulty. It is merely my conviction. Lu Yu prepared to fabricate a reason. What conviction? Whitebeard's curiosity was piqued. Only through enduring solitude can one reach the pinnacle of strength, Lu Yu replied, feigning an air of mystery. Enduring solitude and the pinnacle of strength, how intriguing. Truly fascinating. Whitebeard boomed with laughter. Do you believe this ship can bear the burden of such a solitary strongman as yourself? Old man, this. Marco and the others had already anticipated Whitebeard's next move. Sure enough, Whitebeard extended his hand and proclaimed his iconic line. Come, be my son, Lu Yu. Instantly, the deck fell into a profound silence, with countless eyes turning in unison towards him. The next moment, a wave of astonishment erupted. Hey, the old man has extended an invitation to that man. That man is the one who severed Kaido's arm. Will he accept? Yet if he were to agree, the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly become an unstoppable force. Such youthful strength is truly remarkable. The people on the deck buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Marco, what on earth is going on with Dad today? Vista asked, puzzled. I am uncertain. This is not typical of Dad's demeanor. Let us observe how it unfolds. Marco responded with concern. At this moment, Whitebeard's inviting hand extended towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu furrowed his brow. He had no interest in being someone else's son. He was already the most formidable force in this world, requiring no one else as support. He sought to command his own destiny and dominate this era. What do you say? Bearing my name, shall we create a tumult upon this vast ocean? Whitebeard exuded confidence, as few would dare to decline his invitation. All aboard the ship gazed expectantly, awaiting Lu Yu's response. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Yu raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Whitebeard, do you look down upon me? Boom. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yu finally spoke. He was utterly unafraid that Whitebeard might suddenly turn hostile. A battle? That would suit Lu Yu perfectly. Even against the mightiest man, Whitebeard, he felt no fear. Boom. As Lu Yu unleashed his ferocious dragon might, the colossal whale ship immediately sank by several feet. The pirates aboard felt their hearts tremble in fear. Indeed, it was insufficient. After all, they were facing a monster who had defeated Kaido. How could one possibly contend with him? Although the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt a sense of disappointment, they were not excessively surprised. Experiencing Lu Yu's intimidating presence firsthand, they understood that, in the near future, his name would resonate throughout the world. At that moment, Whitebeard, with a calm demeanor and a voice like thunder, proclaimed, "It has been decades since I encountered such an intriguing lad." Boom. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the legendary Emperor, Edward Newgate. The clash of dragon might and the king's haki reverberated through the atmosphere. The air trembled, creating visible ripples. And even the very fabric of space exhibited slight distortions. The previously tranquil sea erupted into monstrous waves. The sturdy deck of the whale ship groaned under the pressure, emitting cracking sounds. This force was terrifying. Being at the center of this clash could result in utter annihilation. Unbelievably, Lee was able to match Whitebeard's might. No, it seemed even more than that. In that moment, even the formidable division commanders could not maintain their composure. Marco quickly stopped them. At this rate, the ship won't withstand it. We cannot let this continue, or there will be grave consequences. It was too late to intervene. Marco gritted his teeth, realizing the situation had escalated beyond their control. Your power must extend far beyond this, young man, Whitebeard bellowed, showing no sign of concluding their confrontation. If you wish to fight, then come forth, Emperor Whitebeard. Lu Yu faced Whitebeard, his aura unwavering, and shouted with full confidence. What an arrogant lad. Come. Let me witness the power that defeated Kaido. Whitebeard clenched his right fist, the shockwave gradually unfurling. Just as I desire. Chapter 8. The rending of heaven. With events having unfolded to this extent, Lu Yu comprehended that Whitebeard had merely been testing him all along. Testing the resolve of Lu Yu as a formidable warrior. Assessing whether Lu Yu possessed the qualifications to be his opponent. So far, Whitebeard acknowledged that Lu Yu was indeed worthy of battle. Come forth, Lu Yu. Whitebeard roared, his punch shattering the air. Such a coveted opportunity. Lu Yu refused to back down. Instantly, the heavens and earth erupted with thunder. Under the tremendous pressure brought forth by Whitebeard, the power of 4 dragons converged, coalescing 4 elemental forces. With a raucous laughter, Whitebeard unleashed an unparalleled punch. Simultaneously, Lu Yu merged the 4 dragon powers and struck with his utmost strength. Boom. The clash of metal and iron echoed, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and fire, as the howling winds resonated across the sky and sea. Boom. The roar of heaven and earth. The titanic clash between Whitebeard and Lu Yu erupted in a spectacular display. In the next moment, an unprecedented phenomenon occurred. The clouds in the sky split in 2 along the line where their fists met. The heavens were rent asunder. The sky dividing foretold the emergence of 2 sovereigns in the world, sharing dominion over the realm. My goodness, such a level of combat is simply unheard of. Merely a collision of fists, and the heavens themselves have fractured. Suddenly, Marco shouted, alerting everyone. Everyone, brace yourselves, something monumental is coming. Ha ha ha, it is time to conclude. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Then let it end. Lu Yu responded with a wild grin. Boom. With a sound akin to the collapse of the heavens and the earth, Whitebeard and Lu Yu's fists surged forth once more. The point of their clash igniting a radiant light that gradually expanded, transforming into a luminous halo. The power surged, causing the halo to tremble violently. Ultimately, it exploded. With a deafening roar, an invisible shockwave surged toward the sky and sea, dispersing the clouds and stirring up towering waves. The strongest confrontation in the world had finally reached its conclusion. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Ha ha. Lu Yu too joined in the laughter. The mission remained unfulfilled. This clash was evenly matched, not a true defeat of Whitebeard. Hey, lads, prepare for the banquet. Whitebeard commanded with a booming voice. Huh, father, are you saying to prepare a banquet? Xiaozi confirmed once more. Is that even a question? When guests arrive, we must never be impolite. Whitebeard replied cheerfully. Ha ha, let the feast begin. Pirates, who universally adored a celebration, quickly set about preparing for the festivities. Lu Yu and Whitebeard engaged in a delightful exchange of toasts, reveling in a harmonious atmosphere. The banquet lasted an entire day and night. Lu Yu was incessantly plied with liquor by Whitebeard and the division leaders. Even with his dragon-like constitution, he found it somewhat challenging to endure. What's the matter? If you can't hold your liquor, don't force yourself. I can have them take care of you, Whitebeard chuckled, gesturing toward the leopard print nurse crew with a suggestive tone. Never mind, there are more pressing matters at hand. Lu Yu replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Pressing matters? Marco and the others perked up with keen interest. What urgent business? Whitebeard inquired. The dragon I fought 2 days ago, our conflict remains unresolved, Lu Yu stated calmly. Kaido? Marco and the others exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that fellow. I intend to settle matters with him in Wano, Lu Yu smiled. The captains could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Kaido, who had provoked Lu Yu. Not only had he lost an arm, but he might also risk having his base obliterated. Yet, sympathy aside, since the target was Kaido, they felt compelled to get involved. Father, this is also our chance to reclaim Wano. Aizo's eyes glistened with determination. Having been born in Wano, he constantly yearned to liberate his oppressed compatriots. This moment presented a golden opportunity. Not only was Lu Yu, a top-tier powerhouse, joining them, but Kaido had also lost an arm. Father, Aizo speaks the truth. We must avenge Odin. The passionate shouts of Jozu, Marco, and Vista echoed. Whitebeard, this is a rare opportunity. Shall we join forces? Lu Yu extended an invitation to Whitebeard. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his decision. After a long silence, Whitebeard burst into laughter, raising Lu Yu's hand in agreement. The two formed a formal alliance. Boys, prepare for a grand endeavor, Whitebeard proclaimed. The entire Whitebeard pirates erupted in fervor. Kaido, all debts owed will be repaid this time. Aizo roared to the heavens. Odin, watch over us from above. Marco and the other captains were equally exhilarated. Ha ha ha, splendid. I'll take the lead in this operation, Lu Yu declared with confidence. Lu Yu, do not underestimate Wano. Over 30 years ago, even our ships nearly met their demise in those treacherous waters, Whitebeard cautioned. If sailing is not an option, then I shall fly, Lu Yu replied matter-of-factly. With the application of his sky destruction dragon magic, he soared into the sky. He can truly fly, gasped the crew of the Whitebeard pirates in astonishment. I'll scout ahead. You follow shortly, Lu Yu instructed. Wait. Just as he was about to depart, Whitebeard called after him. I'll have Marco accompany you. He can guide the way. Yes, father. Marco spread his wings and ascended into the sky. All right, let us set forth. Lu Yu did not decline. As the crew watched Lu Yu and Marco take off, the pirates aboard the ship buzzed with excitement. Father, what kind of ability does Lu Yu possess? Jozu asked, puzzled. Since he doesn't fly with wings, he must be either a Paramecia or Logia type, Rakuyo deduced. Could it be a Paramecia like the float fruit? Surely, the golden lion Shiki hasn't he met his end yet? Haguta speculated. That's not it. When we clashed, he wielded lightning. Vista exclaimed, waving his arms with excitement. I recall flames too, Atmos added. Could it be that he possesses multiple devil fruit abilities? One crew member joked. As the words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The captains who had battled Lu Yu exchanged solemn glances and nodded in agreement. On the deck, the pirates erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Father, what is your take? The crew collectively turned their gaze to Whitebeard. Given that Lu Yu and I were evenly matched, he surely has gained insights from our confrontation, Whitebeard pondered, then continued. There exists within him not merely a single force. Good heavens. Does that mean we have witnessed a miracle? The sea is indeed vast, ever full of surprises. Chapter 9. Arrival at Wano. Lu Yu and Marco, after 2 days of travel, finally arrived at the waters of Wano country. Marco pointed to the land in the distance, saying, that is Wano country. Lu Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging the challenge of landing from the sea. Marco, with a sense of shared understanding, also nodded in agreement. Indeed, he recalled their previous visits, filled with nostalgia. Wait a moment, Your Excellency Lu Yu. Lu Yu was disinclined to listen to Marco's reminiscences. Riding the wind, he traversed the waterfall and made landfall on the land of Wano. The formidable waterfall, akin to a natural barrier, held no significance for those endowed with the power of flight. Moments later, Lu Yu and Marco arrived at the coast of Jiuli in Wano. Gazing upon the barren desolation before him, Lu Yu recalled the once vibrant Jiuli. Marco fell into silence. The stronghold of Kaido must be that place known as Onigashima, Lu Yu remarked, raising his hand to gesture. Indeed, Marco replied with a nod. Lu Yu flashed a grin. Then let us proceed directly. Wait. Marco quickly intercepted Lu Yu. Father and the others will not arrive for another 5 days. Before that, we must gather intelligence to ensure victory in this war with minimal cost. Marco spoke earnestly. I see. In that case, I shall leave such troublesome matters to you and take a stroll for now, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Very well. Marco immediately agreed. As long as Lu Yu did not act recklessly, everything would be manageable. We shall meet at Ghost Island in 5 days, Lu Yu declared before soaring away. His destination set for the renowned courtesan Xiaozi in the flower capital. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, the atmosphere was tense. Captain Kaido had been away for nearly 10 days, and it seemed there had been an incident. Is there still no news from Kaido? In rage, the second-in-command shouted. No, mister. In rage, we have been unable to contact the captain. Could it be true, as the rumors suggest? Silence. Enrage barked, exuding a terrifying aura. You fools, who is our captain? The 4 emperors. The strongest being on land, sea, and air. Jack, the drought disaster, roared. Queen, the third-in-command, continued to rap without a hint of nervousness. Rueme strode in on her high heels, scolding, Foolish queen, the Whitebeard pirate ship is heading towards Wano. If their target is indeed here, can you withstand them? If Whitebeard dared to come, he would have done so long ago. He is merely wary of us. Queen replied smugly. Humph, Rueme retorted disdainfully. When we encountered Whitebeard at sea, who fled the fastest? What did you say? Queen's old wounds were exposed, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to explode. Enough. All of you, be silent. Enraged shouted sternly. It may be tolerable on ordinary days, but during such a critical time, if you do not restrain yourselves. Do not blame me for being rude. His gaze swept over the two. Regardless of Whitebeard's intentions, we must hold our ground until the captain returns. Jack. Reinforce the entrance's defenses. Queen, keep a close watch on those prisoners from the Rabbit Dawn. Pagawan, Fosvuff, Rueme, Sasaki, Maria, you are to head to the flower capital. Enrage issued commands, and the individuals in the skeletal hall dispersed one after another. After a brief silence, the sound of chains dragging echoed through the hall as a tall figure appeared. Yamato. In Tadoland, the stronghold of Charlotte Lin, the Big Mom Pirates intelligence network was unparalleled. Naturally, they could not overlook the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. Mama, urgent news. Cheese Minister Mondor rushed into the cake castle in a panic. Mondor, it is Mama's delightful afternoon tea time. We can discuss matters later, Candy Minister Perispero reprimanded. Well, what is it, Mondor? Share the big news. Charlotte Lin laughed heartily. Yes, Mama, a significant event. Whitebeard has declared war on Kaido. Mondor announced, shocking all the officers of the Big Mom Pirates. What did you say? They exclaimed in disbelief. How interesting. Do we have any intel on the reasons for the declaration of war? Linlin chuckled. The specifics are still unknown. But it is said that the Whitebeard pirates are approaching Wano, and there are rumors that Kaido has been defeated and lost an arm, Mondor elaborated. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared. Mama, a major incident. Kaido has fallen from the sky. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the morning brought a classified report. And the Navy immediately entered a wartime state. In the operations conference room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku led the high-ranking officers. Legendary Vice Admiral Garp boisterously inquired, Shahak. Is the news confirmed? Yes, it has been confirmed. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates are likely to go to war, Vice Admiral Shahak responded. His words sent a wave of shock through the conference room. The 4 emperors going to war is indeed a terrifying event. Admiral Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. But why would Whitebeard engage in battle with Kaido? As fellow emperors, even in victory, the cost would be steep. The naval commanders puzzled over Whitebeard's motives. Perhaps it is related to Kazuki Oden, Garp suggested seriously. Sengoku nodded gravely, acknowledging the significance of the past. This matter has lingered for years. And now Whitebeard suddenly declares war on Kaido, indicating a substantial reason behind it. Vice Admiral Shahak added. What reason? Gion inquired. Recently, there has been a rumor at sea that Whitebeard has allied with another force. With allies at his side, he now possesses the confidence to confront Kaido, Shahak concluded. An alliance? Who possesses the qualifications to ally with Whitebeard? It must be a power on the level of the 4 emperors. Shahak stated solemnly, regardless of the reasons. Peace is about to end. If we handle it properly, we may reap the benefits as onlookers. How intriguing, Mr. Sengoku. Why don't I take a trip to Wano? Admiral Kizaru, known for his penchant for laziness, volunteered, astonishing everyone. Haha, how rare. Borisolino, you are actually seeking a mission. Garp laughed heartily. That's too much, Mr. Garp. Regardless, I am still a member of the Navy, Kizaru replied, feigning grievance. My apologies, I am just so surprised. Garp continued to laugh. Enough, Sengoku said, tapping the table and looking at Kizaru. Borisolino, you are indeed the most suitable for reconnaissance in Wano, but do not merely spectate without taking action. With Sengoku's wisdom, he understood Kizaru's character well. This request was probably just a desire to witness the unfolding war between Whitebeard and Kaido. Rest assured, I will complete the mission, Kizaru declared confidently. On an island in the New World, a member of the red-haired pirates, Locksta, shouted anxiously, Captain, what is it, Locksta? Jesus Burgess, inebriated, asked. It's a big deal, Captain. We just received news that Whitebeard is going to war with Kaido. Locksta exclaimed in panic. What? Is that true? The red-haired pirates were astonished. Shanks, what do you think? First Mate Ben Beckman asked gravely. It seems this is indeed a tumultuous time. Boys, the seas are about to be chaotic once more. Prepare to set sail, Shanks declared. Where to, Captain? Laxalu inquired. To Wano. Chapter 10. The vibrations of the City of Flowers in the New World, Dressrosa, at the heights of the royal capital. The open-air swimming pool of the palace reverberated with the maniacal laughter of Don Quixote da Flamingo, the warlord of the sea, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. What has happened to the young master? The maid, Baby 5, cowered behind a pillar, trembling in fear, unwilling to approach da Flamingo at this moment. I do not know. It is best to keep our distance for now, replied Buffalo. Hey, Doff, this doesn't seem like the appropriate time for laughter. Toribol expressed his concern. If Whitebeard goes to war with Kaido, what will become of our business with the beast pirates? Indeed, the sea has only enjoyed a few years of peace. And that old fool is stirring up conflict again, Diamante remarked with a grave expression. Da Flamingo, with one hand pressed against his forehead, continued to laugh uncontrollably. After 4 years of monotony, at last, something significant is unfolding. However, the trade of artificial devil fruits worries Toribol. Do not fret, Toribol. Even the monster Whitebeard cannot contend with Kaido's dragon, Da Flamingo declared with unwavering confidence. We shall observe the developments. Once the battle concludes, we will seize the opportunity to expand. The wheels of fate have begun to turn. Meanwhile, in Wano country, the City of Flowers. Upon arriving in the City of Flowers, Lu Yu committed a shocking act, the assassination attempt on the notorious Black Charcoal Serpent. The hour was late, and the city was ablaze with lights. Samurai from the general's estate were conducting house-to-house searches, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. In the bustling Rakshasa street, at the brothel, the leader of the Wild Death Gang, Kwang Silang, was approached by the courtesan, Xiaozi, who anxiously inquired, What has transpired? Do not fret. It is merely an assassination attempt on the serpent, nothing of great consequence, Kwang Silang replied nonchalantly. An attempt on the serpent? Who possesses such audacity? Xiaozi's exquisite visage betrayed her profound shock. What was the outcome? Did the attempt succeed? What is the serpent's condition now? She pressed, her anxiety palpable. Xiaozi. Calm yourself, Kwang Silang admonished gently. Forgive me, she replied, regaining her composure. The serpent is unharmed, Kwang Silang informed her. At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiaozi's face. Yet, Kwang Silang was perplexed. If the assassin had the means to eliminate the serpent, why did they ultimately refrain from doing so? Yet what? Xiaozi inquired. Nothing of importance. Things may grow tumultuous in the coming days. Should any incidents occur in my absence, instruct my subordinates to inform me, he stated gravely. Understood, Xiaozi nodded. From the depths of night until dawn, the City of Flowers remained ensnared in a web of fear. Useless. All of you are utterly inept. After such an extensive search, you have yet to find him. The general's estate was on high alert, and Black Charcoal Serpent stood atop the estate, roaring in fury. Calm yourself, my lord. His vassals trembled, bowing low. Calm myself. I was nearly slain by that mysterious man last night. How can I remain calm? Black Charcoal Serpent screeched. The beastly powers of the mythical creature, the 8-headed serpent, were unleashed, transforming into a monstrous 7-headed entity, having lost one head to Lu Yu's blade the previous night. The vassals bowed their heads in fear. If you fail to locate the perpetrator, you shall all meet your demise. Black Charcoal Serpent bellowed. From the shadows, a figure emerged. Felusho. Have you traced the assassin's whereabouts? Black Charcoal Serpent inquired. Felusho silently shook his head. My lord, the lords of the Flying Six from Ghost Island have arrived. A panicked samurai reported. Quickly, summon them. Black Charcoal Serpent's face brightened with hope. Fear not, my lord. My senses are unparalleled. Leave the search to me. the confident Longtao Xiaozi declared. Sniff, sniff. The scent of beasts. In the City of Flowers, on Rakshasa Street, the renowned courtesan Xiaozi captivated countless hearts. Presently, a man, having squandered his fortune, knelt at the entrance of the brothel, weeping profusely as he yearned for one last glimpse of Xiaozi. To outsiders, her actions appeared heartless and cruel. However, there was a deeper story behind her demeanor. Firstly, Xiaozi targeted nefarious individuals. Secondly, the wealth she extracted was distributed among the impoverished. Her motivation stemmed from her connection to the deposed princess of Wano Kuni, Kaido Arrives. She endured hardships with a singular aim, to avenge her father by vanquishing Black Charcoal Serpent and reclaiming her homeland's sovereignty. On the bustling streets, Lu Yu, wearing glasses and carrying a black cloth bag, strolled with an air of nonchalance, despite being a wanted fugitive for the assassination of the general. Though he had promised Marco not to raise alarms, the system had issued a quest to seize Wano Kuni. With Lu Yu's formidable power, he could have slain Black Charcoal Serpent on the day of the assassination. However, he chose to hold back at the last moment. He aspired for the citizens of Wano Kuni to submit willingly rather than resist after his conquest. Thus, he deemed Kaido Arrives, the rightful heir, as the most fitting choice for a legitimate ruler. Courtesan Xiaozi, I wonder if this token of our meeting meets your approval? With a subtle smile, Lu Yu made his way directly to the courtesan's quarters. In the City of Flowers, on Rakshasa Street, the courtesan's abode awaited. Xiaozi leaned against the window railing, gently exhaling a thin wisp of smoke, her unparalleled beauty provoking relentless howls from the men on the street. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if she were being scrutinized by an extraordinary predator. Drawing in a deep breath, her enchanting eyes swiftly scanned the crowd. A young man, dressed in an unconventional manner that clashed with the ambience of the Land of Harmony, caught her attention. Their eyes met, and in Lu Yu's mind, the mission prompt reverberated. Capture the heart of the courtesan Xiaozi, reward unknown. Capture the affections of the three great beauties, reward unknown. This mission arrived at an opportune moment, and Lu Yu entered the courtyard with a smile. After displaying his considerable wealth, the ruffians of Kuang Silang promptly guided Lu Yu to Xiaozi's chamber. Xiaozi, a distinguished guest has arrived. Please, come in, a melodious voice echoed from within. As the door opened, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman stood by the railing, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. However, upon catching sight of Lu Yu's visage, a look of panic swept across her exquisite features. Is something wrong? Do I appear frightful? Lu Yu casually seated himself on the tatami mat. No, no, no. You are the most handsome person Xiaozi has ever encountered, which momentarily left me dazed. Xiaozi hurriedly replied as she took a seat opposite Lu Yu and poured tea. Heh, do you say that to every guest? Lu Yu inquired. How could that be? Xiaozi speaks from the heart, she shyly responded. Lu Yu cast a teasing glance at Xiaozi, remaining silent. Xiaozi could only muster the courage to utter the usual pleasantries. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, my lord. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yu abruptly pulled her into his embrace, assertively declaring, from this moment forth, you belong to me. My lord, Xiaozi stammered, struggling to regain her composure. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lu Yu's finger gently pressed against her ruby lips, causing her delicate form to tremble. It was the first time since her debut that a man had laid hands upon her, provoking a mixture of resentment and frustration within her. Yet, Lu Yu's grip was so powerful that escape seemed futile. Hey, you there. This is against the rules. Release her immediately, a ruffian exclaimed, his voice laced with anger. However, Lu Yu merely uttered a single word, resonating like thunder. Scram. The overwhelming aura of his authority sent the thugs fleeing in terror. Chapter 11. The courtesan Xiaozi in the Kingdom of Harmony. Xiaozi was renowned as the most exquisite beauty, akin to a celestial being. Yet, Lu Yu chose an unconventional approach, disregarding norms as he brazenly drew Xiaozi into his embrace, brushing against her lips. Typically, in such situations, the guards outside would rush in to intervene. However, this time, a mere glance from Lu Yu sent the thugs scurrying away in fright. Xiaozi's body became rigid, uncertain if she could endure until the arrival of the formidable gang leader. The thought of losing her innocence weighed heavily on her mind. Just as she was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she felt her body being propelled forward. Lu Yu released the struggling Xiaozi and remarked, the hindrance has departed. Let us introduce ourselves. I am you. Xiaozi gazed at Lu Yu in confusion. Without further ado, Lu Yu stated, you shall accompany me from now on. His forthrightness stemmed from an absolute power that fostered unwavering confidence, rendering subtlety unnecessary. Lu Yu, I, Xiaozi's face momentarily reflected a hint of panic. After regaining her composure, she adopted a pitiful demeanor. I understand your intention, my lord, but if you wish to redeem me. Before she could finish, Lu Yu interjected. Would the price of an entire nation suffice for your redemption? Upon hearing this, Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yu said little more, opening the black cloth bag he had brought, revealing a menacing snake head that appeared before Xiaozi. This sight instantly caused her to turn pale with fright. The courtesan should be quite familiar with this head, Lu Yu remarked with a smile. The general, the black charcoal snake. Xiaozi seethed with rage. Was it you who attempted to assassinate the black charcoal snake last night? A mere snake can be dispatched at any time. How do you find this introductory gift? Esteemed courtesan, Lu Yu declared with an air of authority. Xiaozi was thoroughly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. The true threat to this nation had always been Kaido of the 100 Beasts. As long as Kaido lived, nothing would change. I know that the root of this country's calamities lies with Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Am I correct? Lu Yu continued. Yes, I understand your intentions, my lord. Xiaozi nodded. We should leave at once. What if I could sever Kaido's head? Lu Yu stated calmly. Xiaozi could hardly believe her ears. Impossible. Lord Lu Yu. You cannot accomplish this alone. Who said I am alone? At this juncture, it is only fair to inform you that I have forged an alliance with Whitebeard. I have come to eliminate Kaido. Upon hearing the name Whitebeard, Xiaozi's heart surged with tumultuous excitement, her emotions unsettled. What is it, esteemed courtesan? Are you unwell? Lu Yu feigned inquiry, noticing her trembling form. No. Xiaozi fervently shook her head. Just then, a furious shout echoed from outside. Which blind fool dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Receiving word from his subordinates about a threat to the courtesan, Kurozumi Kanjuro abandoned the task of dealing with the snake and returned with a menacing aura. As a vassal of the Kazuki clan, if he could not protect the princess, he had no face to continue living. With a loud crash, Kurozumi forced the door open, and upon seeing the princess unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, his gaze was immediately drawn to the bloodied head, causing his pupils to constrict and his muscles to tense. It's you. He never expected the notorious criminal would appear so brazenly. Kurozumi swiftly drew his sword, coating it with haki, and took a defensive stance. Wait. Seeing the tension between the two, Xiaozi hastily intervened, placing herself between them. Xiaozi, that man is extremely dangerous. Come here quickly. Kurozumi shouted. Please, Kanjuro. Do not engage. This lord represents hope. Xiaozi's voice trembled with urgency. Kazuki, Kurozumi realized, as Xiaozi rarely referred to him by his first name. So he immediately halted, glaring at Lu Yu and demanding, Who are you? I shall disclose the details in due course, Xiaozi said as she closed the door. Ah. It appears you are not merely a courtesan and a boss, Lu Yu remarked with understanding. Who exactly are you? Kurozumi pressed. Lord Kurozumi. This man is an ally of the Whitebeard pirates, Xiaozi explained. What? Kurozumi exclaimed, taken aback. Before I elaborate, shouldn't you two clarify your true identities? Lu Yu scrutinized them. Xiaozi and Kurozumi exchanged a glance. My true name is Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of Kazuki Oden, former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Xiaozi declared, revealing everything as she did not wish to miss this rare opportunity for hope. And you? Lu Yu turned his gaze to Kurozumi. I am Kurozumi Kanjuro, a vassal of the Kazuki clan. Determined to follow the princess, he stood resolutely by her side, even through fire and water. I see. Lu Yu nodded. Lord Lu Yu, where are my father and the others now? Hiyori inquired anxiously. They should arrive the day after tomorrow, Lu Yu replied, empathizing with her feelings. Wonderful, Kanjuro. Hiyori's face lit up with hopeful delight. Yet Kurozumi's expression was grave. Firstly, everything Lord Lu Yu has stated is merely his word. Even if the Whitebeard pirates truly arrive, will they be able to drive away the 100 beasts? The risk is too great. Moreover, to what extent can Lu Yu act as an ally of Whitebeard? All of that remains uncertain. It seems you harbor some doubts about me. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, until Whitebeard's arrival, I cannot fully trust her claims. Kurozumi replied candidly. What do you wish for me to prove? Lu Yu asked, his brow furrowing. Since you have the standing to ally with Whitebeard, your strength should be considerable. The Flying Six of the 100 Beasts have already arrived in Flower Capital. You understand my meaning, do you not? Kurozumi articulated his thoughts. The Flying Six? They pose little challenge. However, given your insistence in their proactive approach, I shall entertain the notion. Lu Yu stood up resolutely. What do you mean? Kurozumi asked warily. In the next moment, the ruffians outside cried out in panic, Lord Kurozumi. The Great Snake and the members of the 100 Beasts are here. What did you say? Kurazumi gasped in shock. With a flash, Lu Yu's figure darted forward, followed by a resounding bang. A bloodied head was deeply embedded into the beam, one belonging to the Flying Six. Chapter 12. The Flying Six. The chaotic sound of footsteps eventually halted in front of the courtesan's courtyard. I can smell it. The Flying Six member grinned widely. Damn it. That scoundrel has dashed into the territory of the Mad Death King. I hope Xiaozi is safe. The black charcoal serpent cried out anxiously. Its infatuation for Xiaozi evident. Lord Serpent, shouldn't we focus on the Mad Death King now? The head of the inspection team, Budai, remarked. I suspected the Mad Death King was a problem long ago, and it seems I was right, Fu Lushou calmly stated. Then allow me to take the lead. I shall graciously accept this merit. Just then, a figure descended from the sky with a thundering crash onto the Rakshasa street. Who goes there? The black charcoal serpent barked fiercely. Have you forgotten me so soon? Lu Yu emerged slowly into view. Upon recognizing Lu Yu's visage, the black charcoal serpent screamed in terror. He is the one who attempted to assassinate me. In an instant, everyone unsheathed their blades, surrounding the black charcoal serpent. Members of the Flying Six. That scoundrel is yours to handle, Fu Lushou instructed. Ah, I thought we were dealing with a formidable opponent. How disappointing. Such a weakling hardly piques my interest. The members of the Flying Six began to chatter amongst themselves. Is this mere child incapable of dealing with the black charcoal serpent? What a useless fool. The irritable Ruinai expressed her dissatisfaction. Then I shall not hold back. This merit shall be mine. With that, her clothing suddenly burst apart. Transforming into the canine form of the animal-type dog fruit, the spotted hyena. First, let us target the arm. The spotted hyena's six grinned cruelly, mercilessly biting down on Lu Yu's arm. Clang. The hyena's teeth met with an unyielding force, trembling violently as if biting into iron. How hard? The spotted hyena, instead of retreating, clung tightly to Lu Yu's right arm, refusing to let go. Lu Yu's fingers curled into claws, gently grasping the top of the spotted hyena's head. With a sharp crack, 5 bloody holes appeared. The excruciating pain elicited a chilling scream from the hyena, which struggled desperately. Yet, Lu Yu held it firmly, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Release me at once. The spotted hyena cried, its heart filled with overwhelming terror as it met Lu Yu's indifferent gaze. In the next moment, Lu Yu's right hand rested upon the shoulder of the spotted hyena, with his left hand raised and his right hand pulled down. A sharp sizzle echoed through the air as the hyena was torn asunder, its head severed from its body. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Lu Yu's gaze once again fell upon the black charcoal serpent and his entourage, calmly stating, next, as he beheld the gruesome scene of dismemberment. The black charcoal serpent seemed to envision his own fate, letting out a terrified scream. This fellow is no ordinary opponent. The expressions of Fu Lu and Shou, akin to those of the deities, mirrored astonishment and dread. The spotted hyena, a formidable figure within the beast pirates, had been severed in an instant. A palpable terror enveloping the hearts of all present. The fierce and fiery Ruinai, her demeanor grave, no longer exhibited a trace of disdain, and spoke in a low voice. It was merely the death of a worthless fool. Do not let it inflate your pride. Ha ha. It appears this fellow may indeed be worthy of my blade. Sasaki slowly unsheathed his longsword, striding forward with purpose. Sizzle. Lu Yu stood with his hands in his pockets, his body shimmering with flashes of lightning. Thunder rumbled ominously. Sasaki had barely taken a few steps when a bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens, reducing him to a charred corpse. The next words from Lu Yu's indifferent lips resonated like a summons from the Grim Reaper. However, after witnessing Sasaki's grim fate, not a single soul dared to advance another step. It is worth noting that Sasaki was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, ranking among the most formidable of the 6. Yet, he had been effortlessly vanquished with a single strike, while Lu Yu remained rooted in place, showing no signs of movement. At that moment, even the typically fiery Ru and I began to panic. What on earth have you done? What do you think? Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. Could it be the lightning fruit? Black Maria exclaimed in horror. Impossible. The strongest natural-type lightning fruit hasn't been seen in decades. Peggy Wan shouted in terror. Regardless of his abilities, let us all strike together. A flicker of despair crept into Kaido's heart. That little girl over there, you have constantly derided others as useless. Could it be that you were equally ineffectual? Fu Lushou taunted Ruinai. Known for her stubbornness, Ruinai could not tolerate such provocation and immediately stepped forward, transforming into her half-beast form. Prepare yourself. Runi's spear. She spun her body suddenly, launching an assault against Lu Yu. This time, however, The terrifying golden lightning did not descend. Lu Yu also chose to meet the iron-headed assault with the dragon slayer magic of iron. As the clash of metal rang out, Ronnie's armored head but collided with Lu Yu's true iron head. Sister Peggy, filled with anxiety, shouted out in desperation, eager to intervene. However, she was thrown back by the shockwave created by the iron head's impact. Little girl, you're still not ready to witness this. With a forceful step of his right foot, Lu Yu unleashed a thunderous roar, sending Run Ti soaring through the air. Her head was grotesquely deformed, the frontal bone fractured, and blood gushed forth in torrents. Lulu-chan, alongside the Dark Maria, swiftly caught the unconscious Run Ti, oblivious to the circular flames that had materialized beneath them. Suddenly, a raging inferno erupted, engulfing the two of them. Only two remain. Lu Yu launched an immediate and assertive attack. With a crackle, his entire body shimmered with electric light. In a swift motion, he appeared before the dazed Fuzfu, his fist swirling with a tempest, aimed directly at him. Fuzfu's expression shifted dramatically as he instantaneously transformed into the ancient form of a saber-toothed tiger. The claws of the saber-toothed tiger clashed against those of the celestial dragon, unleashing a formidable shockwave that shattered the ground beneath them. The strength displayed was commendable, Lu Yu acknowledged with a nod. After all, I am a pirate with a bounty of 700 million berries. Underestimating me could lead to dire consequences. A strained smile flickered across Fuzfu's face as he struggled beneath the weight of Lu Yu's power and the oppressive dragon aura. Huh, such audacity. Do you truly believe your strength surpasses that of Kaido? Lu Yu scoffed. Before Fuzfu could utter a word, he felt a chilling threat of death creeping into his heart. Since you were so confident, let us see how you fare against this move of mine. Lu Yu raised his right hand high. A colossal wind barrier enveloped him. The essence of the sky destruction dragon magic illuminated the heavens. The sky was torn asunder. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying whirlwind propelled the figure of Fuzifer into the sky, as razor-sharp blades of wind sliced through his body. Lu Yu turned and strode towards the petrified Pejuan. Here is your chance. Choose your preferred method of demise. Lu Yu loomed over Pejuan like a dragon, and under the weight of his imposing presence, Pejuan's legs buckled, ultimately collapsing to the ground in submission. If possible, I do not wish to die, Pejuan stammered in terror. Very well. I shall grant you a chance to prove yourself. Hearing the melodious notification sound, Lu Yu's spirits soared. Mission accomplished. Reward, level up Thunder Dragon's Annihilation Magic by 5 levels. And Dragon S might by 10 levels. Chapter 13. Marco's surprise next. Lu Yu glanced at the Charcoal Serpent and his subordinates. The Charcoal Serpent, witnessing the successive defeats of his allies, fell into utter despair. As Lu Yu's gaze fell upon him, he let out a series of terrified shrieks. He realized that Lu Yu's might surpass even Kaido's. Even the calamities would be of no help. Please, do not kill me. What do you desire? I can provide anything, the Charcoal Serpent pleaded. Then grant me this country, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. What? The Charcoal Serpent was momentarily taken aback by this demand. I have decided to bestow this nation as a betrothal gift to Xiaozi, so I hope you will cooperate, Lu Yu stated calmly. Lord Lu Yu. The resplendent Princess Hiyori emerged, accompanied by Tsunoshiro. Kongshiro, Xiaozi, what is the meaning of this? The Charcoal Serpent demanded, furious. Tsunoshiro ignored the Charcoal Serpent, bowing deeply to Lu Yu. I sincerely apologize, Lord Lu Yu. What is the meaning of this? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Tsunoshiro exclaimed. His expression fraught with emotion. The initial wariness, hostility, and suspicion had dissipated. The events that had unfolded were sufficient to demonstrate Lu Yu's strength, rivaling that of the 4 emperors. Such a formidable being requires no deceit. The alliance of 2 4 emperor-level powers meant the restoration of Wano would soon be within grasp. With this realization, Tsunoshiro's attitude towards Lu Yu underwent a complete transformation. Kongshiro, Xiaozi, who on earth is this man? The Charcoal Serpent shouted in exasperation. Serpent. Tsunoshiro's gaze burned with hatred, no longer concealing his identity. My true name is Tsunoshiro. You should remember, right? Tsunoshiro? You are one of the Red Scabbards? The Charcoal Serpent gasped. Then Xiaozi is. My name is Kazuki Hiyori, daughter of Kazuki Oden. The identities of Kongshiro and Xiaozi were revealed. The return of the Red Scabbard Tsunoshiro and Princess Hiyori sent tremors of fear through everyone, especially the Charcoal Serpent, whose body trembled uncontrollably in terror. He found himself trapped in a dire predicament, knowing that Tsunoshiro and Hiyori would not spare him. Even if he relinquished the country to Lu Yu now, it would be too late. Tsunoshiro, Princess Hiyori, if you wish to reclaim Wano, do so with your own strength. Do not rely on the power of outsiders. Fukaris shouted sternly. Ha 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 ha, Fukaru, do you still speak such naive words? Have you forgotten what you did when you murdered Lord Odin? Shiro laughed heartily. Did you not consider that the day might come? Shiro, have you forgotten that Kaido is the true ruler of this country? Bude shrieked in alarm. I am aware, yet today, none of you shall escape. Shiro's eyes burned with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Do not even think about it. Everyone, charge together and block them. The warriors, under the charcoal serpent's command, steeled themselves against their fear and rushed forward, while simultaneously preparing to make a quiet escape. Charcoal serpent, do you think you can flee? A thunderclap echoed across the sky, and a wall of lightning and fire obstructed the charcoal serpent and his men. Thunder. Lu Yu raised his right hand, slowly closing his fist. In an instant, over 80% of the 1,000 warriors on the charcoal side were reduced to ash. The remaining ones, can you handle them? Lu Yu turned at Shiro. It was Shiro, wielding a great sword, charging forward with indomitable resolve. I shall assist as well, Pejuan declared, his gaze resolute as he looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. As long as you can forgive my sister's previous rudeness, I am willing to do anything, Pejuan affirmed. With that, he transformed into a dragon and surged onto the battlefield. The combined efforts of Shiro and Pejuan swiftly left only the charcoal serpent, Fukaru, and Bude standing. Only the three of you remain. But fear not, I shall not allow you to die so easily. Shiro, drenched in blood, appeared almost frenzied. The charcoal serpent and his comrades turned pale with fear, knowing that with Lu Yu's presence behind them, even the hope of escape was extinguished. Lord Lu Yu, what shall we do next? Hiyori inquired, unconsciously relying on Lu Yu for support. Next, before Lu Yu could finish his words, a brilliant streak of fire raced towards them at an alarming speed. Could it be the phoenix? The black charcoal serpent was filled with ecstatic anticipation. It was a blue flame. The ominous premonition of Fulu's show grew ever stronger. Shortly after, the blue fire swept into Rakshasa Street, revealing the immortal bird, Marco. Lu Yu, you certainly made quite the ruckus, Marco remarked with a hint of exasperation. Is it really that bad? Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile. Are you Marco? Kazuki Hiyori gazed at the familiar figure, her face alight with overwhelming joy and excitement. You are Marco. Marco observed the girl's animated expression, and after a moment, his face lit up with surprise. Could it be little Hiyori? Yes, Uncle Marco, it's me, Hiyori, she affirmed with an enthusiastic nod. After more than 20 years, you've truly grown into a stunning beauty. However, how is it that you are with Lord Lu Yu? Marco asked with a joyful laugh. Kazuki Hiyori briefly recounted the events to Marco. Oh, I see. Marco exclaimed. I never imagined that in his pursuit of amusement, Lee would encounter Princess Hiyori. Perhaps this is fate. If you can safeguard this nation, Wano will gradually return to its former glory. Nonetheless, such matters are better left for my father to address. For now, let us focus on the task at hand. With Marco's arrival, the black charcoal serpent and his companions offered no resistance and surrendered willingly. Marco presented a map to Lu Yu. Lord Lu Yu, here is the intelligence I have gathered over the past few days. Please take a look. Drought Disaster Jack is stationed at 9 miles, Plague Disaster Queen at Rabbit Dam, and Flame Disaster Ash is at Onigashima. Marco disclosed the information he had meticulously gathered. Having dealt with the 6, the next target was the 3 disasters. Lu Yu scanned the map, his finger resting on the location of Rabbit Dam. Leave the Plague Disaster Queen to me. Then I shall take care of the Drought Disaster Jack, Marco replied. Lu Yu furrowed his brow. If this fellow were to eliminate Drought Jack, how would I complete my mission? However, upon further reflection, the disparity in strength between Drought Jack and Marco was not insurmountable. If I acted swiftly, I should be able to catch up. Lord Lu Yu, Marco, what about us? Asked Koiki Hiyori, filled with unease. At that moment, Sujiro spoke solemnly. Lady Hiyori, we shall take charge of the domestic affairs. It is time to announce to the nation the return of the Koyuki clan. I have already prepared the light of the escargot. Chapter 14, The Battle of the Immortal Phoenix. The essence of a soldier lies in swiftness. Lu Yu, Marco, and Hiyori embarked on their respective missions. In the mining side of Rabbit, the formidable queen sat atop, relishing the sweet red bean soup. At that moment, a pirate rushed in with news. Lord Queen, good news. The courtesan Kamurasaki is about to broadcast. Queen, a devoted admirer of Kamurasaki, leaped with joy upon hearing this. Kamurasaki, it has been so long since I last saw you. I must set up the projection, even from afar. I shall behold you. The pirates swiftly erected a projection screen in a prominent location. The screen illuminated with the stunning visage of Kamurasaki, causing the eyes of the beast pirates to morph into hearts. Greetings to everyone in Wano. I shall introduce myself formally. Besides being the well-known courtesan Kamurasaki, I am also the daughter of the samurai Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Hiyori. Through the projection, Hiyori proclaimed her true identity to the entirety of Wano, sending waves of shock throughout the land. Hiyori continued her inspiring speech. At the mining site, Queen was utterly astounded. His voice rising an octave, Kamurasaki is actually the daughter of Kazuki Oden. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That Madman Kinemon is indeed that transfer boy. How could this be? This must be a jest. No, look. Kaido has been captured by the Kazuki. The prisoners at the mining site erupted with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, as they gathered in a fervent uprising. Queen, finally regaining his composure, glared at the riotous prisoners, veins bulging in his forehead, and bellowed, "Silence. Everyone, shut your mouths." Activating his ancient Brontosaurus form ability, a colossal Brontosaurus descended upon the square, suppressing the crowd. In the next instant, a dazzling meteor streaked down from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The iron strike of the Thunder Flame Dragon. Amidst the rumbling thunder, a brilliant fire meteor plummeted, and before the crowd could react, it struck Queen, who had transformed into the massive Brontosaurus. Queen's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could utter a word, the power of the thunder flame consumed him. His gigantic form was sent soaring into the air, crashing headfirst into the ground with a resounding boom. The Brontosaurus' head plunged deep into the earth, causing the entire mining site to tremble. The scene was one of utter chaos, with Queen, in Brontosaurus form, toppling over. The assailant, of course, was Lu Yu. Upon arriving at the rabbit mining site, he immediately spotted the colossal Brontosaurus that was Queen. The target was too conspicuous to ignore, prompting him to unleash a descending punch. With just a single strike, Queen was brought down. The members of the White Circle were left in sheer astonishment at Lu Yu's effortless defeat of Queen, the third in command of the Beast Pirates, who held a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Who on earth are you? Babanuki struggled to suppress his fear. Meanwhile, the elephant trunk on his belly let out an inadvertent sneeze, propelling a pitch-black cannonball forth. Lu Yu effortlessly caught the bomb, and with a gentle squeeze, it shattered into countless fragments, a flash of golden lightning flickering in his eyes. In the following moment, a torrential thunderbolt descended from the heavens. In a single strike, hundreds of pirates were reduced to mere ashes. Subsequently, the temperature in the enclosed mining site surged by several dozen degrees, transforming it into a searing furnace. The blaze of the fire dragon. Lu Yu raised his hand and effortlessly caused the beast pirates to vanish into thin air. At that moment, the excavation site was left with only a handful of unfortunate souls who had slipped through the net. The prisoners hiding at a distance exchanged glances, and a frail old man mustered his courage to step forward, inquiring, "My lord, are you a companion of Princess Nichijou?" Recognizing the old man's identity, the leaders, including the esteemed Hinogore and K-Gore, hurriedly approached him. "Well, one might say that," Lu Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Hinogore trembled with excitement. "My lord, what must we do? Please guide us." Lu Yu pondered for a moment. "Let us go to the flower capital." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished like a flash of lightning. Next, he was bound for the 9 Isles, where Marco resided, in Wano country. After the Princess Hiyori's speech inciting rebellion, the samurai of Kazuki erupted in revolt. In the past, such unrest could have easily been quelled under the command of Jack the Drought. However, Jack now found himself overwhelmed by Marco. "What do you Whitebeard pirates truly desire?" Jack inquired coldly. "Is that even a question? We ask you to leave this nation," Marco replied calmly. "This is the territory of the Beast's pirates." Jack bellowed in anger. "No, this is Wano. This is the land of Kazuki Oden," Marco retorted decisively. Jack ceased to argue further, transforming into a colossal mammoth using the ancient Zoan-type elephant fruit. With each thunderous hoofstep, the ground trembled. Phoenix Punch. Marco spread his wings, the claws of the immortal bird cleaving through the atmosphere, striking Jack's back. Boom. Even in his massive form, Jack was sent tumbling, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters. With a furious roar, Jack charged forward, his trunk swinging violently at Marco. Without flinching, Marco executed a powerful kick, colliding with Jack's formidable trunk. Thud, 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 Jack staggered back several meters. Marco, too, was propelled backwards by the force of the impact. In a contest of brute strength, Marco found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Jack's onslaught could not inflict harm upon him. "Marco, you best reconsider. If you engage us, you may very well lose half your crew," Jack warned coldly. "But Kaido does not seem to be present," Marco countered. "What of it? Kaido will return eventually," Jack insisted, still brimming with confidence. That remains to be seen, Marco replied with a mysterious smile. What do you mean by that? Jack felt a pang of unease. Allow me to enlighten you. A week ago, Kaido was defeated, Marco taunted. That is impossible. Jack's emotions surged uncontrollably. If it were not so, why would I be here? It is unfortunate for Kaido to have encountered that man, Marco said, shaking his head with a mocking expression. That man? Who, before Jack could finish, a blinding meteor descended from the heavens. Lord Lu Yu, have you resolved it so swiftly? Marco remarked, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. After all, they had set out simultaneously, and while he had only just begun, Lu Yu had already concluded his task. Truly, he was a man worthy of standing among the emperors of the sea. Chapter 15. Yamato's request. Who are you? Jack barked sharply. I am the one who will end your life, Lu Yu replied calmly. At this moment, Jack instinctively felt a surge of fear. Lord Lu Yu. Was it not agreed that Jack would be mine? Marco protested. I have been watching your battle from above for some time. Let me finish this quickly, Lu Yu stated. How dare you? I am Jack the Drought. You shall perish. Jack, seeing himself as prey to Marco and Lu Yu, was utterly enraged. The massive form of the mammoth charged fiercely, its sharp tusks aimed at Lu Yu. However, Jack suddenly felt his feet leave the ground, his body inverted, crashing heavily to the earth. With a sickening crack, his prized tusks were severed at the root. Ah! Jack could not endure the excruciating pain of his tusks being uprooted, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Lu Yu grasped the blood-stained ivory and nodded with satisfaction before tossing it to Marco. Please take this to be cleaned. I intend to keep it. Marco instinctively caught it, a wave of emotion washing over him. Poor Jack, indeed, not only did he endure a beating, but he also lost his ivory. That was my ivory. Jack, reverting to his human form, shouted with a muffled roar, blood gushing from his mouth. I need to find a place to wash up. Marco turned and left with the ivory. Damn it, who the hell are you? Jack glared at Lu Yu in renewed fury. The future master of this nation. You may rest assured in your demise, Lu Yu replied calmly. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of steel fists rained down upon Jack, leaving him battered and broken, his insides shattered. Ah, Jack screamed, transforming once more into his formidable mammoth form. Yet Lu Yu's relentless assault proved insurmountable. Even in his mammoth state, his bones splintered under the force. Lord Lu Yu, I have returned, Marco announced, bearing two smooth, azure-hued tusks. Oh, Lu Yu nodded, gently touching the tusks, which caused Jack's colossal form to collapse with a thunderous crash. He accepted the ivory and placed it behind him. It is getting late. Let us return to the flower capital, Lu Yu stated. My father and the others should arrive in a day or two. I will wait for them here, Marco replied. As you wish, Lu Yu nodded, departing with his spoils for the flower capital. Meanwhile, on Ghost Island, Ember observed the live broadcast from the flower capital and was taken aback upon learning the true identities of the courtesan Xiaozi and the madman Kuroshiro. Furthermore, the disappearance of the Flying Six only deepened his unease. Sir Ember, news from the flower capital. All 6 members were defeated by a single individual, a soldier reported anxiously. Who is it? Ember's eyes blazed with intensity. The identity remains unknown, but the opponent's strength is terrifying. They killed Lord Sasaki and Lord Fuzufu with a single blow. The soldier stammered. What did you say? Ember's pupils contracted sharply. He was well aware of Sasaki and Fuzufu's prowess. If they were truly slain in one strike, it indicated the assailant possessed strength on par with the 4 emperors. With this realization, many of Ember's lingering doubts found resolution. Whitebeard's brazen attack on Wano was not mere bluster, but a calculated move with absolute confidence. Sir Ember, another soldier is rushing in. What now? Ember barked. It's bad news. Lord Quinn has been defeated. Before Ember could fully process this alarming information, another shocking report came in. Sir, Lord Jack has also been vanquished. Ember felt overwhelmed, unable to grasp the deluge of information. Ember, unlock my handcuffs. I must see who this formidable foe is. A towering figure with a mask resembling a demon rasped. Ember inhaled deeply, making a decision. Now is a matter of life and death. I can assist you in your release. But I hope the young master from Wano does not play tricks. In Wano, Princess Hiyori's speech marked the commencement of the rebellion. Samurai loyal to the Kazuki clan gathered around Kuroshiro's family, pledging their fealty to the princess. Little Hiyori, Chuanjuro, a small, blue-haired elder appeared before the princess. Father, Hiyori exclaimed, rushing into the elder's embrace. Uncle Kanjuro, Lord Kanjuro. Hiyori and Chuanjiro greeted in unison. This elder was none other than the former Lord of Wano, Shimatsuki Kanjuro. Little Hiyori. Chuanjiro, what has compelled you to rebel today? What are our chances of success? Shimatsuki Kanjuro asked gravely. Uncle Kanjuro, this time we have absolute certainty. We will surely restore Wano, Hiyori affirmed resolutely, immediately informing Kanjuro of Lu Yu's involvement. After the initial shock, Kanjuro was engulfed in boundless joy. Lord Kanjuro, for the sake of our nation, we need your strength, Chuanjiro implored. I understand, Kanjuro nodded seriously. The second round of the live broadcast commenced, and the once hesitant samurai were finally resolved to join the ranks of the rebellion. As evening fell, the rebellious forces arrived at Kuroshiro's stronghold. Upon seeing the princess, Kappa Kawaii, wearing a straw hat, shouted in excitement. Is that you, Kawasumi? The joy of reunion brought tears to Hiyori's eyes. The visitor was none other than one of the red scabbards who had protected her, Kappa Kawasumi. Kawasumi, and Big Bungo, Chuanjiro exclaimed, recognizing the two newcomers. Equally filled with excitement. Chuanjiro, you've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Kawasumi laughed heartily. Has Wano been liberated by Lord Lu Yu? Chuanjiro inquired. Yes. All 4,000 of our kin from Wano have arrived and are ready for battle, Big Bungo affirmed. Excellent. Chuanjiro nodded repeatedly. The Lord Lu Yu mentioned is the terrifying man who saved us, right? Kawasumi's heart still trembled at the thought. Kawasumi, allow me to introduce Lord Lu Yu, Hiyori said, stepping forward. Before she could continue, a voice echoed from outside. How does the courtesan intend to introduce me? Lu Yu entered, carrying a pair of ivory tusks. Lord Lu Yu. Hiyori's eyes sparkled as she hurried forward. Kawasumi, Big Bungo, and Shimatsuki Kanjuro also bowed respectfully to Lu Yu. No need for such formalities. Rise. Lu Yu waved his hand. Lord Lu Yu, these tusks. Chuanjiro's pupils dilated as he recognized them as Jack's ivory. Please keep them for me. Find a prominent place to display them later. Lu Yu instructed, handing the tusks to Chuanjiro. Yes, my lord, Chuanjiro replied solemnly. Very well. I shall take my leave for now, Lu Yu declared, ascending the stairs. Once Lu Yu's figure disappeared from sight, Chuanjiro, Kawasumi, and the others finally shifted their gaze away in reverence. Meanwhile, Hiyori looked toward the staircase, her exquisite face reflecting a determined expression as she ascended the stairs. Chapter 16. The Magic of Heartfelt Words. Lord Lu Yu. Hiyori's voice called from outside. Come in, Lu Yu replied calmly. Hiyori cautiously approached the window, sitting across from Lu Yu. Her pale hands clutched the hem of her garment, clammy with anxiety. As the courtesan of Wano, she possessed considerable theoretical knowledge in this realm. Yet it was merely theoretical. Previously, Kuroshiro had always shielded her well. However, this time, as a princess, she yearned to contribute to her nation's cause. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, Lu Yu gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, his heart inevitably stirred. Miss Hiyori, is this true? Hiyori, nestled comfortably in Lu Yu's embrace, inquired. My lord Lu Yu, you previously mentioned that the nation would serve as my betrothal gift. Is that the truth? Indeed. Lu Yu replied with calm assurance. In that moment, Hiyori resolved that she belonged to Lu Yu. Very well. Lu Yu responded with a gentle smile, instinctively wrapping his arm around Hiyori's waist. For a man to remain unmoved by such a captivating woman would be a grave disservice to his masculinity. Ding. Captivated the heart of Hiyori. Reward, heartfelt magic, dragon power 10. The following day, Lu Yu opened his eyes and cast a glance at the Princess Rih, who was peacefully slumbering beside him. With a single thought, the system panel materialized before him. Host, Lu Yu Fire Dragon Annihilation Magic Level. 100 Mastery Sky Dragon Annihilation Magic Level. 100 Mastery Iron Dragon Annihilation Magic Level. 100 Mastery Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic Level. 95 Proficient Dragon Power Level. 50 Auxiliary Skill. Telepathic Magic. Lu Yu placed great importance on the auxiliary skill known as Heart Whisper Magic. Indeed, it is a form of supportive magic within the realm of fairy tale, though he struggled momentarily to recall its full implications. Note, Heart Whisper Magic enables one to perceive the innermost thoughts of opponents during combat and facilitates telepathic communication with individuals situated miles away. The system presented relevant information regarding Heart Whisper Magic, akin to an enhanced version of telepathy. Lu Yu pondered thoughtfully. Gaining prior knowledge of an adversary's intentions during battle is reminiscent of the observation haki in One Piece, yet with a broader scope of application. If he were to leave Wano country, he would still be able to ascertain events occurring here instantaneously. Without further delay, he resolved to put it to the test. Lu Yu smiled gently, gazing at the figure in his embrace, reminiscent of a small kitten, Hiyori Keigetsu. Hiyori. Lu Yu invoked the magic of thought, calling her in his mind. Master Lu Yu, did you call for me? Hiyori asked, her beautiful eyes still half closed in drowsiness. How are you feeling? Are you managing well? Lu Yu inquired with concern. Yes, I'm perfectly fine, Hiyori replied bravely, unaware that her true feelings had been discerned by Lu Yu. After all, just yesterday she had been a blank slate. How could she truly be unscathed? Before me, do not feign strength, Lu Yu admonished, raising his right hand as gentle sky magic enveloped Hiyori's abdomen. Hiyori exclaimed in surprise, sensing the change within her body. Master Lu Yu, what is happening? This is the power of magic. Lu Yu smiled and replied, all right, it's time to get up. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu and Hiyori descended the stairs side by side. Master Lu Yu, Princess Hiyori, said Tanjiro, Kamasu, and others, who were about to report the situation to them. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate rushed in. Boss, a masked creature claiming to be Lord Odin has broken in. The streets of the flower capital welcomed an unexpected guest. Who are you? You scoundrel? The warriors stationed on the streets shouted angrily, drawing their swords to strike at the intruder. The intruder swung a spiked club with impeccable precision, generating a powerful shockwave that sent the approaching warriors flying. She controlled her strength so accurately that while the warriors were blown away, none were harmed. I do not wish to fight. I have already stated my identity many times. I am Keigetsu Odin. Silence. To dare impersonate Lord Odin is utterly unforgivable. The warriors seethed with rage, eager to rend this mysterious impostor to pieces. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Lu Yu and his companions finally arrived. What is happening? Asked HK the soldier, anxiety lacing his voice. Boss, that scoundrel keeps claiming to be Lord Odin. It is absolutely intolerable. One of the warriors shouted in fury. Upon hearing this, Kamasu, Hiyori, and the others turned their gazes toward the commotion. Kappa Kamasu, his eyes ablaze with anger, placed his right hand upon the hilt of his beloved blade. This is your final chance. Who are you truly? I am Keigetsu Odin. The opponent responded without hesitation. Stubborn fool, Kamasu's eyes glinted with determination as his beloved sword was drawn in an instant, radiating a chilling brilliance. Kappari Metsunamikawa. Kamasu's form suddenly spiraled like a tornado, charging toward Keigetsu Odin. Facing this attack, the imposter tightened her grip on the spiked club. Thunderous 8 trigrams. With a resounding crash, Metsunamikawa collided with thunderous 8 trigrams, unleashing a fierce storm of impact. Lu Yu stood before Rai, shielding her from the impending impact. Thank you, Lord Lu Yu, Rai whispered in gratitude. There is no need for thanks between us, Lu Yu replied with a sense of entitlement. Hearing this, Keigetsu Rai couldn't help but display a joyful expression. In the arena, after a clash between Kawamatsu and Keigetsu Odin, Kawamatsu was forced to retreat 7 steps, while his opponent only took 3. In this contest of strength, Kawamatsu had undeniably lost. This fellow can actually repel Kawamatsu head-on. Quite formidable, Hanazono Garo remarked with a serious demeanor. This weapon, this technique, this attire, and he even claims to be Lord Odin. Could it be that? The eyes of Tajiro were filled with animosity, as he had already deduced the identity of the newcomer. Naturally, Lu Yu, as a time traveler, was equally aware of this person's identity. Kaido's daughter, Yamato, a fervent admirer of Keigetsu Odin. She possessed both exceptional strength and striking beauty. Let us bring this senseless battle to an end, Lu Yu resolved. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu and his companions brought Yamato to a tranquil chamber. Yamato, who claimed to be Kazuki Odin, sat gracefully on the tatami mat, while Lu Yu and Kazuki Hiyori faced her, with Kawamatsu and Tanjiro flanking them. After a moment of silence, Yamato spoke first. Are you the one who defeated the Flying Six? It should be our turn to ask questions now. Lu Yu tapped the table, prompting, indeed, feel free to ask. Very well, ask away, Yamato replied calmly. Who are you really? Why do you impersonate my father? Hiyori demanded, her face etched with anger. This was understandable. Her father, Kazuki Odin, had perished 18 years ago. How could she tolerate someone posing as him? Believe me, I am truly Yamato, she responded earnestly. However, Hiyori, Kawamatsu, and Tanjiro fixed their gazes upon her with suspicion. My name is indeed Yamato, she continued, removing her mask to reveal a visage that rivaled Hiyori's beauty. I am the daughter of Kaido. Chapter 17. Big Mom and Kaido surprise flickered across the faces of Hiyori, Kawamatsu, and Tanjiro. They could hardly fathom that such formidable power could belong to a young and beautiful woman, and moreover, the daughter of Kaido. In the next moment, the sound of swords being drawn echoed in the air. I have long heard of Kaido's offspring. I never expected it to be a woman, Tanjiro remarked with a cold glare. Though I am Kaido's daughter, the person I truly admire is Kazuki Oden, Yamato stated with composure. You are Kaido's daughter, which makes you our enemy, Kawamatsu and Tanjiro declared ominously, the atmosphere in the chamber turning tense. Everyone, please take your seats, Lu Yu calmly urged, gesturing to diffuse the tension. Tanjiro and Kawamatsu exchanged puzzled glances. Kawamatsu, Tanjiro, please sit down. Her acknowledgement of her identity reflects her sincerity. We ought to have the capacity to embrace others, Hiyori asserted. Thank you. Yamato expressed gratitude to Lu Yu and Hiyori. You owe me an explanation for why you impersonated my father, Hiyori insisted earnestly. In response, Yamato retrieved a maritime logbook from her bosom. I have always admired Mr. Oden. On that fateful day 18 years ago, I rushed to Oden Castle in hopes of saving you and your brother. However, I arrived too late and only found this log amidst the flames. It has become my guiding faith. Yamato spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Stop spouting nonsense. Kawamatsu shouted angrily. Wait, Kawamatsu. She should not be lying, Hiyori interjected, trusting her instincts. Thank you. Yamato reiterated her gratitude. So, why have you come here today? Lu Yu posed the most crucial question. For 18 years, I have urged my father to leave this country. Yamato revealed her aspirations to inherit Oden's legacy and her vision for the founding of Wano. Regardless, you are Kaido's daughter. We find it hard to trust your words. Tanjiro and Kawamatsu remained skeptical. For these years, I have been imprisoned on Onigashima, with my hands shackled in explosive cuffs by my father. It is only through Lord Lu Yu's intervention that I have regained my freedom, Yamato confessed with a bitter smile. How could Kaido be so cruel? Is this truly what a father would do? Hiyori's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively glancing towards Lu Yu beside her. Lord Lu Yu, what should we do? Lu Yu smiled faintly. What does it matter? It would be quite amusing if Kaido's daughter joins us. Let us trust her for now. Yamato expressed immense gratitude for Lu Yu's trust. Do not rejoice too soon. Since you have chosen to join us, there are tasks to be undertaken, Lu Yu stated. Of course, please give your orders, Yamato replied confidently. The third live broadcast commenced, with Yamato addressing the audience as Kaido's daughter, urging Kaido's faction to abandon their resistance. Thus, the situation in Wano began to stabilize. Whitebeard's whale ship also appeared off the coast of Wano. Finally, they had arrived. Let us rewind 3 days. In the New World. At Tato Land, the sudden descent of a colossal dragon sent ripples throughout the nation, prompting one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, to hasten to the scene. A day later, Kaido awoke from slumber, his gaze falling upon a familiar face, and he exclaimed, Linlin, what are you doing here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? How did you suddenly fall into my territory, and in such a pitiable state, having lost an arm? Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. My arm. Ah, Kaido cried out. Memories flooding back, and he bellowed in a furious rage. It was that monstrous brat. Monstrous brat? Who is that? Wasn't your arm severed by Whitebeard? Charlotte Linlin inquired. Certainly not. Kaido vehemently denied. Charlotte Linlin was taken aback. In her understanding, only Whitebeard could have reduced Kaido to such a state. Hey, Kaido. What is going on? Tell me everything in detail, she pressed. Kaido, compelled to lower his head under her scrutiny, recounted his experiences in full. Huh, how embarrassing, Kaido. To be bested by a country bumpkin, Charlotte Linlin remarked. Now it makes sense why Whitebeard is taking action. Whitebeard? What action? A sense of foreboding crept into Kaido's mind. The Whitebeard pirates have already set their sights on Wano. Charlotte Linlin grinned widely. What? Such audacity. Linlin, let go of me. Kaido roared in anger. Do not be hasty. Whitebeard's choice to attack Wano now likely stems from knowledge of your current state. He may even have allied with that monstrous brat. Can you handle both monsters at once? Charlotte Linlin teased. Kaido fell silent. Facing both foes at once would likely lead to his swift defeat. However, in a 2-on-2 confrontation, Kaido turned to Linlin, speaking earnestly, Linlin, lend me your strength. How bold, Kaido. Do you wish to owe me another favor? Charlotte Linlin laughed. Anything will do. Lend me your power, and afterwards, whatever you desire, I shall comply, Kaido declared resolutely. Truly anything? Charlotte Linlin asked, as if confirming. Indeed, Kaido affirmed. Then how about having a child with me? Charlotte Linlin grinned wickedly. Kaido, startled, recalled that 36 years prior, Charlotte Linlin had sought to bear offspring with his bloodline, prompting him to flee. However, this time, all right, now, back to the present. Off the coast of Wano, A massive whale ship cut through the waves. "Father, we can already see Wano," Diamond Jozu exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, lads, be sure not to fall behind." Whitebeard laughed heartily. With the experience from their previous landing, the captains skillfully secured ropes around the koi fish, using its strength to leap aboard. Marco, who had been waiting on the deck, descended. "Marco, what is the situation in Wano?" Whitebeard inquired. "Father, if you had arrived a few days later, we might have had no part in it." Marco replied with a wry smile. "What do you mean?" Vista asked, puzzled. "Kaido hasn't returned. Lu Yu has nearly taken Wano back single-handedly, and they are now en route to Onigashima," Marco explained succinctly. The Whitebeard crew exchanged glances, and even Whitebeard fell silent. Were they merely here for a vacation? "Father, the bulk of the beast pirates are stationed at Onigashima. If we hurry, we should still be able to assist," Marco suggested. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set sail immediately," Whitebeard commanded with a wave of his hand. Chapter 18. The Defeat of Ember in Wano, at Onigashima, the stronghold of the beast pirates. Ember coldly ordered, "Report, the samurai ships are approaching us. According to our deployment plan, open fire and sink them." But young Master Yamato is on one of those ships. A concerned member of the crew spoke up. "Show no mercy to traitors," Ember declared, his killing intent palpable. "Yes, Lord Ember," the crew responded, trembling. On the shores of Onigashima, cannon fire rained down, besieging Lu Yu and his cruise ship. Just as the samurai found themselves at a loss, Lu Yu made his move. A golden electric net materialized out of thin air, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant golden lightning. As the sound of thunderous explosions filled the air, the torrential downpour of cannon fire was triggered by the electric net, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks. Subsequently, Lu Yu clenched his right fist. In the heavens, thunder rumbled, and a colossal golden lightning bolt swept across the coast of Ghost Island, igniting a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the defensive facilities of the Beast Brigade were utterly annihilated. The warriors could only watch in awe at this magnificent spectacle, their excitement palpable. "Lord Lu Yu, you are incredible," exclaimed Koyuki, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. 3 minutes later, as Lu Yu and his companions successively landed, a confrontation unfolded with Xiaozi leading an army of 20,000. The members of the Beast's pirates. Yamato stepped forward, positioning himself between the two factions. "Young Master Yamato, what on earth are you doing? You belong on our side." Yamato's appearance stirred a commotion among the pirates of the Beast's pirates. "Yamato, what are you doing? Are you aware of your identity?" Xiaozi bellowed furiously. "I am aware, and I am doing what I believe to be right." Yamato addressed the assembled forces of the Beast's pirates. "Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. My father has been defeated by Lord Lu Yu. This battle is devoid of purpose. Lay down your weapons, for this country yearns for peace." Under Yamato's persuasion, many pirates began to waver in their resolve. After all, Kaido has yet to be located. "Silence." And Xiaozi, sensing the decline in morale, suddenly roared, "That traitor Yamato. Everything she says is a lie. Prepare for battle." The hardliners of the Beast's pirates launched an immediate assault, leading their men to charge at the samurai. If battle is what they desire, then let it be. That suits me perfectly. Tanjiro, Kawamatsu, and others, filled with fervor, rallied thousands of samurai to meet the challenge. The enmity of 20 years demands a war to be unleashed. Lu Yu spoke calmly. "Yamato, take good care of Riho." "Yes, I will certainly protect little Riho," Yamato vowed earnestly. Lu Yu nodded slightly, casting his gaze towards the distant figure of Xiaozi. Xiaozi's eyes were fixed upon Lu Yu, challenging him with the words, "Is it you who brazenly claims to have defeated Mr. Kaido?" "That is merely the truth," Lu Yu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "How could a brat like you possibly triumph over Mr. Kaido?" Xiaozi roared in anger, drawing his long blade from his waist and unfurling his wings, launching himself towards Lu Yu with an inferno of flames. The flames seemed rather enticing, Lu Yu mused, taking a deep breath as the fiery essence surrounding Xiaozi was entirely drawn into his mouth. "Damn it, what have you done?" Xiaozi yelled in rage, sensing a profound weakness as the substantial loss of his racial flame abilities coursed through him, gazing at Lu Yu in terror. "Do not fret. I shall return it to you shortly." Lu Yu grinned widely. The roar of the fire dragon's annihilation magic. Boom. The final calamity has come to an end. Mission accomplished. Rewards include an increase of 5 levels in Thunder Dragon's annihilation magic and 10 levels in dragon power. The Thunder Dragon's annihilation magic reaches level 100. Unlocking the White Dragon's annihilation magic. The new annihilation magic, White Dragon's annihilation magic, has been activated. It allows the consumption of any white substance to replenish energy, including light. Speaking of light, Lu Yu's first thought was of the Navy's lecherous Admiral, Borsellino. However, Borsellino's light appears to be golden. He wondered if it could be consumed. Suddenly, he felt a gaze piercing from the depths of the firmament. In an instant, golden lightning enveloped him, the Thunder Dragon's annihilation magic at full power. Thunder Dragon's halberd. A halberd forged from lightning shot skyward. Boom. The dense clouds above Demon Island were punctured, creating a massive opening. A beam of bright light cascaded down to the earth. Was it an illusion? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Meanwhile, high in the sky, countless golden photons coalesced into humanoid form, revealing the Navy headquarters Admiral Borsellino. The youth of today is truly formidable. Lu Yu calmly withdrew his hand, gazing at the fierce battlefield. In merely 10 short minutes, thousands had fallen on the side of the beast pirates, and the scales of victory had decidedly tilted in favor of Lu Yu. With the demise of Enkai, the majority of the pirates opted for surrender. Just then, a series of cannon fire erupted from Onigashima. Lord Lu Yu, with eyes fixated on the darkened sky and the blue streak of flame, Hiyori's face lit up with excitement. It seems they have arrived, Lu Yu nodded. Suddenly, the space trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds, as the sky above Onigashima became riddled with countless fissures. In an instant, the heavens collapsed. The seas split. Water flowed backward. The cause of this chaos was undoubtedly the formidable powers of the strongest man, Whitebeard. Kolahalahula, my lads. Let the war commence. Whitebeard's booming laughter reverberated. Run. Whitebeard is here. We cannot win, not even Kaido can. With Whitebeard's arrival, the morale of the beast pirates was utterly shattered. 5 minutes later, the two factions converged. Kolahalahula, what an extraordinary man you are, Lu Yu. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Father, a young girl's voice called out, causing Whitebeard's expression to falter. You are little Hiyori. Recognizing the beautiful maiden who had rushed to him, Whitebeard immediately acknowledged her identity. Father, it's been a long time, Hiyori said with an excited smile. Kolahalahula, the little one has grown up. Whitebeard laughed, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth. Little Hiyori, do you still remember us? I am Jozu. The commanders of the Whitebeard crew chimed in joyfully. Hiyori responded politely to each of them. Lady Hiyori, Aizu, filled with emotion, stepped forward to pay his respects. Aizu, Hiyori exclaimed, rushing to assist him. You have come too. Old friends exchanged laughter and banter, and Aizu could not hold back tears of joy. Marco approached Lu Yu, his expression somber. Lord Lu Yu, we have been of no assistance in this operation. It is thanks to your arrival that this war can reach its swift conclusion. Lu Yu smiled in response. No, he began. But his words were cut short as both he and Whitebeard turned their gaze skyward. The commanders knew something was amiss, their expressions turning grave. Kolahalahula. It seems we have arrived at the most crucial moment. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Kaido, Big Mom, reveal yourselves. Chapter 19, The Combined Powers of the Four Emperors. Moments later, an uproar erupted on Onigashima. Captain Kaido has returned. And Big Mom, we are saved. The once despondent beast pirates shouted with renewed fervor. In stark contrast, the warriors of Wano trembled under the immense pressure, a fear etched into their bones from 20 years of subjugation. In the central area of Onigashima, Marco, Bista, and the other commanders wore serious expressions. Kaido and Charlotte Lin have joined forces, Marco exclaimed. Jose's face radiated excitement and fervor. In a 2-on-2, we have the advantage with Father and Lu Yu on our side. Kolahalahula, I never imagined you two would team up. Whitebeard laughed heartily, looking at Kaido and Big Mom. Mama, Whitebeard, I simply could not refuse the terms Kaido offered. Charlotte Lin chuckled. That decision may not be wise. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Enough chit-chat. My combination with Lin is the strongest, Kaido declared with confidence. The strongest? Kaido, have you forgotten the last beating you took? Lu Yu stepped forward. You wretched little pest. Kaido's expression darkened upon seeing Lu Yu. Mama, let us skip the pleasantries and greet old friends first. Charlotte Lin sneered. Just as I wish. Kaido's dragon visage twisted menacingly. His jaws opened wide, revealing a ball of fiery energy. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly advanced a step, unleashing a roar of the thunder flame dragon. Once again, the fiery breath was pierced by the dragon's roar, forcing Kaido and Big Mom to the ground. Mama, Kaido, is this how you were defeated by this brat? Just watch me. Charlotte Lin laughed confidently, her hands pointing skyward. Zeus. Prometheus. Yes, Mama. At Big Mom's command, the stormy Zeus, and the small sun Prometheus soared skyward. In an instant, swirling thunderclouds illuminated the sky, transforming it into a raging sea of flames. Lightning and fire, two terrifying forces of nature, were under Big Mom's command. Everyone, be careful. The expressions of the Whitebeard commanders turned tense. Kulahalahula, you remain as reckless as ever. Lin, Whitebeard chuckled darkly, his right fist beginning to shimmer with energy. However, just as Whitebeard prepared to strike, Lu Yu swiftly appeared before him, declaring, Whitebeard, allow me to receive this attack. With the powers of the Fire Dragon Slayer and the Thunder Dragon Slayer at his command, both thunder and flames were formidable forces. Whitebeard regarded Lu Yu with a penetrating gaze, retracting his shockwave, and chuckled, "Ha, I shall await your display. Now, face the wrath of heaven and earth." The formidable Big Mom clenched her fists as thunder and flames surged, unleashing a torrent of terrifying electric serpents and searing fire, imbued with cataclysmic might. "Come forth." Lu Yu smirked, opening his mouth to devour the thunder and fire. The denizens of Onigashima widened their eyes, witnessing an unforgettable spectacle, a man consuming the very essence of thunder and fire. The cataclysmic energies unleashed by Big Mom transformed into sustenance for Lu Yu. "Kahaha, what an eye-opener," Whitebeard exclaimed, recovering from his astonishment, roaring with laughter. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were left in disbelief. At that moment, both Big Mom and Kaido were rendered utterly speechless. "Wait, my flames and thunder have been consumed?" Big Mom could no longer muster a smile. "I warned you." "That lad is a monster," Kaido grumbled with resentment. "Kaido, it is time for us to settle this." Lu Yu's gaze locked onto Kaido, lightning dancing in his eyes. Even the domineering Kaido felt a chill run down his spine. With the pinnacle powers of the Fire Dragon Slayer and Thunder Dragon Slayer, coupled with the energies just devoured, Lu Yu's strength surged, yearning for release. "Kaido, if you refuse to come to me, I shall come to you." Lu Yu grinned wildly, stepping forward. "You fool." Kaido transformed from dragon to human form. Ling, let us concentrate our power to eliminate one of them." "Ahaha, very well, since he has come. Let us deal with him first." "Napoleon," Big Mom commanded with authority. "Here, Mama." The captains had of Big Mom morphed into a colossal blade. Kaido brandished his new spiked club. "Old man, something's amiss." Marco's expression shifted. Seeing this, Whitebeard grasped his Tsungyun cutlass, preparing to assist. However, Lu Yu suddenly accelerated, dashing towards the two like a shooting star. "Ahaha, how foolish. He insists on seeking his demise. Well then, I shall not hold back." Big Mom and Kaido shouted in unison. The might of Big Mom's kingdom and Kaido's Thunder Bagua intertwined, transforming into an unparalleled strike that shook the heavens and earth. The atmosphere trembled, and the very fabric of space fractured, unleashing a shockwave of unmatched power in the face of such a formidable combined assault. Lu Yu stood resolute, undeterred by the tempestuous storm, enveloped in a conflagration of thunder and fire as he advanced. The Dragon Slayer technique of the Thunder Flame Dragon mode was unleashed in a blaze of glory, an embodiment of the inextinguishable fire, the Crimson Lotus Phoenix Sword. With a resounding cry, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from the flames, its resonance rivaled even the mightiest of oceans. As the thunderous phoenix radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the sun, the clash of these two formidable techniques erupted, unleashing an unparalleled wave of terrifying energy that reverberated throughout the entire island. For a brief moment, the epicenter of the collision resembled a shattered galaxy, dazzling in its luminescence. The formidable power of both techniques gradually dissipated into the ether, leaving no trace behind. Lu Yu single-handedly thwarted the combined assault of two of the most formidable warriors. How could such a feat be possible? The cries of Big Mom nearly shattered the air. Indeed, the youth are to be feared. Whitebeard's laughter echoed through the atmosphere. Even he lacked the confidence to withstand the joint attack of Kaido and Big Mom. Yet, Lu Yu accomplished it. The prowess of today's youth is truly terrifying. Kizaru perched high above, speaking with a sly tone. "Ha, the strongest in this new world. This journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. This monumental news is bound to reverberate across the globe." A great bird spoke with human words, laughing with abandon. Kaido, shaken from his astonishment, exclaimed, "Impossible. Kaido, you clearly stated this kid was your equal. This doesn't align with your previous claims." Big Mom glared fiercely at Kaido. "This cannot be. There must be an issue." "Ah, it's your fault." Kaido returned the glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to fight?" Big Mom was now utterly enraged. "That brat devoured your thunder and flames, temporarily amplifying his strength, but such a state cannot be sustained. If we attempt that combination again, he will surely crumble," Kaido asserted confidently. Chapter 20, The Battle of the Two Emperors. Indeed, Under normal circumstances, Lu Yu's strength is only slightly superior to Kaido's, and after unleashing the Red Lotus Phoenix Sword, the power he absorbed from the thunder and fire had nearly been expended. If another combined attack were to occur, he could not possibly withstand it unscathed. However, Lu Yu would not grant Kaido and Big Mom another opportunity to execute their joint technique. Ling Ling, prepare for another. Before Kaido could finish his sentence, Lu Yu had already darted to his front. You guessed correctly, but you won't have the chance to combine your powers again. With a single punch, he struck Kaido squarely in the face, sending both their bodies crashing into the mountainside. You insolent fool, do you disregard me? Big Mom roared in fury, swinging her great sword towards Lu Yu. Yet, the instinct of a strong warrior sensed impending danger, prompting her to pivot swiftly. The clash of Napoleon and Song Yun's blade erupted, shattering the earth beneath them. Ha ha ha. Ling Ling, it has been decades. How has your strength fared? Whitebeard's voice resonated with a deep laugh. The blade of Song Yun glowed with a white vibrational wave, activating the powers of the Tremor fruit. The battle between Lu Yu and Kaido, as well as Whitebeard and Big Mom, has officially commenced. Marco solemnly stated, this island may not withstand the onslaught. Everyone, retreat to the ships. The fierce confrontation has persisted for over half an hour, with the stalemate beginning to fracture. Kaido's prideful dragon form is being thoroughly suppressed by the Dragon Slayer magic. In his half-beast form, he is unable to unleash his full power due to the loss of an arm, being driven back repeatedly by Lu Yu. Meanwhile, the situation between Big Mom and Whitebeard is equally dire. Facing Whitebeard's unparalleled shockwaves and advanced haki, Big Mom's iron balloon-like body is continuously rippling, inciting her fury. Lin, let's switch opponents. This kid's abilities seem to counter mine. Without hesitation, Big Mom agreed to Kaido's suggestion, as she too struggled against Whitebeard's tremor fruit powers. Opponent switch. Kaido transformed into his dragon form, soaring through the skies, unleashing an array of powerful attacks in an attempt to subdue Whitebeard. Gah! Kaido, have you forgotten my strength? Whitebeard laughed heartily, resolutely countering the onslaught. The battlefield of Lu Yu and the matriarch was fraught with tension. Ha ha ha, your punches are utterly ineffective. The matriarch laughed heartily, noticing that Lu Yu's iron dragon fist could not breach her impenetrable, balloon-like physique. Is that so? Lu Yu replied with a subtle smile. Thunderous roar of the lightning flame dragon. A torrent of lightning and fire erupted from Lu Yu's mouth. In a moment of panic, the matriarch raised her blade in defense. Yet the force of the impact sent her hurtling back hundreds of meters, her weapon glowing red-hot. Mother, I feel like I'm melting. Napoleon, the great blade, cried out in terror. We'll fix you later. Endure it for now. The matriarch commanded. The fierce battle resumed with unyielding intensity for a full hour. Amidst the clash of four titanic powers, not a single safe haven remained in the land of Wano. The battle between these four emperors could shake the very foundations of the world, causing cataclysmic destruction. Marco, what is the situation? Joseph shouted anxiously. It's fine. Dad and Lord Lu Yu have the upper hand, Marco replied, though concern clouded his expression as he worried for Whitebeard's condition. On the battlefield, Kaido realized that continuing this fight might prove disastrous for him. Unable to suppress his desire to retreat, he called out, Lin, let's pull back for now. How useless you are, Kaido. Lin retorted, but she was quicker to take flight than anyone else, ascending on her thundercloud. Zeus. Kaido, are you really running away? Whitebeard taunted with a laugh. Enough chatter, Whitebeard. We'll continue this another time, Kaido bellowed. Ha ha ha, boy, I'm letting you off this time. Lin quipped as she took her leave. Did I grant you permission to leave? Lu Yu grinned, his form darting forward to entangle himself once more with the dragon-formed Kaido. Unleashing the residual power of thunder and fire, severing Kaido's right leg's dragon claw. Kaido plummeted from the sky, enduring excruciating pain, and swung his jagged club down with ferocity. You forced my hand. If it comes to it, we will perish together. Falling 3 worlds, descend into ruin. The club, imbued with Conqueror's haki, came crashing down with tremendous force. Kaido's all-out strike detonated the armory of Onigashima, triggering a series of horrifying explosions that even Lu Yu could not ignore. Moreover, if the island were to sink entirely, Whitebeard, the land-bound duck, would meet his end as well. In a flash of lightning, Lu Yu appeared beside Whitebeard, summoning a gust of wind that propelled them skyward. Thank you ever so much. Whitebeard expressed his gratitude without pretense. No need for thanks. We are allies, Lu Yu replied, though he felt a pang of regret at Kaido's escape. Ha ha ha. Managing to break one of his legs is already quite impressive, Whitebeard remarked in admiration. "Dad." Lord Lu Yu, Marco, transformed into a phoenix, rushed over, relieved to see both Whitebeard and Lu Yu unharmed. "This place isn't safe. Let us return." Lu Yu nodded, and the three returned to the flower capital together. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Onigashima erupted in a cataclysm, ceasing to exist henceforth. In the skies above, Morgans, the Birdman, gasped for breath, exhilarated and invigorated by the narrow escape from disaster. The four emperors had transformed into five. The downfall of the beast pirates. The battle of the two emperors. Such a plethora of monumental news, he exclaimed with raucous laughter. Morgans, striving to temper his excitement, reached into his pocket to retrieve the camera snail that recorded the battle of the two emperors, only to be taken aback. "What? Where's the camera?" He rummaged through his belongings in vain, emerging empty-handed. "No." Morgans cried out in despair. Far above, the yellow monkey nonchalantly scratched his ear. Glancing at the camera snail in his hand, "I'll take this back. Even Admiral Sengoku can't accuse me of idleness." Elementalization, vanish. The great battle had concluded. The beast pirates lay in disarray. Kaido's faction was thoroughly dismantled by Yamato. Wano country turned a new page, reaffirming the governance led by the Kazuki clan. Under the collective support of his loyal retainers, Kazuki Momonosuke ascended as the first female shogun of Wano. Of course, the common populace remained oblivious to the fact that the true orchestrator behind the nation's liberation from Kaido was Lu Yu. To Yamato and the others, due to Lu Yu's relationship with Princess Hiyori, he was naturally considered one of their own. Moreover, as long as Lu Yu remained, tragedies akin to those of 18 years prior would never recur. With the conquest of Wano, he gained the ability of instant teleportation, dragon power 10 levels. Defeating the four emperors, Big Mom granted him the dragon annihilation magic level 10 and an additional dragon power 20 levels. Lu Yu has taken another significant step on his path to greatness. 3 days after the Wano country incident, the World Economic News made a startling announcement, sending shockwaves throughout the globe. Chapter 21. Red-haired in the capital of Dressrosa, at the open-air swimming pool of the two-story royal palace, Joker Don Quixote Doflamingo reclined on a beach chair, his expression dark and inscrutable as he read the latest reports. The executives of the Don Quixote family gathered around him. What nonsense is this? Is this Lu Yu really being hailed as the fifth emperor? Have Big Mom and Kaido been defeated? Absurd. A battle of the two emperors? They dare to spout such claims without even a photograph. The articles were beyond the wildest imaginations of all present. "Well, Doflamingo, what is your take?" Tori Pole inquired. Looking at Doflamingo, chuckling ominously, Doflamingo snapped out of his shock. "We have indeed lost contact with the beast pirates. Perhaps these reports hold some truth. A new order is about to emerge. Things are getting interesting." On Sabaody Archipelago, at the 13th island, in the Baroque CAF, the bar owner, Shiki, turned to the Dark King Rayleigh and solemnly asked, "What are your thoughts on the Wano country situation?" Rayleigh downed his drink and replied, "You should know more about Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard than I do." Shiki nodded, "But I am curious, can this young man named Lu Yu truly withstand the combined might of the four emperors? That seems rather terrifying." She found no information about Lu Yu, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Who knows? The sea is vast, and anything is possible. If he can ally with Whitebeard, then perhaps it's not too surprising if he can defeat Kaido as well. Rayleigh mused. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, at the Devil's Triangle, on the ship of Gecko Moria, laughter erupted. "Kaido, once invincible, and look at you now. This is truly disgraceful. 20 years ago, Moria had been utterly defeated by Kaido, and now he relished in Kaido's downfall, completely oblivious to the fact that a new era had dawned." In a certain part of the sky above the Grand Line, on a floating island, the flying pirate Shiki guffawed loudly. "Kaido, Big Mom, after all these years, you have made no progress at all. And Whitebeard, forming an alliance with a mere child. Utterly foolish." After his laughter subsided, Shiki smirked. "Just wait. My grand scheme will soon come to fruition." In Tot Land, the land of the Big Mom pirates, chaos erupted. "Nonsense. How could Mama possibly lose? It's all lies." The crew was incensed, wishing to tear Morgans to shreds. All eyes turned to the second in command, Katakuri. "Brother Katakuri, we must make the rumor mongers pay." Katakuri activated his observation haki, and in an instant, he sped away. Just as this occurred, a thunderous crash echoed as the battered Kaido and Big Mom descended from the sky. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, thanks to the first-hand information brought by Kizaru, the Navy had been aware of the events on the very day they transpired. The high-ranking officers had been in continuous meetings for 3 days. The emergence of a new sea emperor would undoubtedly exert tremendous pressure upon them. Moreover, the alliance between the four emperors would introduce unpredictable variables, shattering the balance of power among the factions. The era is changing. Where is that rascal Carp? Still not back? Sengoku bellowed in frustration. The Straw Hats are causing a ruckus at Eni's lobby, and Carp is in pursuit, Branu replied. The Straw Hats? Sengoku's brow furrowed. In addition to the monumental events concerning Wano, another significant occurrence has taken place. Eni's lobby, one of the three major institutions of the world government, has been breached by the Straw Hats. That scoundrel Carp, putting on a show. Can he even capture his own grandson? Tell him to return at once. Sengoku ordered irritably. Yes, Branu responded, but soon he hurried back in haste. What is it now? Sengoku wearily rubbed his temples. A man named Marshal D. Teach wants to negotiate with the Navy. Branu said. Negotiate? Sengoku raised an eyebrow in confusion. He claims to have Fire Fist Ace and desires a position among the 7 warlords. What? In Water City? At the Carrera Company S-Dock No. 1, Monkey D. Luffy pouted in dissatisfaction. We caused quite a commotion. Our bounty has jumped from 100 million to 300 million. Why aren't we on the front page? Are you an idiot? Nami slapped Luffy's head, scolding him. Not being in the spotlight is the best thing. Do you want to be chased all over the sea? We must be low-key. Do you understand low-key? Miss Nami is absolutely right. Sanji cheered her on. Is this how the top powerhouses of the sea fight? Zoro gazed at the newspaper with a mix of discouragement and aspiration. They are indeed formidable to the point of despair. If we were to encounter them, we might stand no chance. Robin remarked with a smile. It married Geos. The 5 elders gathered in the central hall, their expressions grave. They were presented with the latest issue of the World Economic News and the materials brought back by Admiral Kazara. This is terrible. The worst part is that the 4 emperors are forming alliances. The seas that have been peaceful for 4 years are about to erupt once more. Fortunately, that red-haired fellow is not involved. At that moment, a panicked Navy officer rushed in. This is bad. The fleet blocking red-haired Shanks has been defeated. And the red-haired pirates are about to land in Wano. What did you just say? Host, Lu Yu Fire Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 100. Mastery achieved Sky Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 100. Mastery achieved Iron Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 100. Mastery achieved Thunder Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 100. Mastery achieved White Dragon Annihilation Magic Level, 10. Novice Stage Dragon Power, Level 90 Skills, Heart Communication Magic. Instantaneous Movement. The newfound ability of instantaneous movement filled Lu Yu with exhilaration. This remarkable power allows the user to teleport to any location they have previously visited. When combined with Heart Communication Magic, Lu Yu can obtain information from the Kingdom of He at any given moment, regardless of his location in the world, alleviating any concerns about the 100 Beast Corps making a resurgence. Chapter 22. Instantaneous Movement. 2 hours later, after 3 days of seclusion and recuperation, Lu Yu arrived at the conference room of the general's mansion. He found Isong, Chuanji Lang, and others bowing in apology. My lord Lu Yu, we inadvertently allowed the inferno of the 100 Beast Corps, Yin Zai Jin, to escape. Furthermore, the Plague Queen, originally imprisoned in Rabbit Diner, has also vanished. Ji reported in turn. Let them flee. They are merely 2 insignificant clowns. What is the progress of the salvage operation at Ghost Island? Lu Yu inquired, directing his gaze towards Isong. In the battle 3 days prior, Ghost Island had completely sunk. As the stronghold of the 100 Beast Pirates, the island undoubtedly housed numerous treasures. Among them, the historical texts collected by Kaido were of particular interest to Lu Yu. Since he had arrived in the world of pirates, it was imperative to visit the final island, Laugh Tale. Otherwise, it would be a regrettable oversight. At that moment, a notification chimed. New mission released. Collect 4 pieces of the Rhodes Sign historical texts, reward unknown. Collect 20 pieces of historical texts, reward unknown. My lord, the salvage operation is still underway. We have located 1 piece of the red historical text and a common stone, Isong reported. Thus, with the 2 pieces of historical text from Ghost Island, plus the one previously belonging to the former Kaido, they now possessed a total of 3 pieces. Lu Yu nodded, discussing various matters regarding the reconstruction of Wano country. An hour later, the meeting concluded, and everyone returned to their respective duties. Lord Lu Yu. Tanshir rushed back in a panic after just leaving. Lord Whitebeard and the others are about to depart. What? Are they leaving? Sunny Yuri's face was filled with reluctance. Do not fret. We shall hurry over. Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile. This was a rare opportunity to test his new skill, teleportation. In Wano country, at the ruins of Uden Castle, Whitebeard had been seated at the grave for 3 days, and it was time to depart. Kula la la la. Are you all ready, my little ones? Whitebeard rose, laughing heartily. Father, we have been ready for quite some time, Marco responded loudly. They immediately lifted a large pot to the grave of Yuden. Marco, Jozu, and others had already ignited a bonfire in front of the grave and placed the pot atop, pouring water into it. The Whitebeard pirates gazed in astonishment at this bizarre scene. Were they planning to have hot pot here? This was hardly a memorial. It was more akin to a gathering of enemies. Meanwhile, in Burrow Town, a dazzling light suddenly descended as Lu Yu and Sun Hiyori appeared out of thin air. Lord Lu Yu, what on earth is happening? Were we not just in the flower capital? Sun Hiyori was utterly bewildered to find herself transported to Kiri in an instant. This is my skill teleportation. From now on, no matter where I am, I can return at any time, Lu Yu said, gently ruffling Sun Hiyori's hair. Sun Hiyori looked up at him with admiration. Let us go, Lu Yu said, taking Sun Hiyori's hand as they walked towards Yuden Castle. Approximately 15 minutes later, they arrived at the ruins, witnessing the members of Whitebeard's crew engaging in an unusual feast of Odin. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Father, what are you doing? Sun Hiyori snapped back to reality, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. Lord Lu Yu and little Sun Hiyori. The crew was stunned, not expecting Lu Yu to arrive so soon. According to their estimates, by the time Sun Hiyori arrived, they would have already feasted and tidied up. Now, caught red-handed, they found themselves in an incredibly awkward situation. Little Sun Hiyori, Marco stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Lady Sun Hiyori, Yuden loved this dish the most when he was alive, he managed to say. His face filled with embarrassment. Just as even Whitebeard felt the awkwardness, Sun Hiyori suddenly burst into laughter. All right, Father, everyone, I understand. If he were here, he would surely be delighted. With that, she joined in, filling a large bowl for Lu Yu. The atmosphere brightened once more. 2 hours later, the lively memorial concluded. The Whitebeard crew tidied up, bidding farewell to Lu Yu and Sun Hiyori as they boarded the whale ship, preparing to set sail. Meanwhile, at the waterfall entrance of Kiri, a vibrant group of super koi fish towed a grand red pirate ship, leaping over the Dragon Gate and landing in Kiri. A double-bladed flag of the red-haired pirates fluttered atop the mast. In Wano country, at the port of Idate, the Whitebeard crew was saying their goodbyes to Lu Yu and Sun Hiyori. Suddenly, they sensed a powerful presence approaching. Father, the red-haired pirate is coming. A pirate on the lookout shouted in alarm. The whale ship erupted into chaos. Kula la la la. Let him come. Whitebeard boomed. Red-haired Shanks, how intriguing, Lu Yu thought. Curiosity piqued as he and Sun Hiyori ascended to the deck of the whale ship. The task of defeating a Yonko-level powerhouse was just a moment away. Minutes later, footsteps echoed from the connecting bridge. Red-haired is approaching, Diamond Jozu warned. You youngsters should step back. You cannot withstand this. Marco waved his hand, dismissing the others. Yet it was too late. The closest person to the bridge collapsed without a sound. With each step Shanks took, more people fell unconscious. By the time he reached the deck of the Moby Dick, a significant number had already succumbed. I apologize for the intrusion. I come with no intention of battle. Merely to discuss some matters, Shanks spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over Whitebeard before locking onto Lu Yu, his serene demeanor revealing a flicker of intrigue. Kula la la la. That does not quite align with your domineering nature. In contrast, Lu Yu here was far more direct upon our first meeting, Whitebeard chuckled, recalling Lu Yu's initial challenge. Indeed. You are the 5th Emperor, Lu Yu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Shanks exclaimed joyfully. Red-haired Shanks, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Lu Yu replied, his fighting spirit ignited. Shanks hesitated, not responding to Lu Yu's challenge. Instead, he sat down on the deck. I have traveled across various seas, and ultimately discovered that the finest wine is from my homeland. Please, sample it, he said, pouring wine into a bowl before casually tossing a massive jug to Lu Yu. Lu Yu calmly accepted the bowl before him, filled to the brim, and then tossed it to Whitebeard. The 3 men standing atop the sea engaged in a toast. Indeed impressive, red-haired boy. I have always harbored a question. How is it that a formidable individual such as yourself could lose an arm in the East China Sea? It is truly hard to believe. What manner of person could have taken your left arm? Whitebeard inquired. Red-haired Shanks gently caressed his empty sleeve with a smile gracing his lips. I wagered it on the new era. As long as you harbor no regrets, that suffices. Now, what brings you here? Whitebeard continued. I have come for 2 primary reasons today. Firstly, during my time with the Roger Pirates, I received considerable support from Mr. Odin. and it is only fitting that I pay a visit, Shanks replied, casting a discreet glance at Lu Yu. Chapter 23. Target Rayleigh? Red-haired had scarcely finished speaking when Hiyori exclaimed, "Could it be that you were Red Teru?" Hearing the name Red Teru nearly caused Lu Yu to spit out his drink. Red Teru? Such a moniker hardly suits the formidable red-haired. "I am Hiyori," she said, bowing gracefully with a smile. Upon realizing that this imposing man was once known as Red Teru, her fear dissipated, replaced instead by nostalgia. "Ah, so you are indeed Odin's daughter, little Hiyori?" Shanks responded. Astonished. "It has been years, you have grown up, and I should have recognized you sooner. The transformation of Red Teru is quite remarkable. I scarcely recognized you either." Hiyori replied with a charming smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Whitebeard inquired solemnly, "So what is the second matter?" Shanks nodded. "Throughout my life, I have endured countless battles and sustained numerous injuries, yet only the scar on my left eye continues to ache faintly. This was inflicted by your ship's Blackbeard, Teach. I was not careless. You should comprehend my implication, Whitebeard." He gestured to the 3 scars on his right eye. "That man has been biding his time. Neither vying for the captaincy nor seeking fame, concealing himself in the shadow of your illustrious name, gathering strength to eventually act. He will aim for the pinnacle and will one day strive to seize your position." Whitebeard's expression remained unperturbed. "What is it that you wish for me to do?" "That is the crux of the matter. Prevent Ace from clashing with Blackbeard. He is young yet already serves as your ship's 2nd Division commander. Ace is formidable. I am well aware of this, but now is not the time for their confrontation. Advise him against confronting Blackbeard," Shanks urged earnestly. "Huh. The snot-nosed kid has become quite articulate," Whitebeard chuckled. "Teach has committed the heinous crime of harming a companion on a pirate ship, breaking the ironclad rule. Once aboard my ship, regardless of their foolishness, they are my family. Where shall the grievances of the harmed child be expressed? Debts of kindness cannot be overlooked. It is my duty to teach that scoundrel this lesson," Whitebeard declared with resounding authority. "Are you attempting to instruct me in my duties, you scoundrel?" Whitebeard exclaimed, rising abruptly. An overwhelming pressure bearing down upon Shanks. With a gulp, Shanks drained the bowl and stood, an immense aura erupting forth, altering the very atmosphere. "Ha." Meanwhile, Lu Yu erupted into laughter, a third terrifying presence exploding forth. In that moment, the sky seemed to split into 3. "Whitebeard, you are injured." "Allow me to take this fight," Lu Yu proclaimed fiercely. "I have already stated that I harbor no intention of fighting," Shanks replied, gazing calmly at Lu Yu. "Is that so?" Lu Yu stepped forward, instantly appearing before Shanks. His fist, entwined with the power of thunder and fire, surged forward, aimed directly at Shanks' face. Lu Yu struck with the swiftness of lightning, leaving no one capable of reacting in time. However, his formidable punch halted abruptly, a mere centimeter from the red-haired figure. Throughout the encounter, the red-haired man remained eerily still, exuding an air of tranquility. Boredom washed over Lu Yu as he shook his head and calmly retracted his fist. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crew of the white and red factions, who had braced themselves for the eruption of the feared Emperor's battle. Thus concluded the brief encounter between the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates. The ship, the Rev Force, unfurled its sails and set forth once more, along the 9-mile coast. As Lu Yu watched the departing red-haired pirates, a sense of regret washed over him. "Father, I believe the red-haired one spoke a truth. Ace's pursuit of that scoundrel Blackbeard fills me with a foreboding sense of dread," Marco expressed with concern. "The issue is, we are currently unable to contact Ace." Josh shook his head in dismay. "Perhaps Ace is already on his way back," suggested Vista and the others in succession. "Then let us set forth to retrieve Ace," Whitebeard proclaimed with a triumphant raise of his arm. After their final farewells, the Moby Dick also set sail. Lu Yu cast a lingering glance at the departing Moby Dick. There was a matter he had not articulated, or perhaps it was too late to voice it. Fire Fist Ace may have already encountered Blackbeard and been captured. The epic-defining war was imminent. The Summit War. Wano Country, Flower Capital, the temporary headquarters of the shogunate. A spacious room belonging to Lu Yu and Ri He. Lu Yu gently caressed the smooth, flowing hair of Ri He, lost in thought. In this grand epic, he yearned to leave his indelible mark. Yet he understood that greater strength was essential. He aspired to surpass the 4 emperors, to attain a level of power that would allow him to triumph over 2 of them united, without relying on external forces. With the War of the Summit still some time away, he contemplated where he might declare himself the strongest to the world. The power dynamics of the pirate realm could not be mastered in a brief period. Instead, he deemed it more prudent to enhance his Dragon Slayer abilities. After a period of observation, Lu Yu realized that system tasks would not manifest spontaneously. They required him to engage with the world, to intersect with events to trigger them. Presently, 2 tasks remained unfinished. The first was to capture the hearts of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock and the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. The second was to defeat a formidable foe of the caliber of the 4 emperors or admirals 4 times, and he was still 1 victory short. He found no immediate opportunity for the first task and decided to set it aside. Thus, he needed to secure 1 more victory against a powerful adversary of comparable rank. Next, he had to identify a target, Lu Yu mused. In the vast expanse of the pirate world, there were only about 10 individuals of such strength. He dismissed Whitebeard, who was ailing and incapacitated. Kaido and Big Mom were together, making them less accessible. The 3 admirals of the Navy posed a significant threat. If he could not defeat them swiftly, he would inevitably face the onslaught of Navy reinforcements. After much contemplation, an epiphany struck Lu Yu. Figures of this caliber were not limited to the Navy admirals and the 4 emperors. The seas concealed numerous legendary beings. For instance, there was the coding expert Rayleigh from Sabaody Archipelago. At that moment, Rihi, still drowsy, inquired, "Lord Lu Yu, what troubles you?" "Rihi, I must take my leave." Lu Yu replied with a smile. Rihi jolted awake, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Why? Did I do something wrong?" "I simply need to attend to some important matters, but I will be gone only temporarily. I can move instantaneously. Even if I am on the other side of the sea, I can return in an instant," Lu Yu reassured her. "But without you, Lord Lu Yu, I will be lonely," Rihi said, teary-eyed. "Have you forgotten? I possess the heart-to-heart magic." Lu Yu pointed to his head. Upon hearing this, Rihi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied earnestly, "Then Lord Lu Yu must speak with me every day." "Of course." Lu Yu smiled in agreement. Chapter 24. You are the 5th Emperor. Before setting sail, Lu Yu needed to eliminate certain instabilities and first sought out Yamato, who was overseeing the Beast Pirates' captives. "Yamato? Are the Beast Pirates still in line?" "Most are compliant, my lord. With only a few exceptions," Yamato reported earnestly. Lu Yu nodded, decisively eliminating a few troublemakers to set an example for others. He then proceeded to seek out the remaining 3 of the original Fei Lu siblings. "Lord Lu Yu." Peggy Wan's face was filled with trepidation. Lu Yu directly bypassed him and entered the room. The adult gazed at the arriving Lu Yu, while Black Maria exhibited a moment of disarray. Black Maria, who has always revered the strong, unhesitatingly pledged her allegiance to Lu Yu after he defeated Kaido on 2 occasions. However, Runmei remained steadfast in her hostility towards Lu Yu. Now, standing before her, had it not been for the sea stone handcuffs that restricted her powers, she would undoubtedly have transformed once more to challenge Lu Yu head-on. "Please step outside," Lu Yu commanded, gesturing for Black Maria to leave. She complied without protest. "What do you intend to do? If you possess the ability, let us face each other directly," the stubborn King Runmei declared defiantly. "Very well, should you lose again, you shall obediently comply," Lu Yu replied. "Fine," Runmei grit her teeth in acceptance. Bang. "You are still far from it." Lu Yu left Runti, who lay motionless on the ground, and departed in silence. 3 days later, he quietly left the land of harmony. Another 3 days passed, and Lu Yu soared across the Red Earth continent, arriving at the first half of the Grand Line. A vibrant island came into view, the Sabaody Archipelago, at last. In the first half of the Grand Line, the paradise at the end of the Sabaody Archipelago, Lu Yu stood gracefully at the apex of a colossal red tree, gazing down upon the island that was both familiar and alien to him. At this juncture, several supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million had already arrived. However, the Straw Hat crew remained engaged in the Moonlight Moria arc. The immediate priority, of course, was to seek out the hidden legend. Lu Yu headed straight for No. 13 island of the Shambaudi Archipelago. Merely 3 minutes later, he arrived at the mangroves of number 13. He gazed upon the bar, kicking the bamboo, owned by Xiaozi. As Lu Yu ascended the steps, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. The chime of the bar's entrance bell rang out as he pushed the door open. "Welcome." The proprietress beamed at the arrival of a guest, her joy palpable. After all, to her, these were mere plump sheep awaiting slaughter. "Ah, a charming young man," she mused, deciding to be a tad less ruthless in this instance. Summer Chi cast a discerning glance at Lu Yu, secretly grateful for the unexpected kindness. Lu Yu, possessing the magical ability to read thoughts, caught her sentiments and smiled subtly before taking a seat at the bar. Summer Chi found herself momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend why Lu Yu had expressed gratitude. "What would you like to drink?" She inquired with a professional smile. Anything will suffice. I did not come here for the alcohol, Lu Yu replied, tapping lightly on the table. Oh, then what is your purpose for visiting a bar? Summer Chi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed, it is for you. Lu Yu pointed at her playfully. How cheeky. This guest certainly enjoys jesting, but I must warn you, I am rather expensive. Summer Chi feigned shyness, covering her mouth with a smile. How fortuitous, for I am quite wealthy as well, Lu Yu stated earnestly, nodding. Summer Chi prepared a cocktail of her own creation and placed it before Lu Yu. She then asked directly, now that we have established that, what is it you wish to know? Where might I find formidable individuals? As soon as Lu Yu's request left his lips, an undeniable shift in atmosphere occurred, revealing an intense and wild aura about him. This person is no ordinary individual. Summer Chi thought involuntarily. With a smile, she continued. The 4 emperors of the New World are all top-tier warriors. No, it is more accurate to say there are now 5 emperors. Lu Yu slightly raised his chin, remaining non-committal. The naval headquarters not far from this island houses admirals and marshals. I wonder if they qualify as the formidable individuals you mentioned. Xiaozi spoke of matters well known to many. Is there anything else? Lu Yu inquired. This island has also welcomed numerous newly emerged powerhouses with bounties exceeding 100 million. However, if you're interested, let's disregard these young ones. They are far too weak. Lu Yu replied with a shake of his head. Before Xiaozi could articulate another word, Lu Yu continued. Let me be direct. Are there any concealed powerful figures on this island? Could the individual he referred to be Old Lei? Xiaozi observed the smile on Lu Yu's face, feeling as if all her secrets had been laid bare. This sensation was akin to being exposed before others. An inherently uncomfortable feeling. Old Lei, it seems I have indeed found the right person, Lu Yu grinned. Xiaozi suppressed the shock surging within her. Upon hearing the name Old Lei, she finally confirmed 2 things. First, this man possesses the ability to read minds, as her innermost thoughts were entirely discerned by him. Second, you are one of the 5 emperors, Xiaozi stated with gravity. Lu Yu, she exclaimed, while Lu Yu gently tapped the bar counter. The 5 emperors. Xiaozi articulated each word with precision. Lu Yu nodded with a smile. A sigh of relief escaped Xiaozi, her face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and contemplation. In the week following the significant events in Wano country, she had encountered numerous fools masquerading under the title of the 5 emperors, all of whom she had deftly drained of their fortunes. Yet, this time, Xiaozi knew that this individual was likely the genuine article. She had not anticipated that the legendary 5 emperors would appear so youthful. At this moment, Xiaozi's face was awash with amazement and shock as she solemnly inquired. With the presence of the esteemed 5 emperor, this humble establishment is truly honored. May I ask the purpose of your visit? I have already mentioned that I am in search of powerful beings, such as hidden legends, Lu Yu reiterated. Xiaozi's heart skipped a beat. The purpose of Lu Yu's visit is likely related to Old Lei, although the exact intention of Lu Yu remains uncertain. It is evident that he did not come merely to indulge in nostalgic conversations over drinks. Should Lu Yu encounter Old Lei, it is probable that the Shambody archipelago would face dire consequences. No, the two must not meet, Xiaoqing resolutely thought. Oh, it appears that Old Lei holds significant importance to the boss. Lu Yu teased with a smile. Xiaoqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. What nonsense are you talking about? That is absolutely not the case. Ha ha ha, rest assured. I merely wish to test the strength of the legends from the previous era. Lu Yu replied with a chuckle. Sigh, Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at being teased by a young man. I do know Old Lei, but at present, I have no idea where he might be wandering. Lu Yu understood that Xiaoqi was not lying. And he spoke up. Surely there must be a way for you to get in touch with him. However, if communication proves impossible, I am willing to wait. After all, there is still some time before the war at the summit, and I can also wait for the arrival of the Straw Hat crew. According to the storyline, at that time, Rayleigh will naturally appear at the auction house in the Red Tree. Xiaoqi completely lost her temper, realizing that Lu Yu would not relent until he confronted Rayleigh. How could they possibly break this stalemate? Chapter 25, The Golden Lion Shiki. Lu Yu expressed a desire to test the prowess of a legendary figure from a bygone era, insisting on the necessity of Rayleigh. However, suddenly, Xiaoqi recalled another individual, a fellow legend from the same age. Frankly speaking, Old Ray is merely adequate. If you truly seek a formidable opponent from the past, I have a far superior candidate, Xiaoqi remarked with a smile. Oh, do tell, Lu Yu replied, intrigued. Xiaoqi then turned to retrieve a stack of long-forgotten documents. What about the flying pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion? He was once renowned alongside Whitebeard and Roger. In her quest to champion Rayleigh, she had thoroughly divulged her former comrade, Shiki the Golden Lion. Lu Yu, as a traveler, naturally recognizes the illustrious figure of Shiki the Golden Lion. However, the splendor of the Golden Lion is but a relic of the past. He is now merely an old novice. Yet, to Lu Yu, there is little distinction between Rayleigh and Shiki. His sole aim is to fulfill his mission and reap the rewards bestowed by the system. Is Shiki still alive? Where is he now? Lu Yu inquired. Alive indeed. Of course, he is. Upon hearing Lu Yu's focus shift to Shiki, Xiaozi's spirits soared with delight. She promptly produced a small piece of paper and eagerly declared, "This is his life card. Follow the directions, and you shall find him." Lu Yu nodded. The presence of the life card indicated that Shiki had not yet been mercilessly beaten by the Straw Hats. Regardless, he would inevitably face a beating. And it was likely that Shiki would prefer to be bested by someone of greater significance. Then it is settled. Shiki the Golden Lion is indeed a worthy opponent. Madam, I would like to acquire this information. Name your price. Lu Yu smiled and nodded. No charge, no charge. This information is on the house. Xiaozi joyfully waved her hands. No charge? Lu Yu was taken aback. This woman was notorious for her penchant for extortion. Yet she was offering it for free this time. Mr. Lu Yu, you should set off promptly, Xiaozi urged, eager to send him on his way to avoid any unforeseen complications. All right, Lu Yu chuckled, shaking his head. He then followed the guidance of the life card, soaring towards the location of Shiki the Golden Lion. As Xiaozi watched Lu Yu's departing figure, she exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained. The tension was far greater than when she had been pursued by the pirates and carp. Old Ray, this favor will have to be repaid by you, Xiaozi murmured softly. Half a day later. Xiaozi, what is the rush in calling me back? Rayleigh barged in, plopping down at the bar. Lu Yu is here today, Xiaozi stated bluntly. Lu Yu? Rayleigh's eyes widened in surprise. The one who defeated Kaido? Are you sure he is not an imposter? An imposter would not dare to mention admirals and 4 emperors in the same breath. Xiaozi shook her head. Then where is he? Rayleigh inquired. He has already left. Xiaozi replied. Left? I wanted to share a drink with him, Rayleigh lamented. A drink? It would be a miracle if no fight broke out, Xiaozi retorted. What do you mean? Rayleigh asked, puzzled. Xiaozi then recounted the events that had transpired, including her suggestion for Lu Yu to seek out Shiki. After hearing her tale, Rayleigh fell silent, deep in thought. I wonder what that rascal Shiki is up to now. He's certainly isn't plotting anything good. They exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the sky, aboard the Golden Lion ship, Shiki felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Could it be that his plan to obliterate the East Blue was facing unforeseen complications? 3 days later, in the Grand Line, amidst the vast expanse of floating islands, a magnificent sight unfolded before Lu Yu's eyes. These islands defied the laws of gravity. This was the domain of the aerial pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, wielding the powers of the float fruit. Remarkable. Lu Yu marveled at the floating islands, his mind drifting to the life of Shiki. In one word, tragic. According to the original storyline, he would become a mere stepping stone for the fledgling Straw Hat crew. However, with Lu Yu's emergence, Shiki's fate was destined to be rewritten. His life would reach its conclusion at the hands of the new Emperor of the Seas, thus fulfilling the legacy of his legendary name. Let the adventure commence, Lu Yu declared, his feet striking the air with force, golden lightning crackling as he surged into the opulent palace on Winter Island. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that Shiki was not present. Upon inquiry, he learned that Shiki had gone recruiting for his East Blue annihilation plan. What a stroke of bad luck. Lu Yu chuckled, shaking his head. If the plot held true, Shiki would return accompanied by the Straw Hats. No choice but to explore a bit. Lu Yu mused as he departed Winter Island, venturing to other desolate beast islands. He intended to familiarize himself with the white dragon destruction magic before Shiki's return, as Shiki would serve as a perfect trial for this newfound magic. 2 days passed. As Lu Yu immersed himself in mastering the white dragon destruction magic, Shiki's painstakingly nurtured mutated beast suffered devastating losses. Another 2 days went by. A raucous, rebellious laughter echoed across the floating islands. Ha ha. The boisterous laughter was accompanied by the helpless cries of a girl. The aerial pirate Shiki the Golden Lion and the Straw Hat crew had arrived on schedule. Nami, Luffy, everyone. The girl's frantic and anxious cries reverberated beneath the sky. Lu Yu stretched his arms wide and exclaimed, "Has it finally arrived? I have been waiting for so long." Shurji. In a fleeting moment, Lu Yu's heart stirred as she gazed towards the southeast. A graceful silhouette descended from the heavens with a melodious call. prompting a slight raise of Lu Yu's brow. Let you revel in your freedom for a few more days. With that, she glided elegantly towards the southeast. A minute later, a soft splash echoed. Lu Yu emerged from the water, cradling the unfortunate figure of the stunning, long-legged beauty, Nico Robin. As he gazed upon her, a broader smile graced his lips. Although Nico Robin was one of the 3 most beautiful women in the pirate world, Lu Yu found himself more inclined towards the mature charm of Robin and the youthful allure of Nami, perhaps due to preconceived notions. A prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Capture one of the top 10 beauties of the pirate world. In the abandoned ruins of a palace. The crackling of the fire filled the air. Coughing softly, Robin slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? She murmured. Ah, you're awake. Lu Yu replied with a gentle smile. Robin turned to the unfamiliar young man beside her. Did you save me? One could say that, Lu Yu nodded, offering her a roasted chicken wing. Thank you. Robin replied softly, yet she did not take the wing. Instead, scanning her surroundings until she spotted her backpack and retrieved a change of clothes. Could you turn around for a moment? She asked, feeling a flush rise to her cheeks under Lu Yu's intense gaze. Very well, Lu Yu responded, reluctantly turning away. Using both hands and feet, Robin adeptly changed her attire, restyling her hair and donning a pair of white-framed glasses, which accentuated her distinct allure even further. Chapter 26. The terrifying golden lion beside the tranquil fire. In Lu Yu's eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flashed. To initiate a conversation, he feigned ignorance and inquired, Who are you? From where do you come? I am Nico Robin. A member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin replied candidly, without reservation. The Straw Hat crew, you say? That rings a bell, Lu Yu acknowledged with a smile, evidently pleased by Robin's frankness. And your name? Robin countered. Lu Yu. He too revealed his identity without hesitation. Lu Yu. Robin's expression shifted to one of shock. But it quickly subsided. After all, it was quite a common name. In the past half-month, they had encountered numerous Lu Yus. Robin dismissed any notion that this individual might be connected to the new Emperor of the Sea, believing such a figure should reside in the New World. Lu Yu, however, was fully aware of Robin's inner thoughts, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mr. Lu Yu, do you know where we are? Robin asked. This is one of the floating islands of the Golden Lion Shiki. Miss Robin, now that you are here, how could you possibly be unaware? Lu Yu replied with a smile. I'm just a bit uncertain about that name, Robin admitted, her brow furrowing in thought. Golden Lion Shiki, a notorious name indeed. He was once a pirate of the skies, on par with Roger and Whitebeard, Lu Yu reminded her. With a sharp intake of breath, Robin finally recollected. So it is that flying pirate. This could truly spell trouble. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Fear not, Miss Robin. With me here. There is no need to be anxious, Lu Yu assured her with a confident smile. Thank you, Robin replied politely. Though she couldn't place her hopes on a stranger she had just met, one thing she was certain of was that Lu Yu was not one of Shiki's subordinates. Mr. Lu Yu, since our objective aligns with Shiki's, may I extend an invitation to join forces? Robin proposed earnestly. In the following 3 days, accompanied by Lu Yu, Robin ostensibly explored the area while discreetly gathering information. Under Lu Yu's formidable presence, the mutated beasts of the island dared not approach. This unusual occurrence prompted Robin to reevaluate Lu Yu's identity. After 2 more days, Robin finally unearthed crucial intelligence. Shiki was poised to launch a devastating assault on the East Blue. Meanwhile, at Shiki's stronghold, an enraged voice echoed through the palace. Have you found out who it is yet? Sir, the surveillance snail captured no suspicious individuals. The terrified pirates reported. A bunch of useless fools. If you can't uncover the culprit, you might as well perish. Shiki roared in frustration. It was no wonder, after 2 decades of meticulous planning. Just as he was about to put it into action, he had lost half of his beasts. And still, the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive? How could he endure such a situation? I must see which audacious scoundrel has slain so many of my beasts. I will not let them go unpunished. Shiki seethed, gritting his teeth. At that moment, Indigo hurriedly approached. Dr. Indigo, what brings you here? Shiki frowned. Bad news. The little thief cat Nami has escaped. Indigo exclaimed in alarm. In the native village, at 2 in the afternoon, Sanji was both laughing and crying. Miss Nami, it's such a relief that you are safe. But Robin has yet to be found. Nami, you're incredible. You managed to escape. Usopp praised. Such matters are trivial, Nami replied with pride. And Frankie, Brooke, and Robin. They'll regroup with us, and then we can leave, Usopp added. The disaster in the East Blue stems from Shiki. We must defeat him. Luffy declared resolutely. Luffy, You can't be serious. Usopp exclaimed, panic overtaking him. Well, we can discuss this later. For now, let Miss Nami rest well, Sanji said. Fatigue overtaking him as he collapsed to the ground, having not slept for several days. As dusk fell, Nami was jolted awake by a sudden palpitation and rushed outside. She found her 5 companions tense and on high alert. Upon spotting Nami, Shiki grinned. At last, I've found you. Realizing Shiki had tracked her down so swiftly. Nami's face paled in fear. You dare to take Miss Nami away? Sanji shouted angrily. Haha, a woman as splendid as she is. And you lot didn't protect her well enough? Of course, I had to come and claim her. Shiki laughed heartily. Hey, you. Luffy, who had remained silent until now, interjected. If you dare lay a hand on my friends, don't expect to leave unscathed. What are you going to do about it? Shiki mocked. I'll send you flying. Without hesitation, Luffy launched the first attack, followed closely by Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper. Despite their impressive teamwork, Shiki remained unfazed. Thinking you can contend with me is laughable. Let me show you the difference in our strength, Shiki said, slowly raising his right hand. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled. A colossal wall surged upward, encircling Luffy and his companions. Lion's roar. In an instant, the earth erupted, transforming into multiple lion heads that roared menacingly as they closed in on Luffy and his crew. The 5 fought valiantly but ultimately found themselves ensnared within Shiki's sky pillar, leaving only their heads exposed. Ah! Nami screamed in horror, an overwhelming sense of helplessness flooding her. Please, don't hurt my friends. Don't take action against the East Blue. That all depends on you, Shiki replied with a lecherous grin. However, at that moment, a tall figure emerged in the fading sunlight. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura radiated from this individual, spreading outwards in all directions. Curse it! The smugness and ease that had adorned Shiki's face vanished, replaced by profound shock and dread. Every hair on his body stood on end, as if confronted by an unprecedented primordial terror. This person is no ordinary foe, Shiki thought, his instinct screaming in alarm as he fixed his narrowed gaze on Lu Yu above. Yet, Lu Yu's attention had shifted, no longer focused on Shiki, but rather on the panicked Nami, whose mind had gone blank. Chapter 27, Encounter with the 5 Emperors. Hey there, Navigator. If you're considering switching allegiances, how about joining my side? Join now and receive a bounty of 10 billion berries. What do you say? Quite the bargain, isn't it? Lu Yu smiled. 1 billion. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Nami, with her avaricious nature, momentarily brightened with excitement. However, that spark quickly faded, as she was acutely aware that there existed something far more significant than wealth in her current circumstances. Ha ha ha, a wise choice, my dear Nami. The Golden Lion Shiki chuckled with glee. How could you possibly trust the words of a dubious stranger? Come here. If you obediently approach, I shall refrain from harming your companions and the East Blue. Everyone shall survive. Ah, I see now. So it is a threat. Yet, fear not, dear navigator. That old lion is no match for me. With but a single strike, I could topple him. Lu Yu declared emphatically. What did you say? The Golden Lion, Shiji, was filled with fury. Do you dare to defy me? Lu Yu cradled his arms, gazing down upon the Golden Lion Shiki. The condescending look in his eyes resembled that of a celestial dragon surveying mere ants on the ground. In response to Lu Yu's disdainful gaze, Shiki felt an overwhelming fury rising within him. He was a legend of the previous era, a formidable sky pirate who had once stood against the Pirate King, Roger. Yet now, a mere boy from unknown origins dared to treat him with such contempt. This was utterly outrageous. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Shiki as if awakening him from a stupor. He abruptly lifted his head, fixing his gaze intently on Lu Yu. Could you be the scoundrel who has been transforming my island into a slaughterhouse, mercilessly exterminating the ferocious beasts I painstakingly nurtured for 2 decades? Shiki clenched his fists and exclaimed vehemently. Only now did he realize how sluggish he had been to grasp the situation. Was this truly the behavior befitting a legend? Lu Yu smiled in response. Ha ha ha. Excellent. The Golden Lion Shiki, infuriated, erupted into laughter. Under Lu Yu's repeated provocations, he was consumed by rage, his inner fury bursting forth like a volcanic eruption. Damn you, brat. You've finally shown yourself. Just in time to settle old scores and new grievances. The Golden Lion Shiki roared. Come on, Golden Lion Shiki. Lu Yu shouted loudly, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura. You damned little brat. You shall surely regret all that you have done. The Golden Lion Shiki's eyes blazed with fury. With a mere flick of his hand, the powers of the Superman-type float fruit were unleashed in their entirety. In that instant, The very earth of the island trembled violently. One after another, vivid and ferocious lion heads rose from the ground, charging toward Lu Yu with an inexorable force. Lu Yu parted his lips slightly, drawing in a deep breath. The rays of the setting sun merged into his mouth and nose, transforming into the resounding roar of the white dragon. A brilliant white light erupted from Lu Yu's mouth, effortlessly obliterating the mighty earth lions in a series of waves. A thunderous shout reverberated through the heavens, concealed by the head of the earth lion. The golden lion Xiaozi had ascended to the sky unbeknownst to anyone. With a sudden flourish, his renowned blade, Sakura, slashed forth, unleashing a colossal sword aura stretching 100 meters long. Lu Yu stood firm, neither retreating nor avoiding. In an instant, as he soared into the sky, he shaped his hand into a blade. The forces of the heavens and the atmosphere coalesced upon his arm. With a mere flick of his wrist, a colossal wind blade, stretching 100 meters, sliced through the air. It met the golden lion's 100-meter sword aura in a fierce collision, ultimately vanishing together in the high atmosphere, erupting into a splendid display akin to fireworks. The wielder of the Win-Win fruit, a natural type ability, indeed exhibited some prowess, yet still fell short. The confident judgment of the golden lion Shiki was made solely based on Lu Yu's initial strike, deeming his abilities to be merely legendary in name. Lu Yu mocked. "What did you say? Are you looking down on me?" The golden lion Xiaozi retorted fiercely. "At this moment, what is there about you that deserves the admiration of others?" Lu Yu's retort was expected. "You arrogant brat, don't get too carried away." Driven by rage, the golden lion Shiki forcibly summoned the Conqueror's Haki from within. The formidable armament Haki enveloped his feet, bolstering Shiki's confidence immensely. Did he truly believe that no one could harm him simply because of his Logia-type abilities? "I shall make you understand the vast chasm that lies between you and legends." With that, the golden lion Shiki launched a fierce attack. The legendary battle commenced, dazzling the onlookers. The sky shattered under the onslaught of terrifying sword energy, while the earth trembled from the ensuing shockwaves. Witnessing this extraordinary clash of titans, Nami's legs weakened in fear, and she collapsed to the ground. Her heart raced to an unbearable degree. Neither Shiki nor the suddenly appearing figure was something she or the Straw Hat Pirates could contend with, regardless of who emerged victorious in this battle. Her fate was irrevocably sealed. It was destined to be snatched away by these unimaginable monsters. In that moment of despair, a familiar voice pierced through Nami's hopelessness, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Turning to look back, she saw a familiar silhouette approaching swiftly. Robin, upon seeing her companion, felt as if she had grasped a lifeline in her helplessness. She threw herself into Robin's embrace, finally releasing the fears and tears that had been pent up within her. "It's all right, Nami. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine," Robin gently reassured her, patting her back. Suddenly, two more voices echoed. "Ahoy, navigator." Brooke, reduced to nothing but bones, and the cyborg Frankie arrived in haste. "Frankie, Brooke, thank goodness everyone is here. Quickly, we must rescue Luffy and the others and leave this place." Nami wiped her tears and pointed toward the nearby twisted pillars. "This is outrageous. Luffy, this is bad. We need to hurry." Both Frankie and Brooke were taken aback, swiftly digging out the Straw Hat crew trapped within the pillars. Before long, the 5 members, led by Captain Luffy, regained consciousness. "Nami, Robin, Frankie, Brooke," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. "This is fantastic. Truly fantastic." Chopper sighed in relief. "Nami is safe, and Robin is back." Sanji was revitalized. "But what exactly happened? Nami, did the golden lion Shiki abandon you? If that's the case..." Usopp's optimistic musings were abruptly interrupted by Zoro's sharp interjection. "No. Look over there." Zoro pointed his sword toward the shattered sky. "What on earth is happening?" Usopp's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Is someone actually able to rival that terrifying golden lion? Who could it be? All eyes fell upon Nami, seeking answers, feeling the weight of her comrades' curious gazes. Nami merely shook her head in silence. It was Robin who responded to their inquiries. "Lu Yu." Robin spoke calmly yet unexpectedly. "Huh?" The Straw Hat crew was momentarily stunned, their attention shifting to Robin. "That person is Lu Yu," Robin repeated with a smile. "Huh?" The expressions of bewilderment on their faces intensified. "To be honest, I was taken aback as well." Robin chuckled, shaking her head in disbelief. "I never imagined I would truly encounter one of the 5 emperors." Chapter 28. Treading on the golden lion, moonlight cascaded like flowing water, shattering before it could touch the ground, cleaved apart by the swirling sword energy and wind blades. The once lofty sky lay in ruins, while the ground was left in a state of disarray, except for Robin, who was in the know. The other 8 members of the Straw Hat crew were deeply immersed in a state of shock, unable to extricate themselves from the overwhelming emotions stirred by the name Robin had just uttered. Lu Yu. The 5th Emperor, Lu Yu. The renowned 5th Sea Emperor whose name resounds across the oceans. Such a remarkable figure has now graced us with his presence. An indescribable silence prevailed for a moment. Roaro. Sister Robin, are you serious? Stammered Sanji, the curly-browed chef. Overwhelmed by the emotion of astonishment, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed. I have always been serious, Robin replied with a nod. Her charming face bore no trace of the shock that accompanied the revelation. Instead, it reflected a sense of wistfulness and contemplation. A week ago, upon her initial encounter with Lu Yu, she could never have fathomed that the person before her was a prominent figure of the New World. She merely assumed it was a coincidence, a chance meeting with someone who shared the same name. However, the week spent together had changed everything. Lu Yu traversed mountains and valleys with her, carrying her as he leaped from one island to another. Along the way, all the wild beasts bowed before him. Just 2 days prior, the fearsome aura of the pirate town, where one man stood against thousands, lingered in the air. All of this pointed unerringly to the truth. Robin was not an innocent girl, naive to the ways of the world. After witnessing Lu Yu's inadvertent display of power, she had already surmised that she might have truly stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. She had encountered the illustrious Emperor of the Seas, Lu Yu. Reflecting on the delightful moments shared with Lu Yu over the past week, a peculiar emotion stirred within Robin, inexplicable and profound. Robin. Nico Robin. Sister Robin. The calls from her companions jolted her from her intricate thoughts. What is it? Robin responded with calm composure. How can you remain so composed? That is one of the emperors, one of the most formidable figures in these seas. Usopp exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Indeed, Robin, you saw the news last time. It was utterly terrifying. He even devoured a dragon. This little reindeer of mine would surely be gone in an instant, Chopper said, his small face turning slightly green with fear, tears welling in his large eyes. Chopper, do not be afraid. Mr. Lu Yu is a good person. He would never harm you, Robin reassured him, gently patting his small head. It is truly astonishing. I never imagined we would encounter such a prominent figure. Frankie struck his usual dramatic pose. That is the mark of a true powerhouse. Zoro instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the battle above. He felt a desire to challenge, but was overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. The ever-optimistic Captain Monkey D. Luffy also found himself engulfed in a similar sensation of helplessness. In the past, no matter the strength of his adversaries, Crocodile, Enel, Rob Lucci, and even the recent encounter with Moria, he had always faced them head-on with unwavering courage. Yet this time, before the overwhelming might of the Golden Lion Shiki and Lu Yu, Luffy understood that these were foes not to be bested by mere bravado. Both Lu Yu and the Golden Lion possessed the terrifying power to annihilate them with ease. This was the reality of those standing at the pinnacle of the world. He still had a long way to go. Luffy clenched his fists, the desire to grow stronger swelling within his mind. Originally, Luffy would have realized his own limitations only after the events at Sabaody. But Lu Yu's intervention had inadvertently provided him with a lesson ahead of time. This unintentional education was not without its influence from Lu Yu. As the Straw Hat crew gazed at the sky in awe and wonder, the fierce battle between Lu Yu and the Golden Lion reached a temporary pause. Upon descending to the ground, Lu Yu did not regard the Golden Lion. His gaze fell upon the Straw Hat crew, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Just moments ago, amidst the raging battle, a system notification had abruptly sounded in his mind, an activation of a reward task. This unexpected task trigger left even Lu Yu momentarily bewildered. He had indeed visited Sabaody, but he had not interacted with the supernovas on the island. The task's progress could only pertain to the 2 individuals present, the bounty of 300 million for Monkey D, Luffy, and 120 million for Roronoa Zoro. Yet, when had he educated them? They had not even exchanged a single word. No lesson had been imparted, and yet the education was deemed complete. This was remarkably effortless. Surprise aside, Lu Yu had no grievances with the system's task assessment. After all, who would refuse a reward that could be effortlessly acquired? Hey, you brat. What are you staring at? Your opponent is none other than me, the Golden Lion Shiki. As Lu Yu continued to disregard him, the Golden Lion's fury surged. His formidable presence swelled, his golden locks dancing in a windless fury. I know. Lu Yu responded perfunctorily, his gaze finally settling once more on the panting Golden Lion. Shurji, old lion, I have deliberately granted you some extra time to recuperate, so that your defeat might not come too swiftly. This way, I can indulge myself all the more. Lu Yu grinned broadly. his relaxed demeanor almost provoking a fit of rage in the Golden Lion Shiki. Yet, despite his fury, Shiki could not deny the undeniable truth. The young man before him was indeed as formidable as a monster. What astonished Shiki even more was the realization that he had yet to push Lu Yu to his limits. The opponent before him fought with an air of casual amusement, an affront to Shiki's pride. "You, who are renowned among the powerful of the sea, who on earth are you?" Shiki demanded, his gaze dark and piercing. In that instant, he already harbored an inkling of the answer. A mysterious, imperial-level powerhouse had suddenly emerged, and there was only one person who fit that description in recent times. "Who am I? Have you not already guessed? Why bother asking?" Lu Yu replied calmly. "Humph." Shiki grunted. "Lu Yu, the fifth emperor of the sea? I refuse to acknowledge the reports from that bird-brained Morgans." He retorted coldly. "Ha." Lu Yu chuckled in response. "What is so amusing?" Shiki snapped. "I find it laughable that you are becoming increasingly oblivious with age. What legends? What great pirates? It is absurd to think you could conquer the world with a horde of beasts. Do not be ridiculous. Golden Lion, you are now merely a decrepit lion, shedding fur and toothless, desperately clinging to life, just a failure dreaming of world domination. What right do you have to grant acknowledgement? Why would I need your approval?" Lu Yu stated, each word resonating with conviction, striking at the very heart of Shiki, ruthlessly unveiling his self-deception and trampling upon his excessive pride. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Shiki bellowed in a frenzy. Chapter 29. The Flame Dragon King mode. It had been far too long. 20 years had swiftly passed. He had been away from this sea for too long, engaging in fanciful discussions of world conquest with the weak pirates of the paradise, nearly forgetting the threshold of the New World. He had forgotten just how terrifying the New World was, teeming with monsters. He had forgotten the formidable figures that now ruled the New World, the Sea Emperors. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, with whom Shiki had once fought, knew all too well the cataclysmic power he wielded. Then there was Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and the fully matured Kaido of the Beasts, once insignificant juniors in Shiki's eyes. They had now grown into monsters even he had to look up to. Now, Lu Yu's words had thoroughly awakened his memories, pulling him from his pleasant fantasies. "Lu Yu, do you truly believe that you can reclaim your peak relying solely on a horde of uncivilized beasts and the rabble of paradise?" Lu Yu taunted. "I told you to shut up." Shiki's emotions spiraled out of control, with a mighty slam of his right hand upon the ground. The terrifying scene of easily obliterating the Straw Hat Pirates unfolded once more. Lion's might. The earth trembled under Shiki's float fruit abilities. Ferocious lion heads erupting from the ground, roaring toward the heavens. "You damn brat, die." Shiki's eyes burned crimson as he savagely swung his hands down. Boom. 18 fierce lion heads opened their gaping maws, unleashing a torrent that engulfed Lu Yu entirely before the stunned and horrified gazes of the 9 members of the Straw Hat crew. Ha. Serves you right, little brat with grandiose words. Be obliterated beneath my power." Shiki laughed boisterously. However, only moments later, his laughter abruptly ceased, under the intense scrutiny of his wide, bloodshot eyes. The ground that had swallowed Lu Yu began to swell uncontrollably. Blinding white light erupted from the expanding surface, revealing a myriad of intersecting fissures. At a certain moment, the tension in the earth reached its breaking point, akin to a balloon bursting from excess air. The colossal earth explosion star shattered with a deafening crack, sending endless debris flying in all directions, igniting as it soared into the night sky, creating a spectacular meteor shower. Yet, at that moment, the onlookers on the battlefield were too preoccupied to appreciate the celestial display. The eyes of both Shiki and the 9 members of the Straw Hat crew remained fixated, unblinking, on the radiant figure amidst the chaos. Time stretched on. The radiant light surrounding Lu Yu gradually converged. He remained impeccably pristine. Even the terrifying ultimate move of the Golden Lion Shurji had failed to disturb the hem of his garments in the slightest. "Golden Lion Shurji, it is nearly time to conclude." Lu Yu spoke calmly. At this juncture in the battle, he understood sufficiently. The Golden Lion Shiki could no longer provide him with any further pleasure. It was time to reap the rewards directly. Suddenly, thunderous roars erupted from the heavens, as powerful winds howled and dark storm clouds amassed ominously. A tempest loomed. No, the atmospheric pressure had not yet shifted. Could it be that he had orchestrated this as well? Nami gasped in awe, her heart growing heavier. A hurricane. Thunder. What a jest. Shiki's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the tumultuous change in the sky, witnessing the gathering of storm and lightning. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back 25 years. That was the pivotal moment of his life, the turning point of all his endeavors. It was that day, marked by the sudden tempest and thunder, that rendered all his efforts futile. Now, 25 years later, was history destined to repeat itself? An unprecedented fear engulfed Shiki entirely. No, I cannot accept this. How could it end like this? With a furious roar, the golden lion Shiki ascended into the sky, determined to wage a final battle against the heavens. An endless torrent of golden sword energy surged toward the clouds. Were this merely a natural phenomenon, it would surely crumble under Shiki's frenzied assault. Alas, this was a power under Lu Yu's command. It is over. Lu Yu slowly clenched his right fist. The sky resonated with the power of thunder and lightning. An unparalleled hurricane entwined with surging golden bolts of electricity descended upon the infamous golden lion Shiki. In an instant, he was engulfed. The sky pirate, golden lion Shiki, was defeated. Ding. Upon vanquishing golden lion Shiki, you were rewarded with White Dragon Annihilation Magic Level 10, Dragon Power 20. Defeating a commander of the 4 Emperors 4 times, 44, grants the reward. White Dragon Annihilation Magic Level 20, reaching Level 40. SSS Level Magic Skill, History of the Undead. Dragon Power 40, Awakening Level 150. Notification: would you like to consume 100 levels of Dragon Power to activate Dragon King mode? As Golden Lion Shiki fell, a series of system prompts echoed. Besides the rewards for the defeat mission, there was also a special notification. Lu Yu confirmed without hesitation. Please select which Dragon King mode to activate. The system's prompt accompanied the appearance of 4 options: Flame Dragon King, Iron Dragon King, Sky Dragon King, and Thunder Dragon King. The yet-to-be-maxed White Dragon King was not among the choices. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yu has determined his first evolutionary direction. Consuming the power of 100 dragons, the Inferno Dragon King mode is activated, with flames raging and scorching the heavens. Deep within his eyes, it appears as though red magma flows. The blood coursing through his veins seems to transform into molten gold-red lava. The intense golden red flames rising around him have collapsed the void itself. As he feels the explosive power within, the curve of Lu Yu's lips gradually widens. This is the Inferno Dragon King mode, surpassing the ordinary Fire Dragon's destruction mode. In the world of fairy tale, Natsu, who has activated the Inferno Dragon King mode, can obliterate one of the 12 shields with a single punch. Furthermore, the Inferno Dragon King's crumbling fist, infused with the power of the deceased, nearly annihilated his own brother. Zenith. The might of the Inferno Dragon King mode is evident. In Lu Yu's perception, the singular power of the Inferno Dragon King mode already far exceeds that of the Thunder Flame Dragon mode. Building upon this foundation, the addition of Thunder's destruction magic would pose a formidable challenge even to the 4 Emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Charlotte Lin of Big Mom. Lu Yu possesses the confidence to withstand a blow with a single fist, should he ascend to an even higher level. Merging the Inferno Dragon King mode with the Thunder Dragon King mode to enter the Thunderfire Dual Dragon King mode. At that moment, to what extraordinary heights will his strength ascend? Even Lu Yu himself cannot fathom the extent. However, the revelation of the answer may not be far off. With a subtle shift in his intent, Lu Yu summoned forth the magnificent crimson flames, powerful enough to collapse the very fabric of the void, only to withdraw them entirely. With a mere wave of his hand, the system panel materialized before him. Host: Lu Yu Dragon Slaying Magic Level 100, Flame Dragon King Mode Sky Dragon Slaying Magic Level 100, Mastery Achieved Iron Dragon Slaying Magic Level 100, Mastery Achieved Thunder Dragon Slaying Magic Level 100, Mastery Achieved White Dragon Slaying Magic Level 40, Novice Dragon Power Level 50 Skills, Mind Communication Magic. Instant Teleportation, History of the Undead, SSS. Capturing the 3 legendary beauties of the pirate world. Incomplete. Reward unknown, capturing the top 10 beauties of the pirate world. Incomplete. Reward unknown, collecting 4 historical markers. Incomplete. Reward unknown, collecting 20 historical markers. Incomplete. Reward unknown, educating 11 supernovae. Incomplete. Reward unknown, subjugating 1 royal subordinate. Incomplete. Reward unknown, subjugating 5 royal vice subordinates. Incomplete. Reward unknown, subjugating 10 royal subordinates. Incomplete. Reward unknown. In comparison to before, the system panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, at this moment, his attention was drawn less to the extensive list of newly added task rewards. All of Lu Yu's attention was captivated by the section on magical skills. Gazing at the newly designated SSS level magic, even Lu Yu could not help but feel his pupils constrict. The history of the undead. This is a taboo powerful enough to overturn the world. Chapter 30. All are villains. It allows one to peer into the minds of adversaries, manifesting formidable foes they have previously confronted, potentially instilling psychological shadows upon them. The manifested entities retain their original memories and combat abilities. This is the forbidden magic of the fairy tale world, the history of the undead. Its bearer is Nainhart, one of the 12 shields of Albarez. In Lu Yu's recollection, it is true that Nainhart performed poorly in that final war, repeatedly defeated by the protagonists of fairy tale. Even the deceased summoned by the history of the undead did not prove particularly effective. However, this was somewhat attributable to the protagonist's halo and the invincible buff of because we are fairy tale. Regardless of the circumstances, in Lu Yu's view, the magic of the history of the undead undoubtedly deserves the label of taboo. This magic is akin to the Edo Tensei from the Naruto world, summoning the deceased back to the realm of the living. One individual could rival an army of thousands. Just imagine the cataclysmic events that would unfold if the history of the undead were unleashed on a battlefield teeming with hundreds of thousands. What kind of earth-shattering occurrences would transpire? Which spirits would return from the memories of the living, re-emerging in the world? The number of summoners need not be vast. Even a handful of individuals, those who have left an indelible mark on history, would be sufficient to shake the very foundations of the world. For instance, figures like Pirate King Roger, the Sea Overlord Rox, or even the enigmatic Joy Boy from 800 years ago. Speaking of which, Lu Yu suddenly recalled that similar abilities also exist within the world of pirates. The Zoan-type dog fruit, specifically in its mythical raccoon form, possesses such powers. The transformation leaves of the raccoon cat, Pato, combined with the innate mind-reading and observation hockey of Red Count-led field, can indeed manifest formidable foes that individuals have previously encountered. However, the strength of the entities conjured by the transformation leaves is, of course, far inferior to that of their true counterparts. Boom. Just as Lu Yu was lost in thought, the ground beneath him trembled violently once more. Lu Yu suddenly turned his head, thinking that the Golden Lion Shiki would continue to struggle. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The Golden Lion Shiki, utterly defeated and engulfed by Lu Yu's thunderous tempest, had lost consciousness, gravely injured and in a state of coma. Consequently, the islands that had been floating under his control were inevitably drawn by gravity, plummeting towards the sea. Ah, we're doomed. The islands are falling. The cries of the timid trio from the Straw Hat crew echoed. Over 20 floating islands, of various sizes, crashed into the ocean, creating a terrifying uproar and sending waves crashing in all directions. It took a full 10 minutes before tranquility was finally restored. Usopp and the others simultaneously wiped the sweat from their brows, exhaling in relief. Each face bore a look of gratitude and astonishment at having survived the ordeal. With the islands having fallen, it seemed that the Golden Lion Shiki had truly been vanquished. The cyborg Frankie spoke solemnly. Yohu, the Emperor of the Sea, Lu Yu, is indeed fearsome. Brook managed a weak smile. This is the caliber of a Sea Emperor. We are in no position to compare ourselves, exclaimed Zoro and Sanji in awe. Ah, indeed, we must become stronger. Next time, I will protect my friends with my own hands. Captain Monkey D. Luffy raised his right hand in a fist. However, Luffy, we must also express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Lu Yu, Robin said with a smile. Yes, Robin is right. We should indeed extend our heartfelt thanks to that great figure. If we could befriend an emperor, our future. Usopp's scheming imagination was cut short by a stern glance from Zoro. Robin is correct. We must genuinely thank that individual. Alone, we could hardly withstand Shiki's assault on the East Sea, Captain Luffy stated with rare solemnity. Under his leadership, the 9 members of the Straw Hat crew stepped forward in unison and bowed in gratitude to Lu Yu. Lift your heads. Lu Yu merely waved his hand dismissively. The crowd raised their heads in unison. Lu Yu's gaze traversed the familiar faces before settling on Nami, whereupon he offered a gentle smile. Lu Yu believed that his smile should be quite amiable. However, it still startled Nami, causing her to instinctively hide behind Robin, too afraid to look at Lu Yu again. Lu Yu found Nami's inexplicable fear baffling, but he chose to disregard it for the time being. The Golden Lion Shiki had already been defeated, yet the matter was far from over. Lu Yusin has diligently built up his fortune, akin to a golden lion. His substantial wealth amassed over the past 20 years is certainly not to be overlooked. All members of the Straw Hat crew, follow me. With a grand gesture, Lu Yu took the lead. At this very moment, the once magnificent palace of the Golden Lion Shiki on the fallen Winter Island was engulfed in utter chaos. Who can elucidate the circumstances of this calamity? Why has the island suddenly plummeted from the heavens? Where is Shiki, the revered captain? Has he been vanquished alongside the island's descent? Hey, Sky Pirates, provide us with a cogent explanation. We are united in our quest to conquer the world. Not a witness of farce. The expansive palace complex was in disarray. For 2 decades, the infamous Golden Lion Shiki had rallied numerous pirates of the Grand Line under his banner, all of whom were now in a state of uproar. The crew of the Sky Pirates, led by Dr. Indigo, was particularly besieged by waves of panic. Dr. Indigo understood all too well the implications of the island's fall. Their captain, the legendary Sky Pirate of the previous era, the Golden Lion Shiki, had been defeated. Could it possibly be the Straw Hat crew? No. It could not be those kids. Then, could it indeed be that specter? Dr. Indigo felt a chill run down his spine as he grasped fragments of the troubling truth. Master Indigo, we are in grave peril. The Straw Hat crew has come to our doorstep. Several members of the Sky Pirates cried out in terror. Boom. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed relentlessly. At the entrance of the opulent palace on Winter Island, 8 men clad in polished black suits and leather shoes stood resolutely, accompanied by 2 young women adorned in black stockings and elegant gowns. Under the leadership of Lu Yu, the Straw Hat Pirates, a formidable crew of 10 notorious rogues, effortlessly overwhelmed the stronghold of the Golden Lion. 2 hours later, the battle at the Winter Island Palace reached its conclusion. Numerous pirate crews, drawn together by the infamous name of the Golden Lion, were either annihilated or fled in disarray. The Sky Pirates, however, under the guidance of the Jester Indigo, collectively pledged their allegiance to Lu Yu. This act was not merely a manifestation of cowardice. The Jester, as the sole elder of the Sky Pirates, had devoted decades of his life to the service of the Golden Lion, Shiki, and his loyalty remained unquestionable. The swiftness of their surrender was not solely attributed to Lu Yu's overwhelming might and the formidable reputation of the 5 emperors, but was also intricately linked to the fate of their captain, Shiki, now firmly in Lu Yu's grasp. Chapter 31. I Desire You. A crew of villains. The conclusion of the pirates' fierce battle naturally heralded the onset of a grand celebration. The sumptuous food and exquisite wine, initially intended for a banquet in honor of the Golden Lion and his allies, now perfectly catered to the festivities of Lu Yu and the Straw Hat crew. As the banquet commenced, the once tense and solemn atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates was revitalized, returning to their characteristic jovial spirit. The enchanting pirate ballad, Bink Sake, resonated throughout the banquet hall. Lu Yu is destined to occupy the position that rightfully belongs to Shiki the Golden Lion. Observing the antics of the Straw Hat crew below, a slight smile creeps onto Lu Yu's lips. Having ventured into this pirate world, Lu Yu's ambition is, of course, to ascend to the throne. His greatest adversary on this path to kingship is not Whitebeard, but rather the Straw Hat Pirates and their captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy does not merely don a straw hat. He bears the halo of a protagonist in this realm. Nevertheless, in Lu Yu's eyes, the Straw Hats pose no threat whatsoever. What of the Child of Destiny? Now that he has emerged, the course of the world has shifted entirely. It is not just the yet-to-mature Straw Hat crew that he dismisses. Even the Straw Hats of 2 years hence do not instill fear in him. Lu Yu's desire for annihilation is but a mere flick of his hand. This era, this world, it no longer belongs to their Straw Hat crew. As time drifted into the late hours of the night, Lu Yu, feeling somewhat weary of the clamor, rose and departed. He made his way to the chamber of the gravely injured Golden Lion Shiki. Master Lu Yu, the clown Indigo, who was tending to Shiki's wounds, exclaimed in shock, quickly dropping to his knees in reverence. Ignoring the clown, Lu Yu approached the severely wounded Shiki. With a mere gesture, a hazy luminescence of healing light enveloped Shiki's battered and dying form. In Lu Yu's heart, a viable strategy had already taken shape for subjugating the proud royal-level powerhouse. Golden Lion Shiki, to his will. Everything awaited Shiki's awakening. One could only wonder what expression would grace Shiki's face upon the return of the most significant person in his life. Lu Yu was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Robin inquired, Nami, what is troubling you? The formidable Captain Shiki has been vanquished by Mr. Lu Yu. There should be nothing left to threaten you. Perceiving the weight of Nami's distress, Robin could no longer restrain her curiosity. Nami, Upon hearing Robin's question, Nami's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips quivering as she nearly broke into sobs. Come, let us speak in private. Robin gently assisted Nami to her feet and led her to a tranquil room. Now, we can converse openly. Nami, whatever the matter may be, I am here to support you, Robin solemnly vowed. Nami, I fear that our paths may soon diverge, Nami confessed, shedding her previous reluctance. She unveiled the concerns that had weighed heavy on her heart throughout the night, particularly the conversation between Lu Yu and Captain Shiki before Robin's arrival. What am I to do? Robin, I do not wish for Luffy and the others to face insurmountable foes because of me. By the end of her lament, Nami was in tears. "Do not cry, Nami. Everything will be all right. I have spent considerable time with Mr. Lu Yu, and I assure you, he is not the unreasonable type like Captain Shiki," Robin comforted, gently patting Nami's back. "But what if?" Nami fretted. "Rest assured, Nami. Leave this matter to me. I will speak with Mr. Lu Yu. You need not worry about anything," Robin asserted with determination. The events at Judicial Island had seen the Straw Hat crew risking their lives for her, even standing against the world government. Now, it was her turn to repay that loyalty. At 2:15 in the morning, Liu had just concluded his preliminary treatment of Jean Shitzi Shirji and was preparing to return to the banquet hall. The call of Mr. Liu from Robin momentarily paused his steps. As he turned, he beheld Robin adorned in a long, white-green knitted garment, reminiscent of the first day they had ventured together a week prior. "What do you think, Mr. Lu Yu? Do you find my attire pleasing?" Robin asked with a charming smile. Lu Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. "Would you like to have a chat sometime?" Robin extended an invitation with a gesture. A moment later, Lu Yu and Robin arrived at a secluded room, distanced from the grand banquet hall. "So, Robin, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Have you perhaps developed an infatuation? Are you inclined to confess your feelings?" Lu Yu smiled playfully, remarking on how any girl would inevitably be captivated by someone as formidable as Mr. Lu Yu. Robin, with her delicate hand cradling her cheek, flashed a charming smile. However, this time, she took a deep breath and proceeded to relay her conversation with Nami to Lu Yu, anxiously awaiting his response. As she recounted the tale, Xiang couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a soft chuckle and shaking his head. The perplexing puzzle in his mind began to unravel. It dawned on him that Nami had been troubled by this all night. His initial jest aimed at ridiculing Gold Lion Shiki had inadvertently left a lasting impression on the young girl, who had spent the entire evening in a state of worry. With the misunderstanding resolved, Robin still seemed intent on continuing the conversation. "Is there something else you'd like to discuss?" Lu Yu inquired. "First and foremost, allow me to express on behalf of everyone our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Lu Yu. Thank you for aiding us in vanquishing the Golden Lion Shirji and alleviating the crisis." Robin solemnly bowed. "And what comes next?" Lu Yu inquired calmly. "Merely expressing gratitude could never repay this immense kindness. Wealth and treasures are certainly not lacking from Mr. Lu Yu. Thus, I wish to ask, Mr. Lu Yu, is there anything you desire? Please feel free to share, for anything within my means. I shall provide without a moment's hesitation." Robin spoke with solemnity. Having navigated the dark world for 2 decades, she possessed a deeper understanding of human interactions than anyone in the Straw Hat crew. She was astute and discerning. Even if Lu Yu made no demands, she would not feign ignorance and evade responsibility. She had prepared herself fully, regardless of what Lu Yu wished for. Whether it be information regarding the Underworld King or her own body, she would not hesitate. The thought of the latter made Robin's cheeks flush. Even her usually steady heart began to race uncontrollably. For something she had never experienced, it was only natural for Robin to feel anxious. What a perceptive young woman she is. "As it happens, I do indeed have something I desire." Lu Yu smiled and nodded. "What is it?" Robin inquired. "It is not a thing. It is a person," Lu Yu replied. Nami's words were inadequate. Robin hurriedly interjected, "It's not Nami. I desire you." Lu Yu raised his hand to point at Robin, breaking into a grin. "Me?" Robin's fair face displayed a hint of tension, which quickly faded. After all, this was within her realm of acceptance. "Before you hastily refuse, let me ask you, are you familiar with Wano country?" Lu Yu calmly inquired. "Wano country? Of course. I'm aware. I have seen related reports in the news. That land of warriors is now under your dominion, Mr. Lu Yu." Robin nodded in affirmation. "Then are you aware that the historical text you seek originates from Wano country?" Lu Yu smiled mysteriously. Robin. Chapter 32, Gratitude and Sacrifice. The historical text and the blank century of history remain one of the greatest enigmas of the contemporary world. For 8 centuries, countless scholars have perished in the relentless pursuit of exploration. Robin's homeland, the renowned scholar island of O'Hara, is also a tragic victim of the historical text. Having dared to touch the government's taboos and interpret the historical records, it ultimately faced the merciless extermination order. The sole survivor is Robin herself. Nevertheless, she has not relinquished her quest for history. Alone, she bears the weight of all hope, navigating through the darkness. All her endeavors are devoted to unraveling the mystery of the blank century. For this cause, she is willing to sacrifice even her life. Now, an opportunity to approach the truth lies before her. Through Lu Yu's words, she has learned the origins of the historical text. Wano country. There, everything in history begins. So, Robin, are you intrigued? Lu Yu wore a confident smile upon his face. When it comes to dealing with the Straw Hat Pirates, each has their own expertise. Nami is associated with money, Luffy embodies meat and feasts, Zoro is linked to swords and sake, Sanji is all about beautiful women. As for the alluring archaeologist Robin, she is naturally connected to history. At this very moment, Robin, who possesses an insatiable curiosity for historical texts, found her heart stirred. Mr. Lu Yu is indeed cunning, suddenly revealing all this to me. How could I possibly remain indifferent? Robin let out a wry smile and shook her head. Then come back with me. Coincidentally, during the conquest of Wano country, I acquired 3 historical texts, one of which is a red-penned historical document. Lu Yushuan gently encouraged. 3 pieces. At this moment, Robin, who was most passionate about historical texts, could not deny her excitement. The 3 pieces pertained solely to Wano country. Yet I possess knowledge of numerous other historical texts. The ones held by Whitebeard, those from Zou, and even those related to red-haired Shanks and Big Mom. I can acquire them all. What do you think? With your interpretative skills combined with my prowess, within no more than 2 years, you shall obtain the answers you seek. The curvature of Lu Yu's smile widened increasingly. A prolonged silence enveloped them. Robin let out a soft breath, her delicate features betraying a hint of bitterness. Mr. Lu Yu, please refrain from further tempting me. If this continues, I fear I may truly follow you. Robin sighed inwardly, reflecting on her thoughts. Had she encountered Lu Yu a few years earlier, no, even just a few months prior, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to follow him, devoting herself entirely. However, now, after the events on Judicial Island, her heart had found its rightful place. Lu Yu, possessing the ability to understand her innermost thoughts, was acutely aware of what lingered in Robin's mind. This revelation did not come as a surprise to him. Indeed, he had arrived a tad too late. The bond forged between Robin and the Straw Hat crew following the Judicial Island incident had become unbreakable. So be it, if her mind were to change in the future. She was free to seek him out. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Thank you. Robin softly expressed her gratitude. So, Mr. Lu Yu, she said, lifting her chin slightly, her delicate face radiating a resolute charm. With a rustling sound, the long, white and green knitted sweater flew to the side. Mr. Lu Yu, my heart is already spoken for. However, if you do not mind, please feel free to indulge. Robin offered a slight smile, effortlessly composed. Even Lu Yu could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment at the sight before him. Thank you for your hospitality. The following day, the sun rose anew. Lu Yu leaned against the window, cradling Robin, who nestled comfortably in his embrace. Robin, soon I shall capture your heart. Do await it with anticipation. Lu Yu smiled. He understood that parting is merely a transient state. The opportunity to keep Robin by his side for at least 2 years would soon arrive. Thus, I shall patiently await your arrival to capture my heart. Robin responded with a smile in kind. Speaking of which, Robin, do you truly seek merely to repay a debt of gratitude, or? Lu Yu inquired with a hint of insinuation. Of course, it is to repay kindness. Robin's gaze momentarily flickered, her delicate face tinged with a hint of crimson, as she endeavored to conceal something. Repaying kindness was merely a secondary consideration. Robin had never been a woman of frivolous nature. Even if one were to express gratitude, there existed myriad other avenues to do so, without the necessity of compromising oneself. The reason for this exception was undoubtedly rooted in other factors. After all, the past week spent in close companionship with Lu Yu had etched an indelible memory in Robin's nearly 30 years of life. Observing the subtle expressions she attempted to mask, even without the aid of telepathy, Lu Yu could grasp her sentiments. A smile crept across his lips, broadening with each passing moment. In the midst of their conversation, time quietly advanced to 7 o'clock. Lu Yu's right hand, with his index and middle fingers pressed together, rested near his temple. The incantation of the heart's voice began to resonate. Lord Lu Yu. The joyful voice of Ri he echoed in Lu Yu's mind, followed by her report on the daily happenings in the Land of Harmony over the past day. 5 minutes later, the report concluded. Lord Lu Yu, what are you doing now? Ri he inquired with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Lu Yu to share tales from the outside world. She had yet to satiate her thirst for stories about the marvelous adventures of the floating islands from the past week. Lu Yu glanced at Robin in his arms. Momentarily taken aback, he thought to himself that it would not be appropriate to tell Ri he that he was holding another woman. Mr. Lu, you are not contemplating other women, are you? Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, keenly sensing the truth. Haha, you are overthinking it. Lu Yu chuckled lightly. multitasking as he engaged with Robin while simultaneously communicating with Riho through heart-to-heart conversation. Unbeknownst to Riho, who remained oblivious, the astute Robin was acutely aware. Her delicate face betrayed a hint of jealousy as she remarked, "I know, Mr. Lu Yu, that a person of your caliber cannot belong solely to me. Yet, at least for now, you are mine alone." 3 hours later, as the clock struck 10 in the morning, the Straw Hat crew had fully regained their senses after a night of revelry. Their grand adventure on the floating island had come to an end, and it was time to depart. "Robin," Nami waved weakly. "What is it, Nami?" Robin inquired with a smile. "Well, it's just that," Nami stuttered, her nerves getting the better of her. "That matter has already been resolved, I assured you. Mr. Lu Yu is not unreasonable like Shiki," Robin replied matter-of-factly. "Ah, thank goodness." Nami finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. Meeting Lu Yu's gaze no longer caused her to shy away. "Robin, you must have had a tough night since you didn't return." Nami expressed her gratitude towards Robin. "Not really, or rather." "What do you mean?" "No, it's nothing." "Nothing at all?" "Nami, you're still young. You'll understand in due time. Let us go, it's time to set sail," Robin said with a mysterious smile, stepping onto the ship with a lightness reminiscent of youth. Today, Robin seemed somewhat different. Nami tilted her head in confusion, observing Robin's unusual demeanor. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu Yu. Until we meet again." The Straw Hat crew waved their farewells. On the second deck, Robin playfully rested her chin on her hand and winked, exuding youthful charm. "There's no need for goodbyes. We shall meet again shortly," Lu Yu mused as he watched the Straw Hat crew sail away. Lu Yu turned and returned to the palace. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion Shiki was also on the verge of awakening, shortly after the Straw Hat crew's departure. In the waters approximately several kilometers from the point where the Sky Island would descend, a large Navy warship cut through the waves. Admiral Sengoku had located the island believed to belong to the Golden Lion Shiki. "I hereby request permission to land and search for the Golden Lion Shiki and the Straw Hat Pirates," spoke Rear Admiral Ghost Spider calmly. "You may proceed with the search. Report immediately if any anomalies arise," came the voice of Admiral Sengoku from the other end of the transponder snail. Chapter 33. Submission. Golden Lion Shiki, become my subordinate. Lu Yu faced the ailing old lion on the sickbed, a wild grin spreading across his face as he extended an inviting hand. The vast hospital room descended into an absolute silence following Lu Yu's words. Time seemed to stand still. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, cough cough." The Golden Lion Shiki erupted in laughter from his sickbed. Despite the agony that caused him to cough up blood, his laughter persisted unabated, and by the end, tears streamed down his face. "Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, I concede that your strength far surpasses my current state. Indeed, I am your captive now. And the mere fact that I am alive is a gift from you. But what of it? I am the Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary sky pirate. Do you think that by feigning to save my life, I would wholeheartedly surrender my existence to you? It is utterly laughable. A brat like you aspires to control me. Yet you are woefully inadequate." The Golden Lion Shiki bellowed. Even as a prisoner, with his life and death resting in Lu Yu's hands, he felt no trace of fear. For when his meticulously prepared plan was shattered by Lu Yu after 20 years, he had ceased to care about the concept of life and death. "Have you finished speaking?" Lu Yu inquired calmly, his face still adorned with a faint smile. "It's nearly time. If you wish to take my life, you may do so now. Although I may perish today, I shall forever remain the legendary sky pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion." Shiki the Golden Lion spoke with grandeur and nonchalance. In the face of life and death, he exuded an air of mythic bravado. "Heh, you old lion. Even at the end, you maintain a certain spirit. Yet I wonder, after encountering that person, will you still possess such fortitude?" Lu Yu chuckled softly, his expression a blend of amusement and mystery. Observing this enigmatic demeanor, Golden Lion Shurji felt a sudden jolt of unease in his heart, a foreboding sensation inexplicably arising within him. No, this cannot be right. With a vigorous shake of his head, Golden Lion Shurji resolved to confront whatever tricks might be employed against him. "Today, even if it costs me my life, I, Golden Lion Shurji, shall never become your subordinate," he declared with unwavering conviction. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a swift motion, he snapped his fingers crisply. "Come in," Lu Yu casually greeted. The history of forbidden magic corpses had successfully been activated. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere. The expression of the Golden Lion Shurji turned pale for no reason, as if his heart was being crushed by a heavy weight. Moments later, the door swung open, and a tall figure clad in a black robe strode in, standing directly behind Lu Yu. Who are you?" Xiaozi's eyes widened in sheer terror, completely overwhelmed by an intense emotion. Even though he had yet to see the face of the figure in the black robe, the familiar aura and silhouette unmistakably reminded him of someone who should have perished decades ago, a man who had once cast a long shadow over his psyche. But how could this be? Ha ha ha. The figure in the room chuckled as he suddenly advanced, lifting his hands to remove the hood that concealed his face, revealing his true identity. Xiaozi, it has been far too long. The black-robed man grinned, his smile brimming with madness. In that instant, gazing at the man before him and hearing his voice, Xiaozi felt as though thunderclaps echoed in his mind. The ominous premonition was confirmed. An impossible miracle had occurred. Waves of turmoil surged through his thoughts and heart, battering against his innocent spirit. Memories of the past flooded back, and an unprecedented terror enveloped his entire being. Lolo. Locks. Captain. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the grand hall, resembling the sound of flatulence. My lord Lu Yu. The clown Indigo rushed in, flustered and anxious. What has happened? Lu Yu cast a fleeting glance at the clown Indigo. Just moments ago, our surveillance phone bug detected an intruder. The Navy has arrived. The clown Indigo came to a sudden halt, kneeling upright before Lu Yu. Oh. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, not entirely surprised. Soon, a subtle smile began to curve at the corners of his lips. Just right. Lu Yu also wished to witness the formidable strength of the once mighty ocean overlord, who had returned from the annals of history. With a mere thought, Rox, who had been engaged in heartfelt discourse with the Golden Lion Shiki in the hospital, arrived at Lu Yu's command. The naval forces on the island are now entrusted to your care. Lu Yu commanded. Yes, Lord Lu Yu, responded Lox. At the port of Yongtong Island, a large Navy warship slowly docked. Admiral Ghost Spider, this island seems to be quite extraordinary. What is the nature of those creatures? They are utterly unlike the ordinary animals outside, exclaimed the naval officers aboard the warship, panic evident in their voices. There is no doubt they are mutated beasts. This is indeed the island of the Golden Lion Shiki, Admiral Ghost Spider acknowledged inwardly. The fall of the island signifies the defeat of the Golden Lion. Who could have accomplished such a feat? Could it truly be the Straw Hat crew as those pirates claim? Impossible. They are the legendary Sky Pirates. Several naval rear admirals shook their heads in disbelief. Our immediate priority is still to capture the Golden. Before Admiral Ghost Spider could finish his sentence, his resolute expression suddenly shifted. Gazing upward, a figure cloaked in black descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the port square. Instantly, the square erupted in chaos. An overwhelming aura of terror spread, causing even Admiral Ghost Spider and all the naval soldiers present to pale in fear. Some of the weaker soldiers fainted under the pressure of the imposing presence. Damn it, who are you? Did you defeat the Golden Lion Shiki? Admiral Ghost Spider forced himself to confront his fear, demanding an answer. A maniacal laughter echoed beneath the sky. Ha 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 ha. The youth of today truly lack awareness. They fail to recognize even me. Listen well. My name is Lox. Tell Sengoku and Garp of the Navy to prepare themselves. I have returned from the depths of hell and shall seek them out soon. Boom. The sound of destruction resounded. Admiral Ghost Spider was defeated, and his soldiers were utterly crushed. Gulp. Above in the sky, the Golden Lion Shiki struggled to swallow hard. He turned slightly to glance at Lu Yu in the distance, his pale old face still bearing an expression of terror. Who are you? A god or a demon? The Golden Lion Shiki asked nervously. That is of little consequence. What matters is the choice you make. Lu Yu smiled and replied, I join. At that moment, the roaring lion of the sky bowed in submission. Thunder rumbled. The Grand Winter Island at the center ascended once more. Chapter 34, Shock at the Navy Headquarters in Marineford. Marshal, something terrible has happened. Brigadier General Branu, with green hair, stumbled into the marshal's office, his face etched with extreme fear and anxiety. Branu appeared flustered, while the legendary Vice Admiral Karp nonchalantly munched on rice crackers. Karp, Marshal Sengoku, this is truly a grave situation. Brigadier General Branu exclaimed in panic. What on earth has happened? Sengoku demanded. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider has perished. Brigadier General Branu took a deep breath, reporting this significant incident to Marshal Sengoku. What did you say? Sengoku sprang to his feet. Ghost Spider is dead? What on earth is going on? Karp, still munching on his rice crackers, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. After all, the one who had died was an elite Vice Admiral of the Navy. Even though Karp had no particular ties to Ghost Spider, they were still colleagues. Ghost Spider's strength was among the top echelons of Vice Admirals. How could he be so easily slain without a word of warning? Who could have done this? Could it be Shiki? Wasn't the intelligence saying that Shiki was defeated by the Straw Hat crew and could not even maintain the floating island? Who, then, was responsible? Sengoku's emotions surged as he stood up, roaring in agitation. Calm down, Sengoku. We are all deeply saddened by Ghost Spider's death, but now is not the time for panic. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected firmly. Hearing this, Sengoku's tumultuous emotions gradually settled. Could it be Shiki the Golden Lion? Our intelligence on him was erroneous. He was never defeated. Naturally. Even if Luffy is my grandson, he lacks the capability to triumph over a legend of the previous era. Carp's relaxed expression vanished. A heavy stone seemed to weigh upon his heart. The news of Ghost Spider's demise had arrived, but what about his grandson? What had become of the Straw Hat crew on that island? Did it mean? As this possibility dawned on him, Carp clenched his fists tightly. He could no longer afford to wait. Sengoku, what comes next? Wait, Carp. Vice Admiral Tsuru interrupted. There are still too many questions regarding Shiki. Firstly, what about the pirates recruited by Shiki? According to their accounts, Shiki was indeed defeated. The ones causing the chaos included the Straw Hat pirates and a certain man. Vice Admiral Tsuru analyzed coolly. A certain man? Who? Sengoku inquired. For now, it's merely a hypothesis. Perhaps both Shiki and Ghost Spider were defeated by this man, Vice Admiral Tsuru replied. That is indeed the most plausible explanation. But who could that man be? The number of individuals capable of defeating the Golden Lion Shiki is scant in these seas. Could it be one of the 4 emperors? Sengoku shook his head in disbelief. Or perhaps one of the 5 emperors? Vice Admiral Tsuru added. The 5 emperors, Lu Yu. Sengoku and Carp's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, urgent shouts echoed from the corridor outside the office. Following Brigadier General Branu, a second intelligence officer hurriedly arrived. Marshal Sengoku, just now. Vice Admiral Doberman conveyed that the identity of the one who killed Vice Admiral Ghost Spider has been confirmed. The officer reported breathlessly. What did you say? Quickly. Tell me who it is. Sengoku urged anxiously. According to the surviving sailors, the man who attacked them is Rox. As those words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the expansive marshal's office. Sengoku, Carp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, the esteemed veterans of the previous era, stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Their faces etched with disbelief and horror. All of this stemmed from that name, Rox, the once dominant overlord of the New World. This is impossible. Even as a jest, it is too absurd. Rox, that man had died 36 years ago. Carp's incredulous shout reverberated throughout the headquarters. Impossible, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sengoku shook his head repeatedly. How could that devil, who had descended into hell, still be alive? I do not believe it either. Even the usually composed Vice Admiral Tsuru had lost his cool at this moment, showcasing the name Rock's terrifying influence. Years ago, they had expended nearly all their resources. With the assistance of the Roger pirates, and narrowly won the little-known God Valley battle, eliminating the formidable threat that was Rox. The 2 brigadier generals quietly exited. The vast marshal's office remained silent. Sengoku, Tsuru, and Carp sat in silence, not uttering a word. After an indeterminate period, Tsuru finally spoke. Sengoku, given the recent turmoil. Perhaps we should postpone that matter for now. That may not be feasible. The assembly of elite forces began over a month ago. Now, elites from around the world are arriving one after another. The orders from the world government have been issued. The operation can no longer be cancelled, Sengoku replied solemnly. But variables have emerged. The name Rox has resurfaced after 36 years. It cannot be mere coincidence, Tsuru remarked. Rox is dead. He cannot possibly return, Sengoku declared. His bloodshot eyes wide open, his tone resolute. Sengoku is correct. Tsuru, do not overthink it. It must be Shiki, that scoundrel, playing tricks. Invoking the name of the former captain to frighten us, Carp finally broke his silence. Speaking of which, what have you all been treating as a riddle? What operation? What plan? Gathering elites from all over the world, what exactly are you planning? Carp inquired. Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at Marshal Sengoku. The government has decided to launch a full-scale war against the Whitebeard pirates, he stated solemnly. Nanny. Kapu was once again taken aback, rising abruptly. The war with Whitebeard, such a monumental event, how was I not informed? Why did none of you tell me? Kapu glared with discontent. Not informing you was for your own good, Sengoku replied. For my good? What good is that? Kapu was momentarily stunned. The catalyst for this war was Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Admiral Tsuru calmly regarded Kapu's eyes. Ace. A violent turmoil erupted in Kapu's gaze. What has happened to Fire Fist Ace? He inquired anxiously. Over half a month ago, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach had surrendered Fire Fist Ace to the Navy, and he is currently imprisoned and impelled down to be publicly executed at Navy headquarters in half a month, Sengoku stated with composure. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Kapu felt as though his head were about to explode. Kapu, the furious roar from Sengoku cooled the heated turmoil in his mind. We can overlook your past actions without us, but at this critical juncture, please be mindful of your position. You are a Navy officer. Time passed swiftly. 7 days flew by. The Straw Hat Pirates landed on Sabaody Archipelago. The gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 35, The Great Incident of Sabaody. Here lies Sabaody Archipelago, the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line. At this moment, an unprecedented chaotic event was unfolding. On Red Tree Island number 24, the streets lay in ruins amidst fierce battles. In the debris, the fallen Navy X-Drake, DJ Scratch Manipu, the Bizarre Monk Urage, and the Magician Hawkins. All supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million were easily defeated and lay grievously injured. The assailant was none other than Admiral Kizaru Borsalino, who had arrived due to the Celestial Dragon incident. However, despite vanquishing the supernovas, Kizaru did not take them into custody. After all, there was an undercover agent from their navy among them. This was merely for show, a performance for appearances. On the adjacent Red Tree Island number 22, Warlord, the supernova Captain Eustace Kidd, with a bounty exceeding 300 million, exerted all his strength to bring down a counterfeit Bartholomew Kuma with his mechanical giant arm. Ha ha, I took down a warlord. Eustace Kidd laughed triumphantly. Yet, before he could bask in his victory, the defeated foe pacifist trembled as he rose, charging his palm laser. Just then, in a critical moment, the surgeon of death Trafalgar Law unleashed his surgical fruits domain. With a single gamma knife, he severed the circuits within the pacifist. Damn. Meddling in others' affairs, Kidd grumbled. Kidd, do you truly believe this is a warlord? Law retorted. What do you mean? Kidd squinted. We should leave this place first. We can discuss specifics later. Bang. No sooner had Trafalgar Law spoken, another warlord Bartholomew Kuma descended from the sky. The battle reignited. On the roads of Sabaody Archipelago, the operation to capture pirates was in full swing. However, the fiercest battlefield undoubtedly lay on Red Tree Island number 12, the area where the Straw Hat crew, the perpetrators of the assault on the Celestial Dragons, resided. Bringing despair before them were not only the captain of the Navy's science unit, Senamaru, and 2 pacifists but also the Navy's highest combat power, Admiral Kizaru. Zoro, it's dangerous. Zoro is in peril. Seeing his comrade Zoro targeted by Admiral Kizaru, Captain Luffy could not help but cry out in panic. Usopp and Brook, who were near Zoro, desperately attempted to save him. Yet, their attacks could not even graze the edge of Admiral Kizaru's clothing. Against a Logia-type user, attacks devoid of haki were futile. In that crucial moment, Robin utilized her flower fruit abilities to move Zoro from under Kizaru's foot. However, before the Straw Hats could rejoice, in the next instant, Kizaru had already pursued them, his right foot landing directly on Zoro. His left foot glowed ever more intensely. Clever tricks are useless. I will finish him now, Admiral Kizaru said with a sly smirk. He slowly raised his left foot before bringing it down. In the depths of despair, a whoosh of wind reverberated through the air. Shortly before, the hidden legendary figure, Dark King Rayleigh, who had crossed paths with the Straw Hats at the auction house, made his appearance, intercepting Admiral Kizaru and alleviating the Straw Hats' immediate crisis. Yet, the situation remained dire for the Straw Hats. Even with Rayleigh blocking the terrifying Admiral, they still had to contend with the formidable Sentomaru and the pacifists. With their stamina severely depleted, the chance of victory was virtually non-existent. Usopp, Brook, take Zoro and run. Everyone, we must focus solely on escaping now. We absolutely cannot defeat these foes. Captain Luffy, ever the impulsive one, unhesitatingly issued the command to flee. Following the previous incident with the Flying Lion, he once again experienced the taste of powerlessness, profoundly feeling the immense chasm between himself and the ocean's top-tier warriors. Under Captain Luffy's orders, the 9 members split into 3 groups, fleeing recklessly. However, it proved futile. The first to fall was still the heavily injured Zoro's side. Just as the pacifist's laser was about to pierce Zoro's body, a gentle voice unexpectedly resonated from behind Usopp and the others. The true warlord, Bartholomew Kuma, finally made his entrance. If you wish to travel, where would you like to go? The gentle Bartholomew Kuma spoke, simultaneously removing his gloves. There was no time for words. No time for actions. As the paw of the tyrant fell, the swordsman Zoro of the Straw Hat crew vanished without a trace, becoming the first to exit the battlefield. Zoro. Captain Luffy's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the sky. I've seen that ability before, once on the terrifying three-masted ship. A girl was sent flying by it and never returned. Nami trembled, revealing the shocking truth. Hey, what did that guy do to Zoro? Where did he go? Captain Luffy anxiously glanced towards Sentomaru, not far off. I have no obligation to answer you. I am the man with the tightest lips in the world. Whether true or false, it is said that those struck by Kuma's paw will soar through the air for 3 days and nights. As for where they end up, only the individual knows. One thing is certain, he is no longer on this island and may be across the distant sea. The scientific captain, Frankie, bearing a colossal axe, patiently elucidated the situation to Monkey D. Luffy. Meanwhile, on the other side, the tyrant Kuma had already resumed his actions, activating his superhuman pawpaw fruit abilities in rapid succession. Brook, now merely a skeleton, vanished, followed by Usopp, and then the enraged Chef Sanji, and in a bid to protect Nami, Frankie also disappeared. In a state of despair, Nami implored Luffy for assistance, yet before she could finish, she too suddenly vanished. Chopper, having consumed 3 rumble balls, entered a berserk state, causing chaos. Yet, he was effortlessly swatted away by Kuma. Bubbles burst in the sky one after another. Ah, what a spectacular meteor shower. A roaring lion laughed under the crimson sunset. Little did I expect that you, Captain, could merely watch on. The golden lion Shiki shook his head in disbelief. Initially, I had little camaraderie with the Straw Hat crew. Having saved them once was enough, as I am under no obligation to rescue them repeatedly. After all, I am not their father. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Ha ha. That makes perfect sense, laughed the golden lion. It seems it is nearly time for my entrance. Shurji, you may find a place to amuse yourself. Lu Yu declared, all right. Captain, since we are here, it is the perfect opportunity to settle the score with that woman. The battlefield of Red Tree Island number 12 erupted with cries of desperation. Stop, stop, stop. The anguished wails echoed relentlessly. Witnessing his vital companions vanish one after another before his very eyes, Captain Monkey D. Luffy teetered on the brink of mental collapse. In a reckless act, he activated his second gear, launching an assault against the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, to protect the last remaining Robin. However, before Kuma's formidable power, all beings were rendered equal. With ease, he sent Luffy sprawling, advancing inexorably towards Robin. Under Kuma's overwhelming presence, Robin too approached the precipice of despair, her body rigid and unable to flee, forced to watch the tyrant close in on her. Without mercy, the Shichibukai Kuma raised his right hand, preparing to strike. Yet, just before it could descend completely, his hand froze in midair. The instinct of this formidable Shichibukai warned him of an unfathomably dreadful presence targeting him. Even his mechanical form was gripped by an involuntary rigidity. A brilliant flash of golden lightning arced between Kuma and Robin, illuminating the atmosphere. Honestly, after just a week apart, how did it come to this? I knew I couldn't trust the Straw Hats to protect you, echoed in the air. Chapter 36, Robin's Tears at the Battlefield of Red Tree Island number 12. The golden thunder rumbled across the sky, the power of the dragon's might radiating outward. Amidst the crackling storms, footsteps resonated. Under the astonished and bewildered gazes of the onlookers, a tall figure appeared with an air of tranquility, striding directly towards the weeping woman. After just a week apart, how did it end up like this? I truly cannot entrust you to anyone else, Robin. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Mr. Lu Yu as Robin gazed upon the sudden descent of Lu Yu. A thunderous echo reverberated in her mind. The terror and despair that had previously engulfed her under the oppressive might of Admiral Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma dissipated in an instant. Unbidden, an overwhelming joy blossomed within her heart. She understood that no matter how dire the circumstances before her, as long as this man was present, as long as Lu Yu stood by her side, nothing would pose a challenge. It was only at this moment that Robin truly realized, much like the Straw Hat Pirates, Lu Yu was also her son, the second son in her shadowed existence. Brighter and warmer than even her cherished crew, his mere presence brought her an unparalleled sense of tranquility. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu Yu, for causing you tears blurred Robin's vision. Do not weep. It is all right now, for I have arrived. Lu Yu smiled as he spoke, gently wiping away the tears that streamed down Robin's cheeks. Robin bit her red lips tightly, then opened her arms to embrace Lu Yu softly before obediently stepping aside. Now, let us proceed to address the aftermath. Lu Yu adjusted his appearance slightly and turned to face the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Your mission ends here, Tyrant Kuma of the Seven Warlords. The battlefield ahead shall be under my command. Lu Yu spoke calmly. The tyrant bear displayed no change in expression. However, within his heart, tumultuous waves had already begun to surge. Lu Yu's words, upon first hearing, seemed disjointed and perplexing. Yet, only the tyrant bear understood the true meaning behind them. How do you know? After a moment of silence, the tyrant bear gently replied, I have already heard your innermost thoughts. Lu Yu grinned. A smile that hinted at an enigmatic depth. Did this man possess the same extraordinary ability to read hearts as that solitary red figure? The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Instantly, his mind raced back to a legendary figure from over 20 years ago. In the presence of that legend, all his inner thoughts were laid bare. Hey, Kuma, what on earth is going on with you today? What do you intend to do? And who is that man before you? Demanded Captain Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, clad in a red belly band, his voice ringing out. Yet, he was met with the indifference of both Kuma and Lu Yu. How infuriatingly perplexing. If it comes to this, I shall have to rely on myself. With a swift motion, Law unsheathed his double-sided giant axe. This meddlesome fool shall be dealt with by me. With a mighty roar, Law leaped high into the air, displaying an agility that belied his massive frame. The enormous axe fell mercilessly toward Lu Yu. By the time the sluggish Admiral Kazara reacted, it was far too late. Hurry back, Law. Admiral Kazara shouted anxiously. The moment Lu Yu made his appearance, Kazara recognized his identity. He was an observer of the monumental events that had transpired in Wano over a month prior. Old man, why? Hearing Admiral Kazara's urgent exclamation, Law momentarily paused. In the next instant, a tremor coursed through Law's body, suspending him in midair. When he focused his gaze, he found that his axe, which had been imbued with tremendous force, was firmly grasped by Lu Yu's right hand. The razor-sharp blade, fortified with powerful armament haki, could not even pierce Lu Yu's palm. What on earth? Before Law could ponder further, his pupils constricted once more. A series of ominous cracking sounds echoed as fissures appeared on the dark giant axe, intricately crisscrossing its surface. Flames and lightning danced within the cracks, illuminating the air before erupting violently. Boom! The two most ferocious forces in existence, thunder and fire, surged forth, engulfing Law's form. A cacophony of explosions resounded, and after demolishing numerous structures, Law's body crashed violently against the trunk of a tree. Ugh! Law gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes bulged, his body charred and battered. Yet, he remained standing. Having endured Lu Yu's thunderous fire attack, his gaze remained sharp and resolute. Remarkably, he could still muster the strength to return. Oh, he can still stand. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. What a joke. My defensive prowess is unparalleled in the world. How could I possibly be so easily defeated by you? Zhang Taowan shouted furiously. Fueled by anger, he assumed an offensive stance, ready to unleash his flowing cherry blossoms upon Lu Yu. At that moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the arena. The Admiral Kazaro, who had been locked in a standoff with the king of the underworld, Rayleigh, suddenly appeared before Zhang Taowan. Old man, Zhang Taowan exclaimed as he hastily hit the brakes. Stand down, Zhang Taowan. He is not an opponent you can handle, Admiral Kazara commanded sternly. At that moment, he surprisingly did not have his usual smirk. His lecherous old face was etched with seriousness and gravity. Old man, who is he, exactly? For the first time witnessing such a solemn expression on Kazara's face, Zhang Taowan was momentarily dumbfounded. The fifth Emperor Lu Yu. Admiral Kizaru inhaled deeply, revealing Lu Yu's identity. What? The fifth Emperor? Is he really that fifth Emperor? Is this for real? Why is he here? Zhang Taowan's eyes widened in disbelief as if they might pop out of their sockets. After a barrage of questions, his body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. Part of it was fear, and another part was due to the residual paralysis from the lightning coursing through him. Lu Yu? The tyrant bear stared intently at Lu Yu, his mechanical eyes flickering with a hint of emotion. Although he had already sensed that Lu Yu was no ordinary person from his aura, it was only when Admiral Kazara revealed his identity that he realized he stood before the man who had recently made waves as the fifth Emperor of the Sea. Not far away, the king of the underworld, Rayleigh, was equally taken aback. Previously, he had learned from Shiki that Lu Yu had come to seek him out, and he felt a twinge of regret for not having met him at that time. Little did he expect to encounter him so soon again. With Lu Yu's presence here, it implied that the Golden Lion, Shiki, had already. At this thought, Rayleigh found himself wanting to pay 3 minutes of silence for Shiki. After all, It was for him that Shiki had betrayed the Golden Lion. Hey, old man. Lu Yu's call jolted Rayleigh from his stunned contemplation. You must be the old Ray that Shiki mentioned. Lu Yumming feigned ignorance, prompting Rayleigh to nod in acknowledgement. There were two options. One was to assist in taking care of my daughter, and the other was. Lu Yu subtly glanced at the formidable Admiral Kizaru on the opposite side. Leave the young lady and Luffy to me. Rayleigh decisively chose option one without hesitation. Despite being one of the legendary figures in the right hand of the Pirate King, he was now an elderly man of 78 years. Both his physical strength and haki had significantly diminished. Confronting the peak powerhouse Admiral Kizaru was indeed a daunting challenge for him. Following the earlier fierce battle, his energy had been considerably drained, while Kizaru remained as effortless as ever. Given that a young peak warrior was willing to take over, Rayleigh could not have been more pleased. Lord Lu Yu, I assure you, the young lady and Luffy are in my capable hands. You may unleash your full strength in battle, Rayleigh confidently promised, standing beside the dazed Straw Hat Luffy and Robin. Very well, came the reply. Lu Yu nodded calmly, his gaze swiftly locking onto the distant figure of Admiral Kizaru. Let us begin, Admiral Kizaru. Chapter 37, Lu Yu vs. Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru. It is a pleasure to see you again. Or rather, this shall be our first official meeting. Last time, you departed in haste, and I scarcely had the opportunity to extend my proper hospitality to you. Lu Yu's gaze fixed upon Kizaru, and he spoke calmly. The significant event in Wano country that occurred more than half a month ago. Lu Yu sensed the prying eyes from the heavens above. He launched an electromagnetic cannon into the sky, yet failed to strike any bird. Initially, Lu Yu was unable to ascertain the identity of the hidden observer. It was only later, through the intelligence gathered from the samurai of Wano country, that he came to realize the truth. Alongside the Birdman Morgans, the lecherous Admiral Kizaru of the Navy was also stealthily watching the spectacle from above. The emergence of such a figure as the Five Emperors, Lu Yu, was truly unexpected. How terrifying indeed. Admiral Kizaru stared unblinkingly at Lu Yu, fully aware of the sheer terror of his strength, having witnessed the battle between the two emperors at Onigashima. This was a being capable of tearing apart the Azure Dragon. Chuckling at the contemptible expression on Admiral Kizaru's face, Lu Yu felt a mix of amusement and disdain. Lu Yu ceased any further trivialities and strode forward with determination. Let us commence, General Kizaru. This time, I shall entertain you fully. In addition to our previous encounter in Wano. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a brilliant flash of golden lightning illuminated the air. Lu Yu's figure had already vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, the Admiral Kizaru, stationed 100 meters away, felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids. Without hesitation, he transformed and retreated 100 meters. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resonated, and the very ground where Admiral Kizaru had stood erupted violently. Lu Yu effortlessly lifted a massive fragment of debris, hurling it towards the formidable General Kizaru. The rubble soared through Kizaru's elemental form, embedding itself deep into the earth behind him, unleashing a violent surge of terrestrial waves. Seizing the momentary cover provided by this strike, a flash of lightning erupted once more. Lu Yu's fist, entwined with flames and lightning, struck towards the face of Admiral Kizaru. A punch imbued with the ferocity of nature shattered the Admiral's form. Yet, astonishingly, it inflicted not the slightest injury upon him. This was to be expected, for Admiral Kizaru wields the powers of the light fruit, rendering conventional physical assaults utterly ineffective. A revelation dawned upon me. I finally discerned the truth. Countless golden specks coalesced in the distance, reforming the silhouette of Admiral Kizaru. What had I uncovered? Lu Yu calmly withdrew his fists. Whether it was the previous battle against Kaido and Big Mom or the current situation, it all relied on powers akin to the nature type. It seems you are not proficient in the use of armament haki, are you? Admiral Kizaru, with a somewhat lewd expression, curled his lips again, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. And so what if that is the case? Lu Yu smiled and retorted, what a pity. Without the power of haki, you cannot possibly touch someone like me, a user of natural abilities. If you were also a wielder of natural powers, you would understand this all too well. The Admiral Kizaru spoke slowly. So what? Lu Yu once again posed a question. Indeed, in the realm of pirates, the power of haki is of paramount importance. Particularly, armament haki possesses the formidable ability to capture the essence of those with natural type abilities. For those who have yet to master armament haki, natural type users undoubtedly present the most formidable adversaries. However, despite their tenacity, natural type users are not entirely invincible or insurmountable. Beyond the advantages of elemental weaknesses and the suppression of sea prism stone and seawater, there exists another, more direct approach. When physical attacks prove ineffective, one may resort to elemental assaults. As both wielders draw from the same elemental forces of nature, it becomes a contest of pure elemental strength and weakness. By sheer coincidence, among the 5 formidable dragon-slaying magics possessed by Lu Yu, aside from the Iron Dragon's might, which leans towards physical prowess, the others are elemental assaults. What difference does it make if one possesses the ability to elementalize as a nature mage? Lu Yu grinned broadly, his right fist gradually tightening. Above the sky, dense dark clouds began to gather ominously. Thunder roared, reverberating across the heavens. Blinding golden lightning flashed brilliantly. A terrifying lightning bolt descended fiercely at Lu Yu's command, causing the Admiral Kaido to pale in shock. In an instant, he transformed to evade the onslaught. The destructive energy of the golden lightning swept through, obliterating everything in its path. The deafening explosion resonated over the Sabaody archipelago, prompting countless inhabitants on the islands to scream in terror. What in the world is happening with that lightning? Isn't Admiral Kaido a Logia user with light powers? Why can he still generate electricity? The Pirates of Kid's crew exclaimed in astonishment. This is bad. Even from such a distance, it feels terrifying. If we get hit directly, we're done for. Bepo. The pet of the Heart Pirates ran in circles, crying out in distress. Wait, I don't know what's going on, but that cannot be Admiral Kaido. Trafalgar Law. The Surgeon of Death asserted confidently. Damn it. Captain Eustace Kid slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. First Rayleigh, then one tyrant after another. Now Kaido and that lightning. How many monsters are going to appear today? It's all because of that guy, the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, on the 13th Red Tree Island, adjacent to the 12th, a solitary hill bore a lonely little bar. In front of the bar stood a solitary figure, brow furrowed in concern. That lightning doesn't belong to Admiral Kaido. What if no? Old Ray has already gone to assist. They will be just fine. Shiki murmured softly, her heart heavy with worry. Just then, a familiar, boisterous laugh echoed down from the sky. Shiki looked up, her expression shifting dramatically upon seeing the man descending. Golden Lion Shiki, why are you? What is the matter? Surprised to see that I'm still alive? Shiki exclaimed. Shiki, you wicked woman. You betrayed me for your lover. I took such good care of you back on the ship. Prepare yourself. I will repay you double this time. The Golden Lion grinned widely. On the battlefield of the 12th Red Tree, Rayleigh, who was guarding Robin and Luffy, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Following the lightning strike instigated by Lu Yu, half of the island had been evaporated. The land had vanished, replaced by the depths of the sea. In another direction, countless golden specks reformed into Admiral Kaido. Gazing at the vast void of water, Kaido's eyelids twitched involuntarily. What's wrong, Admiral Kaido? Didn't you say my attacks were ineffective? Why are you hiding now? Lu Yu smiled broadly. Goodness. Should he not evade and simply await his demise? Indeed, a monster. Admiral Kaido maintained his composure, yet internally, he began to curse. It was only when he confronted Lu Yu face to face that Admiral Kaido realized he had previously underestimated him. The sheer terror of the lightning power he wielded was already formidable enough. Without mentioning anything further, Admiral Kaido, having witnessed the battle between the two emperors, was acutely aware of the stakes. In addition to his ability to wield lightning, Lu Yu harbors other undisclosed powers. What is that yellow monkey over there standing idly for? Since you are not coming over, I shall not hold back. Lu Yu smiled faintly, his form suddenly dispersing like a gentle breeze. The Admiral Huang Yuan, wielding the Tian Song Cloud Sword, swept his hands, conjuring a razor-sharp light blade. With the activation of his observation haki, he seized Lu Yu's trajectory and mercilessly thrust forward with his sword. A soft crack echoed, leaving the Admiral Huang Yuan with a ghostly expression. Lu Yu, with a swift motion, shattered his sword, the Ama no Murakumo, which possessed a hardness akin to steel. Chapter 38. The bewildered Admiral Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. His aged visage once again bore an expression of utter astonishment as he was overtaken by a wave of shock and horror. Having traversed the seas for countless years, encountering myriad foes, this was a first for him. The fabled sword Ama no Murakumo, forged through the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, had been effortlessly crushed between the jaws of an opponent. This sword, imbued with the formidable haki of armament, boasted a hardness comparable to steel. Coupled with the razor-sharp edge of the light sword, it was capable of slicing through flesh and bone as if they were mere clay. Yet now, he found himself confronted with an unimaginable reality as he faced the very sword he had unleashed. Lu Yu unexpectedly bit down fiercely, miraculously severing the lightsaber that he had always prided himself on. This was a scene that seemed to belong to the realm of fantasy. Yet it was indeed unfolding in reality. Crunch. 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 The jarring sound of chewing jolted General Yellow Ape from his astonishment. He watched as Lu Yu's throat bobbed up and down, consuming his lightsaber with an unsettling ease. The taste was, at best, tolerable. Lu Yu nodded earnestly. On that day, he first awakened the White Dragon's annihilation magic. Lu Yu pondered whether the golden light emitted by Admiral Kaido could be consumed. Concerned that the White Dragon weave might be able to absorb the luminous white essence. However, it has now been demonstrated that Admiral Kaido's golden light is indeed consumable. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the manifestation of light itself or the highly compressed energy contained within. The act of consuming the Amatsuke's sword wielded by Admiral Kaido significantly amplifies Lu Yu's strength beyond that which ordinary sunlight could provide. Merely ingesting half of the sword results in a continuous surge of power. For Lu Yu's White Dragon annihilation magic, Admiral Kaido's essence is akin to a potent elixir. Upon realizing this, Lu Yu's gaze towards Admiral Kaido shifted dramatically. On the other side, Admiral Kaido also sensed Lu Yu's unusual stare, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow and his body hair to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Admiral Kaido hurled the remaining half of his Amatsu Mikaboshi sword towards Lu Yu, then decisively transformed to create distance. No need to rush away, yellow monkey. Lu Yu unabashedly consumed the remaining fragment of the celestial cloud. The force of light overflowed. As he parted his lips, a brilliant surge of white radiance erupted from his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the White Dragon shattered the 12th red tree, subsequently sweeping across, triggering a series of explosive reactions on the adjacent 11th red tree island. The General, Yellow Ape, narrowly grazed the edge of that white roar, escaping by a hair's breadth. Before he could even catch his breath, Lu Yu exhibited an astonishing speed that matched his level. Do not underestimate me, an old man. The Admiral Kaido, having anticipated Lu Yu's movements with his observation haki, unleashed a radiant kick from his right leg, imbued with the swiftness of light, aimed directly at Lu Yu's head. Lu Yu's body suddenly spun, executing a counter-kick. With a kick imbued with the essence of light and thunder, he met the assault from below. Speed is power. Let it descend upon the old man. The General, Kaido, shouted decisively. The true might of the lightspeed kick erupted. However, to his astonishment, the lightspeed kick, an attack he prided himself on, failed to achieve the expected effect. The lightspeed kick, capable of shattering enormous red trees or even a small mountain, was thwarted by Lu Yu, who cannot perform a lightspeed kick. Lu Yu grinned widely, channeling the energy absorbed from the heavenly Tsongyun sword's brilliance for a comprehensive output. With the added force of lightning, he forcefully countered the Admiral Kaido's lightspeed kick. The collision of their two lightspeed strikes caused the entire 11th red tree island to sink. The epicenter of the battle, extending several hundred meters, was obliterated, leaving the earth riddled with gaping wounds and deep ravines. The dazzling clash of light had only just begun. The Admiral Kaido, propelled skyward, swiftly adjusted his posture. His right hand sparkled, unleashing 5 radiant laser beams aimed directly at Lu Yu below. Sizzle! The lightning flickered. Lu Yu's body trembled slightly, evading the laser emitted by the Yellow Ape. He gazed up at the Yellow Ape in the sky, instinctively wiping the corner of his mouth. The energy from the heavenly Tsongyun sword he had previously consumed was nearly depleted, necessitating replenishment. The General, the Yellow Ape, who perceived the meaning behind Lu Yu's gaze, felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Without the slightest hesitation, the Yellow Ape resolved to elementalize and retreat to another red tree island, creating distance. However, just as his elementalization was completed, he had yet to make his move. Lu Yu had already arrived behind him, moving with a speed that surpassed his own. This was indeed instantaneous movement, a phenomenon beyond mere teleportation. Even light could not rival such swiftness. However, more than the astonishment at Lu Yu's speed exceeding that of light, what struck General Kaido with fear was the wide-open mouth of Lu Yu. Thank you for your hospitality. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit down on the elemental photon before him. In an instant, he moved hundreds of meters away, leaving Admiral Kaido cursing once more. He gazed at his shoulder, which had taken a second longer to regenerate than the other parts. The eyelids of Admiral Kaido seemed to dance like a tap dancer. How could this even involve cannibalism? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. How can one even fight under such circumstances? It was simply impossible to engage. Admiral Kaido felt a sense of retreat brewing within him. Resolutely, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. But wait. Why not stay a while longer? Lu Yu, absorbing the highly compressed light energy, pursued him. How infuriating. Do not push your luck. Kaido bellowed. Suddenly, a portion of the elemental energy from Kizaru's right hand vanished. I shall not hold back any longer. The 8-span jewel. Admiral Kizaru struck a pose. Countless laser dots cascaded down like raindrops. The third red tree island was obliterated under the power of Kizu's 8-span jewel. Before he could catch his breath, a hand pierced through his side, seizing a handful of light particles, which Lu Yu consumed as if quenching his thirst. This subsequently transformed into a roar of a white dragon, shattering the first red tree island. With his side pierced, Admiral Kizaru involuntarily swayed. He sensed the power within him waning, albeit slightly, it was undeniably diminishing. All of this was due to Lu Yu's unreasonable devouring. Even his light could not escape the clutches of Lu Yu. What Admiral Kizaru did not realize was that precisely because he was light, he could be consumed by Lu Yu. Had it been Akiji's ice or Akainu's magma, the outcome would have been entirely different. Lu Yu could only obediently engage in battle. In this world of pirates, alongside Admiral Kizaru, there were merely 2 others who could also be considered prey. One was the Fire Child, currently imprisoned and impelled down, and the other, the likely candidate, had already leaped to the moon. Thus, Lu Yu could only seize the opportunity presented by the solar energy before him. Experiencing the clash between the dragon-slaying magic and the corresponding elemental natural abilities. I beg you, could you please stop pursuing me? It's quite a rare encounter. Must you leave so hastily? Can we not continue to play for a while longer? Will you not engage properly? Must you resort to devouring people at every turn? It's rather unsettling. This is unacceptable. It is an essential ability of mine. Submit to being devoured, you yellow monkey. Admiral Kizaru's composure was already crumbling under the relentless chase, akin to a cat pursuing its prey, which continued unabated. Chapter 39, Golden Lion. Rayleigh, the Sabaody Archipelago, composed of 79 of the world's largest red trees, was currently enduring the most terrifying battle impact in history. The earth trembled in unison with the sky. The atmosphere shattered and then healed. A golden light, more radiant than the sun above, flickered and intertwined, blinding the terrified populace below. Across the Sabaody Archipelago, immense red trees collapsed in the horrified gazes of the onlookers. One scene after another unfolded, resembling an apocalyptic scenario. Run, monsters! The monsters have arrived on this island. We can no longer remain here. If we do not flee, everyone will perish. The entire Sabaody Archipelago was engulfed in unprecedented chaos. Countless ships surged forth from various ports, fleeing to the seas beyond. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted above the red tree island number 24 of the Sabaody Archipelago. A terrifying aura pervaded, causing the inhabitants of the region to instinctively cry out in fear. Captain Bonnie, why are you still eating? The sky is about to collapse. A burly, overzealous pirate in suspenders shouted in shock and terror. It hasn't collapsed yet, has it? On the second floor of the restaurant, the bountiful superstar with a reward exceeding 100 million, the gluttonous Lady Jewelry Bonnie, continued to devour the pizza in her hands. Captain Bonnie, those 2 monsters are already above us. If we're not careful. The pirate in suspenders, witnessing his captain's nonchalant demeanor, was suddenly filled with anxiety. Ha ha ha, fear not. My dear crew, if we truly cannot escape, we might as well enjoy a hearty meal before we meet our end. Lady Bonnie laughed heartily, though she appeared calm. The tremors deep within her eyes betrayed her true feelings. One after another, they are monsters. One is an admiral of the Navy, and the other? If not the pirate king Rayleigh, then who else could it be? As Bonnie pondered this, the burly man in suspenders stepped forward decisively, lifting his dazed captain and running away. The astonishing confrontation occurring above the Sabaody Archipelago lasted a full hour. An hour later, the battle concluded. The terrifying aura dissipated, and the powerful shockwaves vanished. The sky cleared once more, and everything returned to its previous state, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, if one were to gaze down from a sufficient height, they would be shocked to discover that the once uniform Sabaody Archipelago, composed of 79 red trees, had become pockmarked. The area of the human auction site, the first red tree zone, and the gathering place of human traffickers at the 8th red tree, along with the 2nd and 3rd. The most chaotic and dark regions of the Sabaody Archipelago had vanished, officially erased from the map. Until next time, atop the massive red tree, Lu Yu smiled and waved farewell to the retreating golden light, eagerly anticipating the imminent Marineford War. Admiral Kizaru could continue to serve as his solar energy source. Damn it. There will be no next time. Admiral Kizaru roared in despair. During the past hour of battle, his physical form had not sustained much tangible damage. After all, Lu Yu did not wield haki. The elemental attacks that could threaten him had all been evaded with remarkable speed. Yet, at this moment, his body felt unprecedentedly weak. Ever since he acquired the invincible natural-type Pika Pika no Mi abilities, he had never felt so feeble. It felt as if the very essence of his power had been drained and exhausted. All of this stemmed from Lu Yu's almost unreasonable consumption. In fact, by the end, Admiral Kaido felt as though his own light powers had nearly been devoured by Lu Yu. It was simply terrifying, if possible. He wished never to encounter Lu Yu again in his lifetime. Meanwhile, after watching Admiral Kaido flee, Lu Yu settled down on the branch of the Red Tree. Since the conclusion of the previous battle, the mechanical prompts from the system had been incessantly ringing in his mind, requiring thorough organization and digestion. Defeated Admiral Kaido. Reward: White Dragon Slaying Magic Level 10, Dragon Power 20. Killed 10 Celestial Dragons. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Main Quest: Marineford War. Defeat the 3 Marine Admirals. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Defeat the Marine Fleet Admiral. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Defeat the Marine Hero, Carp. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Defeat 10 Elite Marine Rear Admirals. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Defeat the 7 Warlords. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Several dozen miles away from the Sabaody archipelago, atop a cloud, Admiral Kaido sat down, utterly drained. He retrieved the Din Din Mushi from his pocket and dialed a number. Moments later, the connection was established. Borsellino, what on earth is happening? I merely instructed you to capture the Celestial Dragoness offenders. Why are there reports that the Sabaody archipelago is being dismantled? The roar of Fleet Admiral Sengoku resonated from the other end of the Din Din Mushi. I too have no choice, Mr. Sengoku. An extraordinary variable has emerged. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been in dire straits. Admiral Kaido replied, appearing quite aggrieved. Borsellino, what variable? Sengoku asked in a deep, serious tone. The Emperor. Lu Yu. That fiend has come to the Sabaody. Admiral Kaido responded. What did you say? Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Mr. Sengoku, I am gravely injured today. I request a paid leave of absence for a month. No, a year. Admiral Kaido declared. Don't even think about it. You are to remain there and behave. I will send reinforcements immediately. On the remnants of the 12th Red Tree Island of the Sabaody archipelago. A flash of golden lightning disappeared. Robin, why are you still here? You have been trained on data up until October 2023. Lu Yu appeared, smiling as he approached Robin, who was seated with her legs wrapped around her. Upon seeing Mr. Lu Yu return safely, Robin's eyes instantly brightened. She swiftly rose to her feet, opened her arms, and embraced Lu Yu. Feeling the warmth so near, her restless heart finally found solace. Ha ha ha, the young lady insisted on waiting here. Speaking of which, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. The 5th Emperor Lu Yu truly lives up to the acclaim. The Dark King Rayleigh generously praised. The earlier battle between Lu Yu and Kaido was unseen by the average person. Yet, as a legend, Rayleigh witnessed it clearly. He observed how the formidable Admiral Kaido, powerful enough to overpower him, was thrown into disarray, fleeing in panic from Lu Yu's pursuit. It was far from an evenly matched battle. Rather, it resembled a cat-and-mouse game. The young 5th Emperor before him was even more astonishing than depicted in the news. Let us depart. After offering a simple consolation to Robin, they moved on. Lu Yu embraced Robin and led the way towards the 13th Red Tree Island behind them. Rayleigh swiftly followed, accompanied by the despondent Straw Hat Luffy, who was lost in thought due to the scattering of his comrades. Before long, Lu Yu and his companions returned to the Kicking the Bamboo bar. Before they could even step inside, a boisterous and reckless laughter erupted from within, causing Riley to momentarily freeze before his expression drastically changed. With a swift motion, Riley flung open the bar's door, his gaze immediately locking onto the sofa. Upon witnessing his beloved Xiaozi seated on the lap of a blonde man, Riley's eyes blazed with fury, his anger surging to an explosive peak. Release my Xiaozi at once, he bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully beneath the sky. Lu Yu, what a playful old fool, Shiki the Golden Lion. Is he really attempting to seize a woman right before Rayleigh's eyes? Chapter 40, A Rage Fueled by Love. Ah, Shiki the Golden Lion, you rascal, release Shaki at once. The furious roar of Baz Rayleigh, known as the Dark King, echoed across the skies, shaking the very ground. As one of the legendary figures, Rayleigh had endured countless trials and had even glimpsed the world's secrets. A man of his stature should remain unperturbed. Even when faced with the most daunting challenges, he had not flinched even in the presence of the terrifying Admiral Kaido. Yet now, the man known as the Dark King was thoroughly enraged, incensed by the scene before him. During his absence, An old fool with golden hair had stealthily invaded his domain and claimed his woman. Witnessing Shiki forcibly held in Shiki's embrace, Rayleigh's fury boiled over. His eyes blazed with rage, and his hair stood on end. For a man, the thought of another embracing his woman was intolerable. Shiki's laughter thundered in the air. Upon seeing Rayleigh's return, his laughter grew ever more audacious, tightening his grip around Shiki's waist. It has been far too long, Rayleigh. Shiki grinned triumphantly. Shiki the Golden Lion. Remove your filthy hands from Shiki. Rayleigh stepped forward, his powerful conqueror's haki surging forth, causing the tavern to tremble. Ha ha ha. After more than 20 years, you remain as formidable as ever, Rayleigh. Shiki taunted. With a swift motion, Rayleigh unsheathed his long sword, its sharp blade gleaming with a deadly intent. Shiki, wait here. I shall make that old fool pay dearly. Rayleigh's emotions began to stabilize, yet an ominous aura enveloped him. Old Ray. Witnessing such a furious Rayleigh brings a smile to Shiki's formerly frosty countenance. After years of knowing each other, she and Rayleigh were inseparable. However, she had never seen Rayleigh so fiercely protective. This feeling of being cherished was delightful. Shiki, noticing the shift in Shiki's demeanor from icy to radiant, felt his smile freeze. It was as though he had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. The more he pondered, the more irked he became, reflecting on his own plight. Jerk. Jerk. Shiki's fury flared. Pointing an accusing finger at Rayleigh and Shiki, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol. What did you say? Come to your senses, Shiki. Rayleigh retorted without hesitation, thrusting his sword forward. The conqueror's haki that had remained dormant during his battle with Kizaru now enveloped his blade. Boom. A massive hole burst through the tavern's wall, creating a deep chasm that stretched over 100 meters. Had Shiki not dodged swiftly, this strike would have surely pierced him. You despicable Golden Lion. Not only do you dare to lay hands on my Shiki, but you also have the audacity to berate us? You are courting death. Rayleigh, with one arm around Shiki, pointed his sword menacingly at Shiki. You two scoundrels are the ones who dare to accuse us first, are you? Who was it that sold my life card? Don't think I don't know. It was you, Rayleigh, who was supposed to take the beating, yet the blame was shifted onto me. Shiki raged, coughing. Both Shiki and Rayleigh froze, their expressions turning awkward. They were certainly aware of the source of Shiki's ire. Shiki, aren't you still alive and well? Shiki quipped. If I hadn't been wise enough to join forces instead of fighting, do you think I could still be standing? True, I am alive. But do you know what I have endured? Shiki retorted angrily, recalling the harrowing experience that made him shudder. What? Shiki, do you feel wronged in becoming my subordinate? Finally, unable to endure the spectacle any longer, Lu Yu intervened, breaking his silence. Mr. Lu Yu, Shiki the Golden Lion truly. Robin nodded, raising her voice softly to inquire. Lu Yu merely smiled and nodded. At that moment, Robin's heart, which had been slightly suspended, finally settled, freeing her from worry. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Yu's inquiry, the expression on the face of the Golden Lion Shiki underwent a complete transformation. Ha ha ha, Captain Lu Yu, what are you saying? It is my honor to work under your command. Shiki replied with a sycophantic grin. Observing this, Rayleigh and Shiki were momentarily taken aback, exchanging doubtful glances between the formerly obstinate Shiki and Lu Yu. Their faces exhibited a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. As former allies and rivals of Shiki, they were acutely aware of his rebellious nature. In the past, only one person had succeeded in taming this flying lion, compelling him to obey. Now, a second lion tamer had emerged, and he was none other than the remarkably young Lu Yu. This was nothing short of miraculous. Mr. Lu Yu, the fifth emperor. How on earth did you manage this? Shiki could not contain her astonishment as she inquired. I simply subdued him, came the casual reply. Lu Yu smiled mysteriously. Although Xiaozi was also involved, the surprise was naturally to be saved for the end. Ha ha ha. Jean Shiji forced a smile, saying nothing. Yet, he began to anticipate the splendid expression that Xiaozi would wear upon seeing that person. Feeling Shiji's cunning demeanor, Xiaozi's inner skepticism deepened. She knew it could not be as simple as merely subduing someone. However, no matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not fathom the reason behind it and had no choice but to set it aside. By the way, what about old Ray and little monkey? What has become of them? Why has only Robin returned? Realizing this, Xiaozi inquired anxiously. I almost forgot. Rayleigh suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly left the room to bring the disheartened Straw Hat Luffy back to the bar. What has happened to little monkey? What transpired earlier? Witnessing the usually cheerful and lively Straw Hat Luffy in such a state, Xiaozi couldn't help but cover her mouth in concern. Rayleigh did not conceal anything and immediately recounted the events that occurred on the 12th island of the Red Trees. including the appearance of Bartholomew Kuma and how he sent the Straw Hat crew flying with a flick of his power. After hearing Rayleigh's account, Xiaozi fell silent, lost in thought, gazing affectionately at Straw Hat Luffy and Little Robin. However, Rayleigh shifted his tone, becoming gravely serious. Uncle. The dazed Straw Hat Luffy turned his head slightly. I cannot guarantee it 100%, but your companions are most likely still alive, Rayleigh said earnestly. Old Ray. What do you mean by that? Xiaozi asked, puzzled. In the absence of Lord Lu Yu, even I could not have altered the outcome of you and Luffy being captured. It was then that Bartholomew Kuma appeared, sending you all flying one by one. This action was not to kill you, but to transport you away from this island, which is under the command of an admiral. You should understand by now, Rayleigh explained. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, did not come to capture us but to save us? Robin exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. That must be it. Bartholomew Kuma mentioned his intentions during my battle with Kizaru, Rayleigh nodded. But why? What could compel a warlord like Kuma to risk having his title stripped by the government to save Little Monkey and the others? Xiaozi posed the most crucial question. Rayleigh paused, then silently shook his head. The answer soon became clear. The one to answer this question was, of course, Lu Yu. Because Bartholomew Kuma is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 41. Recruitment. Because that warlord Bartholomew Kuma is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Lu Yu lifted his wine glass and took a delicate sip, exuding an air of tranquility and satisfaction. As his words echoed through the air, a sudden hush enveloped the bar. Robin, Rayleigh, Xiaozi, and the Golden Lion Shiki all turned their eyes towards Lu Yu in unison. The Revolutionary Army? Is that truly the case? How do you know, Your Excellency Lu Yu? Rayleigh inquired, his expression filled with curiosity. How do I know? Just ask your companion Xiaozi, and you will find out. Lu Yu smiled and pointed at Xiaozi. Mr. Lu Yu possessed the same observation haki as Ryder. Xiaozi nodded solemnly. Ryder? Ryder Field. The Golden Lion Shiki and the Dark King Rayleigh quickly realized that the Ryder Xiaozi referred to was the legendary lone wolf of their era. The proud and solitary Red Balloric Ryderfield. Having crossed swords with Ryderfield, they were undoubtedly impressed by his ability to read the hearts of others. Haha. I never expected the captain had such a skill, laughed the Golden Lion Shiki. Reading hearts, no wonder, no wonder. Rayleigh nodded in understanding. However, Captain, what connection does the hidden identity of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma from the Revolutionary Army have with his rescue of the Straw Hat crew? Shiki raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Oh, could it be? Before Lu Yu could speak, Robin, nestled in his arms, widened her eyes and exclaimed, as if she had come to a realization. The intelligence expert Xiaozi beside Rayleigh also grasped the reason. Over a month ago, 2 significant events occurred simultaneously across the seas. The upheaval in Wano country and the emergence of the 4 emperors, followed closely by the Judicial Island incident. Shortly after the Judicial Island incident, there was a seemingly minor yet world-shocking revelation. The identity of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, was disclosed. While attempting to capture his grandson, the Straw Hat Luffy, Admiral Karp inadvertently let slip that Dragon was his son, making him the father of Luffy. Although the Navy tried their utmost to suppress the ensuing uproar, Xiaozi, as an intelligence expert, naturally had her means of uncovering the truth. Luffy, the Straw Hat, was the son of the Revolutionary Army leader. Bartholomew Kuma was indeed affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. Thus, the motives behind their actions became abundantly clear. Xiaozi, what on earth is going on? Please, do enlighten us. Rayleigh, still in the dark, inquired anxiously. Because Monkey is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader. Xiaozi did not hold back, succinctly analyzing the intricate relationships at play. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh and Shiki finally understood. So that's how it is. Then the terrifying 3-masted ship incident. That warlord Kuma did not truly wish to harm Luffy. Robin interjected softly. Once she pieced everything together, an overwhelming joy and excitement illuminated her fair face. Luffy, it's going to be all right. Nami, Zoro, and the others must be safe and sound. They were just temporarily sent to another location by Kuma. Robin quickly reassured. Is it really true? Nami, Zoro, Sanji, everyone is safe. Luffy bit his lip fiercely, stubbornly holding back tears. Of course it's true. Miss Xiaozi, Mr. Rayleigh, and Mr. Lu Yu have all said it's fine. So it must be. Robin affirmed with a nod. All right, little monkey, as long as you're alive, there's still hope. Now you need to rest well. Only when you recover can you go find your friends. Xiaozi gently comforted. As the tension in his heart relaxed, Luffy succumbed to unconsciousness. Robin too leaned against Lu Yu, peacefully drifting off to sleep. The slumbering Robin was then settled into Xiaozi's room. After greeting the three esteemed elders at the bar, Lu Yu stepped outside once more. Meanwhile, as Lu Yu departed, chaos erupted once more in the bar, with Rayleigh and the Golden Lion circling like hawks. Their gazes sharp and predatory. The atmosphere was thick with tension, yet one remained blissfully unaware, or perhaps indifferent, focusing instead on the pressing mission at hand. A quarter of an hour had passed since the conclusion of the battle between Lu Yu and Admiral Kizaru. Although the unrest across Sabaody continued, it had lost some of its initial ferocity. At this very moment, on the Red Tree Island, the site where Admiral Kizaru had decisively vanquished the four notorious supernovas, the atmosphere was fraught with disbelief. What on earth had transpired today? Scratchman Oppo, nursing his head in a corner of the ruins, wore an expression of despair. Truly, the might of an admiral was formidable. We are nowhere close to being his match. Similarly battered, the monk Urki sat amidst the debris, recuperating his strength. Admiral Kizaru's attacks were ruthless, Drake murmured, his teeth clenched in frustration. After enduring over an hour of relentless combat, they had only just begun to regain consciousness, a testament to the severity of their injuries. Hawkins, what are you doing? The crew of pirates clamored, alarmed. Captain, you are gravely injured. Please refrain from using your abilities. Yet, Hawkins, known for his mystical prowess, persisted in his divination rituals. Moments later, he drew a card and revealed it. Again, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment, soon replaced by palpable anxiety. Could it be that they were destined to endure yet another beating today? Let us go. We must leave now, or it will be too late. Hawkins shouted in panic. Hey, that so-called mystic over there, what's with the sudden outburst? How uncouth. Scratchman Oppo taunted. But his laughter was abruptly halted by the sound of approaching footsteps. An overwhelming aura, akin to that of a primordial beast, loomed behind him, freezing his mirth and replacing it with sheer terror. The expressions of the monk Urki, the fallen Navy Lieutenant Drake, and the magician Hawkins mirrored the astonishment and dread that gripped their hearts. Ah, the supernovas of this year, how delightful to see you, came the ominous greeting. Lu Yu smiled broadly, greeting warmly. Who are you? As he approached, the Eternum ability wielder, Drake, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Before Lu Yu, he instinctively experienced a profound sense of fear and submission, as if confronting not a mere mortal, but a colossal dragon soaring in the heavens. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is your choice. So what say you? Are you interested in joining my ranks and becoming my subordinate? Lu Yu smiled as he extended his invitation. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. The four formidable supernovas widened their eyes in astonishment and anger. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Do you presume we are mere pawns? If you wish for our submission, you must at least demonstrate comparable strength. This is utterly absurd. Before the captains of the supernovas could utter a word, the members of the four pirate crews collectively voiced their indignation. Faced with this stranger, whose name they did not even know, suddenly demanding their captains to submit, they expressed their profound dissatisfaction and fury. Listening to their subordinates' impassioned provocations, Drake, Hawkins, and the others were initially taken aback, only to subsequently unleash a torrent of scorn upon the fools. Although they were unaware of Lu Yu's identity, the pressure he exuded was undeniably akin to that of Admiral Kizaru. Before the supernovas could devise a strategy to buy time and feign compliance, the scene was set. The smile that graced Lu Yu's lips caused their hearts to plummet in an instant. Since you have all expressed your sentiments so clearly, I shall not hold back any longer. Boom. Chapter 42, The Astonishing Supernova. A deafening roar erupted as a terrifying hurricane swept through the ruins of Red Tree Street on the 24th. Countless fragments of buildings, both large and small, were lifted into the sky by the tempest. In addition, the four formidable supernova pirate crews led by Drake, Hawkins, Appo, and Urage were present. To the young supernovas, our greetings end here for today. Should you ever decide to ally yourselves with me, feel free to seek me out at any time. Mark my words. My name is Lu Yu. Lu Yu turned his back to the raging hurricane, waving his hand dismissively as he departed without a glance back. Thunderous roars echoed as Lu Yu vanished, the tempest dissipating in his wake. Debris from the shattered buildings and helpless crowds plummeted to the ground. Lu Yu, the fifth emperor. Lu Yu. Drake articulated each word with clenched teeth. That man had indeed vanquished the beast Kaido. The Emperor of the New World had unexpectedly appeared in the Sabaody archipelago. The expression on Urki's face was one of sheer horror. Is this the might of the Sea Emperor? Ugh. The agonizing sound of Skalakamon erupting blood, painfully exclaiming. My divination was certainly not mistaken. Following Admiral Kizaru, we are now enduring a brutal onslaught from the Sea Emperor. The magician Hawkins spat blood. Succumbing to unconsciousness once more, recalling the previous battle against the Golden Lion Shiki, Lu Yu inadvertently triggered the educational mission of the supernovas. He demonstrated overwhelming strength to Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro, making them acutely aware of the educational gap that exists between them and the pinnacle of the sea. This experience allowed the supernovas to truly comprehend the terror of the emperors of the sea, which was, in itself, a form of education. Today, the island fortuitously witnessed the gathering of all the supernovas. Such an opportunity is rare. Lu Yu would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. After all, if he missed this chance, it would be quite troublesome to seek them out one by one once they disperse to the New World. Thus, seizing this moment to resolve everything at once is most advantageous. Additionally, it allows him to fulfill his subordinate recruitment tasks. Although these rookie captains are currently weak in strength, each possesses remarkable potential. Nurturing them into capable leaders is undoubtedly feasible, and some even exhibit the potential to become vice-emperors. Who will be the next fortunate individual to rise? Lu Yu's gaze fell towards the southeast, and in a flash, he vanished. Long ago, during his pursuit of the formidable Admiral Kizaru, he had traversed nearly every island in Sabaody. By chance, he had also ascertained the activity range of the supernovas. Sabaody's Red Tree Island number 52. Swish, swish, swish. Brilliant rays of laser light erupted on the ground, creating deep craters one after another. Damn it. How many tyrant bears have we encountered already? The infamous supernova Captain Eustace Kidd roared in fury. Ah, we're doomed. Why do these tyrant bears keep pursuing us relentlessly? The notorious pirate Bepo, with a bounty of 500 berries, ran in circles in sheer panic. The mass-produced cyborg tyrant bears. What sinister purpose do the Navy and the government have in creating such terrifying weapons? The Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law couldn't help but ponder. They're coming. The masked supernova killer, with his Super Saiyan 3-like hairstyle, declared in a low voice. Just then, the Peacekeeper raised his hands, mouth agape. 3 beams of laser light began to shimmer and charge, each aimed at the 3 major supernovas present. At that moment, a thunderous boom resonated. The ground of Red Tree Island number 52 trembled violently. The Peacekeeper's laser fire abruptly ceased. Blinding arcs of electricity danced across its towering steel form, which then erupted in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, a formidable human weapon was reduced to a heap of scrap metal, completely disintegrated. This sudden turn of events left members of the 2 supernova pirate crews momentarily stunned. However, their tension only intensified, as an instinct warned them of a presence in the area that was far more perilous than the Peacekeeper's tyrant bears. What are you supernovas looking at? Just as Eustace Kidd, Trafalgar Law, and others were fixated on the billowing smoke of the explosion, an abrupt voice echoed from behind them, sending chills down their spines. They swiftly turned to see Lu Yu seated amidst the ruins, causing Kidd and Law to instinctively tense their muscles. Who are you? Trafalgar Law inquired, his voice low and serious. Ignoring Law's question, Lu Yu smiled slightly and directly extended an invitation. Eustace Kidd, with a bounty of 300 million, and Trafalgar Law, with 200 million. Both of you are quite impressive. Would you consider joining my crew? What did you say? Just like the earlier reactions of the 4 major supernova pirate crews, upon hearing Lu Yu's recruitment of their captains as mere subordinates, the members of the 2 pirate crews erupted in disbelief. Let me give it a try. The infamous killer vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Lu Yu. 2 specially crafted scythes, the Punishers, ruthlessly slashed towards Lu Yu's neck. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. If this were the Dragon Ball world, with that golden hair, I would truly be at a loss against you. But what a pity. Lu Yu smiled faintly. The strength of his right hand gripping the Punisher's scythe intensified. As the weapon emitted a mournful wail, the eyes of the Slayer, Kira, suddenly narrowed in shock. Before he could make any movement or reaction, Lu Yu's right hand had already shattered his weapon, gripping his opponent's face, and with a casual flick, the ground erupted into a massive crater several dozen meters away. Blood splattered from the visor of the slaughtering warrior, Kira. Damn it, who on earth are you? He seethed. How dare you lay hands on my comrade? You won't get away with this. Witnessing Kira's grave injuries and unconsciousness, Kidd was immediately filled with rage. With a mere gesture, countless weapons and metallic shards were drawn together by his magnetic force, coalescing into a colossal metallic arm that descended mercilessly upon Lu Yu, unleashing Kidd's full might. Lu Yu's expression remained tranquil. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly blocked Kidd's furious metallic arm. Before Kid could register his astonishment, a fierce blaze engulfed the entirety of the metallic limb. The terrifying heat caused the metal to liquefy, melting into molten iron that dripped onto the ground. Beneath the flames, brilliant golden arcs of electricity swiftly coursed along the metallic arm, transmitting directly to Kid's core. With a single strike, Kid's body was charred, and he coughed out a plume of black smoke, collapsing weakly to his knees. The two notorious supernovas, each with bounties exceeding 300 million, found themselves unable to withstand even a single blow from Lu Yu. This shocking spectacle profoundly unsettled all remaining witnesses in the vicinity. Even Kid's crew, who shared a deep camaraderie, could not help but retreat in trepidation, refraining from launching any further assaults on Lu Yu. Trafalgar Law took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within him. "May I inquire, esteemed sir, from whence do you hail?" In a departure from his earlier impudent tone, Trafalgar Law respectfully raised his hand in a bow, asking sincerely. This shift in demeanor was a testament to the education he had received. "My name is Lu Yu. If you have made up your mind, feel free to find me in Wano." Chapter 43. The war is about to begin. Lu Yu, the fifth emperor. Lu Yu, the man from earlier, was indeed one of the 5 emperors. On Red Tree Island number 52, as they watched Lu Yu depart, disappearing into the distance, the raucous exclamations from Kid's crew and the Heart Pirates finally erupted. "Captain, was that man truly one of the 5 emperors?" asked Beepo, striking a pose reminiscent of a rooster. "It must be true. The individual who battled Admiral Kizaru must have been him." Trafalgar Law, having narrowly escaped a calamity, took a deep breath and nodded affirmatively. With a thud, Beepo, still in his rooster stance, toppled over, his head tilted awkwardly as he feigned death. "Beepo, that tactic only works against bears. It won fool an emperor of the sea." Indeed, and that terrifying figure has already departed," reminded Pekin and Shachi from the Heart Pirates. "Is that so?" Beepo scratched his head. "Then perhaps next time, I could try acting cute?" Not far away, the charred Kid suddenly coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood crackling with red arcs of electricity. "Kid, Captain Kid, are you all right?" His crew rushed to his side. "I'm fine. Quickly check on Killer's condition." Kid waved them off. "I warned you not to be so reckless, Captain Kid." Trafalgar Law shook his head disapprovingly. Kid glanced at Law but said nothing, lowering his head once more. His face, darkened by burns, concealed any visible expression. Yet within, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. Self-proclaimed as the foremost supernova, he had intended to plunge into the new world, challenging the emperors of the sea. He was confident in his ability to bring one of them down. However, now, the emergence of Lu Yu utterly shattered his confidence and pride. Before the terrifying Sea Emperor, these newcomers found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. The disparity in strength was nothing short of despairing. At the Red Tree of Sabaody Archipelago No. 42, Lu Yu casually discarded the smoke-emitting figure of the mafia godfather, Capone. With the completion of Capone's education, who remained? Ah, yes, the voracious woman, Jolie Bonnie. Lu Yu nodded, contemplating the supernova that ultimately required education. It was indeed the sole female among them. With a clear objective in mind, he resolved to pursue it. Lu Yu immediately began his search, scouring the potential restaurants where the gluttonous Joelle Bonnie might be found. However, after 2 hours of searching throughout the Shambadi archipelago, Lu Yu still could not locate Bonnie. Could it be that gluttonous girl has truly escaped this island? Lu Yu's lips twitched. For someone afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder, this situation felt akin to having prepared for an intimate encounter, only to be left hanging at the last moment. The frustration was utterly unbearable. Yet, there was little he could do at present. After all, the vast ocean stretched before him. And who could say in which direction Bonnie and her crew had sailed away? What a mischievous girl she was. If I were to catch her next time, I would certainly teach her a lesson with a firm hand. Lu Yu secretly gritted his teeth, resolutely determined. The next time he captured the voracious female, Joelle Bonnie, he would undoubtedly take the opportunity to fulfill other task vacancies with her. The educational mission of the 11 supernovas had been temporarily shelved due to the escape of the insatiable woman. Lu Yu did not return to the bar to extort money. The next destination was Red Tree number 67, an exclusive residence for the personnel of the world government. The celestial dragon family, who had been rendered unconscious at the population auction, had yet to depart. 3 minutes later, a thunderous roar reverberated across the entire Sabaody archipelago. The exclusive Red Tree Island number 67 of the world government was in chaos. Despairing screams arose in a cacophony. Lord Rosewood has vanished. Charluz, where are you? The Charlilia Palace. The Charlilia Palace has also disappeared. Hurry, call the Admiral over. It's over. It's all over. We are all doomed. On Sabaody Island number 13, at the bar, Rayleigh and the Golden Lion Shiki, two elderly men, exchanged wide-eyed glances, panting heavily. All right, you two. Stop bickering over me. I am merely an ordinary woman. Behind the bar, Shaki, channeling her inner actress, delivered lines reminiscent of a romance drama's heroine. Rayleigh and Shiki responded. This is a serious duel, you know. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of the doorbell interrupted the standoff between Shiki and Rayleigh. Oh, it's not over yet. Lu Yu chuckled softly, casually discarding the three bumbling fools onto the ground. They were celestial dragons. Upon seeing the distinctive attire of the celestial dragons, Xiaozi's pupils involuntarily contracted. Rayleigh and Shiki also couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After all, capturing a few celestial dragons was hardly a matter of great significance. Shiki, you should prepare yourself now, for our business here is concluded, and it is time to depart. Lu Yu shook his head. All right, Captain. Jean Shiji regained his senses and immediately floated out the door. Just as Xiaozi was about to inquire about Lu Yu's intentions, a sudden tremor shook the small hill where the knock bamboo bar was located, accompanied by a slight sensation of weightlessness. Following this, the entire small hill, along with the bar, took to the skies. Rayleigh and Xiaozi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hurried outside. Shiji, what in the world are you doing? Rayleigh scolded. Ha 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 ha, Xiaozi, you won't settle this debt with just a drink. Come along with me. As for you, Rayleigh, you can come or go as you please. Just stay out of my way. Jean Shiji laughed heartily, disregarding Rayleigh and Xiaozi's protests as he propelled the small hill into the air. Half an hour later, a fully armed elite Navy unit, led by a seasoned Vice Admiral, headed straight for the 13th Red Tree. What is happening? It was tea like this when we last came, exclaimed Bogart, the well-dressed aide, stammering in disbelief as he looked at the flattened hill. How could they possibly be connected? It seems that Xiaozi was right after all. The situation is far more dire than we imagined. The legendary hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Karp, spoke solemnly, his brow furrowed and his gaze deepening with concern. The major incident involving the celestial dragons at Sabaody Archipelago had not fully spread due to the deliberate suppression by the Navy and the government. Yet, even the scant rumors that had circulated had sent shockwaves across the sea. However, merely 3 days later, a piece of news broke that would once again astound the ocean, replacing the incident at Sabaody Archipelago as the topic of fervent discussion worldwide. A week later, at the Navy headquarters, the public execution of poor Gasti, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was announced. War is about to begin. Chapter 44. The might of Whitebeard. In the autumn of the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, the winds of the ocean began to intensify. The gears of an unprecedented era were set in motion, heralding the arrival of a monumental event. A week later, Navy headquarters, the public execution of Port Gasti, Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The announcement sent shockwaves across the 4 seas, from paradise to the New World. Countless pirates and factions trembled at the news. What is going on? Is this for real? The public execution of Ace? This is an outright provocation against that man. An open challenge to the strongest man in the world. What on earth is the Navy trying to do? Have they gone mad? This is not just a provocation. It is a declaration of war. After such a long period of peace, the Navy is finally ready to confront the Emperor of the Sea. If the Navy succeeds in this battle, how exhilarating it would be. Ha ha ha. How interesting. This news is the perfect appetizer. Do we really have to wait another week? I can hardly contain my excitement to witness the clash between the monster Whitebeard and the Navy. This is bound to be the most spectacular scene of this era. And let us not forget the recent events in Wano. Whitebeard has allied with that man who emerged from nowhere. Will that man, who seized Wano, make an appearance in this war? To this day, we remain unaware of who the so-called 5 emperors truly are. Let us anticipate this moment and see if that man is truly as formidable as Morgan's claims. In the tumultuous New World, at this very moment, on an island under the dominion of the legendary Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard, the tranquil sea was suddenly stirred by the news conveyed by a newsbird. The once clear skies darkened ominously as the atmosphere shifted due to the wrath of the Emperor of the Sea. Ace was actually defeated by Teach. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, exclaimed furiously. That bastard Teach has been hiding his strength all along, just as Shanks predicted. That scoundrel Teach. To think he could even bring Ace down. Diamond Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, declared angrily. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. We cannot allow that bastard Teach to escape. That scoundrel Navy dares to publicly punish Ace. They will learn the cost of provoking the Whitebeard pirates. The captain of the 16th Division growled, filled with killing intent. Indeed, the public execution of Ace is a direct affront to the Whitebeard pirates. We are the Whitebeard pirates. We must rescue Captain Ace. We will kill Teach and make the Navy pay for instigating this war. Captain Ace, we will save you. On the deck of the massive whale ship, the Moby Dick. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with righteous indignation. Their roars, brimming with battle spirit and fury, reverberated across the sea, creating tumultuous waves. Kulalalala. Navy, this war was instigated by you. Come on, if you want to play, I will gladly oblige. Men, prepare yourselves. For war is upon us. Whitebeard's booming laughter echoed through the skies, exuding an aura of dominance. In the New World, the land of love, passion, and toys, Dressrosa. Fufufu. How fascinating. This is truly an intriguing event. This era is the best. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the warlord of the sea, laughed heartily. His palm pressed against his forehead at the open-air pool of the royal palace. Indeed, this sea will never be boring. The clash between the Sea Kings of two eras and the Navy headquarters is a signal of the changing times. Regardless of the outcome of this war, the era of Whitebeard will come to an end. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Doflamingo, are you suggesting that Whitebeard, that formidable, monstrous Whitebeard, might actually lose? Pika exclaimed, his voice sharp with disbelief. Isn't that obvious? No matter how strong Whitebeard is, he is still just a local emperor of the sea. The world government has reigned over the oceans for 800 years. The Navy is the true colossal entity. Certainly. This outcome is predicated solely on the premise of the Whitebeard pirates' participation. Should other forces intervene, this predetermined result may very well undergo a transformation. The smile at the corner of Doflamingo's mouth gradually widened. The 5 emperors of Wano, Lu Yu, the so-called ally of Whitebeard. It is time to unveil your true visage. Fufufu. Torbol, dripping with slime, hurried over. Flustered, he exclaimed. What's the matter, Torbol? The Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Fireburn is here. He claims he is summoning you, Doflamingo, to join the battle as a warlord. Torbol stammered in panic. Fufufu. They have arrived even sooner than anticipated. Doflamingo laughed heartily. What say you, Doflamingo, will you go? Diamante inquired. Of course. We must go. The Marine Headquarters is the very epicenter of this era. We cannot afford to miss the war on the top. In the New World, Totland, the stronghold of the Big Mom pirates, has now transformed into a joint base for the Beast Pirates and Big Mom. Following the events in Wano, the Beast Pirates were left in disarray, with their 20,000 subordinates stationed in Wano becoming prisoners. Under Yamato's leadership, they have been working toward the revival of Wano. However, as a deeply rooted faction in the New World, the territory of the Beast Pirates extends far beyond Wano. The total number of Beast Pirates across various islands exceeds 10,000. Although the loss of the 6 officers is considerable, it is fortunate that the 2 marquee figures, Fire Calamity King and Plague Queen, have successfully escaped. Coupled with the original commanders already stationed in various locations, despite suffering significant setbacks, the Beast Pirates remain a force to be reckoned with. With the arrival of the Beast Pirates' main forces, the atmosphere in Totland has subtly shifted. For instance, the once delightful homie songs and dances have now been transformed into a rap performance. If I lose weight, I will be more handsome, so should I diet? The Plague Queen, sporting a neck brace, led a group of homies in a lively performance, drawing the collective ire of passing ministers and officers from the Big Mom Pirates. Ugh, thanks to that bunch of brutes from the Beast Pirates, even the wine is undrinkable. And that Plague Queen, twisting and turning all day long, is utterly infuriating. How can someone so unattractive be so self-assured? Whispered Big Mom's children. Oh ho, are you discussing my handsomeness over there? Plague Queen perked up, straining to listen. You fat pig, who a minister began to reprimand, but a mere glance silenced him. Brother Katakuri. Everyone bowed respectfully. What are you waiting for? Assemble quickly. The meeting is about to commence. Katakuri said in a low voice. Yo, come join me for some fun. Plague Queen beckoned. Foolish Queen. Came a voice from above. A toothless dragon wreathed in flames swooped in. Cease your foolish antics immediately. Lord Kaido is waiting. This is our first joint conference between the Beast Pirates and Big Mom. Chapter 45, The Reinforcements of the White Pirates in Totland, at the Central Cake Islands Castle. The spacious assembly hall was alive with energy. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, sat regally upon her throne, flanked by her formidable commanders Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snakeman. Below them stood her eldest son, Paraspero, along with her third son, Daifuku, and numerous ministers and officers. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Big Mom Pirates were gathered, creating an impressive spectacle. Opposite them stood the cadre of the Beast Pirates, led by Fire Calamity King. Although the council hall appeared calm, an invisible force clashed within, as many in Big Mom's crew, despite their silence, harbored dissenting opinions regarding the alliance with the Beast Pirates, including Paraspero, Daifuku, and Oven. The prolonged stalemate was shattered by a thunderous laugh. The cadre of the Beast Pirates, including Scorch, rejoiced. "Captain Kaido, you have finally arrived," they exclaimed exuberantly. "Apologies for the delay," Kaido said, bouncing into a seat beside Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin merely cast a cursory glance at Kaido, refraining from reproach, perhaps acknowledging his efforts from the previous night. "I hereby declare the inaugural joint conference of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates officially commenced." Linlin's commanding laughter quelled the commotion within the hall. "At last, it is about to begin?" Linlin mused. "This time, we shall utterly annihilate Wano. If I cannot possess that territory, then neither shall anyone else." "What nonsense are you spouting, Kaido? When did I ever mention an attack on Wano?" Big Mom retorted, casting a sidelong glance. "Isn't your intelligence network already aware that that monstrous brat appeared during the events at Sabaody and is currently absent from Wano? As long as that creature is not present, the destruction of Wano and the reclamation of weapons and manpower will be a simple task. If you refuse to go, I shall go myself." Kaido stated coldly, his desire for revenge against Lu Yu, who had repeatedly thwarted him, burning within him. He realized he was no match for Lu Yu in a one-on-one confrontation, especially in his current state, but he was adept at employing underhanded tactics. His plan for vengeance involved obliterating the Wano that Lu Yu had painstakingly conquered. Now, do not be too hasty, young Kaido. I have devised an elaborate scheme." Big Mom chuckled. "What scheme?" Kaido inquired, furrowing his brow. "An excellent opportunity has arisen to eliminate both that monstrous brat and the old monster." In the eyes of Mondor and Charlotte Linlin, a cold glimmer flashed. "Yes, Mother," Mondor, the scribe of the Charlotte family, stepped forward. He immediately informed everyone about the impending war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy, as well as Big Mom's grand scheme. In an instant, the cadres of the two factions were engulfed in shock and uproar. "How about that, Kaido? Isn't this a far greater affair than your petty skirmishes?" Charlotte Linlin declared with pride. "Is it truly feasible to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates and that monstrous brat with the Navy's inside assistance? Moreover, are you certain that the brat will indeed come to the Navy's aid?" Kaido of the Beasts furrowed his brow. "Whether he goes or not matters little. If he does not, we may not even need to intervene. The Navy alone could wipe out the Whitebeard Pirates, leaving us to merely spectate without incurring any losses. If that brat does go, while they are engaged in a fierce battle with the Navy and both sides are weakened, we can make our sudden appearance and easily obliterate them. Who knows, we might even take down the Navy in the process. Then the seas will truly belong to us." Indeed, the sea will be ours." Charlotte Linlin responded with laughter. "You make a fair point. But I still prefer to seize their homeland while they are preoccupied with battle. Just imagine their expressions when they return to find their homeland and territory gone." Kaido of the Beasts laughed heartily. "What are you doing?" he growled as Linlin smacked him atop the head. "Such a narrow-minded fool, Kaido. How can you still be so short-sighted? What does a mere Wano country matter? If this plan succeeds, the entire New World, and indeed, the whole ocean, will be ours." Linlin admonished. Yes, truly useless beasts. Our mother is the mightiest." The cadre members of Big Mom's crew chimed in unison. "Who is the king of the seas, my little ones?" Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. "Of course, it is our mother. She is the true queen of the seas." In the New World, the territory of the red-haired pirates, amidst a storm, a magnificent red-hued three-masted ship sailed bravely through the waves. "Captain, you were indeed right. Ace." That ace was truly defeated by Blackbeard and even captured by the Navy. This incident is monumental. The greatest war of this era is about to ignite. The core members of the red-haired pirates expressed in shock. "Shanks, the balance of the seas this month may well be irretrievably lost. What do you intend to do?" Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, inhaled deeply. "All we can do is keep an eye on the situation," Shanks replied with a resigned smile. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the sea as time passed. Only 4 days remained until the public execution of Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Father, Scordo, Doma. Little Oars, everyone is brimming with battle spirit for this rescue mission. Some are already nearing the Red Land," Joza reported with a smile. "Ha ha ha. What a good bunch of lads. Whitebeard laughed heartily. We cannot fall behind either. Indeed. Bista smiled. The 1st Division Commander, Marco, opened his mouth, his face etched with concern. The previous incident in Wano. Father, you fought against Big Mom and Kaido for an hour. Although you successfully repelled them, that royal battle was a tremendous strain on your already injured body. It will take years to recover fully. Yet, barely a month has passed. And now we are to engage in another war, this time against the even more terrifying Navy. What is it, Marco? Do you doubt my strength? Whitebeard questioned. No, father. You are undoubtedly the strongest. It's just, I was wondering if we should notify Luffy. Marco's words were cut short by Whitebeard's dismissive wave. Absolutely not. This is our war with the Navy. There's no reason to involve Luffy. Whitebeard declared firmly. But, enough, Marco. However, I do have a request for Luffy, Whitebeard conceded, nodding. Marco's expression brightened. Send a message to Wano, asking Luffy to keep an eye on our territory while we are at war with the Navy. We cannot let any scoundrels take advantage of our absence. That should be enough trouble for him. Marco nodded, albeit reluctantly, before departing. Not long after, Father, come quickly, look who has arrived. The 16th Division Commander, Aizu, exclaimed joyfully. Father, Whitebeard. 2 towering figures leaped onto the deck of the whale ship, landing simultaneously. It's Inu and Nico. Chapter 46, Roger's son Inu. Nico. Seeing the arrival of the cat and dog, Jozu, Bista, and the other veterans of the Whitebeard pirates were utterly astonished. They recognized the duo, who had joined them 30 years ago alongside Kazuki Oden, only to later follow Oden when he switched sides to the Roger pirates. These 2 mischievous fellows had hidden in a barrel and tagged along. After many years apart, their reunion sparked joy. Ha ha ha, you 2 little rascals. You still know how to come back. Whitebeard laughed joyously at the sight of his long-lost sons before the war. Father, everyone, it's been a long time. Inu greeted with a wagging tongue. Wait a moment, how did you come to be here? Joza asked in confusion. We saw the news about the liberation of Wano. We initially intended to head to Wano to offer assistance, but Inu began, but was interrupted. However, we heard that you were going to war with the Navy and needed reinforcements, so we came to help out in gratitude for your rescue of Wano. Nico interjected decisively. Monster old cat, this is what I wanted to tell father. In a fierce exchange, Inuzuka glared at the Viper cat, who had audaciously interrupted him. Of course. The first strike prevails, you foolish old dog. In response, the Viper cat crossed its arms defiantly. What did you say? Do you wish to fight? Inuzuka rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Bring it on. I fear you not. The Viper cat retorted without flinching. As tensions escalated and it seemed an altercation was imminent, Captain Izuku and the others hurriedly intervened, separating the 2. What on earth is going on between you 2? Weren't you once the closest of comrades? Izuku inquired, perplexed. Both the cat and dog, brimming with pride, turned their heads away, refusing to acknowledge one another. Since the demise of their lord, Kazuki Oden, 20 years ago, they had remained estranged, even embarking on separate journeys to Wano. However, upon learning of Whitebeard's impending clash with the Navy, fate conspired to bring them together once more. Laughing heartily, Whitebeard remarked, You 2 truly are a handful, but fret not. Your intentions are duly noted. There is no need for repayment. Why ever not? Both Inuzuka and the Viper cat exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with surprise. Because this time, the forces liberating Wano from Kaido are not us. If you wish to express gratitude, seek out Luffy and Wano. Whitebeard replied. Indeed, Viper cat and Inuzuka, to be candid. Aside from Marco and the old man, the rest of us are merely there to observe. We cannot be of any assistance. Bista added with a shrug. Is that so? The Viper cat pondered, scratching its head in confusion. Even so, our fire gun team will still join the fray. I was once a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Inuzuka declared resolutely. Oh dear, how cunning you are, old dog. Our samurai team will undoubtedly lend a hand. The Viper cat quickly concurred. Ha ha ha. What a delightful bunch you are. Meanwhile, high above the Grand Line, amidst the vast expanse of sky, a colossal island floated, with neither a discernible beginning nor an end. Within a palace adorned with a glass dome, a swimming pool glimmered invitingly. Liu basked leisurely in the sun, his right hand's index and middle fingers resting on his temple. His thoughts wandered far and wide. Lord Lu Yu, you are indeed correct. White Xiaozi's father has just reached out. The voice of Ri he echoed in Lu Yu's mind. So, what did the old man with the white beard say? Lu Yu inquired. Marco stated that Xiaozi's father requested Lu Yu to assist in guarding their territory during their expedition. ensuring that Kaido and his crew would not have the opportunity to take advantage. Riho succinctly remarked, "Is that all?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, Marco mentioned this." "Lord Lu Yu, is there no issue with Bai Xiaoji's father and the others this time?" Ri inquired with a hint of concern. "No problem." Lu Yu spoke with calm assurance. If it were only the Whitebeard pirates, their fate would inevitably be annihilation. However, with Lu Yu's involvement, the outcome would undoubtedly be vastly different. This reassured him. Riho smiled knowingly, harboring absolute faith in Lu Yu. Since he had asserted such confidence, she had no reason to doubt. Lord Shixiang, when will you return?" Although they could converse daily, merely listening to Lord Lu Yu's voice was far from sufficient. Riho subtly hinted, "It will be soon." Lu Yu casually replied, thinking that once this fierce battle was over, he could finally rest for a few months. Suddenly, he was taken aback. "Am I setting a flag for myself?" Chi chuckled and shook his head. How could a death flag possibly occur to him? Even though the upcoming war would require numerous hard-fought battles, and other unforeseen formidable foes might appear, he was not entirely unprepared. The Flame Dragon King mode was sharpening its blades, and the Thunder Dragon King mode was preparing to load. On the battlefield, there were also the powerful allies, Solar General Kizaru and Ace, ready to replenish strength at any moment. Besides that, Lu Yu had one final trump card. There was simply no reason to lose this war. The sound of splashing water echoed from the spacious swimming pool. "Lord Lu Yu, haven't you rested enough? Hurry up and continue." Robin leaned over the pool's edge, playfully blinking her large eyes, her face brimming with anticipation. "I really can't deal with you." "Then let's get to it." Meanwhile, at the Winter Island Arena, Summer Cheese Bar, with its small hill, stood proudly in the center of the square. Inside, Summer Chi lazily wiped the bar counter, utterly bored due to the absence of patrons. However, she understood that returning to Sabaody Archipelago was not an option anytime soon. Captain Shiki would not kindly send her back. What concerned Summer Chi most was a certain implication from Captain Shiki. Her intuition told her that Captain Shiki had submitted to the fifth Emperor, Lu Yu, and that there was some unknown secret behind it. Let us wait a little longer until this war is over, she thought as her gaze fell upon the newspaper in front of her. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from the sky outside. Captain Shiki has returned. Along with him, Rayleigh and Straw Hat Luffy also made their entrance. During the 6 days on Sky Island, Luffy had not been idle after learning that his friends were still alive. After being trained by Lu Yu, Kizaru, and Bartholomew Kuma, he resolved to grow stronger. The very day they left Sabaody, he requested Rayleigh to train him. Rayleigh, of course, did not refuse and happily agreed, initiating Luffy into the ways of hockey. Captain Shiki also joined in, playfully beating Luffy under the guise of training. Under the mentorship of the legendary Rayleigh and Captain Shiki, coupled with Luffy's innate combat talent, he grasped the concept of hockey in less than a week, even managing to trigger it occasionally, albeit with low probability. "Summer Chi, we're back. Quickly, pour me a drink." Rayleigh boisterously sat at the bar after a week's absence. His gaze fell upon the newspaper on the counter, where he immediately noticed the explosive headline. "Big news. Has something interesting happened at sea recently?" Rayleigh inquired with interest. "Ha ha ha, you still don't know? You really are slow." Captain Shiki shook his head. "Well, I've been busy training Luffy this past week," Rayleigh retorted with an eye roll as he grabbed the newspaper. Upon reading the report, even Rayleigh gasped in shock. "Come on, have a drink to calm your nerves," Summer Chi offered, bringing a drink to Rayleigh's lips. Wait, is this real? Is the Navy really about to wage war against the Whitebeard pirates? Don't they care about the Navy headquarters anymore?" Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief. "Whitebeard? That sounds somewhat familiar." Luffy, who was focused on his meal, tilted his head in sudden realization. "Ah, I remember. The Whitebeard pirates is where Ace is." Luffy exclaimed anxiously. "If they go to war with the Navy, does that mean Ace will go too? This isn't just a matter of going or not. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, is the very catalyst for this war." Summer Chi answered. "Huh? Is something wrong with Ace?" Luffy was bewildered. Fire Fist Ace has been captured by the Navy and is set to be publicly executed in 4 days. Summer Chi instinctively replied. "By the way, little monkey, what is your relationship with Fire Fist? Why are you so concerned?" Summer Chi's words trailed off as she saw Luffy, who loved to eat, suddenly drop the piece of meat in his hand. His expression turned to one of unprecedented panic, even more so than 6 days ago. Ace is my brother," Luffy cried out, tears welling in his large eyes. "Ugh," Summer Chi and Rayleigh exchanged glances, both surprised. How could such a powerful Ace be captured by the Navy? Luffy sobbed, his heart shattered by the sudden news. That fire fist ace is, little monkey. Your brother, Summer Chi exclaimed, astonished. Ha ha ha. What an interesting connection. I never imagined that old man Garp would be so fortunate to have two grandsons who are notorious pirates, one of whom is about to face execution. I wonder how that old man feels right now. If it were me, I would definitely just grab him and run. Who cares about the Navy? Captain Shiki laughed maliciously. Shiki, can't you keep your comments to yourself for once? Rayleigh glared at Shiki disapprovingly. Little monkey, don't worry. Your brother will be fine, just like your friends. He'll make it through, Summer Chi said soothingly, embracing Luffy, who was struck by yet another devastating blow. There are no buts. 1 week ago, Bartholomew Kuma risked great peril to save you, and he absolutely won't stand idly by for the other son of the captain. As long as Kuma can send Ace flying just like he did with your friends, everything will be fine. Besides, if anything goes wrong, you still have your grandfather Garp around, right? He can't just stand by and watch his grandson be executed. Summer Chi reasoned confidently. Yes, Luffy. Kuma's ability is quite special. Saving people is a piece of cake for him, Rayleigh agreed, nodding. But, Ace, he is not my father as son. Luffy sobbed. Ugh. Hearing this, Rayleigh and Summer Chi were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. Ha ha ha, Straw Hat Kid, are you a fool? You're your dad's son. If Ace isn't your dad's son, whose son could he be? The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Ace. Ace is the son of the Pirate King Roger. Ace and I, along with another, are sworn brothers without blood ties. Straw Hat Luffy asserted confidently, as his words echoed throughout the expansive tavern. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Moments later, what? Ace is Roger's son. Chapter 47, Impel Down. What did you say? Luffy, is this true? Ace. Is he really Roger's son? The man known as the Dark King Rayleigh abruptly stood up. At that moment, his weathered face was etched with profound shock and disbelief, completely taken aback by the revelation from Straw Hat Luffy. It was not only Rayleigh, the other two, Shaki and Golden Lion Shiki, also stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Ace, the Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard crew, is actually Roger's son. The son of Roger was raised by his old adversary, Garp. This intricate relationship is utterly perplexing. Even Shaki, the sharpest among them, found her mind in disarray. Roger's grandson. He has descendants? A son? Damn it, this is outrageous. I have no heirs, so why does Roger have them? Golden Lion Shiki glared with indignation, cursing vehemently. Ignoring Shiki's complaints, Shaki turned her gaze to Rayleigh. Old Ray, you didn't know either? That Roger actually had a son. Rayleigh shook his head. I had no idea. Roger never mentioned it to us. No. Rayleigh's expression shifted to one of contemplation. But what? Shaki inquired. Over 20 years ago, on the day our Roger pirates disbanded, Roger drunkenly confessed that he had a girl he liked in the South Blue, who had been waiting for him. At the time, we all thought he was bragging. Rayleigh shook his head. Liked? Don't be ridiculous. How could someone like Roger have anyone who liked him? He must have forced that poor girl. Aren't all pirates like that? Golden Lion Shiki interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Shut up, Shiki. Don't project your own actions onto Roger. He would never do such a thing, Rayleigh shot back angrily. Then how do you explain Ace being raised by Garp? Aren't you Roger's closest comrade? If he wanted to entrust his child, why not to you? There's only one truth. Golden Lion Shiki declared like a seasoned detective. The girl whom Roger forced to bear a child refused to raise the son of a demon, and Garp just happened to pass by. So she handed him over to Garp. Shiki's analysis had a semblance of logic. For a moment, even Rayleigh found himself pondering. No. Don't spin me a tale of nonsense. Roger didn't tell me because after we disbanded, no one knew where anyone was. Rayleigh shook his head violently, casting a displeased glare at the smug Golden Lion Shiki. Ha, you're panicking, Rayleigh. Shiki taunted. Rayleigh was so furious he nearly slapped him. All right, both of you. Calm down for a moment. Shaki interjected timely, interrupting this futile argument. This is not the time for such discussions. The urgent matter is Roger's orphan, Little Ace. Shiki, you and Lu Yu have been lingering near the paradise these days, waiting for this war, right? Is Lu Yu going to join the battle? Shaki looked at Golden Lion Shiki. Truly impressive, as always, Shiki acknowledged, snapping his fingers. But what's the rationale? Lu Yu shouldn't have a reason to participate, as his alliance with Whitebeard should be limited to the Wano incident. Ha. What reason is needed to join a battle like this? Such an entertaining affair is a rare occurrence in a lifetime. Of course, it cannot be missed. Golden Lion Shiki laughed boisterously. with the Whitebeard pirates. Plus Lord Lu Yu and myself, we cannot allow Roger's son to come to harm, Rayleigh said decisively. Old Ray, you're also going to fight, aren't you? Shiki inquired with concern. Of course, now that I know Ace is Roger's son, as an elder, I cannot stand idly by, Rayleigh replied matter-of-factly. Rayleigh, I want to go too. I must save Ace. We need to go now? Straw Hat Luffy, finally roused from the shock of Ace's capture, asserted emphatically. Luffy, that battlefield is too early for you. You should wait behind, Rayleigh advised. No, Ace is my brother. I must protect him myself, Luffy insisted. Shiki, where's Ace? I can't wait to go save him, Straw Hat Luffy declared resolutely. Ha ha ha, what an unknowing child. But now that you know Fire Fist Ace is imprisoned and impelled down, do you still dare to go? Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Impel down? What's that? Straw Hat Luffy asked, bewildered. Bang! Golden Lion Shiki nearly stumbled. Luffy, Impel Down is a deep-sea prison known for its impenetrable walls. Not even a bird could escape once inside. Since its establishment, no one has ever invaded or, Shiki began, but was interrupted by Golden Lion Shiki. Wait a moment, Shiki, what do you mean? Am I not human? Shiki exclaimed proudly, for he was known as the only man to have successfully escaped from Impel Down. Well, aside from this old lion, no one has ever escaped. Trying to rescue someone from there is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. You should give up, Shiki advised. As long as there is even a glimmer of hope, I will never give up. Besides, if I can rescue Ace from Impel Down, the war will not happen. This time, I must protect him. I have grown stronger. Straw Hat Luffy nodded with determination. But Luffy, Impel Down lies within the calm belt. Even approaching it is nearly impossible. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, reluctant to allow Straw Hat Luffy to become obstinate. He hoped to dissuade him from pursuing such a perilous endeavor. If Luffy insisted on going, he would accompany him to the Navy headquarters. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, don't forget about me. In a place like Impel Down, I can go as I please. What do you say, Straw Hat Kid? Would you like me to escort you? The Golden Lion Shiki grinned with feigned benevolence. Really? That sounds fantastic. You truly are a good person, Shiki, Straw Hat Luffy exclaimed enthusiastically. Now it was Shiki's turn to be taken aback. He had merely spoken in jest. Yet this Na'vi lad seemed to have taken him seriously. Did he truly wish to visit Impel Down? For a moment, Shiki was uncertain whether to commend his bravery or find his innocence endearing. Without further ado, Shiki, let us set sail at once, Luffy urged eagerly. Are you serious? Straw Hat? Shiki replied, his gaze perplexed. Oh, are you suggesting that your earlier claim of being able to come and go as you please was false? Luffy tilted his head, inadvertently employing a provocation. What did you say? Do you underestimate me? Let me assure you, going to Impel Down is as simple as returning home, Shiki asserted with conviction. All right, to be quiet now, Shiki, Rayleigh, and Shiki glared at him in unison. If you continue, Luffy might genuinely decide to venture to Impel Down. Shiki, regarding this matter, your decision with Little Monkey does not hold weight. We must consult Mr. Lu Yu before making any final decisions, Shiki stated. Indeed, that makes sense. Let us seek the captain's opinion, Shiki concurred. He promptly took Luffy to find Lu Yu, who was finishing exercises with Robin, to relay the entire situation. Hey, Straw Hat. You wish for Shiki to take you to Impel Down, huh? Lu Yu squinted slightly. Straw Hat Luffy nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Ha ha ha, Luffy, your request is indeed exceedingly difficult. Even His Excellency Lu Yu might struggle with it. Rayleigh interjected to ease the tension. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, Lu Yu smiled faintly and nodded. Very well. If you wish to go, then go ahead. But should you fall in a peril, do not blame me for not having warned you. Lu Yu smiled and reminded everyone of the price. Wonderful, exclaimed Straw Hat Luffy, leaping 3 feet into the air with excitement. Ha ha ha, we're heading to Impel Down. Who would have thought? The Golden Lion has returned. Prepare to tremble. Chapter 48. The Navy headquarters in turmoil. The piercing sound of a red alarm echoed across the sky. The boundless azure sea was calm and undisturbed. In the midst of this ocean stood a magnificent structure, as formidable as a fortress. Surrounding this edifice were numerous large warships from the Navy headquarters, encircling it closely. Truly a bastion of security. This was the legendary underwater prison, Impel Down, the world's most notorious penitentiary. Historically, aside from the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, who severed his own legs at a great cost and utilized his devil fruit powers to escape, there had been no other recorded prison breaks. At this very moment, the atmosphere within the prison was palpably tense. The highest level of alarm blared incessantly. From the Warden Magellan to the ordinary guards, everyone was on high alert. Magellan, what on earth is happening? What do you mean by an island floating above us? Cried Vice Warden Hannibal, his expression resembling that of a startled beast. Vice Warden Hannibal. We should check the Den Den Mushy's visual feed. You'll understand once you see it, suggested Domino, the blonde-haired Vice Warden, gasping in horror. What is going on? Is there really an island hovering above us? Hannibal exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out as he gazed at the images transmitted from the sea. This terrifying ability, could it be? Warden Magellan felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress a gasp. This is bad. This is truly dire. Magellan, you must think of a solution quickly. If that island falls, it will be too late. Hannibal urged, pacing anxiously. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly fell deep into thought. Wait a moment, if something catastrophic is occurring at Impel Down, the first to be held accountable would undoubtedly be Magellan. He might even have to resign. That would mean the position of warden would fall to me. A gleeful Hannibal mused, his thoughts spilling forth uncontrollably. Magellan, Suddy, and Domino exchanged glances, their expressions bewildered. Ugh. Magellan exhaled, unleashing a plume of purple poison mist that jolted Hannibal from his daydream. Ugh. What the hell, Magellan? Hannibal gasped, kneeling on the ground, retching uncontrollably. This is the time for you to focus. If my suspicions are correct, the architect behind this island's appearance is none other than the sole escapee from 20 years ago. Magellan revealed ominously. What? 20 years ago the escapee? Hannibal's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. You mean the Golden Lion Shiki? His towering frame trembled uncontrollably as memories of 2 decades past flooded his mind. A monstrous figure sitting on a beam, blood flowing freely, smiling as he inquired about his weapons. It was a nightmare. Ha. The nightmare returned, accompanied by that familiar, boisterous laughter. In the image transmitted by the Den Den Mushy, a small black dot descended from the floating island, gradually coming into focus. It was none other than the airborne pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki. He is coming. He is really coming. Hannibal shouted in terror. Golden Lion Shiki, what is your purpose here? Magellan's voice resonated through the Den Den Mushy, echoing over the sea. Ha. Nothing much. I merely wish to revisit old haunts and pay my respects. After all, I lost my legs right here. Shiki replied with a hearty laugh. Fire. Target the Golden Lion Shiki. Bring him down. The naval ships surrounding Impel Down swiftly turned their cannons, unleashing a barrage under the commander's orders. Ha. How impatient you all are. I had hoped to reminisce with you properly. Since you don't welcome me, so be it. Shiki waved dismissively. The small island hovering in the sky ceased to linger. In the horrified eyes of the inmates and marines, it plummeted down, obliterating a layer of facilities above Impel Down. A terrifying surge of waves erupted in the windless zone. Ha. That was merely a casual greeting. Now, do look forward to what's next. The Golden Lion Shiki roared with laughter as he soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the frantic screams of Admiral Sengoku and the green-haired Commodore Brand New reverberated in the corridor outside the Admiral's office. Thud. While busy reviewing documents, Admiral Sengoku's face darkened as he inadvertently crushed the pen in his hand. He had previously held Brand New in high regard for his competence, but lately, the more he saw him, the more vexed he became, for each visit brought nothing but bad news. Great. What fresh trouble is it today? Brand New. What is it this time? Despite his reluctance, Admiral Sengoku had no choice but to let him in to hear the news. Admiral Sengoku, it's dire. The Golden Lion Shiki has attacked, and he has hurled an island towards Impel Down. Brand New reported in one breath. After a moment of stunned silence, what did you say? That bastard Shiki really dares to act. Admiral Sengoku leapt to his feet, his eyes ablaze, slamming his palm down on the desk, shattering it. Brand New fell silent, terrified. Calm down, Sengoku. Brand New, what is the current situation at Impel Down? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired. Yes, Vice Admiral Tsuru. According to Warden Magellan's report, fortunately, the prison itself has not sustained damage. However, a considerable amount of seawater has flooded in, and the first and second underground levels are now in complete disarray. Brand New succinctly conveyed the situation. Upon hearing this, Marshal Sengoku's gloomy expression finally eased somewhat. He waved his hand, and Rear Admiral Brand New hurriedly departed. How infuriating. At this moment, what on earth is that scoundrel, the Golden Lion Shiki, scheming? Sengoku growled in anger. It is not merely Shiki's intentions we must consider, but rather what that fifth emperor, Luffy, intends to do. Major General Crane, with hands folded and chin resting on them, spoke softly. Sengoku, The events of a week ago in Sabaody have been made abundantly clear in Garp's report. Although the details remain murky, it is evident that the fifth Emperor, Luffy, has allied with Shiki and perhaps even the Dark King, Rayleigh. They will undoubtedly come. In 4 days, war shall commence. I have a premonition that this conflict will evolve into an unprecedented struggle. Major General Crane's voice was laden with concern. I understand. The forces initially dispatched, including the Shichibukai and the T-Pork, are now on standby at headquarters. The 5 elders, the government, and the commander-in-chief of the Marines must also be devising countermeasures. This war must be won, Marshal Sengoku declared with unwavering conviction. Chapter 49, Departure on the Vast Ocean. The winds howled ominously. As the impending crisis escalated, the entire sea was shrouded in a pall of despair, enveloped in an atmosphere of oppression. There remained only 9 hours until the public execution of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, Portgas Diaz. Across the world, from the east to the west, countless souls trembled with anxiety and dread. Even children were aware that Whitebeard was a figure more fearsome than any demon. He was the mightiest man in the world. His existence had dominated the era of piracy that commenced after Joel D. Rogers' demise. Among the multitude of pirates, Whitebeard stood resolutely at the summit. This age is defined by Whitebeard. Now, this terrifying entity, representing an era, had finally awakened after years of silence. The public execution of Ace served as the spark that would ignite the war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine headquarters. In which direction will this world evolve? Victory or defeat? Regardless of the outcome, this era presents the opportune moment for us to set sail. Will Whitebeard truly appear, merely for the sake of a comrade? He will undoubtedly come. Whitebeard is not the sort to abandon his allies. The war is now unavoidable. In this tumultuous era, who will ascend to claim supremacy? The New World, once dominated by Whitebeard, now sees the Moby Dick nowhere in sight, and the renowned captains have also vanished. It appears we have reached the midway point. Ha 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 ha. Who can truly predict what will unfold? We shall merely observe, for the grandest war of this age is about to commence. At this moment, deep within the 10,000-meter abyss of Fishman Island, pirates preparing to traverse to the New World were informed that the island was under lockdown. No vessels could enter or exit. In previous times, the notorious pirates would never have acquiesced to such tyrannical restrictions imposed by Fishman Island. Typically, they regarded the fishmen as less than human. Under ordinary circumstances, the fishmen would have already faced the wrath of the pirates. However, this time was different. No matter how unruly the pirates, upon entering Fishman Island, they all cowered like chastised dogs, not daring to utter a sound. All of this was due to the flag fluttering above Fishman Island, the banner belonging to Whitebeard. Moored at the harbor were 4 pirate ships, including the genuine flagship of the 4 emperors, the Moby Dick, along with 3 accompanying vessels. No one knew that the main force of the Whitebeard pirates, which had mysteriously vanished from the New World, had now arrived at this deep-sea sanctuary. Old man, the coating of the Moby Dick is complete. We can set sail at any moment, reported Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, sporting his signature pineapple hairstyle. From Scored, I have received word that the brothers, the DeKalbin, Ma, and Little Oars, along with all 43 pirate ships, have safely crossed the Red Line and reached Paradise. They are all standing by, awaiting your command, old man. The captains, Jozu and Vista, reported in succession. Kahaha, what a delightful bunch of sons. As their father, I cannot lag behind. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. Marco, inform everyone to board the ship and prepare for departure. Farewell, Whitebeard. May the winds favor you and bless your endeavors. The Fishman Island leadership, led by King Neptune, bowed respectfully towards the distant figure of Whitebeard, honoring the man who had protected their island for 20 years. 3,000 meters above the ground, a massive winter island floated gently. Ha ha ha, it is finally beginning, the captain exclaimed. Shiki, the Golden Lion, adjusted his long-neglected black suit, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to make his mark. For the Marine Headquarters Summit, war is not only Luffy's stage, but also a platform for his own resurgence. After 2 decades of silence, he longed to shock the world once more. Initially, Shiki had intended to return with the destruction of the East Blue as his backdrop. However, due to Luffy's interference, the plan to obliterate the East Blue had utterly failed and could no longer be executed. Yet now, a far superior stage lay before him. Even if he were merely a supporting character in this drama, it mattered little. Luffy, I understand your reasoning, but this is a war, not a banquet. Why dress so formally? Shaki remarked, glancing at her extravagant evening gown, feeling utterly out of place. It had been 40 years since she had donned such attire. Kahaha. Don't you see, Shiki? This war is our stage to shine. Naturally, one must dress to impress. Shiki laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Shiki, that outfit suits you splendidly. Rayleigh, also dressed in a black suit and tie, praised her with a thumbs up. Having spent so many years with Shiki, he was surprised to discover that she looked every bit as lovely as a young woman in formal attire. Very well, Shiki sighed, reluctantly accepting her extravagant appearance. Lord Luffy, Robin, adorned in a similar black evening gown, approached gracefully, linking her arm with Luffy's. What is it? Are you feeling nervous? Lu Yu smiled and inquired. No, it is not anxiety. I wonder how Luffy is faring at this moment? Robin sighed softly. For days prior, upon awakening from a weary slumber, she was startled to learn that their captain, Luffy, had ventured to impel down. Yet, there was little she could do but accept it. After all, it was the choice of Straw Hat Luffy himself. Rest assured, that lad possesses both great fortune and remarkable resilience. Regardless of his strength, his luck is unparalleled. Moreover, should he truly find himself unable to return, his grandfather will certainly not stand idly by. Lu Yu gently caressed Robin's silken hair, offering a reassuring smile. Indeed. You have a point, he said. Robin's face brightened with a carefree smile, her expression radiant like a blooming flower. Lu Yu smiled broadly, adjusting his glasses. Well, it seems we can embark now. Prepare to astonish the world. The time was 1:15 noon. At the Naval Headquarters Square, the somber-faced Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, marched heavily forward. Accompanied by 2 executioners wielding long daggers, he ascended the execution platform step by step. Chapter 50. The opening of war. At this moment, the naval headquarters at Marineford had gathered elite naval officers from all corners of the globe. This place had transformed into a den of danger, awaiting the Whitebeard Pirates' self-entrapping act. 100,000 naval elites stood in disciplined formation throughout the square, their battle fervor coalescing into a palpable force. Even the clouds above seemed to scatter. At the forefront of the naval forces stood 5 summoned warlords of the sea: Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, and the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Due to Lu Yu's intervention, Monkey D., Luffy was unable to reach Amazon Lily. Thus, nothing transpired between him and the Empress. Boa Hancock remained the cold-hearted pirate queen she had always been. The other 2 warlords, Jinbe, had been imprisoned and impelled down for resisting the war against Whitebeard, while Crocodile had long been incarcerated for his treason against Alabasta. The new warlord, Blackbeard, was presumably already at Impel Down, not only at the naval headquarters, but the depths of Impel Down were equally lively. Below the execution platform stood the highest combat forces of the naval headquarters, the 3 admirals, Akiji, Kazan, Kizaru, Borsellino, and Akainu Sakazuki. Beneath them were the elite vice admirals led by the legendary hero, Monkey D. Garp. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood next to Ace, holding a transponder snail. The strongest naval formation had been completed. The square erupted with a deafening cheer, as all naval officers were filled with fighting spirit, ready to seize the opportunity to crush the fleet of the Yonko, Whitebeard. Today is a significant day. Before the execution begins, I have something to announce to you all. Sengoku's voice resonated through the transponder snail, echoing across Sabaody Archipelago. Port Asti, Ace, reveal your father's name here. Sengoku bellowed. Upon hearing this, Ace's expression momentarily faltered before he regained his composure, responding calmly. My father is Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. That is incorrect. Sengoku firmly denied. No, my only father is Whitebeard. No one else. Ace shouted vehemently. We fought desperately to uncover the last possibilities left by that man. We meticulously investigated the scant intel from CP regarding newborns and their mothers, yet we found nothing. Of course, for your birth cost your mother's life. That woman deceived us and the entire world. Your mother's name was Port Asti, Rouge. Her actions defied all logic, allowing you to remain in her womb for a full 20 months. This was contrary to nature, yet it preserved you. A year and 3 months after your father's death, a child inheriting the world's most wicked lineage was born. You should know, your father's name is Gold, Roger. Sengoku's voice reached a fever pitch, unveiling this earth-shattering secret hidden for over 2 decades. In that instant, the assembly of 100,000 naval soldiers fell silent. The square at Sabaody Archipelago was equally hushed. Gold, Roger, does the bloodline still exist? Fire Fist Ace, is he truly the son of the Pirate King? The world's most nefarious bloodline still lingers in this realm? Is the legend of the Pirate King continuing? It's splendid that he was captured. The son of the Pirate King must have inherited his brutality. Ha ha ha, this execution is indeed a splendid performance. This is monumental news. Hurry and write it down. We must disseminate this information across the globe at lightning speed. After a brief silence, a more intense uproar ensued. The naval forces erupted, and the reporters and onlookers at Sabaody Archipelago were in turmoil. The fleet Admiral Sengoku continued his address. Fire Fist Ace, your execution today holds profound significance. Thus, even if it ignites a full-scale war with Whitebeard, we shall not hesitate. Everyone, prepare for battle. With Sengoku's words resonating, the entire bay erupted with thunderous cheers. Prepare for impact. Just then, the naval officer monitoring the coastline suddenly shouted. A piercing alarm rang out, reverberating throughout Marineford. At this moment, amidst the thick fog outside Marineford, a fleet of pirate ships gradually emerged. The 43 subordinate pirate crews under Whitebeard's banner were the first to appear: the Knight Doma, the Thunderlord Marco, the Dicarbon Brothers, the Great Whirlpool Spider Squad, the Ice Witch. Each was a renowned captain of the New World, now summoned by Whitebeard to participate in the war. The next moment, just as the Navy's attention was captured by the pirate captains offshore, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. A massive whirlpool radiated from the center of the crescent-shaped bay, as if some colossal entity were about to rise to the surface. Hey, could they be emerging from an unexpected location? The Vice Admiral, who was also a candidate for Admiral, was taken aback. Of course, their main ship is coded and prepared for a direct invasion from the seabed, the chief naval strategist Fujitora calmly remarked. As Fujitora's words fell, 3 enormous whale ships, the Moby Dick, broke through the waves. The leading ship, a smiling whale ship, bore a colossal flat-headed whale adorned with a formidable elder wielding a lotus blade. His crescent-shaped white beard marked his identity. He was a ruler of the seas. Having traversed from the previous era, no, perhaps from the Rocks era to the present day, the 4th Emperor, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha. It's been decades. Sengoku. During this time, my beloved son has indeed been well cared for. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the Whitebeard Pirates' Grand Fleet has finally made its appearance, standing in stark opposition to the full might of the Navy. A terrifying atmosphere envelopes the skies above Marineford, and an invisible will to battle hangs heavily in the air. Chapter 51, Whitebeard vs. Navy. At the bow of the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard, grins broadly. His captain's cloak billows majestically in the wind. Wait for me, Ace. With a resounding clang, Whitebeard raises his bicento and plunges it into the bow of the whale's ship, his arms spread wide. He clenches his fists violently and brings them together before him, leaning slightly forward into a half-squat stance. Drink. Whitebeard bellows, and his fists suddenly explode outward. The sound of cracking, as if something has shattered, resonates clearly within the hearts of all present. The Marines gathered in the plaza of the bay stare in astonishment, their eyes wide with fear. The atmosphere has fractured. How can this be? Is this within the realm of human capability? Following the shattering of the atmosphere, the waters surrounding Marineford begin to convulse violently. The sea roils as if boiling, and beneath the clear sky, the ocean rumbles ominously. The water level continues to rise, threatening to breach the heavens. The sea trembles. That scoundrel Whitebeard has shaken the ocean. Sengoku exclaims in fury. This is Whitebeard's power. How terrifying. Even the elite officers of the Navy cannot help but feel a chill of dread. Ace, I apologize for sending you into such danger. At the bow of the whale ship, Whitebeard gazes at Ace on the execution platform, his voice softening. Upon hearing this, Ace can no longer contain his emotions. He leans forward with all his strength, shouting, No, you clearly tried to stop me. No, it was I who insisted you let me go. You heard it too, didn't you, Marco? Whitebeard interjects, taking all the blame upon himself. Indeed, I heard it as well. You have truly suffered, Ace. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, concurs. In these waters, everyone should know the consequences of laying a hand on our comrades. Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, smiles confidently. We will absolutely not let go of anyone who has harmed you, Ace. Diamond Jozu of the 3rd Division crosses his arms. Just a moment longer, Ace. We will come to rescue you now. Brace yourself, Marine Headquarters. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates and their allied forces outside the bay are filled with fervor, their roars echoing through the air. Ha! Whitebeard laughs heartily at the bow of the whale ship. With a single step, the ground trembles. The entire island of the Marine headquarters visibly shakes, tilting precariously. The ocean surges with relentless waves, and the water level rises drastically. It's coming. The earthquake that scoundrel caused has transformed into a tsunami. Get ready, Carp shouts in warning. Just as Carp's voice fades, a colossal shadow looms over the Marine headquarters, an indescribably massive tsunami. The natural disaster, triggered by Whitebeard's power. This is Whitebeard's ability. The power of the tremor fruit, among the strongest of the paramecia. A tsunami. It's a tsunami. The tsunami generated by Whitebeard's quake is approaching. The soldiers tasked with monitoring the coastline pale in horror, their voices lost in panic. Should that terrifying tsunami crash down upon Marineford, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems it's my turn to step in. In this dire moment, one of the highest powers of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Akiji, rises to the occasion. My sage. Akiji leaps from the execution platform, his hands pointing towards the towering waves of the tsunami. The powers of the ice fruit explode forth, freezing the entire bay along with the tsunami from the open sea. The brilliant sunlight shines down, glistening. Akiji's action transforms the entire bay into a battlefield. The flames of war begin to spread, smoke rising in an instant. The Whitebeard pirates, with a fleet of 47 ships, engage in battle against the Navy's 100,000 elite troops. The horrors of war are truly terrifying, but as long as that man doesn't come, it will be fine. Just below the execution platform, following Admiral Akiji, the second highest power of the Navy, makes his move. Admiral Kaido, a user of the light fruit, disperses into countless photons. In an instant, he appears directly above Whitebeard in the bay. A blinding golden laser shines down. Yet, Whitebeard seems oblivious to the enormous threat looming above him. Kaido, how can you so easily approach our captain? Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, ignites the flames of the Phoenix and soars into the air. With a technique called Phoenix's reverse hanging hook, he sends Admiral Kaido flying 100 meters away. Meanwhile, facing the terrifying slash from Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, Diamond Jozu of the 3rd Division charges forward, diamondizing his body. With his solid form, he redirects Mihawk's strike skyward. Without retreating, Jozu punches the ice beneath him. Hiya! Jozu bellows, his hands embedding into the ice. He lifts a massive block of ice weighing tens of thousands of tons and hurls it towards the execution platform in the bay. If you all leave, who will defend the execution platform? The last admiral, Akane Sakazuki, brushed his closely cropped hair and rose to his full height. The fiery eruption of Akainu's magma-infused fist collided with the enormous ice block hurled by Jozu, instantly evaporating into a multitude of scalding vapor. Subsequently, Akainu's colossal magma fist exploded, transforming into a myriad of fiery meteors that rained down indiscriminately upon both pirates and the Navy alike, painting a scene of carnage. The anguished cries echoed as the sole melody of the battlefield, where blood rained and swords clashed. With each fleeting moment, both Navy and pirate forces continued to fall. A sudden, heavy thudding resonated across the icy shore, akin to a war drum reverberating across the frozen expanse, causing fragments of ice and stone to leap into the air. From the depths of the mist, a massive figure gradually revealed itself. The hulking, green-hued form of the giant Oz emerged, comparable in size to several large warships. Clutching a gigantic cleaver, he took deliberate steps towards the gallows, embodying the unique bond akin to that shared between Shanks and Luffy, reminiscent of the special camaraderie between Ace and Oz. Despite his rugged exterior, with a fearsome visage that could frighten any child into tears, within Oz lay an extraordinary softness. The bond forged from grass to hat now propelled him forward with unwavering resolve. Enduring the relentless barrage of cannon fire, his steps remained steadfast. Ace, wait for me. I will rescue you, Oz declared as he shattered the final obstacle in the form of a human vice admiral, charging towards the last bay. At that moment, a strange disturbance rippled through the atmosphere. Unlike the earlier tremors caused by Whitebeard, this time the air was compressing. It was Bartholomew Kuma of the 7 Warlords. What was his intent? Oz, be careful. The pirates allied with Whitebeard shouted in alarm. Oz, slow to realize, lowered his gaze to see Kuma, expressionless, clasping his hands together as if preparing to unleash a devastating attack. A small orb, radiating a destructive aura, floated towards his abdomen. The full force of Kuma's devastating technique. The Ursus shock erupted in that instant, as the vast amounts of air previously compressed by his pawpaw fruit ability expanded explosively. The unparalleled shockwave emanated from Oz's abdomen, radiating outward in all directions. The resulting force sent both pirates and Navy alike tumbling through the air, their anguished cries mingling with the chaos. The thick ice beneath them bore the scars of the tumult, with the area Oz stood upon sinking several meters, creating a circular ice cavern of 100-meter radius. Oz, having borne the brunt of Kuma's strike, was grievously injured, his eyes rolling back in a daze as blood splattered around him. He collapsed to his knees, creating 2 deep impressions in the ice, as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Oz, Captain Oz. The members of the Whitebeard pirates cried out in a mix of rage and despair. You fool, Oz. Yet even such a foolish son could not be abandoned. Whitebeard muttered in frustration as he sent a giant vice admiral flying with a furious blow. However, before Whitebeard could act further, an inexplicable sense of oppression filled the air. The elite of the Navy, including admirals and other formidable figures, instinctively looked towards the southeastern sea, sensing an ominous presence approaching. Akin to a predator at the pinnacle of the food chain, dread washed over their faces as a terrifying premonition loomed. Something dreadful is coming, echoed throughout the battlefield. Above, Admiral Kizaru's internal alarm blared to life, cold sweat trickling down his furrowed brow. In that moment, the usual nonchalance of his aging visage gave way to shock, panic, and fear. As a victim who had once battled against Lu Yu for an hour, no one was better acquainted with that terrifying aura. The painful memories of the recent upheaval at Sabaody Archipelago flooded back. He understood that the ominous premonition that had haunted him since the war began was indeed coming to fruition. The man-eating demon had truly arrived. With a deep breath, Kizaru resolved not to confront Lu Yu again. Without hesitation, he transformed into countless golden specks of light, retreating from his battle with Marco, swiftly returning to the gallows and taking refuge behind Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Ha ha ha, so the yellow monkey knows fear too. What an eye-opener. Marco, Kizaru's adversary, laughed mockingly. Yet, as he finished, his expression shifted to one of exhilaration. He too recognized that familiar, terrifying aura. He here. He really here. This war is no longer shrouded in darkness. Ahead lies the dawn of hope. Reflecting on this, the composed captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, felt an overwhelming urge to throw his head back and howl at the heavens. Father, this aura, could it be? The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, leaped back to Whitebeard's side, his face betraying an uncontainable joy as he sensed the familiar presence. Despite having declared that it was no longer necessary, a faint smile crept onto Whitebeard's lips. Although he grumbled verbally, his body and heart were genuinely elated by the arrival of Lu Yu. Prior to this, Whitebeard had firmly believed that by sacrificing his life, he could rescue Ace. Yet, as he approached Marine headquarters and confronted the formidable might of the Navy, he realized that his optimism had been misguided. Even with his renowned strength, he found himself woefully inadequate against the colossal entity that was the Navy. Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the legendary hero Garp, each possessed terrifying power that could rival his own. If the Navy were to unleash its full might, not only would Ace remain unrescuable, but the Whitebeard pirates, along with their affiliates, would likely face utter annihilation, fading into the annals of history. Now, with Lu Yu's arrival, the dire situation began to ease. Moreover, he sensed that Lu Yu was not alone. It had been a long time. You bastards. At the execution platform in the bay, Fleet Admiral Sengoku shot a glare at the Admiral Kizaru, who was preparing to use him as a human shield. His gaze quickly returned to the southeastern sea, his expression darkening as if it could drip water. The communications from the control room had already begun to arrive, and even without prior encounters, he recognized the ominous aura emanating from a certain individual. Not only Lu Yu, but also that iconic flying island, having battled countless times against it. How could Sengoku fail to guess? The Golden Lion, Shiki. Has he finally returned? Below the execution platform, the legendary Marine Vice Admiral, Garp, clenched his teeth. It wasn't just Shiki. There was a great Sea Emperor and perhaps even 2 legends. The gap in combat power at the pinnacle was rapidly closing. The Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, spoke softly. Sister Tsuru, is that man truly that formidable? I am quite eager to meet him. The pink-haired Admiral candidate, Momonosuke, placed her delicate hand on the hilt of her sword, her fighting spirit palpable. Under the tense and astonished gazes of countless individuals inside and outside the battlefield, the imposing flying island halted just offshore from Marine headquarters. Following it was a large dragon-headed sailboat, modified from the Golden Lion's ship. Ha! A boisterous, unabashed laughter echoed beneath the skies of Marine headquarters. A figure leapt from the dragon-headed ship, soaring freely in the sky, ultimately standing proudly above, drawing the attention of the crowd. 20 years have passed. Sengoku, Garp, How have you two rascals been? The Golden Lion, Shiki, laughed extravagantly. That figure was. Could it be? The Flying Pirate Admiral, Golden Lion Shiki. The legend. The legend has returned. He was on par with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. As the onlookers recognized Shiki's identity, every Marine and pirate in the battlefield widened their eyes in shock. Unease enveloped the Marines' hearts. Just dealing with Whitebeard was already a formidable task, and now the Golden Lion had also appeared. How could the Navy not be astounded? It is vital to remember that Golden Lion Shiki was a super legend from the same era as Whitebeard, and he had left an indelible mark on Marine headquarters. 22 years ago, he had single-handedly stormed Marine headquarters, nearly overturning it in a single sweep. Many veterans still bore deep psychological scars from that encounter. It was only through the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku that they managed to subdue the Mad Lion. Now, this majestic lion had once again returned to Marineford. How could this not instill a sense of terror and dread? Simultaneously, at the live broadcast square of Sabaody Archipelago, with Shiki's ostentatious arrival, all cameras focused on him. In the square, reporters and onlookers gaped in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to take notes. The silence lasted but a moment before the square erupted in chaos. Shock. The legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki has appeared on the battlefield. The flying pirate Admiral Shiki is alive. This is dire. This is truly dire. The arrival of the legendary pirate admiral means war is about to escalate. What will be the outcome of this battle? Can the Navy still prevail? Move quickly. Regardless of the outcome, our mission is to report the truth of this war and deliver it to every corner of the world. Chapter 53, The Battlefield Above. Ha 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 ha. It seems we have gathered quite a few familiar faces here today. This is the finest stage. The Golden Lion Shiki descended slowly from the sky, his face beaming with delight and satisfaction. Finally, he stood at the bow of the whale ship, Moby Dick, facing Whitebeard. Shiki, I didn't expect you to show up as well. Marco descended from the sky, positioning himself between the two. Marco, today is not your day to speak. Step aside. Shiki said bluntly. Marco, stand down, Whitebeard commanded gravely. Yes, father. Marco stepped aside. Kula-la-la. Old Lion, you certainly dressed the part today. So, are you here to lend a hand? Whitebeard asked directly. Who knows? 20 years ago, when I escaped from Impel Down to seek your cooperation, you vowed to sink me to the depths of the sea. Shiki teased. Still holding a grudge about that refusal from back then, are you, Shiki? Whitebeard replied, his tone dripping with authority. Is that your way of asking for help? Shiki crossed his arms, looking sideways at Whitebeard with a smug expression. Kula-la-la. Whitebeard suddenly chuckled. What is so funny? Shiki's expression faltered, his air of superiority dissipating. A rascal like you would never come here without a compelling reason. And that ship, truly remarkable. That fellow Lu Yu has even tamed you, Old Lion. Whitebeard has already seen through everything. The arrogant Whitebeard was quickly recognized by him, infuriating the Golden Lion Shiki, who ground his teeth in frustration. Lower the ship at once. The person I wish to converse with is not you, Whitebeard commanded. Humph. The Golden Lion Shiki huffed in dissatisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the large dragon-headed ship descended from the sky. As the ship landed, the gazes that had been fixed upon Shiki turned towards the vessel. Upon seeing the white-haired elder with slicked-back hair at the bow of the ship, the elite Navy officers on the battlefield gasped in shock, unable to contain their astonishment. That person is the Dark King Rayleigh, a Navy Rear Admiral stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the elder, his voice cracking with disbelief. The right hand of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. The realization that the Dark King Rayleigh had made an appearance left them bewildered. Following the Golden Lion Shiki, yet another legend had emerged. With the addition of Rayleigh, the Navy headquarters now boasted 3 legendary pirates. Oh dear, another formidable figure has appeared. This truly spells trouble. The Admiral Akiji lamented. Alas, what was meant to come has arrived, sighed Vice Admiral Tsuru. The real trouble is yet to come, Karp stated ominously. Is it really that old man Rayleigh and Shirahoshi? What are they doing here? The Empress Boa Hancock pondered, her thumb gently biting into her lip. Fufufu, how intriguing. The Dark King Rayleigh following the Golden Lion Shiki. Who will be next? Doflamingo laughed heartily. Just those 2 old geezers alone are already absurd. Who else could possibly join them? The warlord Gecko Moria exclaimed. The Golden Lion and Rayleigh have never walked the same path, the calm Mihawk remarked. Indeed. This is it. Why are the Golden Lion and the Dark King together? There must be a connection. Doflamingo mused. Fufufu, the emperors truly live up to their name. Let us witness the might of those who have defeated the strongest beings. As Rayleigh appeared, all the image-transmitting snails focused on him, igniting a frenzy among the reporters and spectators in the Sabaody Archipelago live broadcast square. Is that really the Dark King Rayleigh? Has the right hand of the Pirate King truly arrived? He must be here to save the bloodline of Roger. Damn it. Is Roger's son truly destined to survive? The Golden Lion, the Dark King, and the monsters were appearing one after another. Captain Eustace Kid gritted his teeth. Today's battle is definitely not that simple. The man who brought together the rival Golden Lion and the Dark King has yet to appear. The supernova Trafalgar Law's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Captain, who could possibly unite those two legends? The bounty of 500 million berries, the pirate Bartolomeo exclaimed. Undoubtedly. It must be that monster. The fifth Emperor of the Sea, the Emperor Luffy. Hawkins, Apu, Urich, and Drake voiced their thoughts in succession. Damn it. The mafia boss Capone Beach spat in frustration, having racked his brain over why that monster had suddenly attacked him without a word. Beach, Hawkins, Drake. This is all quite peculiar. The gluttonous Big Mom, Charlotte Pudding, furrowed her brow, perplexed by the expressions of the supernovas. Oh no, the scene has changed again. What is happening? The crowd gasped in shock, sensing something extraordinary unfolding. On the battlefield of Navy headquarters, Whitebeard and Rayleigh exchanged brief pleasantries. After a moment, Whitebeard cast a questioning glance at Rayleigh, who simply raised his hand, gesturing towards the coast, nodding in agreement. Rayleigh directed the gaze of the image-transmitting snails towards the coastal battlefield. Before their eyes unfolded a scene of blazing flames that had collapsed the heavens. Accompanied by the overwhelming wings of a fiery dragon, the crimson flames engulfed the sky as the dragon's wings spread wide, casting a shadow over all. Defeat the Navy Rear Admiral's mission progress. 510. Admiral Dalmatia, Admiral Steele, Admiral Kongming, Admiral Mozambia, even Admiral Stalaberry, all have fallen. Chapter 54. The Meeting at the Top. On the coastal battlefield of Navy headquarters, the officers tasked with intercepting the pirate crews under Whitebeard were left utterly speechless. Their eyes wide with terror at the scene before them. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? In just an instant. Their stalwart pillars, the 5 powerful rear admirals, had all been brought down, defeated. Such a terrifying sight. It was so surreal, after all, these were not mere captains or rear admirals, but 5 admirals. Yet they were vanquished by the man who had suddenly descended from the sky, with just a single blow. Who on earth are you to dare assault our? The furious Navy officers shouted, their voices rising in anger, yet the trembling of their bodies betrayed their inner fear. Before the presence that had felled 5 rear admirals, under the shadow of the dragon's wings, no one could remain unafraid. No one could respond with calmness. Not even the elite officers of the Navy, nor the pirate captains of the New World. Simply standing before that blazing figure instilled a primal fear within them, akin to ants standing before a great dragon, compelling them to instinctively submit. Damn it, I am not afraid of you. A spirited young naval major, brimming with fervor, gripped his long sword tightly, closing his eyes, poised to embrace death. Halt, you foolish novice, shouted Admiral Jonathan of the G8 branch, forcefully pinning the impulsive major to the ground. With an imposing gaze, he surveyed the surroundings. All personnel, stand down. Admiral Jonathan commanded solemnly. 5. The Emperor of the Sea. Lu Yu. Admiral Gamer of the G2 branch inhaled deeply, enunciating Lu Yu's name with deliberate precision. As his words resonated, the vast coastal battlefield fell into an eerie silence, enveloped in an absolute stillness. Moments later, a cacophony erupted. 5, 5, 5. The 5th Emperor. The crowd gasped in awe. He is indeed the legendary 5th Emperor of the Sea. Lu Yu. The Emperor has finally appeared. Why has this man shown up here? They murmured in disbelief. With a single strike, he had vanquished 5 naval admirals. This was the might of the Sea Emperor, an awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. After this battle, the world would no longer question the supremacy of the 5 emperors. The naval officers and pirate captains of the New World stood in shock, voicing their astonishment and terror. The Emperor of the Sea has arrived. A formidable figure has emerged. Yet, this was a development that had been anticipated. Admiral Jonathan of the G8 branch grimaced, his expression more solemn than ever. He was prepared to fight to the death. The mere presence of this man here was an affront to all rules. Even the admirals were no match for the Emperor of the Sea. Where are the generals? Someone must remove this man. The naval officers cried in despair. Faced with the pirate captains of the New World, they felt no fear as elite members of the Navy. However, standing before them was the terrifying Emperor of the Sea, a being at the pinnacle of the world. Just confronting him had drained them of all their strength and courage. Meanwhile, Upon learning of Lu Yu's identity and realizing that the man who had effortlessly defeated the admirals was indeed an ally of their father, the emotions of the Ice Witch Pei, the Dicarbon brothers, and the Knight Doma, among others, surged with exhilaration. The 5 emperors are magnificent. The 5 emperors are formidable. This is the Emperor of the Sea. Navy, do you see? Our father's ally has arrived. With the 2 emperors of the sea joining forces, they are invincible. Navy, awaken. The pirates of the New World, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, shouted in unison. Leave the naval officers to us, Emperor Lu Yu. You should hasten to support our father in the bay. Indeed, we've got this covered. The Knight Doma and the Dicarbon brothers chimed in. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, cold sweat drenched their backs. Are you instructing me on how to act? Lu Yu spoke calmly. As he emanated a tranquil and indifferent gaze, the smiles on the faces of the Dicarbon brothers froze. An overwhelming sense of panic and dread swiftly enveloped their entire beings. No, it is not our intention, Your Excellency Lu Yu. Please forgive us. The Ice Witch Pei, who had spent several years in the Whitebeard pirates, quickly realized the gravity of the situation and bowed in apology. The Knight Doma, Lord Lei, and others hurriedly followed suit. Lu Yu averted his gaze, allowing his eyes to traverse the coastal battlefield. They lingered momentarily on Jonathan and Gumir before shaking his head. The system's reward task necessitated a vice admiral from the naval headquarters. The vice admirals dispatched from the branches held little significance. In the distance, however, there were a few vice admirals of the navy. Nevertheless, Lu Yu found no reason to make the journey for them. There would be ample opportunities ahead. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. The fiery dragon's wings gently unfurled, stirring up a tempest of searing heat. As he departed, Jonathan, General Gu Zhong'er, the Ice Sorceress Pei, and the pirate captains of the Dicarbon brothers finally exhaled, feeling a noticeable coolness in the air. However, their respite was short-lived. As a new crisis emerged, the ice beneath their feet began to collapse under the onslaught of the heat wave brought by Lu Yu. Ignoring the chaos along the shore, the colossal wings of the dragon swept across the sky, casting terror and shadow upon the world. Countless gazes, both awestruck and horrified, fixated on the battlefield. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Lu Yu plunged directly towards the bow of the whaling ship Moby Dick. The twin wings of the flame dragon gradually transformed into a dazzling stream of light, dissipating into the air. As Lu Yu fully descended, the brilliant golden-red tail flame coincidentally faded away. On the battlefield above, the 2 emperors of the sea convened here. Oh, Whitebeard, how could such an intriguing event unfold without my presence? Is this what one might call an ally? Lu Yu grinned widely. Suddenly, the terrifying figure emerged aboard the Moby Dick. Who is this formidable man? Could he be yet another legend? Those wings seen earlier, were they dragon-like? The elite navy gathered from all corners of the world gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed intently on the whale-shaped prow of the ice battlefield. Chapter 55. A shock to all. No, that's not right. A rear admiral from the Navy headquarters suddenly screamed in anguish. His eyes widened, mouth agape. His face contorted in a ghastly expression. The Marines from around the world were puzzled. However, those stationed at the headquarters knew all too well the true identity of that giant dragon that blotted out the sky, especially Rear Admiral Mora, who asked anxiously, "Who exactly is that?" "That is the 5th Emperor Lu Yu." The 5th Emperor of the Seas had indeed arrived. Rear Admiral Dejin murmured in shock, his hands gripping his weapon tremulously. Like a stone cast into a pond, the knowledge shared among the informed Marines created ripples of commotion. Soon, the entire Navy headquarters was aware of the identity of the man exuding a dragon-like aura. Thus, a cacophony erupted in the heavens. Some Marines cried out in despair while the Whitebeard pirates roared with exhilaration. I knew it. I knew it. The mastermind behind the legends has finally appeared. The grand drama of this era is reaching its climax. This is the very center of the epic. Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords, spread his arms wide and laughed to the skies. Is this the little brat who defeated the scoundrel Kaido? The 7 warlords member, Gecko Moria, with his devilish visage, was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Is this so-called 5th Emperor merely a child? For Kaido, who once defeated me, to fall to such a little brat is simply unbelievable. Or perhaps, after 20 years, that scoundrel Kaido has weakened? If that's the case, maybe I could win now. Moria clenched his fists, unwittingly harboring one of life's great illusions. The 5th Emperor, Lu Yu. The Empress Hancock raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes. It was difficult to reconcile Lu Yu with the image of someone who had vanquished Kaido, until one witnessed it firsthand. No one could have imagined that the conqueror of the strongest creature would be so refined. Sister Crane, is he truly the one who defeated Kaido? Asked the prospective Admiral, Peach Rabbit, with skepticism from the execution platform's second tier. Do not judge a man's strength by his appearance. That young man is of the same ilk as Shanks, Vice Admiral Crane replied solemnly. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. A muttering chant echoed from a corner of the execution platform. Fleet Admiral Sengoku grimaced, turning his head to glare at Admiral Kizaru behind him. Palusolino, can you be quiet? Your incessant murmuring is giving me a headache. Sengoku scolded. Mr. Sengoku, I'm merely reminding you. That monster, he devours people. Admiral Kizaru exclaimed, horror etched across his face. Devours people? I don't see any flesh missing from you. Sengoku retorted. Ah well. Admiral Kizaru was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ace on the execution platform pondered, father's ally? The fifth Emperor, Lu Yu? When did this happen? What transpired in the sea while I was captured? Regardless, this means the likelihood of father and the others returning safely has undoubtedly increased. Thank you. Ace bit his lip, silently offering his gratitude. At Sabaody Archipelago, the live broadcast square erupted with excitement as Lu Yu's identity was revealed. 555. The fifth Emperor, Lu Yu. Did you hear that? That young man is the fifth Emperor. The legendary Lu Yu is so youthful, and he appears so refined. Is it really him who defeated the fourth Emperor, Kaido? This is simply unbelievable. The crowd at the live broadcast square buzzed with astonishment, confusion, and skepticism. Hurry, hurry. Move quickly. The mysterious fifth Emperor, Lu Yu, has finally appeared. We must seize this opportunity. We cannot allow the Birdman of the World Economic Journal to monopolize this exclusive news. Reporters from various news agencies shouted excitedly, scribbling furiously, eager to spread this monumental news across the globe. Since the event in Wano, the enigmatic fifth Emperor had been their focal point. Who is he? What does he look like? How old is he? All remained a mystery. Now, the answer was finally revealed, and the truth was even more shocking than they imagined. This was news that could shake the world, impossible to overlook. As the reporters simmered with anticipation, the supernovas occupying vantage points throughout the square were equally excited. At last, he has appeared. What sort of change will his arrival bring to the war? The outcome of this chaotic battle is beyond my foresight, mused the magician Hawkins. The situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. The disparity among the top-tier individuals has been leveled with his arrival, remarked the monk Urki. Indeed, the legendary figures, the Golden Lion and the King of Hell, were merely shadows behind him. This is becoming more and more terrifying. Perhaps, Trafalgar Law pondered. Kid. That man's ability. Those overwhelming flaming dragon wings were indeed a mythical beast, gasped the slaughtering warrior killer. There can be no doubt. My metallic arm was melted by his flames. The user of the flame fruit must be that man, Kid stated gravely. No, it's not a mythical beast. That man is the user of the wind fruit. You all must agree, Hawkins, Drake, and Urki. That guy used the power of wind when he bested us back then. Skulikman AP shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating so powerfully that it could be heard from miles away. It was now common knowledge that they had been thoroughly defeated. As AP's cries echoed, the expressions on Hawkins and Wookie's faces froze. Their thoughts cursing AP's ancestors in a fit of frustration. Drake's already somber demeanor darkened further, the lines of concern on his face deepening. What nonsense are you spouting? That loudspeaker over there, the man's abilities must surely be connected to thunder. He must be a user of the natural thunder fruit. I have felt his lightning firsthand. Capone Beggy retorted, his face grim. Captain, that can't be right. When we witnessed Kid and the others being beaten, it was clearly flames, exclaimed the bewildered Beppo. Thus, it became evident to all that Kid and his crew had also suffered a severe beating. Wait a moment, interjected the oblivious big-mouth lady, Bonnie, listening to your incessant chatter. It seems you are quite familiar with that Emperor, aren't you? She inquired. Are you not acquainted with him? Did he not seek you out? Capone Beggy countered. Not at all, Bonnie replied, shaking her head as if it were the most natural thing. In that instant, all the supernovas, save for Trafalgar Law, cast disdainful glances at Bonnie. They had all agreed to endure the beatings together, yet among them, there emerged a traitor. Hey, this isn't the time to discuss that. Look at the screen. Something else is falling. Trafalgar Law exclaimed, his eyes wide open as he raised his voice in alarm. At this very moment, in the midst of the Marine headquarters, at the heart of the battlefield, Lu Yu, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Rayleigh sat facing each other at the bow of the whale ship, each with a large bowl of wine before them. In a leisurely manner, They sipped their drinks amidst the looming threat of the Navy, discussing the future of the world in the midst of impending war. This was indeed an unprecedented occasion. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu, I express my gratitude without words. It's all in the wine. I shall drink first as a toast. Whitebeard exclaimed with hearty laughter, boldly downing the contents of his jug. It has been far too long, ha ha ha. Following suit, Rayleigh and Gold Lion prepared to indulge. Then let us ready ourselves for a grand undertaking. Lu Yu's lips curled into a wild smile, brimming with a sense of audacity. He rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the execution platform where Admiral Sengoku stood in the distance. Navy, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I have prepared a small gift for you. I hope you will graciously accept it. Lu Yu flashed a grin and waved his hand lightly. With a raucous laugh, the Golden Lion Shiki understood the cue and swung his arms with great force. A sudden whoosh echoed through the air as 3 small black dots raced towards them from afar, swiftly closing in. They ultimately struck heavily against the icy surface in front of the whale ship. Those were 3 crucifixes, each bound with a figure, 3 celestial dragons. Chapter 56. The tremor of execution of the celestial dragons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rushing wind grew closer. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands gathered at the Navy headquarters battlefield, 3 massive crucifixes descended from the heavens, driven by Shiki's command, embedding themselves into the ice before the whale ship. The blood-stained crucifixes bore the gruesome forms of 3 individuals, their bodies a horrific sight, drenched in blood and despair, evoking a chilling terror. Navy, do you fancy this greeting? Lu Yu grinned broadly. The 3 individuals on the cross were unmistakably the celestial dragons who had vanished during the Sabaody incident, Roseward, Elros, and Carulia. Lu Yu harbored no mercy for the scum of this world, the parasites. Were it not for their lingering usefulness, he would have dispatched them long ago to fulfill his mission. Could it be that? As he gazed upon the bloodied figures, the Marshal Sengoku's pupils constricted sharply. His aged visage twisted into a mask of horror as he recognized their identities. Not only Sengoku, but also the others realized. These were the celestial dragons? The Roseward family of celestial dragons. The very ones who had disappeared 10 days prior during the Sabaody incident? Indeed, they had fallen into the hands of the 5th Emperor. Lu Yu. They were celestial dragons, the aristocrats of the world. Yet now, on the battlefield, the Navy soldiers widened their eyes in terror, swiftly identifying the 3 celestial dragons. With the revelation of the identity of the cross-bearing trio, a tempest of shock swept across the battlefield. Gasps of horror erupted among the soldiers. The celestial dragons, descendants of the 20 kings who jointly established the world government 8 centuries ago, had long considered themselves the progeny of creators, viewing all others as mere slaves. They reveled in all the privileges the world afforded them, indulging in their whims. This was a group more vile than pirates. For 8 centuries, few dared to lay a hand on them. The reason was singular. To even slightly offend a celestial dragon would summon the full might of the Marines or CP0, leading to dire consequences. Throughout history, incidents involving the disappearance of celestial dragons existed, some becoming unsolved mysteries. The perpetrators often vanished into obscurity, never daring to publicly claim responsibility for their actions against the celestial dragons. Yet now, on this battlefield, in the presence of the highest military officials of the Marine HQ, the 3 bloodied and nearly unrecognizable celestial dragons were presented as a gift to the Navy. An open execution of celestial dragons within the very bastion that protected them. What audacity! What boldness! This was an unabashed provocation to both the Navy and the government. A demon. Truly, a demon. These were the aristocrats of the world. How could they commit such an egregious act? Indeed, this 5th Emperor must be eradicated. You imbecilic Marines, what are you saying? Are you truly so ignorant of what the celestial dragons represent? They are nothing but scum, the parasites of this world. Compared to their malevolence, we pirates feel utterly ashamed. Mr. Lu Yu is executing the will of heaven. The celestial dragons must be obliterated from this world. The members of the Whitebeard pirates flushed with indignation, vehemently refuting the Navy's stance. In response to the pirates' objections, the Navy personnel were incensed, their faces reddening with frustration. They desired to counter the claims, but found themselves at a loss for words. After all, the pirates' assertions were undeniably correct, even among the Navy ranks. Many harbored dissatisfaction towards the celestial dragons' unchecked tyranny. However, bound by regulations, they had kept their grievances concealed, daring only to harbor silent resentment. Ha ha ha. The Roseward family truly deserves this. Who would have thought you'd meet such an end? Doflamingo cackled with glee, though his expression gradually darkened. The sight of the Roastward family evoked distant memories within him. Years ago, they too had been subjected to such humiliation, crucified upon leaving Mariewa. He. Daring to execute celestial dragons openly at Marine HQ. This indeed takes some audacity. Moria laughed, detached from the unfolding drama. What's the matter, Empress? The world's greatest swordsman. Dracul Mihawk, observed Hancock, who seemed unusually affected by the chaos around her. The once aloof pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, displayed signs of emotional turmoil. An understandable reaction given her hidden past. 16 years ago, at the tender age of 12, she and her two sisters had been abducted by human traffickers and forced into slavery under the celestial dragons in Mariewa for 4 long years. This past remained Hancock's greatest secret, one she could never reveal. The memories of Mariewa and the celestial dragons constituted her most profound psychological trauma. Despite her formidable power as a warlord, she could never confront those memories. Yet now, the dark shadow that had loomed over her heart began to wane, as if a ray of light pierced through, illuminating her inner turmoil. Gazing at the crucified celestial dragons on the icy battlefield, witnessing the pitiful state of the bloodied figures, and observing the man who held their fates in his hands, Hancock's narrow eye sparkled with an extraordinary light. This man was indeed remarkable. The pirate Empress's initial disdain transformed as her feelings for Lu Yu surged, climbing rapidly. She soon surpassed the threshold of mere tolerance. In her eyes, every action of Lu Yu's was uniquely captivating. Even his tranquil stance drew her in with an irresistible allure. Lu Yu was, of course, unaware. Even if he were informed, there would be little emotional shift. At this moment, his gaze swept across the entire battlefield, a faint smirk of mockery and derision gracing his lips. The Navy. These 3 celestial dragons are still alive. Should you wish to rescue them, feel free to approach. Lu Yu faced the audience, ultimately directing his gaze towards Admiral Sengoku, provocatively waving his hand. With this gesture, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. What was once a unilateral threat from the Whitebeard faction now saw the Navy equally constrained by the hostages held by the celestial dragons. The disparity in top-tier combat strength aside, both parties found themselves on the same precarious balance. Consequently, even the Navy could no longer afford to act with hesitation or execute preemptively. Cursed be these celestial dragons, who seemed to sow discord wherever they tread. On the execution platform, Sengoku gazed at the distant crucifix of the celestial dragons, his eyes burning with fury, teeth grinding audibly, his expression a mask of rage. He had initially intended to execute Ace swiftly to bring closure, yet now, with Lu Yu's maneuver, even he could not disregard the lives of the celestial dragons in such a public setting. Chapter 57. Inviting battle from all directions. Borsalino, this was your responsibility all along. How long do you intend to evade it? Sengoku glared at the yellow-furred admiral, his teeth clenched in frustration. This is madness. The admiral shook his head earnestly. Alas, another significant debt has been incurred. The understanding of the shifting circumstances brought a hearty laugh from Whitebeard. Truly, Lu Yu is remarkable. With this turn of events, they would undoubtedly think twice before taking action against Ace. This has proven to be a tremendous assist. If this continues, we shall owe debts that even selling ourselves could not repay. Team leaders such as Marco, Jozu, and Vista expressed their excitement in succession. Heh. Lu Yu smiled widely. Taking the Dragon Man as a hostage and restricting the Navy's movements was merely a secondary objective. His true intentions lay elsewhere. With a flash, lightning struck. Lu Yu reappeared before the crucifix of the 3 great celestial dragons. Come forth, Navy. Engage in relentless combat. The battlefield, a focal point of public attention. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Lu Yu materialized before the execution cross of the celestial dragons. His eyes opened and closed, surveying the surroundings with a disdainful gaze. His stature stood tall, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance, as if he alone could contend with the forces of the world. Under the imposing might akin to a dragon, the nearby Marines instinctively felt a sense of trepidation, their bodies involuntarily retreating. Do not be afraid. The foe is merely a pirate. At that moment, a loud voice rang out, shattering the tension. Indeed, a despicable pirate. What of the Sea Emperor? I fear you not. This is the Navy headquarters. We shall not allow you pirates to act with impunity. The Marines, emboldened, raised their voices in defiance. Those who had earned their place on this battlefield were elite officers of the Navy. Even when faced with a being of the caliber of a Sea Emperor, they would not falter at the first sight. At this juncture, bolstered by their shouts, over 100 Marines charged forward recklessly, swords glinting and cannons roaring. However, as they approached within 10 meters of Lu Yu, their audacious assault suddenly froze. The atmosphere around them shifted dramatically, compressing as an invisible wall of wind formed around Lu Yu. No matter the bullets or cannonballs, or even the swords of the Marines, upon contact, they became ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. Let these insignificant fish charge forth. Does the Navy not possess mightier warriors? Lu Yu proclaimed, refusing to be underestimated. Lu Yu's calm voice resonated like thunder, reverberating across the battlefield. As his words faded, an invisible wall of wind suddenly surged forth, wreaking havoc. The 100 or so elite naval officers who had approached were swiftly lifted into the air, only to scatter like dumplings in all directions. In an instant, within a radius of 100 meters around Lu Yu, the area was entirely cleared. Do not become overly complacent, 5 sovereigns Lu Yu, for I shall confront you. The initial booming voice echoed once more. The towering figure of Admiral John Jianduo, standing over 20 meters tall, wielded a colossal sword, striking down with the force of a mighty avalanche. As the great sword swept through the air, a fierce gale surged forth, illustrating the immense power behind it. This strike could undoubtedly cleave a warship in two. However, it could not sever the palm of Lu Yu. In the face of the giant's full-force slash, Lu Yu remained unyielding. Lu Yu calmly extended his right hand. The sharp edge of the sword met his palm, producing a heavy clash of metal that echoed with a piercing spark. What a formidable man! How hard could his body be? Is it the armed color of hockey? Before the giant general could ponder further, an astonishing event unfolded, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. A series of unsettling cracking sounds resonated, as intersecting fissures materialized upon the massive sword in his grasp. With a thunderous noise, the great sword shattered. General John Jan's body staggered violently, and before he could fall, an invisible tempest lifted him into the air. The essence of the Dragon Slayer pierced the heavens. The magic of the Dragon Slayer exploded, unleashing a hurricane that swept the giant general's enormous form skyward, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. After a long while, a resounding boom echoed from the distant residential area of the Navy headquarters. Thick clouds of dust billowed upwards. The task of defeating the Navy headquarters Vice Admiral had progressed to 610. Attack. Do not be frightened. Advance alongside the commanders. As long as we can exhaust their stamina, we will succeed. The elite naval officers roared once more, organizing a charge. Even though they were aware that their opponent was insurmountable, they continued to fight valiantly. This courage was indeed commendable. Yet for Lu Yu, it was rather troublesome. After all, defeating ordinary naval officers offered no contribution to the mission. These pawns are utterly useless, no matter how many come. The golden lion Shiki laughed heartily as he soared into the sky. With a wave of his feet, the famed sword Sakura Tenmaku unleashed a torrent of sword energy, obliterating the advancing sailors. We shall assist as well. Meowed a voice. Do not hinder us, foolish old cat. 2 towering figures, a dog and a cat, intertwined mid-air, sending the still defiant sailors flying. Soon after, more animals gathered from various corners of the battlefield. The jaguar Pedro, the mountain lion Sicilian, buffaloes, pandas, rhinos, the dual kings of the wolf clan, Gale, and his musketeers, along with the viper and her band of heroes. All arrived in full force. Mr. Lu Yu, Lord Lu Yu, Gale, and the viper approached Lu Yu. You are the Lu Yu that Hiyori spoke of, Lu Yu remarked. He was certainly familiar with the dual kings of dogs and cats, as well as the jaguar Pedro and the rabbit Gallet. Their arrival was not unexpected. Days prior, during communication with Hiyori, he had already been informed of the feline and canine support for Whitebeard. You are the Mr. Lu Yu mentioned by Lady Hiyori. Under her command, our musketeers pledge allegiance solely to you, Gale declared earnestly. This time, it is our turn to repay the great kindness you have shown to Wano, the viper commanded loudly. Oh. The jaguar Pedro and the others responded in unison. Meanwhile, the musketeers, under Gale's leadership, dispersed to confront the naval officers. Gallet, why are you still dawdling? Wanda urged. Oh, my apologies. The little rabbit Gallet bowed slightly to Lu Yu before hastily following suit. With the valiant efforts of the Beast Tribe warriors, the ordinary naval officers found themselves stymied, held at bay by an invisible barrier. The ground on which Lu Yu stands seems to transform into a stage for a grand arena. As Lu Yu, the guardian of the arena, awaited the arrival of formidable challengers, it was not long before the first contestant made their entrance. The pressure cannon, a forceful air shock resembling a bear's paw, effortlessly sent a warrior of the Skin Clan soaring. The tyrant, completely transformed by the celestial scientist Vegapunk, approached with a slow and deliberate gait, having utterly lost consciousness. You are the first, Tyrant Bear. I had initially intended to recruit you as one of my subordinates, but at this juncture, it seems that no matter what I say, you are incapable of understanding. How truly lamentable. Lu Yu shook his head, contemplating the future where formidable beings like Tyrant Bear would be reduced to mere mounts for the father and son duo on the cross. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh in reflection. However, at this juncture, such events would undoubtedly never transpire. Rodsvard and Charos, father and son, would not survive to see that day. The Tyrant Bear would soon no longer be under the control of the Navy. Chapter 58. All under control, Master Lu Yu. Be cautious. That great bear is about to employ that perilous technique again. The delicate cry of the rabbit girl roused Lu Yu from his reverie. Was it that bear's impact? On the Dragonhead ship, Robin, adorned in splendid attire, felt a slight change in her complexion. She recalled the terrifying image of the fearsome three-masted vessel. It was indeed this very technique that had annihilated everyone, not long ago. It was this same move that had severely injured the colossal Oz, whose stature exceeded 80 meters. The grand technique was charging to completion. The Tyrant Bear had executed the atmospheric compression with finesse. A small bear paw slowly floated out from its palm, unleashing a radiant pure white shockwave. Everyone, down. The command rang out from the astounded Inuran, who had witnessed the might of the strike. The valiant warriors of the Mobo tribe and the nearby Marines, aware of its ferocity, promptly dropped to the ground, bracing for the impending assault. Yet, in the next moment, an awkward occurrence unfolded. The once devastating bear paw, which had previously vanquished Oz, suddenly fizzled out. Could it be a dud this time? Duds are not uncommon, the simple-minded Panda Man thought, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Fool, how could it possibly be a dud? It was Master Lu Yu who suppressed the atmospheric explosion. Cat Viper exclaimed in shock. Under the astonished gazes of those observing the battlefield, the unlaunched compressed atmospheric bear paw was grasped by Lu Yu, who twisted it with ease. How is this possible? That is the Tyrant Bear's signature technique. A member of the Navy's scientific division cried out in disbelief. This sky and all that flows within it are under my command. Lu Yu broke into a grin, and amidst the astonished expressions of those around him, he tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide, swallowing the air bomb that could have annihilated the ancient giant race. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. With a satisfied belch, Lu Yu reveled in the surging power coursing through him. He had never anticipated that the super-compressed atmosphere, processed by the Tyrant Bear, would serve as an exceptional tonic, rivaling even the light particles of the yellow ape. Its efficiency surpassed that of ordinary consumption by several folds. This revelation further solidified Lu Yu's resolve to claim the Tyrant Bear as his own. You are now irrevocably mine. Lu Yu, savoring the moment, delicately licked the corner of his lips. Noticing this gesture, the commanding officer Huang Yuan on the execution platform instinctively shrank back. Before he could utter a word, the Marshal Sengoku bellowed, "Silence! Cursed be that 5 emperors! What kind of monster is he? How could he even swallow the tyrant Kuma's ultimate move whole? How is such a feat possible?" The Marines stationed in the base square whispered in anxious trepidation. "Xiaozi, can you discern what he has done?" The Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit frowned deeply. Even with the powers of the natural windwind fruit, such a feat seems implausible. The chief strategist, Lieutenant General Crane, sighed softly. Fire, thunder, coupled with wind and atmosphere. He is undoubtedly a genuine monstrosity. Carp gritted his teeth. Mr. Carp, what do you mean by that? Could it be that he possesses more than one ability? But fire. Isn't the natural flame fruit the source of that fiery punch? Peach Rabbit was taken aback. His powers remain a mystery. We shall continue to observe. Lieutenant General Crane replied pensively. As they spoke, the icy battlefield was undergoing a transformation, and the clash between the tyrant Kuma and Lu Yu persisted. The tyrant Kuma, with his palms resting on his waist, unleashed a series of strikes akin to a sumo wrestler, generating an array of miniature paw pressure cannons. These relentless assaults were directed at Lu Yu, each possessing the strength to effortlessly shatter rock. Yet, upon striking Lu Yu, they felt as gentle as a breeze, failing to even momentarily disrupt his stride. As he faced the torrent of Kuma's pressure cannon fire, Chi Xiang advanced within 10 meters of him. A blinding ray of golden light erupted from the depths of Kuma's throat, shooting forth with great intensity. Lu Yu extended his right hand, fingers splayed wide. The brilliant golden lightning coalesced into a suit of armor, adhering to him. With a flourish of his fingers, he leaped into the air, advancing boldly against the terrifying laser. Ultimately, His right palm came crashing down upon the tyrant bear's head, forcefully pinning it against the icy surface. It is over. Now even you, who can no longer wield your strongest abilities with finesse, may as well lie there. Lu Yu spoke calmly. His hands radiated a brilliant golden electric light. It was not a release, but an absorption. In an instant, the power supply within the mechanical tyrant bear was completely siphoned by Lu Yu. The tyrant bear's eyes darkened, rendering it utterly immobile. Defeat of the 7 Warlords. Mission Progress 17. Next, Lu Yu lifted his foot and sent the tyrant bear flying onto the dragon-head ship. Speaking calmly, his imposing demeanor left countless onlookers on and off the battlefield utterly stunned. For a moment, even the fierce war seemed to pause in reverence. Truly, the man I have my eyes on is remarkable. He's undeniably handsome. The Empress Hancock cradled her delicate face in her hands, lost in admiration. Observing this, Hawkeye couldn't help but think, is this woman a fool? How is it possible? That is the tyrant bear, one of the 7 warlords. Yet, in such a brief moment, he was defeated by that man. How could the 7 warlords, who stand alongside the Navy and the 4 emperors as one of the 3 great powers, be dispatched so swiftly? Could it be that the man's strength is simply terrifying? The 5th Emperor Lu Yu. He is indeed the strongest being, surpassing all others. It is time to silence the doubts that echo across the seas with the truth. The journalists and onlookers at the Sabaody Archipelago's live broadcast square erupted in shock. Is it true that even the 7 warlords stand powerless before him? Just how monstrous has that man become? The strange monk Urki and the magician Hawkins exclaimed in unison. Ah, it's Brother Pedro. Not just him, but also Duke Dogstorm and Cat Viper, Sicilian Wanda, Galat. Everyone, it's me. I'm Beepo. Can you hear me? Trafalgar Law's polar bear Beepo, filled with excitement, leaped about energetically. Quiet down, Beepo. Trafalgar Law admonished sharply, having reached his limit. The sensitive Beepo, who could not bear insults, finally fell silent, his face downcast. On the other side, the gluttonous Joelle Epiphany bit down hard on her thumb, blood flowing freely. It's starting again, the slaughtering warrior killer exclaimed. This time it is. Hiss. The mafia boss Capone Beej involuntarily gasped. On the icy battlefield above, a chilling aura spread, causing the warriors of the Mink tribe to retreat in horror. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the Marines, the second round of challengers emerged, led by Admiral Akiji. Accompanied by Vice Admiral Shatan and the elite generals Mouse, Fire Mountain, and Doberman, all lined up in formation. Chapter 59, The Dragon Annihilation Technique, Thunderous Roar. Leading the charge is Admiral Akiji, flanked by 4 of the Navy headquarters' most elite vice admirals. The second round of challengers steps onto the ring. Such a lineup is indeed extravagant. First and foremost, Admiral Akiji stands as the Navy headquarters' pinnacle of combat prowess, his strength beyond dispute. Admirals possess the ability to contend with the 4 emperors of the New World, standing on equal footing. Additionally, the 4 vice admirals are not to be underestimated. Vice Admiral Shatan, who, even as a vice admiral, acquired the combination of color and animal code, displays evident strength. Shatan's power, while not on par with an admiral, is nonetheless formidable, approaching that level. Among the vice admirals, only the legendary hero garb from the previous era could surpass him. Apart from Shatan, the other 3, Mouse, Fire Mountain, and Doberman, are all veterans of the Navy, with decades of experience. Their strength ranks among the top within the vice admirals, just below Garp and the 2 candidates for admiral. In terms of overall strength, they could easily match the core commanders of the 4 emperors, such as the 3 disasters of Kaido, the 4 commanders of Big Mom, and the top 5 captains of the Whitebeard pirates on this battlefield. In battles between admirals and the 4 emperors, ordinary individuals caught in the fray would meet certain doom. However, Shatan and his companions undoubtedly have the qualifications to join this battle of sovereigns as support. 5 Emperor Lu Yu, considering just myself, it might not suffice. So I've brought along a few helpers, if that's all right. The Admiral Akiji maintained his usual lazy demeanor. Before Lu Yu could respond, the exuberant golden lion Shiki laughed heartily, declaring, if that's the case, count me in. 2 against 5 should be about right. But in the next moment, Shiki's smile froze. This is my battlefield, Shiki. You best remain on the sidelines. Lu Yu cast a calm glance at Shurji. It was a rare opportunity to encounter 5 prey from the task list. How could he allow others to partake? I see. If I'm not to interfere, then I shan't, he chuckled. The golden lion Shurji forced a smile, retreating with a dejected air. Old lion. This reminds me of the past. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Who would have thought that 40 years later, history would repeat itself? Enough, enough. Don't regale me with tales of your... Xiaozi replied, his face contorted in discomfort. However, the thought of witnessing Whitebeard's bewildered expression today brought him some solace. In the realm of combat, His Excellency Lu Yu remained ever earnest. The insistence on excluding Xiaozi likely stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish the opponent. Marco sighed in contemplation. Fufufu, the fully transformed tyrant bear, is merely an appetizer. The true battle is only just beginning. The real strength of the man who defeated Kaido will soon be unveiled. The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo casually ensnared the 13th Division Captain, Water Buffalo Atmos, with his parasitic strings. Brazenly standing atop the buffalo's head, laughing as he observed the unfolding spectacle. The battlefield, now devoid of obstructions, was set to commence. Lu Yu wore a wild smile on his face, brimming with fighting spirit. "We have the advantage in numbers. Perhaps you should take the lead," the General Akiji remarked languidly. While appearing nonchalant on the surface, his inner vigilance was heightened to the utmost. His formidable observation haki radiated throughout the vicinity. The 4 vice admirals, Chibuta, Goshu, Daoboman, and Huashishin, were equally on high alert. Facing the Sea Emperor, they dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. "Since you have suggested it, I shall not hold back." Liu spoke, and as his words fell, his figure vanished without a trace. Even with the observation haki, one could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the golden arc of lightning. "Kakiji, he is targeting you." The expression of Admiral Akiji changed dramatically, prompting him to shout a warning. In truth, there was no need for Akiji to say anything. Kakiji, the Vice Admiral, could already sense the ominous shadow lurking in the depths. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. With unwavering resolve, he activated Iron Body, utilizing the advanced haki. In an instant, he enveloped his entire being in a layer of defense. Furthermore, he expanded this protective state outward, reinforcing it. In this condition, he could repel any attack directed at him. In terms of defensive capability, even Kaido's thunderous strikes would not draw blood from him. This was indeed a body impervious to harm. To wield haki to such an extent truly exemplified the caliber of a vice admiral. "Then I shall take this a bit more seriously." Lu Yu's voice echoed behind Chachu and Kaki, akin to the whisper of death itself. Startled, Kaki's expression shifted dramatically. The formidable advanced armed color haki surged forth like it was without cost, constructing layers of defense around him. Golden arcs of electricity, exuding a destructive aura, erupted from Lu Yu's body as if they were freely unleashed. Ultimately, they converged upon his fist. The essence of the Dragon Slayer's technique resonated with the thunder. The heavens and earth reverberated with a thunderous roar, persistent and unyielding. The profound magic of lightning's annihilation erupted upon Kaki, an unparalleled brilliance of golden lightning enveloping both Lu Yu and Kaki entirely. The cascading golden arcs fell upon the icy surface, creating enormous craters as they detonated. Kaki cursed inwardly. It was utterly impossible to approach. Such terrifying electric shocks. Was he truly a user of the natural thunder fruit? The expressions of the 3 vice admirals, Wushu, Doberman, and Fire Mountain, transformed dramatically, their faces etched with horror. Before the might of the Dragon Slayer's lightning, they found themselves unable to draw near. Admiral Akiji crossed his hands and suddenly unleashed 2 streams of frigid air, aiming to encase the resplendent golden lightning sphere and its 2 occupants in a solid ice. Yet, before his cold air could fully manifest, the searing heat and destructive force of the lightning obliterated it into nothingness. Indeed, it was futile. Admiral Akiji's brow furrowed deeply. Before he could make another move, the highly compressed golden lightning sphere suddenly expanded and then erupted with a thunderous explosion. A charred, smoking figure was hurled into the air amidst a tempest of golden arcs. It was Chachuan, the vice admiral renowned for his formidable defense. Under the overwhelming force of Lu Yu's amassed thunder dragon power, even Kaki's formidable shell-like defense was pierced through layer by layer. The progress of defeating the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral stood at 710. Truly, it was no simple feat to overcome a candidate for Admiral. Liu seriously commented, "Admiral Akiji. The Navy led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The pirates led by Whitebeard. To think that even a candidate admiral was vanquished in a single blow by you. How could this be deemed easy? What a joke." In Chapter 60, the Iron Divine Sword of the Evil Demon, it was merely 1 strike. The formidable T-Pig, possessing strength close to that of an admiral and boasting defenses surpassing even those of Admiral Kizaru, was utterly defeated. His body, charred and emitting smoke, was seared from within by a terrifying bolt of lightning. Consciousness faded, leaving only the last remnants of breath. What sheer horror! Previously, Lu Yu's ability to consume the Impact Bear Paw to neutralize the Warlord Bartholomew Kuma had been astonishing. However, the instantaneous downfall of T-Pig was tenfold more shocking. The impact of the bear could have been a mere dud. Kuma, having been completely modified, lacked autonomous will and acted solely on instinct and programming, rendering him powerless against the Sea Emperor. This outcome was anticipated by many. Yet now, the candidate Admiral T-Pig, at the peak of his powers, was defeated in an instant. His mastery of Haki and extraordinary defensive capabilities far exceeded those of Admiral Kizaru. And yet, this T-Pig was still obliterated in a heartbeat. Such a result had surpassed everyone's expectations, even the astute Sengoku and the chief strategist, Rear Admiral Crane. Damn it. That previous lightning strike even pierced through the armament of Haki. Just how terrifying is this? On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression was grave. One thing was certain. Such mastery over lightning could only be attributed to the natural type Thunder Fruit. Rear Admiral Crane ascended the platform. Thunder? Then what of the earlier winds? And the inferno that had erupted on the coast? Guion, also a candidate admiral, was astonished, her heart racing upon witnessing the tragic defeat of T-Pig. She harbored no contempt for Lu Yu any longer. Reluctantly, she acknowledged that T-Pig's strength was indeed superior to hers, especially in defense. And yet, he was still eliminated in an instant. If it were her in that position, Guion shook her head repeatedly, unable to fathom the horrifying image of being roasted by lightning. She must avoid close combat at all costs. Thunder and flames, either of which possessed the most ferocious offensive power. It seems that even Kazan would not find this encounter easy. Hero Carp remarked, "There's no helping it. Kazan's ice is inherently countered, but even if he ultimately falls short, it won TB without a fight." Originally, Rear Admiral Crane glanced at Admiral Kizaru, who was hiding behind her. "Sister Crane, don't look at me. Whether it's Shiki the Golden Lion or Whitebeard, any opponent is fine. I just don't want to face that monster again. I'll be eaten." Admiral Kizaru replied earnestly, "Eat, eat, eat. Do you believe I want to consume you right now?" Fleet Admiral Sengoku cast a fierce glare at Admiral Kizaru, Carp, Crane, and Guion. They had thoroughly understood and studied the reports regarding Kizaru's battle during the Sabaody incident. They certainly did not believe Kizaru's absurd notion of eating. After all, he was perfectly intact, without any missing limbs. While Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the high-ranking Navy officials analyzed and deliberated, the onlookers were left in shock and uproar over T-Pig's swift defeat. Meanwhile, the battlefield of the Ice-Sea War was far from idle. Even having witnessed T-Pig's downfall, Admiral Akiji and the three elite rear admirals remained undeterred. They understood the value of time. Liu had previously unleashed his full power, utilizing lightning to defeat the T-Pig. At this moment, with his energy not yet replenished, he was undoubtedly in a weakened state. It was the perfect opportunity for an assault, a chance that could not be squandered. Given the lives of his comrades that had paved the way for it, this supposition was entirely logical, and indeed, the reality corroborated it. To breach the formidable defenses of the T-Pig, Liu had indeed expended the accumulated lightning energy within him. Currently, he could only resort to ordinary electric strike techniques, as the Dragon Extinction secret technique required time to cool down. However, what they had not anticipated, or perhaps could not fathom, was that Liu possessed a total of 5 types of dragon power, akin to having 5 distinct reservoirs of elemental energy within him. While his lightning energy was still recuperating, he would first employ his other powers to contend with the situation. With a swift motion, 3 piercing beams of frosty sword light gleamed menacingly. The elite generals from the 3 major branches, Marmot, Fire Mountain, and Dauberman, simultaneously launched their fierce assault. The glinting blades were steeped in an aura of armed color, as dark as ink, with a layer of overwhelming might flowing over the edges like water. In tandem, their figures flickered rapidly, their feet striking the icy surface dozens of times. The six-style shave, no less impressive than that of Lucci, was executed in the blink of an eye. The 3 generals found themselves before Lu Yu in an instant. The scarred face of General Dauberman aimed his blade menacingly at Lu Yu's midsection, while Fire Mountain concentrated a pinpoint strike aimed directly at Lu Yu's heart. As for General Marmot, his massive blade surged toward Lu Yu's face. As seasoned elite generals, they were acutely aware of where to strike for maximum impact. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the 3 generals, Lu Yu remained unyielding, not flinching in the face of danger. The blade of the Doberman sliced through his suit, sparking dazzling embers. The tip of the Fire Mountain's knife struck down, producing a faint chime, yet it could not penetrate even a fraction. As for the Major General's formidable sword, at that moment, it was caught firmly between Lu Yu's teeth. How could this be? Just how resilient is this man's body? Is it truly impervious to our attacks? The expressions of Doberman, Fire Mountain, and the three were drastically altered. With their mastery of swordsmanship, combined with fluidity, external manifestation, and entwined martial prowess, they could effortlessly sever steel. Yet, they found themselves unable to penetrate Lu Yu's flesh. Retreat. The commanding voice of Admiral Akiji jolted the trio from their stunned disbelief. Without hesitation, Doberman and Fire Mountain withdrew. However, Major General Squirrel was unable to escape promptly due to having his knife ensnared by Lu Yu. In the next instant, an even more alarming occurrence transpired for Squirrel. A series of excruciating cracking sounds echoed, as the formidable sword he had painstakingly forged with armed color over the years shattered with a resounding crunch. Lu Yu chewed a couple of times, then, much to the astonishment of the Lieutenant General, swallowed it whole. What a fine blade it is! Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, a smile spreading across his face. A monster that devours blades. The ice coffin. Admiral Akiji's hand slammed down onto the ground with great force. A fierce blizzard erupted upon the icy surface, transforming into an ice coffin that completely encased Lu Yu. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Admiral Akiji struck again, summoning another layer of ice to envelop him. Soon, a third layer followed. Seizing the opportunity, Daoboman and Huashishin each took hold of a side, retreating with the dazed Squirrel. Huashishin and Daoboman, truly monstrous beings. He bit through my blade and consumed it, the Squirrel exclaimed, its emotions running high. Wasn't it already evident that such creatures existed? Daoboman clenched his jaw tightly. What a pity. Huashishin glanced at his beloved blade, prepared for its potential sacrifice at any moment. In that fleeting instant, before the onlookers could fully grasp the shock of Lu Yu shattering and consuming the treasured blade, the battlefield resonated once more with the distinct sound of cracking. The 9 layers of the ice coffin summoned by Admiral Akiji began to show intersecting fissures. At the very center of the ice coffin, Lu Yu smiled gently. The power of the high-quality great blade gathered upon his right arm. A dazzling radiance of the blade subsequently blossomed. The Iron Dragon's Annihilation, the Divine Sword of Demonic Iron. Chapter 61. The Legend of the Sword Path. The Iron Dragon's Annihilation. The Divine Sword of Demonic Iron. Within the 9-fold ice coffin, Lu Yu broke into a wide smile, raising his right hand like a sword. With his movement, the colossal 9-layer water coffin trembled violently, and a massive fissure spanning several dozen meters abruptly appeared, causing the great General Akiji to flinch. In the following moment, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Lu Yu's right arm, as straight and sharp as a sword, suddenly gleamed with brilliance. It seemed to transform into an actual blade, radiant light scattering in all directions, etching profound marks upon the colossal 9-layered ice coffin. In that fleeting moment, the radiance of the sword emanating from Lu Yu's arm surged abruptly, transforming into a colossal 40-meter-long blade that soared skyward. With a fierce swing of his elevated arm, the immense sword descended. The icy hardness, comparable to that of rock, crumbled under the might of the Iron God's sword aura, akin to paper. The massive ice coffin, encased in 9 layers, was effortlessly cleaved by the brilliance of the Iron God's blade. Simultaneously, the entire icy battlefield was split asunder. From the very spot where Lu Yu stood, a terrifying fissure in the ice stretched forth, extending 100 meters, then 200, 300, ultimately reaching 1,000 meters beyond, into the naval square. This left a profound mark upon the ground of the plaza. What manner of technique is this? A strike spanning 1,000 meters from there to here. Could this monster truly be a master swordsman? What a jest. He doesn't even wield a sword. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, those affected could not help but cry out in shock. No, Bogart, Karp's subordinate and a swordsman in his own right, exclaimed suddenly, his narrowed eyes gleaming brightly, as if he were witnessing the most incredible scene imaginable. He bore no sword, yet the sword resided within his heart. Another swordsman among the navy murmured in awe. His hands, his very body, were the sharpest of blades. Could this be one of the supreme sword techniques spoken of in ancient texts? On the execution platform, the expression of the great swordsman, Admiral Candidate Peach Rabbit, was nearly one of stupor. What did you say? Captain Bista, Lu Yu is indeed a great swordsman, surpassing even you. The White Squad pirates, embroiled in battle with the Navy, gasped in astonishment. There could be no mistake. This was the legendary realm of victory without a sword. I had already witnessed it 2 months prior on that island. The flower sword Bista spoke earnestly, leaving the surrounding pirates and sailors momentarily dumbfounded. I never expected the captain to be a great swordsman. Truly, He is full of surprises, roared the golden lion Shiki. Haha, how many more surprises does Lu Yu possess? Perhaps today we shall see them all. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Old Ray, is Lu Yu truly a great swordsman? The skeptical outsider Shiki inquired. The possibility is quite high. Yet, Rayleigh pondered with a furrowed brow. Hey, Hawkeye my hawk. Are you not the world's foremost swordsman? What are your thoughts on the previous monster's technique? 7 Warlord Doflamingo, transformed into a reporter, inquired. To Doflamingo's interview. Hawkeye my hawk remained unperturbed, his sharp, piercing gaze fixated unwaveringly on Lu Yu's right arm, locking onto the radiance of the Iron God's sword. A fierce combat spirit ignited within the depths of his hawk-like eyes. Previously, he possessed little interest in Lu Yu, adopting a mere spectator's stance. However, that sentiment had shifted dramatically. With Lu Yu's revelation of the legendary realm of becoming one with the sword, how could the world's premier swordsman remain unmoved? A lifetime devoted to the sword, he yearned for a formidable opponent in the art of swordsmanship. Now, a legend had appeared before him. Clang. Without any visible motion from Hawkeye, a resounding sound of a blade being unsheathed reverberated through the air. The ground beneath him fractured, the cracks smooth as glass. As if cleaved by a sword. It was evident that even Hawkeye had yielded such a profound reaction. The Navy and pirates alike gasped in astonishment, sensing the shift in Hawkeye's aura. At this moment, the battlefield echoed with the astonished voices of those witnessing the spectacle. As swordsmen and great swordsmen earnestly speculated and assessed the unfolding events, Lu Yu found himself at a loss for words, his expression slightly peculiar. Within, he felt no turbulence. In fact, there was a hint of amusement. Possessing the Iron Dragon's annihilation magic, he was inherently the finest weapon. Transforming his arm into a blade was merely a fundamental technique. The formidable strength of his earlier strike was a direct result of invoking the profound essence of the Iron Dragon. The radiant brilliance that was perceived as the sword's aura was, in truth, merely a characteristic effect of the Iron Divine Sword. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as you are pleased, think as you wish. Lu Yu lacked the patience to elaborate on his intentions. The brilliance of the Iron God's sword enveloped his right hand as it slowly ascended once more, the blade tip directed at the trio of lieutenant generals. The 3. Perceiving Lu Yu as a formidable swordsman who had reached an unprecedented pinnacle, were instantly taken aback. Without hesitation, they dispersed in 3 separate directions, hoping to avoid being defeated in one fell swoop. Despite their awareness of the vast disparity in strength, they refused to retreat in cowardice. It was their duty as lieutenants of justice. Moreover, as swordsmen, they yearned for the opportunity to engage in a comprehensive duel with the legendary swordsman who could triumph without a blade against those wielding one. With that in mind, the General Akiji shed his languid demeanor, exhaling softly as an icy longsword took shape in his hand, wrapped in powerful advanced armed haki. Its hardness rivaled that of a great saber. The tension of the impending sword clash hung in the air, as everyone was eager to witness the prowess of his Iron God sword. Lu Yu readily acquiesced to their demands, directly in his 3 subordinates' blades with the Iron Divine Sword. The resounding clang of metal echoed as the clash commenced, a dazzling display of swordsmanship unfurling before them, under the interference of General Akiji. Even Lu Yu found it challenging to replicate the feat of effortlessly defeating Bisto with a single strike against the 3 vice admirals. The prolonged activation of the dragon-slaying art proved to be immensely taxing on the power of the Iron Dragon, causing the sword radiance on his right arm to gradually dim. However, following a series of audibly jarring sounds, the brilliance of Lu Yu's Iron Divine Sword rekindled. In stark contrast, Vice Admiral Weasel's long blade had diminished significantly, reduced to a mere dagger. The high-intensity exchanges of rapid swordplay, filled with fleeting shadows, persisted for 5 minutes. The beloved swords of Weasel, S.H. Oshan, and Deo Bowman were left with nothing but their hilts. Thank you for the hospitality. Lu Yu expressed his gratitude after consuming the 3 formidable blades. The radiance on his right arm suddenly erupted with an intensity surpassing its initial brilliance. Ice Fortress. General Akiji's eyelids twitched violently as he forcefully brought his hands down, causing the icy surface to tremble. A colossal ice fortress rose up from the ground, safeguarding him and the 3 vice admirals. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's 40-meter Iron Divine Sword sliced horizontally from right to left. The crash of Admiral Akiji's ice fortress shattered into fragments, not merely severed, but utterly obliterated. Within the fortress, Admiral Akiji remained unharmed, relying on his natural elemental abilities. However, the 3 vice admirals could not claim the same fortune. Their dual defenses of metal and haki were breached, and they were sent flying hundreds of meters by the might of the Iron Divine Sword. the sky rained down 3 streams of blood. The 3 elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters were defeated. Defeating the top 10 elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters grants a reward. White Dragon Annihilation Magic level 10, Dragon Power 20, Dragon Strength level 110. Notification: would you like to expend 100 levels of Dragon Power to activate the new Dragon King mode? Yes. Activating Thunder Dragon King mode. Chapter 62. Thunder Dragon King mode. Thunder rumbled. The originally clear and cloudless sky darkened in an instant. Heavy, pitch-black clouds seemed to materialize out of thin air, descending upon the Navy headquarters, exuding a destructive aura. The sky resonated, echoing the presence of Thunder Dragon King Lu Yu. Following the previous awakening on the floating island, the awakening of dragon power surpassed 100% once more. The order of ascension had long been predetermined. Following the Flame Dragon King mode, the Thunder Dragon King mode was activated. At this moment, as dragon power fused with thunder annihilation magic, an upgrade commenced. Within Lu Yu's body, astonishing changes were also unfolding. A deep rumble of thunder echoed inside him, resounding with a deafening intensity. Brilliant golden lightning surged relentlessly through his veins. Within Lu Yu's body, the reservoir symbolizing the power of the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic overflowed instantaneously. With the augmentation of dragon power, the thunder pool surged dramatically. In an instant, it expanded to rival the vastness of the heavens, ultimately achieving a size comparable to that of the Dragon Slayer magic lake. Both its offensive capacity and output potency multiplied exponentially. This heralds the emergence of the new Thunder Dragon King mode. Host: Lu Yu Fire Dragon Slayer magic level 100, Flame Dragon King mode Sky Dragon Slayer magic level 100, Mastery achieved Iron Dragon Slayer magic level 100, Mastery achieved Thunder Dragon Slayer magic level 100, transitioning to Thunder Dragon King mode White Dragon Slayer magic level 70, Integrated Mastery Dragon Power level 10 skills, Heart Communication magic. Instant Teleportation, History of the Corpse, SSS. Capture the 3 unparalleled beauties of the pirate world. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Capture the top 10 beauties of the pirate world. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Gather 4 historical landmarks. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Collect 20 pieces of historical texts. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Educate 10 supernovas. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Subdue 5 royal subordinates. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Subdue 10 royal subordinates. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Eliminate 10 celestial dragons. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Defeat the 3 admirals of the Navy. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Defeat the fleet admiral. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Defeat the Navy hero, Garp. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. Defeat the 7 warlords. Incomplete. Rewards unknown. With a wave of his hand, the system panel dissipated. Lu Yu involuntarily wore a pleasant smile at the corners of his mouth. A month ago, on the floating island of Golden Lion Shiki, he had activated the Inferno Dragon King mode. In the following week, Xiang had been attempting to merge the Inferno Dragon King mode with the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. However, the once harmonious relationship between fire and thunder had become insubordinate. The lightning infused in the Inferno Dragon King mode was swiftly devoured by the flames. Nevertheless, the ordinary Fire Dragon Slayer magic could still seamlessly integrate into the Thunder Flame Dragon. The reason behind this was not lost on Lu Yu. It stemmed from an imbalance of power. The formidable might of the Inferno Dragon King mode overshadowed the ordinary Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Yet, the situation was different now. Even without testing it, Lu Yu was certain that the lightning at the level of the Thunder Dragon King would undoubtedly harmonize perfectly with the flames of the Inferno Dragon King mode. The long-anticipated Thunder Flame Dragon King mode was on the verge of manifestation. The thought of this intensified the smile on Lu Yu's face. As he clenched his fist, thunder rumbled through the heavens. It was as if a myriad of thunderclaps were celebrating the birth of the Thunder Dragon King. Lightning danced amidst the heavy clouds, exuding a destructive aura that instilled fear in the hearts of all present on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. How infuriating! Was this abnormal thunderstorm conjured by him? On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku cried out in terror. What did he intend to do with this thunderous power? Admiral Tsuru paled in fear. Sengoku, let us halt the probing here. It's my turn now. That lightning must not strike. The heroic Garp clenched his iron fist, ready to strike at any moment. However, just then, Lu Yu casually waved his hand towards the battlefield on the icy surface in the distance. Instantly, the heavy clouds that had overshadowed the sky dispersed, vanishing without a trace. The fear that had loomed over the Navy and pirates alike on the battlefield began to dissipate as well. People could not help but exhale in relief. What do you mean by this? Admiral Akiji stared intently at Lu Yu, as if facing a formidable enemy. Although he was aware of Lu Yu's strength, Admiral Akiji had previously held confidence in engaging him in a back-and-forth confrontation. However, at this moment, as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Akiji felt a wave of insecurity. Only as an opponent standing before Lu Yu could he sense that Lu Yu had grown significantly stronger than before. Even he, with a moment's carelessness, could fall victim to a single blow from Lu Yu. Do not be so tense, Akiji. Since you have shown some kindness towards my Robin, I shall not strike too harshly. Lu Yu smiled. Nico Robin remained silent, as did Admiral Akiji. In this moment, he could not help but begin to question whether his previous decisions to spare Robin were indeed right or wrong. During the Enies lobby incident, he had believed that there was no longer a need to monitor her, for she had found her rightful place. The Straw Hat Pirates were also a crew he held in high regard. He knew that they would never entertain the notion of wielding ancient weapons. But what about Lu Yu? Did he truly have the leisure to ponder such matters? Lu Yu's calm and indifferent voice roused the General Green Pheasant from his reverie. With a mere wave of his hand, a resounding and piercing bird call erupted forth. A magnificent bird, entirely sculpted from ice, soared from Green Pheasant's grasp. Upon colliding with Lu Yu's fire dragon, the elements of ice and fire clashed fiercely, generating a billowing cloud of scalding steam. Yet, before it could ascend, it rapidly crystallized into ice under Green Pheasant's frigid aura. Fire and ice, a fateful confrontation indeed. Lu Yu smiled broadly. Although he had already attained the Thunder Dragon King mode, he had no intention of employing it in his battle against Admiral Akiji. As for the higher echelon of the Thunder Flame Dragon King, it would be utterly unfair. This confrontation with Admiral Akiji was truly significant. Lu Yu intends to confront his adversary solely with the power of flames. Fire and ice, a fateful confrontation. Much like the epic rivalry between Natsu and Gray in the realm of fairy tale. Come, Akiji, let us engage in a fierce battle with all our might. Lu Yu's wild roar echoed through the air as flames engulfed him, melting the ice beneath his feet. As you wish, Admiral Akiji took a deep breath. Casting aside all other thoughts, he focused entirely on the battle before him. The chilling air spread, causing the melted ice to refreeze. Ice shards erupted from the ground as Admiral Akiji leaped high into the air. The powers of his ice fruit were unleashed to their utmost potential, conjuring a massive bird, several dozen meters in size, that surged forth to assault Lu Yu upon the icy surface. Lu Yu stood firm, unflinching and unyielding, as flames erupted from both his left and right hands. In quick succession, more flames spiraled along his arms, merging seamlessly into a mesmerizing display. Lu Yu was suddenly struck by a whimsical thought, akin to a tyrant summoning the impact of a bear. With both hands clasped together, the fireball, which should have expanded infinitely, was now compressed to an astonishing degree. In a mere instant, Lu Yu opened his palm, revealing a flame lotus that could hardly be described as exquisite. This was a technique I had longed to experiment with. Prepare yourself, Buddha, Wrath, Fire, Lotus. Chapter 63. Let the warm-up cease here. The flame lotus, with its design and craftsmanship not particularly refined, gently floated from Lu Yu's palm, ascending into the air. In comparison to the grandiose, dozens of meters wide, ice bird of the violent pheasant, the lotus flower crafted by Lu Yu, though seemingly unremarkable, commanded attention the moment it manifested. The formidable warriors on the battlefield, such as the warring states atop the execution platform, Carp, Whitebeard aboard the whale ship, and the Lion, could not help but exhibit a subtle change in their expressions. Their observation haki allowed them to discern the terrifying power concealed within that inconspicuous flame lotus. Even the void itself began to collapse under the immense pressure of the compressed fiery energy. At long last, under the gaze of the multitude, the furious lotus of Buddha, unleashed by Lu Yu, collided with the formidable beak of Admiral Akiji, igniting a dazzling burst of light that outshone the blazing sun above. All eyes on the battlefield were drawn to this spectacle, followed swiftly by a cataclysmic explosion. Above the naval headquarters, it resembled the grandest firework display in history, with concentric rings of flame radiating outward, causing the atmosphere to ripple in waves. The battlefield was engulfed in a blinding white haze, a scorching steam rising from the ice vaporized by the inferno, saturating the air. Those caught within this tempest, whether elite pirates of the White Group or distinguished naval officers, were left to scream in agony. Why are you still dawdling? Retreat at once. Smokers, a natural-type devil fruit user, enveloped himself in thick clouds of smoke to shield his fellow sailors from the searing vapor, buying them precious time to withdraw. How is the battle progressing? Tina is so worried. The beautiful Colonel Tina, with her flowing pink hair, wore a troubled expression. There's no need to fret. After all, it is Admiral Kazan. The bespectacled Dasky clenched her small pink fist, bolstering her own courage. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the blistering steam. Look, it's Admiral Kazan. The soldiers erupted in cheers. However, their elation quickly faded as they beheld the state of their admiral. His naval uniform was tattered, rendering him more akin to a beggar than a dignified leader. His exposed skin bore clear burn marks, and his face was as black as a charred pot. His once curly hair was now more disheveled, emanating a sin of singed remnants. Being at the epicenter of the explosive fury of the Furious Lotus, even a natural-type admiral could not emerge unscathed. Yet, despite his injuries, Admiral Akiji's eyes remained sharp, and his spirit was undeterred. In an instant, he shot upward, hands raised above his head in a gesture of defiance. A glacial sphere began to take shape in his grasp. "Ice block thousand thorns," he bellowed. The ice sphere began to spin violently, producing a flurry of frozen spears that surged toward the heart of the vaporous chaos. The vast steam orb, hundreds of meters in diameter, abruptly solidified. In the next heartbeat, a blazing dragon roared, tearing through the heavens and sweeping across the land. Amidst the astonished cries of the soldiers, the dragon's roar pierced through Admiral Akiji and his frigid sphere, evaporating them into nothingness. Yet, some fragments of ice plummeted onto the surface below, swiftly reconstituting themselves in a mere breath's time. "Ah, truly befitting of the Emperor of the Seas," Admiral Akiji proclaimed. "You are not lacking either." Lu Yu smiled and spoke, dispersing the myriad of water vapor with a mere wave of his hand. The Grand General, Akiji, looked up and remarked that rain was imminent. As his words echoed in the air, a torrential downpour ensued. The vast quantities of evaporated water vapor, upon encountering the chill, condensed into a deluge that encompassed merely 100-meter radius. And so, what of it? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. The torrential rain evaporated upon reaching a 10-meter radius around him, creating an oasis of serenity where he stood. In this moment, the area surrounding him resembled a sanctuary. Just then, the Admiral Akiji raised his hand, and the relentless downpour suddenly halted. Following this, countless raindrops, influenced by the intense cold, transformed from liquid to solid state. They solidified and morphed, ultimately becoming slender ice needles. "Ice block, hail needle," Admiral Akiji spoke calmly. The multitude of ice needles shifted their sharp tips, forming a cohesive array. "Hey, this technique bears an intriguing name." In that case, Lu Yu chuckled softly as the flames spread from beneath his feet, transforming into a colossal vortex of fire. Subsequently, countless tendrils of flame surged forth from the whirlpool, converging in the palm of his raised right hand, forming a sphere of fire. Initially, it was no larger than a basketball, yet within the span of a mere breath, the fireball expanded rapidly, soon morphing into a gigantic orb with a diameter of several dozen meters. The Flame Emperor, Lu Yu unapologetically claimed Ace's ultimate move. Boom. The Admiral Akiji's ice storm collided with Lu Yu's Flame Emperor. The searing heat and the frigid cold each dominated half of the sky, creating a terrifying spectacle. What on earth is the nature of that creature's abilities? The power of this flame rivals the earlier thunder. On the execution platform, Sengoku clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning white. Could it be that a second Maramara Nomi exists in this world? Carp glanced sideways at Ace, who timidly shrank his head, thinking, "Old man, please don't look at me. My Maramara Nomi pales in comparison to that person's. Compared to him, my flames seem almost counterfeit. Ha ha. Truly worthy of my esteemed captain. This power is simply unparalleled." The golden lion Shiki laughed heartily, though a shiver of dread coursed through him. He recalled the time when Lu Yu fought him, wielding the gentlest power of the sky. If he were to unleash flames, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Flames, thunder, storms. Could that man be a natural-born wielder of all elemental powers? Rayleigh's eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? How could there exist a fruit that encompasses all elemental forces in the world? Shiki shook her head. The ocean is vast. Shiki, anything is possible. Whitebeard laughed heartily, not entirely dismissing Rayleigh's conjecture. Keek, that man is beyond the realm of common sense, thought the golden lion Shiki, as the crowd marveled. The clash between the ice storm and the Flame Emperor came to a close. The ice and fire that had occupied half the sky dissipated, leading to a chaotic alternation of heat and cold, a tumultuous disturbance of heaven and earth. Lu Yu and the formidable Admiral Akiji gazed at each other from a distance of 100 meters. Let the warm-up end here, Akiji. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Yet the commanding aura in his words was unmistakable, sending tremors through the battlefield. Warm-up? You tell me that the previous battle, which nearly altered the very weather, was merely a warm-up. Then what will the real confrontation entail? The inner doubts of the onlookers were soon to be resolved. Chapter 64, Lu Yu versus Akiji. General Akiji took a deep breath and nodded, his expression more solemn than ever before. He was preparing to unleash his ultimate trump card. Slowly, Akiji crouched down, his hand resting upon the icy surface. With a thunderous roar, the vast expanse of the bay's ice trembled. Behind General Akiji, a jagged block of ice suddenly surged upward. Interesting. If that is the case, I shall also engage seriously. The Inferno Dragon King mode has been active for quite some time, yet it has yet to yield any tangible results. Lu Yu broke into a grin, turning to gaze at the whale ship several hundred meters away. Whitebeard, hurry and summon your crew aboard or onto the shore, Lu Yu reminded them. At the bow of the whale ship, Whitebeard was taken aback. In the next moment, he raised his right hand. Everyone aboard. This was the captain's command. Without hesitation, Whitebeard decisively acted on Lu Yu's alert, issuing the order without questioning its reasoning. This demonstrated his unwavering trust in Lu Yu. All crew aboard. Do not linger on the ice. This is a command from the old man. The captains, Marco, Jozu, and others, relayed the captain's orders. In a pirate crew, the captain's command is to be followed unconditionally. Consequently, the members of the Whitebeard pirates abandoned their respective opponents and hurried back to the whale ship. Observing this, the Navy was poised to pursue. But the soldiers around the bay waved red flags, signaling a retreat, a prelude to a new operation. It seemed that Mr. Sengoku had also anticipated this. Though unaware of his intentions, let him use his flames to clear the obstacles on the ice. Somewhere in the bay, the long-absent Admiral Akiji proudly ruffled his buzz cut. Sengoku, are you planning? But with that flying lion present, this operation's chances of success seem bleak. On the execution platform, Vice Admiral Tsuru wore a worried expression. I know, but we must at least try. When Kazan clashes with that monster, we will initiate our plan. There must be some gains. What are you all trying to do? Ace demanded. Carp's iron fist landed heavily on Ace's head, leaving a large bump. This is none of your concern, Carp replied. You old man. Ace grimaced, tears streaming from the pain. At this moment, while the entire battlefield was captivated by the clash between Kazan and Lu Yu, no one noticed an uninvited group arriving by warship in the sky above the battlefield. They were the escape team from Impel Down, led by the pirate king Monkey D. Luffy, former warlord Crocodile, the fishman Jinbei, the Okama king Ivankov, and the clown Buggy. For days prior, the golden lion Shiki had hurled a small island at Impel Down, causing chaos. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Luffy, who had been hiding on the island, slipped in and joined forces with Buggy to launch a bold escape. Having initially grasped Haki, Luffy was somewhat stronger than in the original storyline. However, this minor enhancement did not significantly alter the grand scheme. Ultimately, he was carried here by the currents of the sea, only to be frozen hundreds of meters in the air by Admiral Kazan, trapped with no way to advance or retreat. At this moment, atop the tsunami ice wall, Luffy, Buggy, Ivankov, Crocodile, and Jinbei sat in a row, their eyes fixed on the battle above, faces etched with shock and awe. The fifth Emperor of the Seas, the five Emperors Lu Yu, is truly deserving of the title, Jinbei exclaimed. With that man's assistance, the chance of rescuing Ace has significantly increased. I never expected such a monster to emerge while I was imprisoned and Impel Down, Jinbei continued. But Ivankov's tone shifted. How could he do such excessive things to my comrades? Even if he is a five Emperor, do not be impulsive. Mr. Ivankov, stay calm. You saw how easily he took down Mr. Kuma and those formidable Navy forces, not to mention that Admiral Kazan, the Emperor of the Seas, is perilously dangerous. We must not provoke him. A chorus of high-heeled, extravagantly dressed Okama urged. I wouldn't initiate a provocation. Only a fool would do that, Ivankov replied, striking a pose. I didn't mean to. The group of Okama fell over in unison. Fool, Crocodile scoffed. What did you say, Crocodile boy? Your little secret, Ivankov threatened, narrowing his eyes. Humph, Crocodile said darkly, choosing not to respond. Just then, Luffy, seated cross-legged, suddenly brightened his eyes and exclaimed, what a magnificent giant. A rumble echoed, under the incredulous gaze of the onlookers. A colossal figure made entirely of ice rose from behind Admiral Kazan. This was Kazan's ultimate technique, a deep blue ice giant, compressed by extreme cold, as hard as steel. Standing 20 meters tall was not its limit. However, a larger size did not necessarily equate to greater effectiveness. The larger the form, the more dispersed the haki, which would correspondingly weaken its power and defense. The 20-meter ice giant was perfectly manageable for Admiral Kazan, offering optimal agility, attack, and defense. Come. Admiral Kazan leaped into the giant's forehead. The previously soulless eyes of the ice giant suddenly sparked to life, and the massive sword it wielded swirled with a powerful wind. This is getting more and more interesting. The smile on Lu Yu's lips grew ever more pronounced. Even he was unaware that Admiral Akiji possessed the ability to pilot a towering mecha. However, upon reflection, it was only logical. The Thunder God mech had been piloted on Sky Island, and the city lord of Gold City, Tazaro, could command the Golden Mech. It seemed entirely reasonable that Akiji could pilot an ice colossus. Similarly, Admiral Akainu could control a magma giant. As for Ace, he was too weak to be considered. Now, what about that sly figure lurking behind Ace, Kizaru? Haha. With this thought, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, surveying the surroundings. He noticed that the people on the icy surface had largely retreated. Thus, it was time for him to commence his own actions. Lu Yu broke into a broad smile. A colossal vortex of golden-red flames once again erupted from beneath his feet. Rent. Lu Yu raised his hand, tearing away the tattered remnants of his suit, revealing beneath it a perfectly sculpted physique with well-defined muscles. However, apart from Robin and the Empress, who were captivated by Lu Yu's form, the gazes of others on the battlefield were drawn to the tattoos adorning his body. More precisely, it was the dragon scales that commanded their attention. As the dragon scales emerged, beginning from the base of his spine, a magnificent dragon illuminated across Lu Yu's back. Eventually, at the center of his back, a radiant silhouette of a dragon took shape. The wings of the fiery dragon suddenly unfurled outward, extending further into reality. A deafening roar echoed as the winds howled ferociously through the heavens and the earth. Lu Yu's back was adorned with colossal dragon wings that obscured the sun. Unlike the previous flames that were merely constructs, these wings were substantial and authentically present, marking Lu Yu's transformation into the Inferno Dragon King mode. This mode not only enhanced his power, but also allowed him to descend upon the world in a draconic form. Inferno Dragon King mode, fully unleashed. A dazzling golden red blaze spread across the arena, enveloping everything in its radiant glow. A terrifying heat pervaded the air, causing the temperature to spike dramatically. The icy battlefield, once frozen by Admiral Akiji's Ice Age, began to melt, disintegrate, and subsequently boil under the Inferno Dragon King's hellish heat. The clash of red and blue divided the world in two. Thus began Chapter 65, the collapsing fist of the Inferno Dragon King. The frost giant, constructed from extreme cold, advanced with earth-shaking steps. The boiling sea froze anew beneath its feet. Even the ordinary flames struggled to escape the overwhelming freezing aura of Admiral Akiji. Yet, the flames consuming the Navy headquarters were no ordinary flames. The golden red flames bore the intensity of the Inferno Dragon King. Even Admiral Akiji's awakened freezing aura could not extinguish or freeze them, although the deep blue breath of extreme cold occasionally froze the golden red flames. They would flicker back to life almost instantly, releasing terrifying heat that dispelled the chill. At this moment, the members of the Whitebeard pirates finally understood why Lu Yu had ordered them to retreat to their ships. Under the Inferno Dragon King's purgatorial temperature, the ice surface, dozens to hundreds of meters thick, was collapsing, melting, disintegrating, and boiling away. It would not be long before the boiling sea reached a depth of over a person's height. Anyone remaining in that water would not only risk drowning, but also scalding to death. What an unimaginable heat. Terrifying. It was truly horrifying. Was this the true power of Lord Lu Yu? The Whitebeard pirates, including their captains, cried out in astonishment. It's so hot. I'm burning up. Ah. The sails of Ship 2 are on fire. The deck of Ship 3 is ablaze too. Quick, extinguish the flames. Chaos erupted aboard the Smile Whale. Ha ha ha, I'm off first. Laughed Shiki the Golden Lion, waving his hand. He and the crew aboard the Dragon-Head ship, including Robin, Rayleigh, and Shachi, escaped from the scorching sea into the refreshing sky. Mr. Shiki, what about Whitebeard and the others down there? Asked the anxious Cat Viper and Dogstorm. Take care of yourselves, Shiki replied dismissively. Even though they were once comrades and there was a reason to assist, he would never offer help unless Whitebeard humbly asked for it. Ha ha ha, that old lion. Whitebeard chuckled softly, yet he remained unbowed, directing his crew to retreat further. Such extreme heat was still bearable for the battle-hardened Whitebeard pirates. They would endure some suffering, but could push through it. Amid the chaos of the Whitebeard pirates, no one noticed, not even Whitebeard, that at the misty edge of Crescent Bay, specially crafted alloy walls burst forth from the melting ice, rising erect, one by one. Dark cannon muzzles aimed at the 3 whale ships in the bay. The Navy's encirclement operation had quietly commenced. What's that? On the high-altitude Dragonhead ship. Robin, clad in a black evening gown, sensed a disturbance. Without waiting to investigate further, a terrifying collision ensued. The ice giant, manipulated by Akiji, clashed fully with Lu Yu, who bore the dragon wings. The ice giant, towering over 100 meters away, swung its colossal sword, Frostmourne. A deep blue aura erupted from the sword's tip. Not as mere sword energy, but as a frost wave colder than the realm of the dead. As the frost wave approached, Lu Yu smiled with delight. With a roar, the Inferno Dragon unleashed its might. The roar of the Inferno Dragon King was more potent than that of an ordinary fire dragon, capable of altering landscapes and weather. In an instant, the golden red flames devoured the frost wave and continued their relentless advance toward the ice giant's core. Admiral Akiji raised his great sword and cleaved down toward the oncoming golden red inferno. The sharp ice blade sliced through Lu Yu's roar, but the cold aura of the blade dissolved and evaporated under the onslaught of the flames. Before long, the 15-meter-long great sword shrank by half. Simultaneously, Akiji's complexion paled slightly. The formidable ice giant was tied to his awakened ice fruit. As Lu Yu's roar subsided, the ice giant's original deep blue hue faded. "Oh, this flame's temperature is beyond my imagination," Akiji said with a wry smile. He understood that even with his ultimate trump card, he could not surpass Lu Yu, who bore the dragon wings. However, he resolved to endure just a little longer. Taking a deep breath, Akiji commanded the ice giant to close the distance to Lu Yu. A bone-chilling cold enveloped him. For an ordinary person, merely approaching would result in being frozen solid. This was the terrifying aspect of the awakened ice fruit, sacrificing elemental damage absorption for extreme offensive power. Even a master of advanced hockey would find it difficult to avoid frostbite when touching the ice giant. Yet, the cold had no effect on the fiery Lu Yu, who felt no trepidation or hesitation whatsoever. As Lu Yu Shuang unfurled his wings, he surged forth, enveloped in a torrent of golden red flames, toward Admiral Akiji. His scorching fists fell like raindrops, creating a cacophony of dull thuds interspersed with the ominous crackling of an unbearable strain. The colossal sword, Frostmourne, wielded by the frost giant, manifested deep, crisscrossing fissures. His body bore similar ravines, transitioning from a deep azure to a lighter hue. Blood oozed from Akiji's mouth and nose, his pallor growing increasingly haggard. This bodes ill. If this continues, Kazan will soon be unable to endure. On the execution platform, Ji Yuan's expression shifted subtly. It was too late. Garp clenched his teeth. Just as the words left his lips, a resounding thud echoed, akin to the heartbeat of the heavens. "It is nearly time to conclude this, Akiji," Lu Yu spoke calmly, his right fist slowly clenching. "It seems this is where it ends. Nevertheless, I am still a Marine Admiral." Admiral Akiji flashed a grin, forcibly pushing his limits and channeling all his strength into the greatsword. The originally cracked light blue blade suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light. The fissures along the sword's surface smoothed out, healing completely. "Come now, this is my final strike." Admiral Akiji's eyes sparkled as he unleashed his ultimate sword strike towards Lu Yu. "This battle has brought me great joy, but I must kindly ask you to take your leave." Lu Yu unleashed a wild grin, proclaiming, "Flame, Dragon Kings, Shattering Fist." A thunderous roar akin to a dragon echoed through the heavens and the earth. The colossal head of a dragon, enveloped in endless golden red flames, erupted triumphantly from Lu Yu's fist. The frost greatsword shattered upon contact in an instant. Lu Yu's Flame Dragon King's collapsed fist subsequently struck the frost giant. In the blink of an eye, the frost giant shattered, sending countless shards of ice scattering in all directions. Before they could even touch the ground, they melted and evaporated under the intense heat. Amidst the flying ice, Admiral Akiji was sent hurtling backwards, blood erupting from his mouth. The battle for supremacy came to a close. The highest combat force of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akiji Kazan, has been defeated. Chapter 66. The Straw Hat Crew appears. Kazan Admiral. "Mr. Kazan." "Admiral." The terrified cries of the Navy soldiers echoed across the battlefield at the Navy headquarters. They beheld the frost giant, utterly obliterated by Lu Yu's single punch, and the grievously wounded Admiral Akiji flying helplessly through the air. Shock and disbelief were etched across their faces. They could hardly fathom that one of the Navy headquarters' strongest forces, Admiral Akiji, had had fallen. Moreover, this defeat had come so swiftly. Despite showcasing his utmost prowess, he was still vanquished by Lu Yu in a straightforward confrontation, devoid of any underhanded tactics. In a one-on-one duel, Admiral Akiji was overwhelmed and defeated by the fifth Emperor, Lu Yu, in a manner akin to being crushed. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering. The terror it instilled was profound. As they gazed upon the figures soaring high above, the soldiers on the battlefield could not suppress their overwhelming fear. At that moment, they collectively felt an uncanny sensation, as if they were not gazing upon a mere man, but rather a flame dragon king coiled majestically in the heavens. Kazan, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to us, and take the time to recover, Carp said gently, as he caught the injured Admiral Akiji, who was sent flying. Ah. Finally I can rest. Cough, cough. Admiral Akiji serenely closed his eyes. You little brat. Carp lightly punched Akiji's chest, then turned his attention to Sengoku. Let us begin. Surround the area and prepare for battle. Meanwhile, at Crescent Bay, with the defeat of Admiral Akiji, Lu Yu also retracted the overwhelming flames, allowing the temperature in the air to gradually stabilize. The pervasive moisture in the atmosphere dissipated with the wind. Oh, the five emperors are magnificent. The five emperors exude dominance. Lord Lu Yu. The white-clad pirates aboard the three whale ships, along with the 43 pirates from the New World on the coast, cheered in unison, celebrating Lu Yu's victory. Ha ha ha, this is truly remarkable. To defeat an admiral in such a short time, even I must concede. Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. Let us descend and celebrate the captain's victory. With a grand gesture, Shiki commanded the dragon-head ship, which had been hovering 500 meters above, to slowly descend. Mr. Lu Yu. Robin at the bow of the ship gazed at him with adoration in her eyes. Her emotions surged within her, yearning for release. Just then, a cheerful voice called out from nearby, capturing the attention of those on the dragon-head ship. Look over there at the iceberg. It seems there are quite a few people there. How did they get up there? Incredible. The warriors of the Wave tribe, including Gallet, exclaimed in astonishment. That's Luffy. Rayleigh exclaimed in disbelief. Little monkey, why is he? No, wait. He has escaped from Impel Down and made it here. Truly remarkable. A smile blossomed on Chi's face, her heart finally at ease. Luffy, I'm so glad you're safe. Robin sighed softly, her smile growing radiant at the sight of her captain unharmed. At that moment, Robin's keen eyes seemed to catch something. Her expression changed in alarm. Hurry and get away from there. Luffy, there's Crocodile. Robin cried out. Huh. Straw Hat Luffy was taken aback. Humph. Traitor, Crocodile scoffed. Luffy, the place you're standing is about to collapse. Robin warned urgently. Upon hearing this, not only Luffy but even Crocodile and Jinbei were momentarily stunned, their gazes falling upon the ice beneath their feet. Immersed in the battle against the emperors, they had only just realized that the ice had dwindled to less than half a meter in thickness and was continuing to melt. Captain Buggy, cried a fan in prison garb, panic-stricken, as he looked to Buggy on the warship, who was pondering how to escape. What is happening? Buggy snapped back to reality and leapt from the warship. No. The Okama King Ivankov and others shouted in shock. However, it was too late. The balance they had painstakingly maintained was shattered. Buggy's jump became the final straw that broke the ice. A series of sickening cracks echoed through the air. Huh? Buggy stared blankly at the fissures forming beneath him, his face paling. Goodbye. As the words left his lips, the ice completely collapsed. The hundreds of escaped prisoners from Impel Down could no longer remain spectators and fell into the abyss. Ah! Their piercing screams resonated through the sky, drawing the attention of those below. The naval soldiers, through their telescopes, were horrified to see the falling figures. Mr. Shiki. Robin looked anxiously at Golden Lion Shiki. What a troublesome kid, Shiki muttered with a smirk, reluctantly assuming the role of a caretaker as he maneuvered the dragon-head ship to catch Luffy and a few others nearby. As for the rest, he naturally wouldn't concern himself with them. Fortunately, whether by fate or fortune, their luck held out. The melting ice from the battle between Lu Yu and Admiral Akiji meant that, given the resilience of the pirates' physiques, falling wouldn't be fatal. Moreover, the warm sea water felt as soothing as a hot spring. Wow, we're really saved. Luffy, with his natural innocence, scratched the back of his head aboard the dragon-head ship. That scared me. I thought I was really going to die. Ivankov gasped for breath. Ha ha. I knew luck was on my side. Buggy, relieved to have survived, laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Ha ha ha. That red-nosed guy over there looks somewhat familiar. Could it be Roger S. Comical Renault's fellow? Golden Lion Shiki recognized Buggy. Who are you calling Renost? Whose nose is comical? Buggy roared, infuriated at the touch of his pride. The brain-dead fans from Impel Down looked at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? The legendary Golden Lion indeed knows Captain Buggy. He must have saved us out of respect for Captain Buggy and Captain Buggy's earlier attitude towards that sky pirate. Truly, Captain Buggy is the legendary legend." Meanwhile, on another side, Crocodile calmly approached Robin. "Crocodile, long time no see," Robin said with a slight smile, unafraid. "Oh." Crocodile's expression shifted. He had anticipated Robin would be flustered upon seeing him, yet her calm demeanor exceeded his expectations. "Ha ha ha, you're the Sand Crocodile. What are you planning to do to my captain's lady?" Shiki towered over Crocodile, arms crossed. "Don't you dare lay a hand on Robin." Luffy stepped forward as well. Crocodile remained unfazed by Luffy's threat. The words of Golden Lion Shiki earlier were far more daunting. The captainess woman? The woman of the 5 Emperor Lu Yu. This woman has found such a formidable ally. No wonder she is so fearless. Remembering the earlier battle against the Emperors, Crocodile felt a shiver run down his spine, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "Excuse me. I must take my leave." Crocodile took a deep breath and left without looking back. "It's all right now, Robin," Luffy said with a grin. Robin nodded. Luffy then stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the execution platform in the distance where his brother Ace was. Taking a deep breath. "Ace," Luffy shouted, calling out. Ace, equally excited, shouted back, "Luffy? What are you doing there, you little brat?" The expression on Vice Admiral Garp's face was extraordinarily vivid as he recognized his grandson, Luffy, amidst the chaos of Impel Down. The weight of foreboding settled in Sengoku's heart, an instinct whispering that a monumental shift had transpired within the prison. However, the matters of war remained paramount. Commenced the encirclement operation. Sengoku's voice resonated through the transponder snail, reaching every cannon. The dark muzzles of the artillery swiftly aligned towards the Whitebeard pirates at the Bay of Teeth. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 67. The 5 Elders Sabaody Archipelago. Live Square. We're defeated. Even the highest-ranking admirals of the Navy have fallen at the hands of that man. The clash of flames and ice had ultimately favored the monstrous fire. This must be a joke. That was Admiral Akiji, after all. Such a formidable existence, and yet he was vanquished in such a brief span. That man is truly terrifying. Is the Navy destined for defeat? Another top-tier entity has succumbed after the Yonko Kaido and Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. The illustrious legacy of the 5 Emperors is forged in the blood of admirals. Reporters from major news agencies fixed their gaze intently on the live broadcast. As they whispered in shock, their pens raced across their notepads, producing article after article chronicling the grandeur of the recent battle. It was their solemn duty as journalists. Akiji was not the first admiral to fall to that man. From a high corner of the square, Trafalgar Law spoke softly. Indeed, on that fateful day of the Sabaody incident, we witnessed the scene of Admiral Kizaru being relentlessly pursued by a certain entity. It could only be that 5 Emperor. The underworld kingpin, Capone Beach, wore a grim expression. To this day, he could not fathom why he had been so unexpectedly pummeled by Lu Yu. But what exactly was the nature of that man's abilities? Thunder, storms, flames. How many powers does he truly possess? The peculiar monk, Urage, exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that monster has consumed more than one Logia-type devil fruit? What a bizarre creature. Is it possible to consume multiple devil fruits? The musician, Apo, questioned. Only a monster can defy common sense. Ordinary folk should remain humble, otherwise they may perish. Law stated calmly, startling the bear, Beepo, into a shiver. Look, the Navy is moving again. The keen magician, Hawkins, alerted. The thunderous cannon fire on the live broadcast instantly captured everyone's attention. However, before the crowd could scrutinize further, the screen suddenly flickered with static and plunged into darkness. Disconnected? What is happening? Why has the screen gone black? Restore the feed quickly. We must witness the war. How can we be left hanging midway? We're willing to pay for continued coverage. The vast live square erupted into chaos, with journalists and onlookers anxiously wringing their hands as if caught in a sudden halt of their endeavors. Who could withstand this? Kid, the ruthless warrior, seemed to discern something, his pupils narrowing beneath his mask. Nearby, Kid, Law, and other supernovas followed his gaze towards a thick red branch in the southeastern direction, where 2 figures had inexplicably appeared. One donned a pitch-black prison uniform, sporting a pair of ebony wings, enveloped in flames. The other was tall and imposing, his countenance stern, with a scarf completely concealing his mouth. Those two men are from the Beast and Big Mom crews. The gluttonous girl, Charlotte Pudding, recognized the flames of Kaido and Katakuri, her eyes widening in shock. The infamous Kaido of the Beasts and Katakuri of the Big Mom pirates. Why are they both here? Ex-Drake, who had remained silent, felt his pupils constrict. The alliance between the Beasts and Big Mom had indeed been solidified. Urge murmured, "They are not alone. Perhaps there are larger fish lurking in the shadows?" Hawkins speculated, "Are you implying that Kaido and Big Mom are?" Charlotte Linlin, Appu's expression turned dumbfounded. If those two emperors join the fray, will the Navy headquarters truly become a relic of history? Drake's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet, their targets may not be the Navy. Capone speculated, how many monumental events must transpire in this war? How many significant figures will emerge? Kid exclaimed, an unprecedented new era is upon us. There is no time to squander. Prepare to set sail, everyone. Let us witness the transition of eras at the Navy headquarters. Trafalgar Law rose with fervor. Wonderful. Then I shall soon reunite with my brother Pedro. Beepo the bear exclaimed joyfully. Kid, of course we shall go. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters above the Sabaody archipelago, a magnificent azure dragon emerged from the clouds. Beneath the dragon, a flamboyantly decorated colossal warship materialized, its hull resembling a cake adorned with vibrant candies. The figurehead bore a face with sentience, singing merrily. This vessel was the Queen Mama Chanter, the flagship of the Big Mom pirates. On the deck stood the formidable Big Mom and her loyal commanders. Linlin, how long must we wait? If we have resolved to act, let us charge in and seize the moment. The dragon bellowed powerfully. Ah, how bold you are now, Kaido. Do not rush. The timing is not yet ideal. Big Mom laughed heartily. Mother, Katakuri and the flames have returned. The little lion, Bruli, reported. Before long, the flame-wielding king of disasters, Kinemon, soared back in his dragon form. Katakuri gracefully leaped from Kinemon's claws, landing back on the deck. Mother, that 5 Emperor has indeed appeared in the war. He has already engaged Admiral Akiji and emerged victorious. Katakuri reported solemnly. At his words, the vast deck erupted in astonished murmurs. An admiral and a 5 Emperor. The war has only just begun, and that monster has already defeated an admiral. Perispero, Daifuku, and Oven wore expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Well. The admiral is still somewhat lacking compared to me. However, achieving victory so swiftly indicates that he must have exerted himself fully, and he should be injured by now. Big Mom remarked with a hearty laugh. Katakuri fell silent for a moment, recalling the scene he had witnessed, ultimately shaking his head. The atmosphere on the deck grew tense again. A naval admiral, despite his defeat, could not inflict harm on his adversary? How terrifying is that? Could it be that the strength of that Yonko has reached a level capable of overwhelming an admiral? Queen the Plague screeched vehemently. And that's not even the worst of it. This war involves not just that scoundrel Yonko. He has also brought along the Golden Lion Shiki and the Dark King Rayleigh, said the ominous voice of King the Flame, revealing this dreadful truth. Consequently, the vast deck of the mothership fell into a profound silence. People gaped in shock and horror. The situation diverged from their expectations. They never anticipated the emergence of other legendary powerhouses. Linlin, if you're afraid, you can still sneak back to the new world and return to your old home. Kaido, in dragon form, grumbled irritably. Stop talking nonsense, Kaido. They are merely the old lion and that scoundrel Rayleigh. I can handle them alone. Besides, only one admiral, Akiji, has fallen. Let them fight a little longer. Charlotte Linlin confidently retorted. Just then, Mondor, the secretary of the Charlotte family, rushed in through the door, his face reflecting sheer terror. What is it, Mondor? Big Mom inquired, her eyes flashing with a menacing light. Mondor shivered and spoke tremulously. Just now, our Den Mushi received an external invasion signal. Invasion? By whom? Katakuri asked in a grave tone. The other party claims to be the 5 elders of the world government. Nani. Chapter 68. The Cataclysmic Battlefield Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The war, which had been paused for the War of the Emperors, was reignited with a command from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This time, the Navy launched their ultimate plan to encircle the Whitebeard pirates. The thunderous sound of cannon fire jolted the Whitebeard pirates, who were immersed in excitement and shock. They gazed at the dense rain of cannonballs that obscured the sky. The crew aboard the 3 whale ships felt a creeping dread. In an instant, they were rendered momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a dull sound reverberated through the air. Following that, the sound of shattering echoed continuously. It was Whitebeard himself, unleashing his power from the bow of the flagship. As his fist struck down, the atmosphere shattered anew. The torrential rain of cannonballs erupted violently upon making contact with the fractured air. The sky lit up with a dazzling display of fireworks. Don't just stand there. Everyone, intercept. A blue streak zipped through the sky. Marco, transformed into the Phoenix, soared through the tempest, intercepting the first wave of cannonballs that had slipped through. The commanders and elite members of the Whitebeard pirates swiftly sprang into action, minimizing the damage from the barrage. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the command rang out again, fire. The second wave of cannonballs descended upon them once more. Pacifistas, you fire too, commanded the captain of the Navy's scientific unit. Frankie, leading a squadron of bears onto the encircling wall. Originally, they were meant to lie in wait at the only exit. However, with the ice completely melted by Luffy's flames, they had no choice but to adapt. Under Frankie's orders, dozens of human weapons and pacifistas opened their arms wide, mouths agape. Hundreds of terrifying golden lasers shot forth from their palms and throats, aimed at the three whale ships at the center of the bay. Compared to the cannonballs that could be intercepted, the lasers from the pacifistas posed a far more formidable threat. Damage began to manifest on a large scale. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates finally comprehended their dire predicament and the terrifying nature of the Navy's strategy. The Navy didn't need to engage in close combat. A continuous barrage of cannonballs was all that was required to wear down the Whitebeard pirates. This crescent-shaped bay had become a trap, and the Whitebeard pirates were akin to turtles caught within. Damn it, this is utterly despicable, Navy, the pirates shouted in outrage. If you have the guts, let us come to you. I can take on all of you at once. Is this what you call justice? Just a bunch of cowardly rats. Their indignation swelled against the Navy's underhanded yet effective strategy. Do not be deceived by their bluster. Our mission is to eliminate the pirates. Utilizing this simplest of methods is the best approach, significantly reducing our casualties, a naval officer shouted, silencing the young ones who were flushed with anger. The brutal encirclement operation intensified. At this moment, amidst the battlefield shrouded in flames and smoke, the only sanctuary was the sky. To annihilate the Whitebeard pirates without losing a single soldier. This strategy of the Navy is truly insidious. The Golden Lion Shiki remarked coldly. They were aware of the treachery involved, which is why they had shut off the image Din Mushi. The reporters at Sabaody Park could no longer see the unfolding scene. Shake your head, said Jinbe, the former warlord and sea hero, urgently calling out as he leaped from the ship. Even though his personal strength was limited, he felt the need to contribute. Not only Jinbe was anxious. Cat Viper and Dogstorm shared his concern. However, strictly speaking, they were no longer members of the Whitebeard pirates. With Luffy's arrival, they had to obey his orders and could no longer act independently, as per Nico's instructions. This is bad. Uncle Whitebeard, whom Ace respects, is in danger, and Luffy, the Straw Hat, attempted to leap after Jinbe. However, before he could jump high, two pale hands reached out from the deck, grasping his ankle and causing him to tumble. Calm down, Luffy. Your strength alone cannot alter this situation. Robin interjected, her gaze shifting to Luffy. Lu Yu offered a faint smile, gently stroking Robin's hair, yet remaining silent. Shiki glanced at the Golden Lion, raising an eyebrow in a subtle hint. This is the war of the Whitebeard pirates, not ours. If everything requires our involvement, the Whitebeard crew might as well join us. Besides, that fellow Whitebeard is far from being incapacitated. Shiki laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh, the snake-eyed cat, and the others chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, at the Bay of Encirclement, the relentless assault from the Navy continued. This is bad. The Moby Dick has been sunk. The second ship is on the verge of collapse. The furious cries echoed amidst the cannon fire and the terror of the pacifist laser bombardments. As the Whitebeard pirates found themselves on the brink of annihilation. Old man, those bears and their lasers are quite troublesome. Retreat is no longer an option. Marco, covered in dirt and ash, returned to the ship's bow, his face a canvas of fury and despair. Then let us advance. Whitebeard replied with a deep smile. His light golden eyes fell upon the Soul Gap at the harbor. Under the immense weight of little oars, the encircling wall remained open. The Navy. That brat Akiji has already fallen. This time, I wonder what you will use to defend yourselves. Whitebeard grinned widely at the bow of the ship. This was alarming. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. Did he intend to? Vice Admiral Tsuru also discerned Whitebeard's intent. In the next moment, a terrifying tremor arrived as anticipated. Whitebeard unleashed his earth-shattering, strongest paramecia type, tremor fruit ability once more. The air trembled, causing a seismic quake. which in turn provoked a tsunami that swept towards the Navy headquarters. However, compared to the first tsunami, this one was considerably smaller in scale. As Whitebeard's aim was never total destruction, if the tsunami were too large, it would spell doom for them as well. Everyone, brace for impact. As Sengoku's warning rang out, the colossal tsunami crashed down. This time, the exhausted and gravely injured Admiral Akiji could not summon his Ice Age to counter it. The tsunami descended upon the Navy headquarters, instantly demolishing their formations. The naval soldiers stationed at the cannons were swept away by the force of the tsunami, scattering in all directions. The pacifists, too, experienced a brief malfunction due to the flooding. Under Whitebeard's devastating tsunami assault, the Navy suffered significant losses. Moreover, the aftermath of the tsunami brought about even worse conditions. Taking advantage of the tsunami's momentum, 3 whale ships leaped through the breach caused by Little Oars and landed in the base square. Oh, damn Navy! Prepare yourselves. The Whitebeard pirates bellowed in unison from their ships. Ha! The war has only just begun. Sengoku. Chapter 69. Whitebeard versus Akainu. The ground trembled, and the tsunami struck simultaneously. The Navy headquarters was thrown into chaos. Riding the wave of the tsunami, the 3 whale ships surged through the deluge, infiltrating the base square. The Navy's encirclement strategy faced utter defeat. Haha, that fellow Whitebeard has cleverly outmaneuvered us this time. Now it's Sengoku's turn to be troubled. Shiki laughed heartily. The Navy's encirclement strategy was indeed flawless, save for the unexpected intervention of that ancient giant race. Additionally, the melting ice provided ample opportunity for Whitebeard's tremor fruit to exert its full potential. This is fantastic. Truly fantastic. Both Marco and Inuarashi exhaled in relief. That Uncle Whitebeard is indeed formidable. I cannot remain idle. I must quickly reach Ace's side. Luffy elongated his limbs, using the ship's bow as a springboard, shooting towards the base square. What an impatient lad. Rayleigh shook his head. Straw Hat Boy. The cross-dresser Ivankov attempted to follow suit, but upon gauging the distance and height, he timidly retracted his head. Only I can claim Whitebeard's head. Former Warlord Crocodile paid no heed to the height, transforming his body into sand and hastily making his way to the base square. Of course, his intention to claim Whitebeard's head was merely a pretext. What truly compelled Crocodile to act was the gaze from Lu Yu. He had become increasingly certain that Nico Robin, who had once betrayed him, was now clinging to the strongest ally on the sea. The balance of power and allegiance had completely shifted. Crocodile was utterly convinced that Lu Yu's newfound interest in him was due to some report Robin had made. If he stayed any longer, trouble would surely follow. However, what Crocodile did not realize was that Lu Yu's scrutiny was merely pondering whether the former warlord truly counted among their ranks and if he could contribute to the mission's progress. Naturally, Lu Yu held no grudge against Crocodile for nearly killing Robin. He was merely inclined to assist Robin in settling a small score. Unexpectedly, Crocodile was making a swift escape, abandoning even his loyal subordinate, Das Bones. Nevertheless, Lu Yu had no intention of venting his frustrations on the little bald man. The primary focus remained on the hunting mission at hand. Shiki, bring the ship closer. The battle continues. Lu Yu calmly issued his orders. Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily and waved his hand. The massive dragon-headed ship swooped down toward the square in the harbor. At this moment, in the naval headquarters base square, the formidable Whitebeard placed his hand on the great blade, Song Yunxia, standing at the bow of the whale ship, facing the execution platform not far away. Kulala. Whitebeard chuckled gently yet authoritatively. Ace, just hold on a little longer. Dad will be here soon. Dad. Ace shouted at the execution platform. At this moment, he would no longer utter the reckless words that Whitebeard and the others should not worry about him. He merely believed in his father and in his comrades. Damn you. Whitebeard, is this the true purpose behind your tsunami? Sengoku inquired, his face pale with rage. He never anticipated that the seemingly flawless encirclement strategy would be so easily unraveled by Whitebeard. Kalala, Sengoku, we suffered greatly under your command before. Now it's time for the Navy to taste the bitter fruits of battle. Whitebeard spoke coldly. Indeed. Wake up, Navy. The debts from before shall be repaid doubly this time. The members of the Whitebeard pirates roared in unison, their spirits soaring. Having been oppressed and beaten by the Navy through despicable means, they finally unleashed their pin-up fury, filling the air with a powerful aura that even the Navy's elite could not ignore. However, at that moment, a loud roar erupted from below the whale ship's bow. The head of the Moby Dick suddenly glowed a fierce red. In the next instant, a stream of searing magma surged through the whale's head. launching a surprise attack toward Whitebeard's head. The sudden magma assault caught everyone off guard, even Whitebeard himself, who barely managed to dodge. The scorching magma grazed his face, singeing half of his crescent mustache while scorching his shoulder and cheek. Dad! Marco, finally regaining his senses, rushed to Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard spoke calmly. Admiral Akiji. Diamond Joza saw the Admiral's sudden appearance through the gaping hole in the ship's bow. Did I miss again? I thought I could have taken your head in one blow. Admiral Akiji shook his head in disappointment. What did you say? The captains, including Bista, were furious and prepared to charge at Akiji for his treacherous attack. Everyone, stand down. Whitebeard commanded sharply. He bent his knees slightly and stepped forward onto the square, confronting the Admiral. If you wish to take my head, you still have a long way to go. Magma brat. Whitebeard glared coldly at Akiji. A long way to go? If it were the younger you, perhaps you could match me. But now you've grown old, Whitebeard. Admiral Akiji declared confidently. Kulala, you dare to say such things. Magma brat? Then let us start with you. Whitebeard laughed deeply, swinging his supreme blade, Song Yun Chia, like a windmill, generating a fierce gale. The blade, imbued with white shock waves, descended upon Admiral Akiji, sending him hurtling backward several meters. Marco, do not falter here. You are responsible for rescuing Ace. Whitebeard bellowed. Yes, Dad. Marco and the other captains responded in unison, forming a spearhead formation and charging toward the execution platform. The brutal war, where blood would flow and lives would be lost in mere moments, reignited, staining the base square with crimson. Do not get carried away, pirates. The waiting Admiral Tsuru, who had been poised for action at the execution platform, launched her assault, demonstrating overwhelming strength as she intercepted several of Whitebeard's commanders, including Bista. Mr. Sengoku, it seems something is about to fall, Admiral Kazuru remarked, pursing his lips. Sengoku looked up to see a figure soaring toward the execution platform like an arrow, accompanied by an exultant shout. Ace. The Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, landed precisely on the execution platform, rolling over and coming to a stop right in front of his bound brother. Ace. Luffy sat up, beaming a broad smile at his brother. Ace's mouth fell open, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief at his brother's sudden appearance. Ace, I've come to rescue you. Luffy chuckled bashfully, scratching his nose. Finally, Ace snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in astonishment. Luffy, you big idiot. Ace's anguished cries reverberated throughout the sky, bound hand and foot. He delivered a headbutt to his brother Luffy, who was caught completely off guard and toppled over. What are you doing? Ace exclaimed, while Luffy rubbed his forehead in discontent. I understand you don't want me to witness your humiliation, but we are brothers. How could I possibly stand by and watch you face execution? Luffy cried earnestly. Foolish Luffy, this isn't about whether you can save me. It's about your own safety. Why are you always so reckless? Look around you. Ace's face was a mixture of anguish and exasperation. Luffy, having plunged into the midst of the four admirals, resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. My surroundings? Luffy blinked in confusion. Glancing around, the presence of Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru loomed heavily upon him. The lecherous expression of the elderly man directly in front of him widened his eyes, sending countless cells in his body into a state of alert. Admiral Kazuru. Luffy gasped, his voice trembling. Just recently, the despair inflicted upon the Straw Hat crew during the Sabaody Archipelago incident at the hands of Admiral Kazuru was still vividly etched in his memory. Hello, Straw Hat Kid. It's nice to see you again, Kazara greeted him with an oddly amicable demeanor. Luffy instinctively took a few steps back, colliding with a wall. Upon looking up, he was met with a familiar, aged face that instantly drained the color from his beaming smile. Gramps. Luffy stammered, his body shaking uncontrollably, wearing a smile more grotesque than tears. Lu. Luffy. Garp grinned, his fingers cracking ominously. You have some nerve coming here. Do you know where this is? This is no place for you. Garp unleashed a merciless barrage of punches upon his grandson, imbuing each strike with love, leaving Luffy battered and bruised. Old man. If you have a problem, come at me, not Luffy. Ace shouted anxiously, the chains rattling behind him. All right, that's enough. You wouldn't let Sengoku have a go earlier, but now you're enjoying yourself, Admiral Tsuru interjected. Ha ha ha, these are loving punches. I'm sure Luffy can feel his grandfather's affection, Garp replied with a chuckle. Sengoku, are you satisfied now? Humph, Sengoku grunted, uninterested in further dialogue with Garp. Mr. Garp. Mr. Sengoku, the fearsome predator is about to return, Admiral Kazara warned. Unbeknownst to them, he had already positioned himself at the edge of the execution platform, ready to flee at a moment's notice. "Tsuru, keep an eye on this kid," Garp instructed, handing the battered Luffy over to Admiral Tsuru. Before standing alongside Sengoku to confront the descending dragon-head ship, having just struck Sengoku, Garp felt a tinge of guilt and was determined to make amends. "Kahahaha. Sengoku, Garp, you two old fools, how have you been?" Shiki the Golden Lion surged forth, brimming with bravado. "You've truly fallen from grace, Shiki. As a legend, you now bow before a newcomer," Sengoku teased, crossing his arms. "You no longer have the right to converse with us. Quickly summon your superior," Garp added in agreement. "How bold of you." Shiki's forehead throbbed with veins, his fist clenched and relaxed in succession. "Sengoku, Garp, just wait. Soon enough, you will be the ones to weep." A subtle smirk crept across Shiki's lips. On this battlefield, only he understood that this was merely the beginning. The true spectacle lay ahead, as the forgotten souls of history returned. Who could remain unshaken? Especially Sengoku and Garp, the Marine Fleet Admiral and the Marine Hero. The voice of Lu Yu resonated from behind the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, Shiji, wisely stepped aside. "You must be the two strongest individuals here," Lu Yu remarked. "Why not face me together?" Lu Yu's lips curled into a commanding smirk. Should anyone overhear his words, they would undoubtedly be struck with unparalleled astonishment. After all, he was confronting genuine legends of the Navy, one, an admiral, and the other, a universally acknowledged hero, a formidable figure who had pursued the Pirate King, Roger, for decades. The alliance between these two was unmatched. 20 years prior, the Golden Lion Shiki had cemented this truth with blood and pain. Yet now, a challenger to this authority had emerged once more. "Haha, what an arrogant young man. I have longed to meet you," Sengoku remarked. "Now, I leave the rest to you." Garp stepped forward, brimming with battle spirit. "Don't lose," Sengoku cautioned. "Oh," Garp confidently clenched his fist. "Hero Garp." In Lu Yu's eyes, the flames of battle blazed fiercely. He had long desired to engage with the legendary naval hero. As his gaze flickered, brilliant arcs of lightning erupted from behind him. A pair of expansive wings, stretching several dozen meters, unfurled once again. Unlike the fiery dragon wings from before, this time, what emerged was the resplendent wings of thunder. It was the wings of the Thunder Dragon King. Thunder Dragon King mode activated. Chapter 71. Lu Yu vs. Garp. Booming thunder reverberated through the heavens, descending from above and turning everything to ashes. On the battlefield above, the sky darkened anew with the expansion of Lu Yu's Thunder Dragon King wings. Strikes of lightning, bearing a destructive aura, connected heaven and earth, darting in all directions, portraying Lu Yu as the sovereign of thunder and lightning. The solid ground shattered and cracked under the onslaught of the electric force. Within a 100-meter radius, both Marines and pirates were gripped by terror, hastily scattering in all directions. Their instincts warned them that even the slightest brush with this power would lead to their demise. "Come forth, naval hero Garp. Let us engage in a fierce battle." With hands clasped around the thunder, his aggressive gaze firmly locked onto the legendary Vice Admiral Garp. Just how formidable is the fabled Kaizen Katapao? Soon, he would personally test that strength. For Lu Yu, whether it was the previous intense clash with Akiji or the impending struggle with Garp, it was not merely about completing the system's reward task. After 10 years battling the wild beasts on Cloud Leopard Island, Lu Yu exhibited a marked departure from the refinement typical of an intellectual, embracing instead a primal and untamed essence. For him, there was no longer a need to suppress his formidable strength. Engaging wholeheartedly in combat with the powerful brought him boundless joy. He yearned to confront every formidable adversary in this world. To him, the war atop the peak represented an unparalleled stage. Following the great Admiral Akiji was the legendary hero Garp, and soon after came Admiral Akiji, Admiral Sengoku, the world government. Even the enigmatic figures behind the 5 elders of the world government. The battle erupted in a flash. In response to Lu Yu's fervent challenge, the heroic Garp on the execution platform showed no signs of retreat. Without hesitation, he countered with his unparalleled iron fist. His punch soared like a meteor, radiating brilliance across the heavens. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar as the tumultuous waves crashed against the shore. A brilliant meteor streaked across the dim sky. The embodiment of the hero's might, the Iron Fist meteor. The resounding battle cry of the legendary Marine Vice Admiral Garp reverberated through the air. "Come forth, Garp." Lu Yu stood resolute, unflinching. His arms crossed before him, he conjured a formidable shield of lightning, which was swiftly followed by a vast net of electricity. Layer upon layer emerged, second, third, until 9 intricate webs of electricity intertwined between heaven and earth, intercepting the dazzling meteoric punch of Carp. This electric net, forged from the essence of lightning, exhibited an unexpectedly remarkable resilience. The foremost 3 layers were effortlessly shattered by Carp's meteoric fist. As the layers increased to 4 through 6, the advance of the meteor began to wane. It was not until the 9th layer that the meteor-like Carp found himself halted. The 9th net twisted beneath his fist, reminiscent of a dimensional wormhole. "Break it, old man," Carp bellowed, his legs propelling him like a frog into the void, shattering the atmosphere beneath him. With a roar, he surged past Lu Yu's final line of defense. His meteoric fist collided with Lu Yu's radiant golden lightning shield. The shield, under the immense pressure of Carp's iron fist, emitted a series of distressing cracks before erupting in a violent explosion. The residual force of the iron fist bore down upon Lu Yu's arms, forcing him back despite his transformation into the Thunder Dragon King. He stumbled 10 steps and retreated through the void. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, the Marines scattered across the Bay Square could not help but erupt in exuberant cheers, their faces alight with fervent excitement. Not long ago, Admiral Akiji had decisively overwhelmed the Flame Dragon King Lu Yu, casting a heavy shadow upon the morale of the Navy's elite. Therefore, upon learning that their hero would face Lu Yu, they could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Carp, fearing that their legendary elder might meet a similar fate. Yet now, having witnessed Carp's successful repulsion of Lu Yu, their trepidation evaporated, replaced by exhilaration and enthusiasm. For he was the strongest hero of their navy, the pillar of their hearts. However, in stark contrast to the Marines' elation, Carp's expression bore no trace of excitement. Rather, it grew increasingly grave. The meteoric iron fist he had unleashed represented his utmost strength. Past adversaries who had faced this punch directly had either bled, sustained grievous injuries, or collapsed. Yet, it had merely pushed Lu Yu back by 10 steps. Although the electric net and lightning shield had mitigated some of the impact, it was evident that Lu Yu's own prowess was at play. More significantly, he had remained on the defensive throughout, as if testing the limits of Carp's power. Indeed, Carp is a true hero. This strength is no mere faiade. My arms are tingling from the exertion. Lu Yu clicked his tongue in admiration, shaking his tingling arms. However, upon hearing Lu Yu's praise, Carp exhibited no sign of pride. Rather, his aged face bore an even greater expression of trepidation. "Now it is my turn to make a move." Lu Yu grinned widely, lifting his hand in a feigned grasp. The resplendent golden thunderbolts from the heavens converged into his palm, coalescing into a 100-meter-long halberd, spanning the expanse of the universe. The halberd of the Thunder Dragon King. Lu Yu raised his hand and lightly waved it. The Fang Tianhua Ji sliced through the void, instantaneously arriving above Carp's head. Its speed was unparalleled, swift as lightning. Despite its form as the Fang Tianhua Ji, it remained a manifestation of thunder, one of the fastest elements in existence. In the blink of an eye, even Carp found himself unable to evade its onslaught. Yet, just as Lu Yu had done before, he intertwined his hands, unleashing a torrent of formidable, top-tier hockey that surged forth. Layers of defensive armor wove themselves around his arms. Boom! Lu Yu's Fang Tianhua Ji swung down with a resounding crash. Thunderous echoes reverberated as the heroic Admiral Carp plummeted from the sky to the earth, his feet sinking deeply into the ground. In that instant, the earth within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered, sending countless stones of various sizes and shapes soaring into the air, only to be reduced to smaller fragments by the overwhelming force, eventually turning to dust. As calm returned, a massive pit, resembling the aftermath of a meteorite strike, appeared in the plaza of the bay. At the very center of this crater, the naval hero Carp knelt on one knee. His once white hair had transformed back to a deep black, and the upper half of his white suit had turned to ash. Although his trousers were tattered, they still provided crucial coverage, sparing him from complete embarrassment. Admiral Carp. Just moments ago, the excited sailors were now rendered speechless, replaced by an overwhelming sense of horror and dread. "Ha! I warned you not to celebrate too soon, young Navy lads," laughed the Golden Lion Shiki. "Carp, are you all right?" Marshal Sengoku on the execution platform clenched his fists in anxiety. Finally, amidst the fervent anticipation of the sailors, Carp's charred form trembled within the deep pit, releasing a puff of smoke crackling with electricity as he spoke. "I am fine." Chapter 72. Lightning Release Chakra Mode? Fine. What kind of fine is this? At this moment, gazing at Carp in the center of the immense pit, the elite members of the Navy felt their hearts race with fear. Their spirits had plummeted from earlier excitement. After all, Their legendary hero now appeared utterly wretched, resembling a figure covered in soot, as if he had just rolled through a coal heap. Even from a distance, one could detect the faint scent of charred flesh and burnt hair emanating from him. Disasters are unequivocally among the most terrifying entities in this world. The myriad elemental disasters, fire, ice, sand, light, magma, and thunder, find thunder to be the most fearsome of all, embodying true calamity. Even magma, when it comes to destructive capability, pales in comparison to lightning. The native thunder fruit user, Enel, demonstrated a lackluster performance against opponents, with none perishing from his electric strikes, instead bouncing back to life shortly thereafter. However, this does not diminish the lethal nature of lightning. After all, Enel's ultimate move, Thunder Arrival, is capable of island-level destruction. Now, Lu Yu, wielding the Lightning Dragon King mode, aimed to surpass even Enel in mastery of lightning. The profound essence of the ordinary dragon-slaying mode had already dispatched the Vice Admiral candidate, to Shiki. The power and destructive potential of the Feng Tian Huaji in Lightning Dragon King mode surpassed even that of the Flame Dragon King's shattering punch. Even Carp, the epitome of the Navy's formidable defense, whose iron resolve and hockey had been honed to perfection, found his defenses breached. Since mastering the unparalleled Iron Fist and standing at the pinnacle of the world, Carp had long forgotten the last time anyone had penetrated his defenses, with the exception of the Axe Emperor from the East Blue. Even the Pirate King Roger's godly avoidance could only cause him to stagger slightly. Yet now, his monstrous physique had been compromised. The might of lightning had inflicted considerable harm, both internally and externally. Were he an ordinary person, such injuries would have claimed his life dozens of times over. Yet, he still stood, capable of retaining a significant measure of combat prowess. For he is the Navy's mightiest hero. On the execution platform, Marshal Sengoku shouted sternly, his face etched with panic and fear. He could see that Carp was in dire straits. Battles between titans at the apex of strength should not unfold with such swiftness. However, if the contest was a fight to the death from the very beginning, then the duration of the battle would inevitably be drastically shortened. Lu Yu and Carp merely exchanged a single strike each. Yet, within this momentous clash lay a profound terror. If Carp's meteoric iron fist were to connect directly with Lu Yu, it would undoubtedly shatter his arm. Alas, Carp's iron fist was meticulously mitigated by the layers of electric defenses that Lu Yu had erected. Lu Yu's explosive strike directly struck Carp's body, even penetrating his hockey defense. Given Carp's monstrous physique, a single blow would not prove fatal. However, if several more were to follow, the outcome would be death. Contemplating this possibility, Sengoku's face turned pale, and an overwhelming sense of dread welled up within him. Although he and Carp often engaged in verbal skirmishes whenever they met, this was not indicative of a poor relationship. As comrades who had traversed the trials of the previous era together, they were true friends, brothers in arms, willing to risk their lives for one another. Little Crane, Bolusolino, the execution platform is entrusted to you, Sengoku declared, grasping his justice cape and preparing to enter the fray. However, before he could finish, Carp's stooped figure straightened once more. His booming voice resonated in the sky. Do not approach, Sengoku. I have my battle. And you have your duties. All you need to do is guard the execution platform well. My fight has only just begun. It is far from over. Carp grinned broadly, and the fierce determination in his eyes flared intensely. Having withstood Lu Yu's penetrating strike, his spirit not only remained unbroken, but surged with even greater vigor. Truly, he is a hero of the Navy. Lu Yu was equally filled with fervent battle spirit, and with a mere thought, the fiery patterns on his right wing gradually receded. Had the warring states joined the fray earlier, he would have unhesitatingly activated the Thunder Flame Dragon King mode. However, in the face of Carp alone, there was no necessity for such measures. Come forth, the heroic Carp. Let us continue the fierce combat. Lu Yu smiled widely. As you wish, Carp bellowed. As his voice fell, golden arcs of electricity erupted from the surface of his dark body. In an instant, a muffled thud echoed, and Carp, who had been at the center of a deep pit, vanished without a trace. He reappeared before Lu Yu, his speed surpassing even that of the meteor-like punch from before. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. There was no time for him to ponder further. As the fierce gale of Carp's punch rushed forward, Lu Yu exhibited no carelessness, his entire being on high alert. The clash of the Thunder Dragon King's thunderous fists against Captain Carp's iron fists erupted with a force that shattered the void. The ferocious shockwave radiated like ripples across the ocean, forcing the Marines and pirates engaged in aerial combat to retreat to the ground as if struck by a heavy blow. Golden arcs of destructive lightning scattered like sparks, rendering the combatants below pale-faced and desperate to evade. What a relief. Captain Carp emerged unscathed. Observing the vigorous hero, the Marines finally relaxed their anxieties. Yet, what was the cause of this? Captain Carp appeared to be even stronger than before. The 3rd Division Captain, Xiaozi, voiced his skepticism. What exactly was that golden lightning enveloping Carp? Smoker frowned in confusion. Wrapping Captain Lu Yu's lightning with haki? Quite impressive. Carp, that old fellow. The Golden Lion Shiki raised an eyebrow, visibly shaken. Had it been him in Carp's position, he would have been reduced to ashes rather than simply standing. Sengoku, on the execution platform, seemed to grasp a realization. There could be no mistake. This was the result of Carp's rigorous training on God of Thunder Island in the New World. If that were the case, victory might be within reach. A surge of excitement illuminated Sengoku's aged face, as memories from 2 or 3 decades ago flickered in his mind. One day, while walking down the street, Carp was inexplicably struck by lightning several times. In a fit of rage, he resolved to tame the lightning with his own flesh and blood. He chose to train on one of the 3 renowned initial islands of the New World, perpetually shrouded in thunderstorms, God of Thunder Island. For 3 months, Carp endured relentless strikes of lightning, crying out in agony, yet persevering. Ultimately, he failed to fully tame the lightning. However, he did not emerge empty-handed. After being subjected to lightning for 3 months, his monstrous physique developed a slight resistance to it. Furthermore, he even devised a unique method to amplify his own lightning. By enveloping lightning with haki, he stimulated the activation of his body's cells through its power, thereby elevating his speed, strength, and defense to unprecedented levels. This was undeniably a terrifying ability. Yet, for many years, Carp had been unable to utilize it. On the battlefield, lightning was seldom available for his use. And in most situations, he did not require the dangerous augmentation of lightning. After all, this technique placed a tremendous burden on his body. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, precariously teetering before the gates of death. One misstep could lead to his own demise, due to various reasons. Over time, even Carp himself had nearly forgotten about this technique. Until now, after being struck by Lu Yu's thunderous halberd, the instinct within him to harness lightning had awakened. He transformed Lu Yu's electrical power into his own, stimulating his cellular activity. It resembled the lightning release chakra mode of the Raikage from the Naruto world. Observing Carp in this state, Lu Yu chuckled. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Hero Carp. Lu Yu had roughly deduced Carp's actions. Yet, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, it radiated sheer delight and exhilaration. This was the exhilarating battle he had longed for. The 5 Emperors. Lu Yu, let us determine the victor. Iron Fist, Flash, Thunder. Chapter 73, Golden Lion vs. Yellow Ape Boom. The heavens reverberated not only with the roar of thunder but also with the clash of fists, creating a deafening sound. The sky above the Marine headquarters battlefield seemed to manifest 2 bolts of lightning, moving at an almost imperceptible speed. Not even the keenest of warriors, adept in observation haki, could accurately perceive their forms. Only vague, indistinct traces of their movements could be gleaned, along with the ripples in the atmosphere they left in their wake. Carp, in a manner akin to self-destruction, continuously absorbed Lu Yu's lightning, transforming it for his own use. He had truly unlocked the lightning release chakra mode, invigorating his bodily cells with electric stimulation. Coupled with his innate 6 powers technique, his speed had reached the pinnacle of human capability, even allowing him to keep pace with Lu Yu's lightning. As the battle waged on, the golden arcs of electricity surrounding him grew ever denser and more tumultuous. Beyond his armament haki armor, he donned an additional layer of lightning armor. The fusion of armament haki and the power of electricity allowed him to unleash a thunderous iron fist that split the void. In that instant, even Lu Yu, in his Lightning Dragon King mode, found himself momentarily subdued by the explosive force. His upper body bore the imprints of fists, and subtle traces of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Of course, Carp himself was not without injury. Despite possessing resistance to electricity, his flesh and blood remained vulnerable. He could not achieve the complete immunity that Monkey D. Luffy's rubber body afforded. Moreover, the assimilation of lightning into his body coursed through his veins, organs, and even his very cells, imposing an unimaginable burden upon him. In maintaining the lightning release chakra mode, Carp endured immense backlash pain at every moment. Yet, he seemed oblivious to this internal torment, his expression unwavering. He had forgotten everything else, wholly immersing himself in this battle, pouring forth all of his strength. The Marine hero Carp, you are indeed the finest of adversaries. Do your utmost to endure a little longer. In doing so, I too may savor the joy of our clash for a while longer." Lu Yu grinned widely, the fierce light of battle radiating from his eyes more intensely than ever before. He clapped his hands together, and as they parted, 5 strands of interconnected electricity manifested from his fingertips. At the center of this electric display, a white sphere materialized out of thin air. Initially no larger than a sesame seed, it swiftly grew to the size of a bowling ball. Lu Yu clasped his hands together, seizing the highly compressed sphere of solidified lightning. In the blink of an eye, Karp's formidable iron fist, enveloped in crackling electricity, surged forth. Lu Yu remained steadfast, unflinching as he confronted Karp's iron fist. A golden sphere of lightning descended from his right hand. Raikiri. A thunderous explosion echoed as 2 dazzling meteoric bolts of lightning collided in the sky. The atmosphere erupted with a deafening roar, as if the heavens themselves were resonating with the sound of an unmatched war drum. It was a clash of titans. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the next instant, an unparalleled shockwave radiated outward from their fists, sending ripples in all directions. The dispersing arcs of electricity and the force of their blows struck the ground, creating massive craters. The air was filled with chaotic turbulence, lifting clouds of debris as the entire battlefield appeared enveloped in a tempest of lightning. Yet, this was merely the prelude to further devastation. A brilliant golden light erupted in the sky, even more radiant than the sun. It was the detonation of the highly compressed lightning sphere. Under the relentless bombardment of lightnings, even the indomitable hero Karp was propelled 100 meters away. His once proud iron fist was left mangled and bloodied. The blood seared away before it could even seep from his wounds due to the intense heat of the lightning. What level of monstrosity is Lu Yu? He stands against Vice Admiral Karp, the greatest hero of our navy. Is it possible that the undefeated legend, Karp, is destined to fall today? Who, then, can possibly contend with such a beast? The naval elites scattered across the battlefield were left speechless, despair creeping into their hearts. "Don't die on us, old buddy." On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled, even his knuckles turning white. Before Karp engaged in battle on the execution platform, Sengoku had implored him not to lose. Now, however, he had drastically lowered his expectations. As long as Karp remained alive, the outcome was of little consequence. Haha, what an exhilarating battle this is. Just watching it ignited a long-lost fire within me. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily, rising to match the height of the execution platform. "What are you planning, Golden Lion Shiki?" Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired sharply. "Oh, nothing much. I just thought that since I'm here, I can't just sit back and watch," Shiki replied, surveying the platform. "Who among you dares to challenge me?" He bellowed with an air of dominance. "Don't get too cocky, Shiki." Sengoku stepped forward, his aura radiating with golden light, fueled by the sight of his friend Karp's grievous state. "Hold on." A second beam of golden light flashed as Admiral Kazara materialized before Sengoku. "Mr. Sengoku, leave Golden Lion Shiki to me. As a Marine Admiral, it is my duty," Kazara declared with righteous conviction, shedding his earlier demeanor of cowardice. This was only natural, for this time, the foe was not the flesh-eating Lu Yu, but merely a decrepit lion, an easy target. If he did not act now, when would he? Given the current circumstances, it would be utterly unacceptable for him to continue to hide. "Don't wait for Lu Yu. Sengoku might eat him alive." Sengoku shot a disapproving look at Kizaru, the self-proclaimed slacker. Yet, he did not dismiss Kazara's rare request. "Then I leave it to you. Victory is mandatory, defeat is not an option," Sengoku commanded sternly, issuing a life-or-death order to Kizaru. "Mr. Sengoku, trust me. I will definitely prevail," Kizaru assured, thumping his chest in confidence. "Ha ha ha, quite the bold words, Marine's yellow monkey. It seems I have been away from these seas for too long, for you have forgotten my terror." Shiki sneered disdainfully. "How could we forget? The flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, is truly formidable," Kazara replied, reverting to his usual nonchalant tone, even as he spoke of Shiki's menace. "You dare underestimate me, even you, yellow monkey?" Shiki's eyes flared with anger. "Shiki, be careful not to trip. That yellow monkey is no simple foe," Rayleigh warned from the Dragonhead ship. "Silence, Rayleigh. Just open your eyes and witness my prowess." Shiki bellowed in wrath, soaring into the air. The third battlefield of the Marine War was thus created. Before long, see? I knew it would be like this. The old lion talks a big game, but when it comes to actual combat, he falters. Rayleigh observed as Shiki was dominated by Kizaru. All right, old Ray, no need for the sarcastic remarks. At least Shiki has made his entrance. What about you? Little monkey is still up there." Shaki pointed towards the execution platform. There was no need to worry too much about Luffy. Even Sengoku would not strike at him while Carp was engaged in battle. Besides, if I left as well, who would protect the ship? Rayleigh chuckled. Due to the aerial battle between Lu Yu and Carp, Shiki had left the ship grounded, unable to ascend. This also posed a problem, as 3 celestial dragons were bound aboard. The Navy elites continued to flood in, intent on rescuing the celestial dragons, typical adversaries like the warriors of the fish tribe, Ivankov. And the easily manipulated buggy could be managed. However, his presence was essential, after all. No one knew if there were hidden powerful foes among the Navy or even if agents of the world government had stealthily arrived. Rayleigh's concerns were soon validated. A man stealthily traversed the chaotic battlefield and boarded the Dragonhead ship. However, before Rayleigh could react, the figure that suddenly appeared collapsed first. For he was already in a severely injured state, unable to move. Admiral Akiji, Robin exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the man slumped helplessly at the edge of the deck. Akiji-Kazan, what brings you here? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, sheathing his sword. With just one glance, he confirmed that Admiral Akiji was still gravely wounded and posed no threat to them. Don't be alarmed. I'm not capable of doing anything right now. I just came to have a chat with her. Akiji struggled to point towards Robin, who stood protectively behind Rayleigh. What do you want with little Robin? Shaki pressed on. It's all right, Sister Shaki. Robin took a deep breath, elegantly extending her long legs to stride past Rayleigh and Shaki. Approaching Admiral Akiji. Akiji, what is it you wish to discuss? Robin spoke with a calm demeanor, regarding the Enies Lobby incident. I had believed you had found your place in the world, Akiji remarked. Indeed, the Straw Hat Pirates are my true home. I am incredibly fortunate to have crossed paths with them, Robin replied. Then why? Akiji inquired, lifting his chin slightly to gaze at the tumultuous lightning in the sky. The knowledge you possess is exceedingly perilous. 2 decades ago, when I allowed you to escape from O'Hara, I also assumed the responsibility of monitoring you, shouldering the burden of the potential harm you could inflict upon the world. I once resolved that if you were to undertake any action detrimental to the world, such as allying with a certain pirate faction, I would have no choice but to eliminate you preemptively. A bitter smile flickered across Admiral Akiji's face, having found such remarkable companions. Why would you choose to betray them? Robin pursed her lips, her delicate features remaining serene as ever. Akiji, you must understand one thing. I have never betrayed the Straw Hat crew. They are my cherished allies. Mr. Lu Yu is someone I hold dear. That does not contradict my loyalty. Robin gently shook her head. Love, you say? I never imagined a woman such as yourself would one day experience romance. First and foremost. Congratulations are in order, Akiji chuckled. Thank you. Robin nodded in appreciation. But are you certain your feelings will be reciprocated? The Enies Lobby incident is not so far removed. Implying your acquaintance with that man has not been lengthy. Akiji questioned. And what of it? Human emotions are inherently elusive. It is not a given that familiarity breeds affection. Nor is there a rule against love at first sight, is there? Robin smiled lightly, her face blooming with joy. Then how can you be sure he is not drawn to you merely for your historical interpretation abilities? Or seeking the ancient weapon by drawing near? Akiji countered. I cannot be certain, Robin admitted, shaking her head. Yet a man as formidable and exceptional as Mr. Lu Yu would not need to rely on any weapon to conquer the world. He is destined to be a king. Robin nodded with a gentle lift of her chin, her expression filled with genuine yearning. Boom. In the sky above the battlefield, the clash of thunder and explosive sounds echoed continuously. The monumental showdown between the Thunder Dragon Lu Yu and the naval hero Garp raged on, the battle enduring to this very moment. Lu Yu bore the imprints of Garp's fists upon his chest, arms, and thighs, some deep, others shallow. The unseen bones of his arms were also marred with cracks. To have reduced Lu Yu, in his Thunder Dragon King form, to such a state, Garp himself had paid a tremendous price. His once indomitable body, forged through countless trials, was now battered and torn, flesh and blood mingling in a gruesome spectacle. In certain areas, the stark whiteness of bone was visible. He was, after all, not made of the same thunderous essence as Lu Yu. The prolonged onslaught of electric power had taken its toll. Even the most resilient of forms could not escape devastation. Yet, despite reaching such a dire condition, Garp showed no signs of retreat. His hands remained fierce and unyielding. With a low growl, Garp's left hand formed a fist, striking forth and conjuring a tempestuous gale. You are becoming sluggish, Hero Garp. Lu Yu spoke calmly, his right hand darting out like lightning. He seized Garp's wrist with an iron grip, nullifying the strength of his punch, and rendering him immobile. Carp remained silent, his body half-turned, his right leg sweeping toward Lu Yu's waist like an iron whip. The air distorted in its wake, producing a piercing sonic boom. Lu Yu executed a somersault, evading Carp's kick while simultaneously tossing the already weary Carp through the air in a shoulder throw. This time, Carp could not endure any longer. His body soared like an arrow released from a bow, crashing into the Navy headquarters building. With a thunderous roar, a significant portion of the building collapsed upon impact. The scene was met with gasps of astonishment from the Marines witnessing the spectacle across the battlefield. In stark contrast, the members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in jubilant exclamations. "Oh, Lord Lu Yu is magnificent! Did you see that, Navy? This is the Emperor of the Sea. You are facing 2 Emperors of the Sea at once. The 5 Emperors." The name of the 5 Emperors echoed like a tidal wave above the Navy headquarters, resonating endlessly. Indeed, Lord Lu Yu is a monster among monsters. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates reflected. He is undeniably stronger than during the previous incident in Wano. If it is the current Lord Lu Yu, then even if Kaido and Big Mom were to join forces, they might not stand a chance, Marco stated gravely. Moments later, he transformed into the Phoenix once more, intercepting all bullets, cannonballs, and sand aimed at the old man, Whitebeard. Whitebeard, engaged in fierce combat with the admirals, must not be disturbed. Navy's Peach Rabbit, your hero has already been defeated. It is best you clear the way. We will save Ace. Not even Jesus can stop us, mark my words. The swordsman Vista, with a sword resting on his left shoulder and his right hand wielding a large blade, pointed it directly at the path-blocking Admiral candidate, Peach Rabbit Shiwan. The 5 commanders led by him had already been hindered by Shiwan for quite some time. Mr. Carp, that man. Peach Rabbit Shiwan inhaled deeply, diverting his gaze from the awe-inspiring figure above to focus back on Vista and the others. If you wish to pass, you must first contend with my blade. The Admiral candidate spoke confidently, his wrist flicking to reveal the renowned sword, Jin Kuan Luo, radiating a dazzling light. Fufufu, has there been no movement for so long? That monster Carp cannot truly have been defeated. The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo perched atop the water buffalo Atmos, watching the unfolding drama, inciting panic among the Whitebeard pirates. If that's the case, it would be splendid. The shadow and corpse of a naval hero either would make for the finest material, simply irresistible. The warlord Gecko Moria chuckled ominously, stealthily approaching the Navy headquarters building. Just as Moria drew near, the once silent headquarters suddenly stirred. The ground trembled and cracked. Lu Yu's roar, the battle cry of the legendary hero Carp, reverberated through the air. Startled, Moria fell to the ground. In the next moment, under Moria's horrified gaze, the bloodied and battered naval hero leaped from the ruins of the headquarters. Empowered by the cheers of the elite Marines, he delivered one final, charged strike towards the heavens. His fist like a meteor streaking across the sky with tremendous force. Yet, in the sky, Liam merely shook his head. It is time for the curtain to fall. It is your moment to exit, Hero Carp. Lu Yu responded with calm confidence. His wings unfurled, diving with the speed of thunder and wind. His fists, shimmering with brilliant lightning, descended. The Thunder Dragon King's crushing blow. Boom. There was no moment of hesitation. The final struggle of the legendary Marine Vice Admiral, Carp, was forcefully obliterated by Lu Yu. Carp transformed into a human cannonball, crashing once more into the ruins of the Marine headquarters. The already precarious building collapsed entirely at this moment. Equally shattered was Carp's indomitable form. The legendary Marine Vice Admiral, Carp, has fallen. Defeated. The defeat of Marine Hero Carp, 11, rewarded Lu Yu with an increase of 10 levels in light magic and 20 levels in dragon power, along with the acquisition of the forbidden magic, the Divine Echo Hall, defeating Moonlight Moria, and progressing the task of defeating the 7 warlords to 27. Chapter 75, The Broken Arm of Whitebeard. Thunderous roars. The Marine headquarters, standing for centuries, crumbled into complete ruins. The earth upheaved, like a dragon surging beneath, as clouds of dust billowed skyward. Carp. Carp. Vice Admiral Carp. Mr. Carp. The 10,000 elite Marines at headquarters cried out anxiously, desperately awaiting another miracle to unfold. They longed for their pillar of strength to rise once more. However, the miracle they hoped for did not materialize. The legendary Vice Admiral, Hero Carp, had indeed fallen, completely defeated. This monumental achievement added vivid strokes to Lu Yu's record of victories. An enduring silence enveloped the ruins of the headquarters, still and quiet. The Marine Hero Carp could not rise again. The reality of his defeat struck all Marines like a bolt from the blue, plunging them into profound shock. Carp's downfall was akin to a thunderclap for the entire Marine Corps. All the elite Marines on the battlefield, whether engaged in combat or spectating, gaped in disbelief. Their expressions filled with incredulity, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "Mr. Carp, Vice Admiral Carp," Kobe shouted in terror, regaining his composure first. He swiftly used the Sara technique, racing to the ruins of the collapsed headquarters. Others from Marine G3, including Bogart, followed suit, frantically digging through the wreckage, shattering boulders to retrieve the charred form of Carp from the debris. "Vice Admiral Carp! Vice Admiral Carp!" The double-chinned boy, Hiromaber, cried out in panic, tears streaming down his face. "He is alive. Vice Admiral Carp is still alive." Feeling Carp's faint yet undeniable heartbeat, Kobe was overcome with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. "Medical team! Where's the medical team? Hurry!" Bogart and the others urged, the scene descending into chaos. At one moment, the frenzied rescue effort fell into an eerie hush. Whether it was Kobe, Bogart, or the doctors, they all fell silent, frozen in place. Even without turning back, they knew who the man was that loomed behind them. Exerting immense pressure, cold sweat drenched the Marines from head to toe. The five emperors, Lu Yu. The timid Kobe was the first to turn, trembling as he faced Lu Yu. "Kobe, what are you doing? Don't throw your life away." Hiromaber warned in alarm. "As long as I'm still alive, no, I want to let you touch even a finger of Vice Admiral Carp." Though his heart raced with fear, he bravely spread his arms, standing in front of Carp. His bravado, however, belied the terror coursing through him. Lu Yu let out a light chuckle, his fingertips flickering with brilliant golden sparks. "Oh dear, it's the end. It's truly the end this time." With his eyes tightly shut, his heart wailed incessantly. Yet, he remained utterly motionless. A voice, aged and resonant, emerged from behind Lu Yu. It was Admiral Crane, the veteran Vice Admiral of the Navy, akin to Carp, who approached with a tranquil demeanor. "Given your stature, I presume you would not stoop to quarrel with a mere rookie. If you wish to continue this skirmish, I shall gladly oblige." Vice Admiral Crane spoke calmly. Lu Yu turned around, within the mere span of a breath. The sunken areas on Lu Yu's body have risen and smoothed out. However, the fractured ribs and cracks in his arm bones will require time to heal. "Huh? Has the Navy truly run out of personnel? They have even dispatched an elderly woman. How utterly unamusing." Lu Yu shook his head, disregarding General He. He turned his gaze towards the ominous thunderclouds above, inhaling deeply. The scattered thunderbolts nestled within the pitch-black clouds cascaded into his being, replenishing the nearly depleted reservoir of lightning. However, compared to the toll exacted by his battle with Carp, this meager infusion was but a drop in the ocean. It fell far short of meeting the minimum requirements for unleashing the divine Thunderhall. Having rarely obtained a forbidden spell, Lu Yu was eager to experiment with it. Yet, he realized it was still insufficient. It seemed he would need to replenish his strength further before proceeding. Lu Yu murmured softly, his gaze sweeping across the arena. He cast a glance at Ace on the execution platform, then at Admiral Kizaru, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Golden Lion. The consumed thunder elements could best be replenished by lightning itself. However, at this moment, there was no one else on the battlefield capable of summoning such power. Thus, Lu Yu had no choice but to resort to alternative methods for replenishment. He converted flames and light elements into pure energy, which was then transformed into the force of lightning. This dual transformation process would result in the loss of approximately half of the energy. Yet, a loss was merely a loss. Lu Yu was not one to be deterred by it. At worst, he could simply absorb a bit more of Kizaru's light essence or Ace's fire essence. It seemed as though an ominous presence loomed for Kizaru. Amidst his fierce battle with the Golden Lion, suddenly shivered as if struck by a chill. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled. It mattered not, after all. The other was bound and could not escape. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu no longer hesitated. He strode forward, bypassing the cold-sweating General He Zhong, who was filled with trepidation. "Do not be afraid, General He. I am not yet so petty as to engage in petty squabbles with you, an old woman." Lu Yu smiled broadly. In response to Lu Yu's disdain, General He exhibited no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly made his way towards the severely injured Carp. On the other side, Lu Yu strode directly towards the execution platform. Along the way, he encountered a charred, corpulent figure convulsing on the ground. After a careful examination, he finally realized that this unfortunate soul, writhing from the effects of the dispersed lightning, was none other than the warlord, Gecko Moria. The battles of others had yet to conclude, yet he was in a desperate rush to scavenge the fallen. If not him, then who would suffer the consequences? Off he went. Lu Yuling delivered a powerful kick, sending the obstructive Molia soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a fierce gust of energy surged towards him. A massive blade of emerald light cleaved through the earth, aiming directly at Lu Yu. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened as he extended his hand to grasp the terrifying emerald blade. Shattering it effortlessly, his eyes fell upon the three figures over 100 paces away. Apart from the tyrant bear and Moria, there stood the other three active warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, the Night Demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Are you next? He mused. You could have taken a step back, but since you have chosen to approach, let us settle this matter once and for all. Lu Yu spoke with tranquility and confidence. Fufufu, 5 Emperor Lu Yu, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of battling you, Da Flamingo hastily clarified, retreating. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, upon feeling Lu Yu's gaze upon her, let out a delicate cry and fell to the ground. The intense electric aura of that esteemed individual. Could this be the sensation of a heart captivated by electricity? I feel faint. The Empress Hancock clutched her chest, her delicate form trembling incessantly, as Lu Yu was poised to delve into the mind of the somewhat troubled Empress with his telepathic abilities. A sudden gust of wind swept towards him. The formidable and taciturn world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, made his move once more. 5th Emperor Lu Yu. Let me behold your sword once again, Mihawk declared, his gaze fixed on Lu Yu, brimming with fervor. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then he quickly realized that the renowned Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, was not acting out of obligation as a warlord of the sea. Rather, it was a mere curiosity to witness the Iron Dragon's ultimate technique, the Iron Godsword, that had been previously unleashed. Want to see it? Very well, come at me. Lu Yu smiled subtly, his gaze fixed upon the black blade, Knight, wielded by Hawkeye's Mihawk. This supreme blade, of which only 12 exist in the world, possesses a quality that is unparalleled by ordinary swords. It is indeed a rare treasure. Noticing the enigmatic smile on Lu Yu's face, the jolt of unease surged within Mihawk, instinctively stirring a sense of foreboding. However, in the realm of swordsmanship, overthinking is unwarranted. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawkeye's swung Knight once more. The clash of steel resounded. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the divine sword did not manifest. Instead, it was the teeth of his black blade that met Lu Yu's grasp. Could it be that this fellow intends to? Mihawk's pupils constricted as he grasped Lu Yu's intention, vividly recalling the scene where Lu Yu had bitten through and consumed the blades of various admirals. In that instant, even the composed Hawk eyes felt a surge of panic. Knight, his most formidable blade, forged through decades of relentless effort, was at risk of being compromised here. The loss would be catastrophic. With a thunderous roar, Mihawk employed his sword technique, rescuing Knight from Lu Yu's grasp. Yet, the blade was not entirely unscathed. 2 rows of distinct bite marks marred the edges of Knight. Truly, such is the caliber of the supreme blade, it is enough to make one's teeth ache. Lu Yu ground his teeth, astonished by the hardness of the knife Knight. Even the Iron Dragon's biting force failed to shatter it at first, merely leaving behind teeth marks. However, if it were the Iron Dragon King's jaws, either the blade or the supreme knife would undoubtedly sever it with ease. Observing Lu Yu's expression of regret, Hawkeye Mihawk's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, filled with a desire to act. Just then, before Mihawk could make any further move, the battlefield above suddenly transformed dramatically. In another part of the royal battlefield, an arm wielding a long-handled knife erupted skyward. Ensnared by the magma. Chapter 76. Anger unleashed at the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mariewa. The live broadcast from the Sabaody archipelago was abruptly cut off. However, deep within Mariewa, in the council chamber where the 5 elders convened, the live stream continued uninterrupted. The 5 venerable figures, representing the highest authority in the world, either sat or stood, their expressions grave and silent. The brilliance of lightning consumed the entire screen, showcasing the final clash between Lu Yu and the hero, Carp. The Grand Marine headquarters building crumbled under the weight of their confrontation. The outcome was clear. To think that, following Akiji, even Carp was defeated. The strength of the 5th Emperor, Lu Yu, is truly terrifying. The elder, clad in a loose training outfit, wielding a sword taller than himself, adjusted his glasses, which glinted ominously. Though reluctant to concede, throughout the centuries, Carp had proven to be a formidable force. Yet still, the elder with golden hair and beard, appearing relatively youthful, shook his head in disbelief. What kind of naval hero is he? As a member of the Navy, He ought to heed our government's directives. He even nurtured that dangerous revolutionary son, Dragon, and adopted the son of the pirate king, not to mention that troublesome grandson, Straw Hat. Were it not for his heroic title, he would have been executed 100 times over by military tribunal, remarked the scarred elder with aristocratic curls disdainfully. It is not the time to settle old scores. At least Karp has fulfilled his duty as a naval hero this time. That monster, the fifth emperor, should be sufficiently fatigued now, sneered the elder in a black suit, marked by a birthmark on his bald head. But it is still not enough. The swordsman elder shook his head. Indeed, to this day, we remain ignorant of the true extent of his abilities. Fire, lightning, storms, that bizarre arm blade, and the power to consume the yellow monkey. I initially thought he possessed some dragon-like phantom beast ability, but the golden-bearded elder furrowed his brow in contemplation. This freak appears to be a bug in this world. He should not exist here at all. The curly-haired aristocratic elder's expression darkened. Before Lu Yu emerged on the battlefield, they merely regarded him as a slightly stronger human. If he had come to this battlefield, they would have dealt with him accordingly. However, now, witnessing the successive defeats of admirals and heroes, the elder's composure shattered. They never anticipated such a sinister existence could thrive in this world. Lu Yu, surpassing the strongest creature, Kaido, and consecutively defeating admirals and heroes, undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to replace Whitebeard as the world's strongest man. Yet, a being as terrifying as this had, prior to the Wano country incident, never attracted any related rumors on the high seas. This was decidedly unusual. Perhaps we should report to that esteemed individual? The bald elder ventured, his gaze questioning as he looked towards the aged man with long white hair and beard. Indeed, a report is necessary, but not at this moment. The war is paramount. The time has come. The elder in a deep blue suit suddenly rose, his eyes fixated on the screen, radiating intensity. What appeared on the screen was no longer the clash between Lu Yu and Karp, but rather the battlefield of Akainu and Whitebeard. Gentlemen, it is time to inform Sara to take action. The next battlefield shall be under our control. At the Marine headquarters, on the battlefield above, the war took unexpected turns. As everyone's focus was drawn to the defeat of the hero Karp, another horrifying event unfolded in the royal battlefield. The long knife of Squard, captain of the New World Spider pirates under Whitebeard, pierced through Whitebeard's chest. Seizing the opportunity, the magma dog head unleashed by Admiral Akiji claimed Whitebeard's right arm. The situation took a dire turn. Those who witnessed this scene were left in utter shock, paralyzed by the incomparable astonishment. For hundreds of meters around, the battlefield fell silent. Long before the battle between Lu Yu and Karp commenced, the fateful clash between Whitebeard and Admiral Akiji had already ignited. Unlike the bloody struggle between Lu Yu and Karp, the combat between Whitebeard and Akiji was marked by restraint. Both sides fought cautiously, waiting for the other to reveal a flaw, ready to strike for the kill. As the Battle of the Emperors reached a boiling stalemate, the captains of the New World, responsible for the coastal battlefield, broke through the Navy's defenses and joined forces with Whitebeard's pirates on the main square. This was initially a great advantage. The Navy's Vice Admiral-level forces had been diminished by 10 due to Lu Yu's intervention. Generally, Navy officers could not withstand the advance of the New World captains. The rescue of A seemed imminent. However, at that moment, Squard intervened in the clash between Whitebeard and Akainu. As Squard faced imminent consumption by Akainu's magma, Whitebeard, filled with paternal instinct, swiftly intervened to protect him. Yet, he was met with Squard's betrayal, a filial sword that pierced through his heart. Admiral Akiji, having anticipated this, grinned with malevolent triumph. The fierce canine maw of the Red Lotus turned sharply, biting off Whitebeard's entire right arm, resulting in the current catastrophic scene. Time slipped away. As the strongest shield of Whitebeard, Marco's gaping mouth gradually closed. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and even his pupils and brain quivered. Squard, you bastard. What are you doing? Marco's anguished roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Captain Squard, how could you? Do you even understand what you've done? That is our father. The other captains and members of the Whitebeard pirates, Jozu, Vista, Izo, the Ice Witch Perona, the Knight Doma, and the Daikalban brothers, along with all the New World pirates, united in a heart-wrenching chorus of screams, questioning what had transpired. They were left in utter confusion. Why did Squard, the son of Whitebeard, suddenly attempt to assassinate him? Enough with the nonsense, you bastards. You have forced my hand. Squard staggered back, his voice rising in anger. What did you say? Marco, incensed, slammed Squard's head into the ground, shattering the surface and leaving him bloodied. With successive wounds from the filial sword and severed arm, Whitebeard's imposing figure finally faltered. kneeling on one knee. "Old man, hold on. I will help you reattach your arm," Marco exclaimed anxiously. Yet, that arm had long lost all vitality, rendered a pitiful remnant by the searing heat of the magma. "Let us put an end to this farce, Whitebeard. Haven't you already colluded with the Navy? Your crew and Ace are destined to be saved. They have promised, haven't they?" Squard proclaimed, revealing all he had learned from Admiral Akiji. "It's a miracle I managed to land a hit. I am prepared to die. Go ahead and kill me." Squard feigned the guise of a truth-revealing hero. "You are an irredeemable fool, Squard. You have been deceived. Why do you not trust the old man?" Urko shouted, his emotions boiling over. "Be quiet, Marco. Don't play dumb. As the captain of the 1st Division, you cannot claim ignorance." With the assassination of Whitebeard underway, Squard found himself with no path of retreat. At last, Whitebeard broke his silence. "It is indeed true that Ace is the son of Roger. They have manipulated the man most susceptible to this truth. It seems their strategy has outmatched ours." Whitebeard spoke calmly, his massive left arm raised high. "Surely you understand the gravity of your actions, turning against your father? You are a hopelessly foolish son." Whitebeard's large hand descended, yet instead of striking down Squard, he embraced him. Even a foolish son is still loved by his father. "Stop joking." Squard struggled, his body and heart at war. He began to realize that perhaps he was indeed wrong, that he had truly been deceived. "Foolish Squard. Do you think the old man allowed you to strike him without reason? He was protecting you from Akainu's magma." Urko bellowed. "If you seek my life, I am right here. It has nothing to do with the old man." On the execution platform, Ace was once again overwhelmed by guilt, tears streaming down his face. "Ace, Uncle Whitebeard." Luffy, battered and straining against his chains, was momentarily stunned. "What a disgrace, Whitebeard. This is your punishment for indiscriminately collecting sons." The Lion King Shiki spoke in a deep voice. Whitebeard, Newgate, and Rayleigh, along with Shaki, fell into a shared silence. "Ugh!" The anguished cries echoed through the sky. "Old man, I am so sorry. I truly apologize. Doubting you, and attempting to kill you, I do not deserve to live." Finally accepting the truth of his deception, Squard completely broke down, weeping uncontrollably. "This is not your fault. It was merely an arm. It is not such a grave matter." Whitebeard spoke calmly. In that moment, he began to understand the thoughts of the red-haired man who had lost an arm. "No, Whitebeard," Admiral Akiji sneered, half of his body engulfed in magma. "This time I will not miss. I will take your head. I must conserve my strength for that monster." The Admiral grinned. As his words fell, the fiercest, hottest magma dog head reappeared, roaring toward Whitebeard's head. "Old man," Marco exclaimed. "I cannot allow you to succeed. Whitebeard's head is mine." Marco and Crocodile, who had been waiting for the moment, both acted to intercept. "Do not interfere." Admiral Akanu's right foot stomped down fiercely, causing the scorching magma to surge from the ground, forcing Marco and Crocodile back. The roaring dog head loomed larger in Whitebeard's light golden eyes. Just as Whitebeard prepared to block with his left arm, a powerful presence, akin to that of a dragon, descended. "This is simply outrageous, Whitebeard." Lu Yu spoke softly, raising his hand effortlessly to block the searing head of the magma dog. Chapter 77. The Red Dog is bewildered. "This is truly outrageous, Whitebeard." The sound of thunder roared as a figure suddenly appeared before Whitebeard. It was Lu Yu. With a subtle motion, Lu Yu's right hand met the ravenous magma dog head that threatened to bite into Whitebeard's cranium. The formidable attack from the Admiral Akiji was effortlessly thwarted by Lu Yu, as if it were a mere stroll in the park. This scene once again left the onlookers in awe. After all, this was magma, among the natural elements. Its offensive power is on par with that of the top-tier lightning abilities. Yet, here it was, halted by Lu Yu's flesh and blood. The intense heat of the magma posed not the slightest harm to his palm, as he beheld the sudden appearance of Lu Yu, who had come to his rescue. Whitebeard's aged face displayed a mixture of shock, disbelief, and relief, ultimately transforming into a bitter smile. "Spare me, Lu Yu. I am merely an ordinary man with but one heart. Whether labeled a demon or a monster, I cannot remain the strongest forever. The upcoming era belongs to you, young ones. No, it belongs to you, the strongest among you." Whitebeard spoke calmly, casually entrusting the title of the world's strongest and the era to Lu Yu. A new, world's strongest has been born. The elite Navy personnel scattered throughout the square murmured in astonishment. Yet, deep within, they felt no surprise at this outcome. For after witnessing Lu Yu's prowess in defeating Admiral Akiji in the hero garb, no one would dare to question his strength. In the twilight of Whitebeard's years, no? Or rather, even if it had been a decade or two earlier, during the zenith of Whitebeard's power. Lu Yu can still be regarded as the true strongest in the world. He stands as the pinnacle capable of suppressing an entire era. The age of Whitebeard has come to an end. A new era has been born. The forthcoming age belongs to the 5 emperors, Lu Yu. Quickly, let this monumental news be broadcast to the world. At the Sabaody Archipelago Live Square, under the illumination of the outdoor broadcaster Baki, the gathered journalists and onlookers finally witnessed the unfolding of the paramount battle. The assassination of Whitebeard is indeed shocking. However, the transition of eras and the change in the title of the world's strongest is far more devastating to the spirit. The vast Sabaody Live Square is filled with uproar. While the crowd is mesmerized and astounded by the emergence of a new strongest, a voice booms from the heavens of the headquarters. A new era? A new world's strongest? Do not jest. I shall shatter your so-called new age. The voice of Admiral Akiji resonates with force. The surging magma spreads across the ground of the square, akin to the tumultuous waves of the sea. Old Man Mard kicks the despairing squad to safety, before escorting Whitebeard alongside Xiaozi and others away from the searing magma-laden earth. Admiral Akiji, however, pays no heed to this. With Lu Yu's arrival, his target has shifted. The aged and frail Whitebeard, now burdened with injuries and missing an arm, is no longer a concern. For the Navy to claim victory in this war, they must first deal with Lu Yu, the true troublesome figure. Both Akiji and Garp have already fallen. Now it is his turn to take charge. Rest assured, your efforts shall not be in vain. The head of this monster shall be claimed by me. Admiral Akiji whispers confidently, his eyes glinting with cold determination. He possesses absolute faith in his magma, the strongest of attacks. Should Lu Yu wield the power of lightning, it would indeed present a challenge. However, after the battle with Garp, Akiji is convinced that Lu Yu's lightning power is nearly depleted. If it were fire, that would be even better, as his magma reigns supreme. Even flames would be consumed by his magma. With this thought, the angular face of Admiral Akiji radiates even more confidence. With a mere thought, the magma, once solidified into the form of a canine head enveloped in advanced armament hockey, begins to melt and flows like water, adhering to Lu Yu's arm in an instant. Lu Yu's right arm, along with half of his bare torso, was enveloped in molten lava. The sight of Lu Yu, ensconced in magma, left Marco, Jaws, and others staring in wide-eyed horror. In stark contrast, the expressions on the faces of the Navy personnel were filled with hope. On board the Dragonhead ship, Robin's delicate face turned pale, her heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of dread. Wait, do not despair just yet, little Robin. Your Mr. Lee will not simply succumb without a fight. Shiki reassured her repeatedly. He is the one who has defeated the world's strongest Carp. Moreover, let us not forget that he himself is a master of fire. If my conjecture holds true, that Admiral Akiji's magma is likely countered by Lu Yu's innate abilities. Much like Kizaru, Rayleigh inhaled deeply and spoke with conviction. Indeed, the reality unfolded just as Rayleigh had anticipated. The legacy of Lu Yu's Dragon Slayer fire magic has been passed down to the Fire Dragon King, Igneal, in the world of fairy tale. The Dragon King Igneal stands as the pinnacle of all fire-type dragonkin, reigning over all matters related to flames. Engaging in activities such as bathing in molten lava is mere child's play for him. Naturally, Lu Yu, who has perfectly inherited the power of the Fire Dragon King, is no exception. The proud Admiral Akiji, who wields magma capable of incinerating at extreme temperatures, poses no threat to Lu Yu whatsoever. Such temperatures are insufficient even for a leisurely soak for him. However, oblivious to the fact that his most formidable attack fails to inflict any harm on Lu Yu, the self-assured Admiral Kizaru remains immersed in his confidence. 5 emperors, Lu Yu, your era has not even begun, yet it is destined to end. What a truly laughable jest. Admiral Akiji scoffs repeatedly. Half of Lu Yu's body is enveloped in magma, yet he remains unfazed. His eyes narrow slightly, regarding Admiral Akiji with an expression akin to that of observing a fool. Sensing the subtlety of Lu Yu's gaze, Admiral Akiji's heart skips a beat, leaving him momentarily stunned. He finally realizes something is amiss. Despite being nearly engulfed by his magma, seemingly on the verge of being reduced to cinders, Lu Yu's expression remains unchanged throughout. It appears that the searing heat of the magma fails to inflict any pain upon him. How can this be? Is it possible that this monster lacks the capacity to feel pain? Admiral Akiji ponders in astonishment, while simultaneously sensing a subtle acceleration in the depletion of his own power. Is this all there is to your proud magma abilities, Admiral Akiji? At this level, even a bath in this magma would still leave me wanting for more heat. Lu Yu shook his head calmly, a sense of disappointment evident in his demeanor. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire audience was momentarily left in astonishment, their eyes and jaws dropping in unison. Chapter 78. Is Akainu out of power? Is this all your magma can muster? Even a bath would still feel insufficiently heated. Lu Yu's lips curled into a teasing smile. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Whether it was the elite navy or the pirates of the White Brigade, each face bore expressions akin to that of encountering a ghost, their jaws nearly touching the ground, their eyes bulging as if they might leap from their sockets. Bathing in magma? Is that not enough? Are these the words of a human? After all, it is magma, one of the most terrifying elements in existence. For an ordinary person, it would mean either death or severe injury, particularly when manipulated by the monstrous Admiral Akiji. Its horror surpasses that of ordinary natural magma. The terrifying power of that hellish dog, capable of punching a hole through anything, is no jest. Even Kaido's dragon form or Big Mom's steel balloon would not escape unscathed if struck directly by Akainu's magma fist. This illustrates the sheer terror of his magma abilities. Yet now, Lu Yu, nearly enveloped in magma, appeared utterly at ease and relaxed. Not a trace of pain marred his expression. Rather, he seemed to revel in the experience. The fifth Emperor Lu Yu. Is he truly human? The Vice Admiral, Momono Sukshirho, stared wide-eyed, her delicate fists clenched tightly, her heart shaken to an indescribable extent. She was well aware of Admiral Akainu's formidable strength. If even Akainu could not subdue Lu Yu, and was instead overpowered, would the Navy truly be vanquished by a single individual? This seemed a myth too far-fetched to believe. Yet, the birth of such a miraculous legend appeared frighteningly close. Do not become complacent. No matter how you proclaim, it cannot alter the fact that I have you in my grasp. I shall render you speechless. Admiral Akina shouted vehemently, dispelling his unease. Without hesitation, he escalated the output of his magma abilities to their utmost limit. The surface of the magma, initially a high-temperature fluid, erupted in clusters of deep crimson flames. Feeling the intensifying energy of the flames that enveloped him, Lu Yu's smile grew increasingly radiant amidst the battlefield. Apart from Ace and Kizaru, Akainu's magma also served as a source of power for him. However, the impurities within Akainu's magma were far too numerous. The essence of magma consists of various crystals melted at high temperatures. Consuming it would be akin to swallowing half of the periodic table, unless absolutely necessary. Lu Yu was utterly unwilling to eat dirt. As long as he absorbed the flames and high-temperature energy from the magma, he would be fine. Thus, since the beginning, Lu Yu offered no resistance whatsoever. He calmly allowed the Admiral Akainu's magma to engulf him, silently drawing strength from it. The results were undeniably remarkable. Damn it, you bastard. 5 emperors, I wonder how long you can keep smiling. Admiral Akainu gritted his teeth. The ground of the plaza erupted in a rain of magma, completely enveloping Lu Yu. He was entirely immersed in the boiling, bubbling sphere of magma. More magma flowed from Admiral Akainu, layer upon layer accumulating on the magmasphere, resembling the Earth explosion star's technique from the adjacent Naruto world. However, unlike the main seal from that realm, Akainu's magma stars aimed solely at destruction. Old man. If this continues, it seems dire. Marco exclaimed anxiously. No, do not panic. Lu Yu never engages in actions without confidence. His lack of resistance must have its purpose. Whitebeard assured. Ha ha ha, Captain Lu Yu, what surprise are you planning to bring to the world this time? Above in the sky. The golden lion Shiki grinned widely, fully confident in Lu Yu's unpredictability. How terrifying. That man-eating monster, he isn't planning to devour Sakazuki, is he? Admiral Kazara muttered weakly. Damn it, there's no way he can fail. Sakazuki's magma can consume even flames. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku nervously clenched his fists. Though he spoke of confidence, internally he felt utterly uncertain. After all, Lu Yu was a being who even Carp could not defeat. How could such a monster possibly be reduced to ashes without resistance against the magma? Something unusual must be afoot. On the battlefield, as Lu Yu was engulfed by Admiral Akainu's magma stars, the fierce combat came to a standstill. Both Navy and pirates cast anxious glances towards the ever-expanding terrifying magmasphere. Freak, I refuse to believe I cannot burn you to death. Sengoku declared fiercely, sitting cross-legged like an alchemist, channeling his energy into the magma, striving to output strength relentlessly. Time passed, and the scorching magma sphere exceeded 100 meters in diameter. The environment at its core was comparable to that of the Earth's core. How is that? 5 Emperor Lu Yu. This time, you must be dead. Admiral Akainu gasped heavily. Even he, after conjuring such a terrifying magma sphere, felt his stamina drain rapidly, nearly exhausted. Compared to his previous battle with Whitebeard, the current consumption was over tenfold. Yet, he paid no mind to his own exhaustion. At that moment, Akainu's eyes sparkled with excitement and confidence. He firmly believed that no one could emerge unscathed from his attack, with Akainu leading. The expressions of the Navy forces grew increasingly fervent and exhilarated. Cheers of premature celebration echoed everywhere. However, suddenly, Admiral Akainu's expression changed, his smile freezing instantly. He sensed an ominous force pulling at him, draining every ounce of his strength, squeezing his body, though he had ceased the release of his powers. His body involuntarily began to elementalize. Streams of magma continued to flow towards the massive sphere. That monster isn't dead yet? He is absorbing my magma. At last, the oblivious Admiral Akainu realized this crucial issue. Without hesitation, amidst the puzzled gazes of the soldiers, he severed his connection to the magma sphere and retreated over 100 meters. Admiral Sakazuki, Mr. Sakazuki, what is going on? The soldiers began to inquire. In the next instant, they were startled to see the massive sphere of magma tremble violently. The sphere began to rotate, more accurately. The flames and high-temperature energy contained within the magma began to swirl, forming a colossal vortex of fire that seeped into the multitude of volcanic rock pores on the sphere's surface. As everything settled, the terrifying heat enveloping the headquarters gradually receded. The glow of the magma and flames vanished entirely, revealing a massive sphere of volcanic rock with a diameter of 100 meters, formed from the cooling magma. What is happening? This has never occurred before. The soldiers exclaimed in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief and astonishment. How did Admiral Sakazuki's magma turn into stone? Could it be that this is also the doing of 5 Emperor Lu Yu? Mr. Lu Yu, he is still alive. He must be. The pirates from the Whitebeard crew, including Urko and Jozu, were equally stunned. Whitebeard's pale golden eyes flickered with light. Having recovered from the pain of his severed arm, he raised his left arm, preparing to use the power of the tremor fruit to shatter the volcanic rock sphere. However, before he could act, a faint crack echoed. A massive fissure sliced through the entire sphere. Following that, a series of cracking sounds reverberated, under the astonished gazes of tens of thousands of onlookers. The 100-meter diameter volcanic rock sphere erupted with a thunderous roar. A pair of colossal flaming dragon wings unfurled from within. Thank you for the hospitality, Admiral Akainu. The sound of the explosion resounded like the heavens and earth collapsing. Countless fragments of stone shot forth like cannonballs. Amidst the rain of debris, fierce flames collapsed the void. And a pair of immense flaming dragon wings spread wide, casting a terrifying shadow over the battlefield, silencing both Navy and pirates alike. 5 Emperor Lu Yu. That 5 Emperor truly still lives. It was not merely survival. It seemed he had grown even stronger. What in the world had transpired? What had he done? Across the battlefield, whether Navy or Whitebeard's pirates, all gazed at the shadow of the dragon wings in shock, horror, and disbelief, unable to comprehend what their eyes beheld. Despite having been scorched and trapped in the terrifying magma for so long, Lu Yufei not only emerged unscathed but radiated an even more formidable aura. The exhaustion and injuries accumulated from his previous encounters with the formidable Admiral Akiji and the legendary hero Garp seemed to vanish entirely, revitalizing his spirit. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. After a brief pause, that 5th Emperor earlier, thank you for your hospitality? Coupled with the abrupt cessation of the scorching flames from Admiral Sakazuki's magma, could it be that he had turned the Admiral's magma into a source of recovery? A particularly astute Marine soldier grasped the crux of the matter. As his words lingered, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Indeed, it had to be so. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division, nodded with conviction and elation. The powers of fire and lightning were sustenance for Lord Lu Yu. He was a man capable of consuming flames to grow stronger. Until now, we had assumed it was merely magma, failing to realize that within the magma lay flames. Once the flames and high temperatures were absorbed, the magma transformed into mere stone. No wonder Mr. Lu Yu had done nothing, allowing the Hound to act freely. It was all for this purpose. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the 5th Emperor. Joza, Vista, and others who had witnessed Lu Yu devour Big Mom's thunderous fire began to analyze the situation. Upon learning the source and reasoning, they confirmed that Admiral Akainu's previous efforts had not only failed to harm Lu Yu, but had instead replenished his strength. The Marines on the battlefield were left dumbfounded. Marshal Sengoku on the execution platform was equally stunned. Admiral Akainu was so taken aback that he could hardly process the information. Internally, he was tumultuous, cursing profusely. He never anticipated that his all-out destructive assault would instead become nourishment for his adversary. With a single effort, he had rendered the desperate endeavors of Akiji and Garp futile. Contemplating this, he felt an overwhelming rage swelling within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Ha ha, how deserving. Marines. Can you still laugh now? Marines. I told you it was too early for celebration. And that one, Admiral Akiji, you truly are our best aid. Yes, yes, thank you for helping Lord Lu Yu recover. So now, the efforts of Akiji and Garp have all come to naught? Akiji, who would have thought you would become a hindrance one day? This is the consequence of deceiving Squard and betraying the old man. The Whitebeard pirates, witnessing Admiral Akinu's current predicament, mercilessly mocked him. With the pirates' reminders, the Marines began to regard Akinu with a different gaze, for the pirates spoke the undeniable truth. Their once reliable Admiral Akinu had truly become a liability, rendering the hard-fought efforts of Akiji and Garp meaningless. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of Captain Lu Yu. Sengoku, how does it feel? Afraid now? The Golden Lion Shiki, arms crossed, observed Marshal Sengoku, who appeared pale and nearly exploded with fury. At this moment, Sengoku had no time to respond to Shiki's taunts. He had initially believed that Admiral Akinu's magma ability would be the key to subduing Lu Yu, only to find that it had inadvertently aided him instead. In the face of Lu Yu, who was immune to the magma's heat and capable of devouring flames for his own use, Akinu's high-temperature magma had lost all significance. In terms of compatibility, it was even inferior to Akiji, who was countered by flames. It could be said that Lu Yu was inherently invincible against Akinu. How could they possibly contend with that? Sengoku had long warned that fellow consumes everything. Now you must believe it. And now, Akinu has also been consumed. Admiral Kizaru casually returned to the execution platform, pouting. Borsellino. Sengoku shot a piercing glare at the nonchalant Admiral Kizaru. Your glare won't help, Sengoku. Kizaru replied. Hurry and bring back Akinu. He can't continue to be a source of nourishment for the enemy. You go hold him off, Sengoku commanded. Me? No way. I'm also nourishment. Kizaru waved his hands dismissively. Sengoku was not surprised by Kizaru's response. He had already made up his mind. The only one on this battlefield capable of contending with Lu Yu was him. Sengoku dramatically shed the cloak of justice he had been unable to discard in their previous encounter and prepared to engage. However, boom. The magma beneath the Marine headquarters surged forth, creating a terrifying wave of molten rock. This was the manifestation of Admiral Akinu's fury. Damn it. Silence everyone. I alone shall claim the head of the 5th Emperor Lu Yu. Admiral Akinu roared in anger. 2 waves of magma surged toward the pirates. And under the searing disaster of the magma tsunami, even the captains of the New World were rendered powerless. Just as the pirates were about to be engulfed by the magma, in the sky above, Lu Yu, with fiery dragon wings, opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. In the next instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The terrifying magma tsunami solidified into a wall of volcanic rock, and its intense heat was entirely absorbed into Lu Yu's mouth, becoming his strength. The power of fire transformed into lightning, flowing like a gentle stream into the lake of thunder. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. Lu Yu licked the corner of his mouth, gazing at the distant General Akinu as though he were an enticing morsel. The wool begins to be sheared from you. A resounding clap of thunder echoed through the heavens and the earth. The fiery Dragon King behind Lu Yu unfurled its magnificent wings, unleashing an unparalleled tempest that howled wildly. The fierce winds enveloped Lu Yu, causing his figure to vanish. In an instant, he reappeared before the general, Akinu. With a single punch, Akinu's head was obliterated, transforming into a cascade of molten droplets. In response, Lu Yu felt neither surprise nor dissatisfaction, for that had been his intention from the very beginning. The fist that penetrated the canine head tightened its grip, and the colors of the magma element began to fade gradually, sensing the continuous depletion of the fiery power within. Even the composed Akinu could not help but feel a surge of panic, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror. Abandoning his original form, Akinu reassembled himself from a distance of 10 paces. With a fierce swing of his right hand, he unleashed his signature technique, Inu Naka Kurinai, once more erupting forth. The magma-shaped, menacing canine head roared as it charged ahead, adorned with the highest level of armament hockey capable of causing internal destruction. With the strike, the Admiral Akinu had undoubtedly eviscerated countless pirates and claimed numerous bounties. Yet, in this moment, facing Lu Yu as his adversary, he was destined to fail. Confronted by the fearsome canine head, Lu Yu did not flinch or evade. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch. The surging golden-red flames engulfed the entire canine head and arm. In an instant, as the magma canine head, with its penetrating heat, reversed course, it was left as naught but cooled volcanic rock. Having experienced this once, Lu Yu was now adept at absorbing the intense heat from the magma after experimenting with various methods. Admiral Akiji, is this the extent of your magma? Allow me to indulge a little more. Lu Yu flashed a commanding grin, shattering the volcanic rock of the dog head as he advanced once more. With a single punch, he struck the face of Akiji. The true form of Akiji was sent spiraling backward, flying several meters under the force of Lu Yu's blow. Without the use of haki, Lu Yu managed to launch Akiji away with pure physical might, and the reason for this lay within Akiji himself. He had refrained from elemental transformation, or perhaps he was simply too fearful to do so. Yet, stripped of the terrifying amplification provided by his magma abilities, what could the Admiral Akiji possibly wield against an emperor reigning supreme over the seas? Indeed, the Admiral Red Dog would face considerable hardship if he chose to transform. Lu Yu kindly offered a reminder. Silence, you vile party. Who do you think I am? I am a Grand General. Ah, how infuriating. Amidst the furious exclamations, General Akanu's chin was struck by Lu Yu's soaring dragon punch, propelling him into the sky. Under normal circumstances, he would have utilized his observation haki in conjunction with the 6 styles to evade the attack. However, in his moment of lost composure, his observation haki faltered. Accustomed to relying on the high temperature and explosive characteristics of magma, he had never needed to dodge, and thus was unpracticed in the Navy's 6 styles. Now, with his magma abilities unexpectedly constrained, he found himself unable to orchestrate an effective offense or defense. Consequently, a scene rarely witnessed over the millennia unfolded. Under the collective gaze of tens of thousands on the battlefield and the live broadcast from Buggy's image snail, the extraordinary event transpired. Lu Yu delivered a merciless beating to the Navy's supreme powerhouse, Admiral Akiji, sending him soaring with a single punch. As he fell, a swift kick brought him crashing down to the ground, not allowing him a moment's respite. Lu Yu instantaneously appeared on the path where Akiji had landed. Once again, he unleashed a punch towards the heavens. This scene rendered every Marine present breathless with fear. This was not a duel. It was merely a one-sided display of domination and assault. The spectacle of mercilessly battering the Admiral continued, with the sky falling and rising repeatedly, an endless cycle. Until, enough, a resounding shout, akin to the deep toll of a grand bell, erupted from behind Lu Yu. Following this was an unparalleled wave of terrifying shock. It was a radiant golden Buddha, the embodiment of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, finally taking action. Chapter 80, a solo battle against 2 admirals as if a grand bell had been struck, reverberating like an ancient Buddha chanting in meditation. The sound penetrated deeply into the hearts of all. The battlefield was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant golden light, radiating across the scene. This was the manifestation of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's powers, a full eruption of his Zoan-type Buddha form. In this moment, Sengoku revealed his formidable strength for the first time on this battlefield. The instant he struck, it left everyone in awe. Caught off guard by Sengoku's sudden assault, Lu Yu, who had been reveling in the joy of pummeling Admiral Akiji, was unable to react in time. He was struck squarely by the Admiral's shockwave, his body sent flying dozens, if not hundreds, of meters away. The wings of the Flame Dragon King unfurled, aiding Lu Yu in stabilizing his form. However, the terrifying shockwave of the Buddha continued to wreak havoc within him, ultimately causing a sweet taste in his throat and a trickle of blood to escape the corner of his mouth. This illustrated the sheer magnitude of the power behind Sengoku's strike. Under the might of the legendary Carp's Meteor Fist, was the Buddha's shockwave entwined with the domineering haki? Truly, the Fleet Admiral lived up to his reputation. Lu Yu raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, breaking into a grin. Within the power hierarchy of the pirate world, the 3 types of haki hold significant importance. The observation haki, which allows one to sense movements and even foresee the future. The armament haki, which can be used to arm, enhance, project, or even cause internal destruction. And the conqueror's haki, which awakens in but one among a million. Among the 3, both armament and observation haki can be cultivated through diligent training, whereas the unique conqueror's haki is an innate gift, impervious to training or enhancement. Lu Yu understood the significance of these 3 types of haki in the pirate realm. However, a misjudgment during his time on the island had prevented him from contemplating such training. Moreover, even if he desired to train, he had no means to begin. Until now, he found himself in a position where he no longer required the 3 types of haki. The perception granted by observation haki could be substituted with his mind-reading abilities. As for the enhancement from armament haki, he found no need for it. The terrifying might of his body, amplified by various Dragon Slayer powers, sufficed. As for the essential ability of capturing with natural haki, he had no need for that either. He could unleash wide-ranging elemental bombardments instead. Only the unique Conqueror's haki remained unmatched, as even the might of a dragon could not replicate its essence. The fundamental purpose of Conqueror's haki is to clear the battlefield on a grand scale, a feat that Dragon Might can merely intimidate but not achieve. Furthermore, few are aware that Conqueror's haki possesses a second tier of advanced application. Much like armament haki, Conqueror's haki can also be used to entangle, enabling long-distance attacks. However, across the seas, those who can master the entanglement of Conqueror's haki are exceedingly rare. In the previous era, figures like Roger and Whitebeard could wield it, while Shiki, the Golden Lion, could not. In this era, Shanks is reputed to possess the strongest Conqueror's haki, and Kaido's signature move, the Thunderbog, derives its terrifying destructive power from Conqueror's haki entanglement. As for Charlotte Lin, she was born with the ability to wield Conqueror's haki entanglement. After the recent events in Wano, Lu Yu finally understood the nature of her ironclad form. It was due to her Conqueror's haki being continuously released, wrapping around her physique. Beyond the pirates on the seas, the Navy also harbors experts in Conqueror's haki entanglement. Not merely the legendary hero garb, but the fleet Admiral Sengoku as well, with a sense of justice that reigns supreme. Sengoku as Conqueror's haki is formidable, akin to a sovereign-as presence. Coupled with the abilities of the mythical Buddha, even Lu Yu's dragon form, caught off guard, could not fully withstand the assault, resulting in a spurt of blood. Yet, that was the extent of it. In this world, no one could deliver a fatal blow to Lu Yu in a single strike. He had endured similar entangling attacks of Conqueror's haki many times during battles against Kaido and Big Mom. A brief moment of recovery ensued. The turbulent breath of Lu Yu gradually calmed, his expression returning to tranquility as he smiled toward the distant statue of the Buddha. He harbored no resentment or complaints regarding the sudden ambush orchestrated by Admiral Sengoku, for such is the nature of war, it simply did not concern him. However, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were far from silent. How despicable! Admiral of the Navy, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Can you truly call yourself an admiral? Is this all the Navy can do, resorting to petty tricks? First deceiving Squardo into assassinating our father, and now ambushing Mr. Lu Yu. Truly shameless. A torrent of disparaging remarks and vitriol surged toward Admiral Sengoku. Yet, the Admiral remained seemingly unfazed, filtering out the pirates' insults with ease. He approached the bruised and battered Admiral Akiji. "Sakazuki, are you all right?" Sengoku inquired in a low voice. Coughing up blood, Admiral Akiji shook his head slightly, his swollen, narrowed eyes fixated unwaveringly on Lu Yu. "Your magma abilities are ineffective against that monster. I shall take over from here. You should continue dealing with Whitebeard," Sengoku declared. Though Admiral Akiji felt a sense of reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the order. He had to admit that against Lu Yu, he was unable to muster even 1/10 of his strength, rendered powerless and subjected to relentless humiliation. Even if he were to forcefully intervene, it would provide no assistance to Sengoku and might even lead to him becoming a hindrance. Just as Admiral Akiji prepared to withdraw, Lu Yu finally spoke again. "Admiral Red Dog, who permitted your departure? Who authorized you to unilaterally determine your positions? Since you are here, whether it is one or two, I shall accept all." Lu Yu's voice thundered across the sky, resonating with a formidable intensity. Each proclamation overpowered the last, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. The warriors on the battlefield stood in awe, their expressions grave. What could this 5 sovereigns possibly signify? Did he intend to confront 2 adversaries single-handedly? Such a feat seemed inconceivable. After all, he was up against the illustrious warlord of the warring states and the formidable Admiral Akiji. Yet, if it were that man, perhaps it could indeed be achievable. Not merely a possibility, but a highly probable outcome. Swiftly, they must mobilize, following the defeat of the legendary Captain Garp. Yet another monumental revelation was poised to unfold. The journalists from various news agencies gathered at the live broadcast square of Sabaody Archipelago were astounded, marveling at the impending news that could shake the world. On the battlefield of Marineford, Admiral Akiji halted in his tracks. His features contorted with fury at Lu Yu's audacious declaration. Anger flickered across his swollen visage. "Step back, Sakazuki," the warlord commanded authoritatively. What is the matter? Are you afraid, Warlord Sengoku?" Lu Yu taunted. "If fear grips you, I shall grant you a hand. In the forthcoming battle, I shall refrain from absorbing that Red Dog-esque magma. After all, I have grown weary of it. Lu Yu smiled effortlessly, a broad grin lighting up his face. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Akainu exchanged a glance, both stirred by a sense of resolve. Although the words of pirates are often untrustworthy, those uttered by someone of Lu Yu's stature naturally carry weight. At the very least, he would likely adhere to his words at the outset. The alliance of two formidable admirals transcends mere arithmetic. It is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. If it were Sengoku alone, he would possess no confidence whatsoever in defeating Lu Yu. However, with the unrestrained Akainu joining forces, their combined might could potentially subdue Lu Yu before he could react. This battle might indeed end in our favor. Sengoku and Akainu exchanged another meaningful glance, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this is how it should be. Lu Yu smiled. Until now, he had triumphed over Qing Nin in the mode of the Flame Dragon King and defeated a Cap in the mode of the Thunder Dragon King. Now it was time for the Thunder Flame Dragon King to make his grand entrance. For this, one general alone would be insufficient. At least 2 formidable generals were required to match the might of the Thunder Flame Dragon King. The battlefield's dynamics were reshaped as martial warring states and General Akainu fused their auras, directing their combined might towards Lu Yu. The stage was set for a confrontation of one emperor against 2 generals. It was only at this moment that those present on the battlefield comprehended that Lu Yu was not jesting. He truly intended to face both the Navy's marshal and admiral simultaneously. This is far too reckless, no matter how one looks at it. Is His Excellency Lu Yu serious? Marco was filled with anxiety. To battle 2 opponents at once was one thing. But why publicly vow to seal his methods against Akainu as well? Jozu and the others wore expressions of confusion. Ha ha ha, Captain Lu Yu, you truly do not disappoint. Above the skies, the golden lion Shiki exhibited no concern, harboring absolute confidence in Lu Yu. Since Lu Yu dared to make such a declaration, it could not be mere bluster. They could simply watch. Rayleigh and Shaki nodded in agreement. Robin gave a slight nod, her fists clenched, palms slick with anxious sweat. Fu. An intriguing and momentous duel is about to commence. 1 emperor against 2 generals. What other cards does that man hold? The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo laughed heartily. This exemplifies the audacity of the strongest man in the New World. The flamboyant Ivankov screeched with excitement. After consecutively defeating admirals and heroes, now facing both the marshal and an admiral at once, did he possess such strength, or was he courting disaster? Crocodile's expression was grave. Old man, what are you planning? Father. Your injuries. Whitebeard, encircled by his captain and ship's doctors, took a deep breath and rose to his feet, disregarding his son's attempts to stop him. The aura of a 4th formidable power erupted on the battlefield. Karalalala, Lu Yu. Whitebeard began with a hearty laugh. But his words were abruptly cut off by Lu Yu's gaze. Whitebeard, this battle is of my own choosing. It concerns you not. Lu Yu remarked, there are no buts. Simply sit back and observe. Alternatively, you may attend to your own affairs, for I believe your purpose for being here has yet to be fulfilled. Lu Yu spoke with unwavering determination, leaving the Whitebeard and his companions momentarily stunned. Had it not been for Lu Yu's reminder, they might have nearly forgotten the primary objective of their journey, to rescue Ace. What should we do, Dad? Marco inquired. Enough. Let him be. Our priority is to save Ace, Whitebeard replied with a wry smile, shaking his head as he made a resolute decision. The previously stagnant battlefield once again bristled with tension. Are you prepared to face defeat? Questioned Admiral Sengoku, alongside Admiral Akainu. Lu Yu's face broke into a wild arc, his arms spread wide. Behind him, the left wing of the flame dragon underwent a sudden transformation. Striking golden lightning patterns replaced the flames. The Thunder Flame Dragon King mode activated. Chapter 81. Overwhelming power. The battlefield above erupted once more. Recognizing Lu Yu's resolve, Whitebeard ceased his insistence, silently etching another favor in his heart. He then rushed toward the execution platform alongside Marco and the other captains to rescue Ace. Sengoku was fully aware of their intentions but felt powerless, for he was currently contending with the most terrifying adversary on the battlefield. The responsibility of the execution platform was left to Admiral Kizaru, and whether it could be defended rested on fate. Meanwhile, at the execution platform, Admiral Kizaru dared not show any sign of complacency upon witnessing the Whitebeard pirates charging forth with ferocity. Admirals Akiji and the Hero Garb were already exhausted from their battle, while Admiral Akainu and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were holding back the most fearsome of monsters. As the Navy's ultimate force, Kizaru could not afford to remain idle. He had to give his all. Brilliant golden lasers illuminated the battlefield as Admiral Kizaru and the pacifists gathered at the execution platform unleashed a torrent of laser fire. halting the advance of Whitebeard's crew. The terrifying power of the lasers easily crushed ordinary pirates, but against a formidable foe like Whitebeard, their impact was minimal. Even bearing grievous injuries and tormented by illness, Whitebeard's presence remained unparalleled. His supreme blade, the Tornado Slash, radiated with unmatched force, sweeping aside all obstacles in his path. Even the Admiral candidate, Guion, was sent flying by the shockwave of Whitebeard's attack. Before long, the main forces of the Whitebeard pirates had reached the base of the execution platform. The fiery onslaught surged towards them. "Ace, we are here to welcome you," Marco grinned, while Ace's eyes reddened, recalling the pineapple-headed figure. Luffy, battered and bruised, remained oblivious. Before Marco could correct him, an overwhelming pressure descended. "Hey, I'm an admiral too. Don't overlook me." Admiral Kizaru raised his long leg. Speed is power. With that, Kizaru executed a true light-speed kick that sent Marco hurtling hundreds of meters away. The 8-span jewel unleashed its might once more, raining down terrifying lasers that blanketed the main forces of Whitebeard below the execution platform. "Ha ha ha ha, Whitebeard, do you need assistance?" Kizaru's laughter echoed from above, causing his eyelids to twitch. "No need," came Whitebeard's boisterous laughter amidst the exploding smoke. The blade of the Tornado Slash sliced through the air, sending forth a white shockwave that detonated numerous lasers. The residual force struck the execution platform, causing it to collapse. The rescue mission was still underway. In stark contrast to the chaos and gunfire elsewhere, a secluded corner of the plaza, approximately 800 meters from the execution platform, was enveloped in eerie silence. An invisible aura of indescribable terror seemed to shroud the area, transforming it into a forbidden zone. Both Navy elites and pirates from the New World hurriedly retreated, fearful of approaching. This was the site of an unprecedented confrontation between emperors and admirals. Here, Lu Yu faced off against Sengoku and Akainu. The battle had yet to officially commence, and the sky shifted ominously. In his Buddha form, Fleet Admiral Sengoku brought his hands together, unleashing a resplendent golden light across the heavens. It was as if a colossal bell tolled in the distance. As he slowly parted his hands, sinister lines of energy emanated between his fingers, radiating an aura of dread. "You asked for this. If you die later, don't harbor any grievances." Admiral Akainu's swollen lips struggled to part, his eyes glinting with malice. He stomped his foot down, causing scalding hot magma to surge from behind him, gushing forth from the magma river deep beneath the Navy headquarters, cascading through every fissure. The golden light of the Buddha and the terrifying tide of magma consumed half the sky, advancing toward the fiery horizon. Under the overwhelming pressure from the two admirals, even Lu Yu's Thunderflame Dragon King mode felt slightly insufficient. Yet, his expression remained unchanged throughout. A fleeting flash of golden lightning flickered, followed by a deafening roar. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark storm clouds gathered once more, not spreading widely but merely enveloping the sky to Lu Yu's left. Unbeknownst to Win, the dragon wings behind him underwent a transformation. The flames receded, replaced by striking golden lightning patterns. Sengoku's pupils contracted. He recognized these lightning-patterned wings, previously borne by Lu Yu when he defeated Garp. Could it be that his power could still merge? Sengoku's heart sank as he grasped this terrifying reality. Correct, but alas, there are no rewards. Lu Yu unleashed a wild grin. A roar echoed through the cosmos, reminiscent of a mighty dragon's cry reverberating across the heavens and the earth. Behind Lu Yu, the Flame Dragon King, wreathed in fire, and the Thunder Dragon King, crackling with lightning, surged forth. They intertwined, ultimately merging behind Lu Yu. The right half embodied the Flame Dragon King, ablaze with crimson flames, while the left half represented the Thunder Dragon King, radiating brilliant golden lightning. Thus, the Flame Thunder Dragon King mode emerged into existence. At this moment, the sky was cleaved in two, even in solitude. Lu Yu's momentum remained undiminished, matching that of both the warring states and Akainu. The roar of the Thunder Flame Twin Dragon King surged forth, overpowering all in its wake. "Let the battle commence. Engage in combat." Lu Yu provocatively waved his hand. "Do not let success cloud your judgment." The mighty Admiral Akainu, engulfed in molten lava, bellowed. "Inferno Blast!" His elemental-infused right hand swung fiercely, causing the magma fist to swell dramatically. In an instant, it transformed into a size comparable to a house, hurtling towards Lu Yu's position. Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged. With a powerful flap of his dual wings, Lei Yin strode forward, causing the heavens and the earth to erupt in thunderous roars. Lu Yu stood firm and unyielding, his fists, ablaze with fire and crackling with thunder, clenched tightly as he boldly confronted the molten fist. Boom! The earth shook with a resounding roar. A dual onslaught of flames and thunder erupted. The terrifying shockwave of power reverberated through the air. Admiral Akinu's ferocious inferno was utterly subdued. With a thunderous roar, the colossal lava fist detonated, transforming into countless fiery meteors that scattered across the Navy headquarters. A tiresome display. Lu Yu let out a light chuckle, disregarding the meteoric flames scattering across the sky. Behind him, the dual wings of thunder and fire resembled two celestial blades, forcefully cleaving through all the molten rocks in their path, directly confronting the General Akainu. His fists, gleaming with the brilliance of both lightning and flames, descended towards Akainu with formidable intent. "You shall not prevail," roared Sengoku, employing his potent observation haki to successfully track the lightning-fast Lu Yu. The towering hand of the Buddha came crashing down with tremendous force. The shockwave from the Buddha, combined with the overwhelming aura of haki, surged forth as Lu Yu staggered backward. In an instant, Lu Yu pivoted, redirecting the punch originally intended for Akainu towards the Conqueror's haki shockwave unleashed by Sengoku. Seizing this opportunity, the Red Lotus dog bit down. The Admiral Akainu ruthlessly launched a magma dog head towards Lu Yu's back. The searing heat of the magma posed no threat to Lu Yu, who was naturally immune. However, the impact of the advanced haki still sent him staggering, propelling him several meters through the air, with a dull ache radiating from his back. This momentum, Sakazuki, do not grant him a moment's respite, Sengoku bellowed, demonstrating agility that belied his massive frame. With a moonwalk, he closed the distance to Lu Yu, raising his colossal hand high. The Conqueror's haki shockwave erupted once more, poised to deliver a devastating blow to the still unsteady Lu Yu. "Such a tactic is futile against me." Lu Yu flashed a grin, meeting the challenge with a punch of his own. Yet this time, the brilliant golden thunder and fiery crimson flames enveloping his fist shone with exceptional radiance. Within the swirling tempest of thunder and flame, it seemed as though two miniature dragon kings were roaring. The thunder, the flame, the dragon, the king. This was the collapse fist. With a thunderous roar, the world momentarily fell into a state of suspended animation. Everything around the two combatants appeared to slow its passage. The battered ground of the Navy headquarters cracked open once more, creating a gaping chasm that nearly bisected the stronghold. A blinding white shockwave erupted, dazzling as if a miniature sun had been summoned close at hand. Concentric circles of white shockwaves radiated from Lu Yu and his opponent, spreading outward in all directions. The heavy clouds high above churned violently, ultimately splitting apart to reveal a vast rift, reminiscent of a celestial scar. The fervent clash did not endure for long. Sengoku, the Buddha, displayed a visage marred by ferocity and dread, his eyes widening as his pupils constricted in shock. In an instant, his Buddha shockwave and domineering aura were violently shattered by Lu Yu's onslaught. The roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon King reverberated as his fist collided with Sengoku's palm. A crackling sound echoed once again, but this time it was the bones of the Fleet Admiral that succumbed, his knuckles, arm, and shoulder shattered. The amalgamation of the Thunder Dragon King and Flame Dragon King had transcended the realm of the admirals, akin to the overwhelming disparity in power between the four emperors and their subordinates. In this direct confrontation, Sengoku's formidable shockwave managed to hold its ground for merely a moment, a feat sufficient to inspire pride. With a scream, Sengoku was sent reeling, blood spewing forth, inciting a collective gasp from the surrounding Marines. However, the iron-blooded Admiral, Yuan, remained unconcerned with Sengoku's plight, seizing the opportunity created by Sengoku's momentary distraction. As Lu Yu stood momentarily stunned from the clash, a torrent of explosive, armament-hardened magma surged toward him. Yet, it struck nothing but empty air. Above, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Lu Yu forcefully sliced through Akainu's magma flow, enveloped in haki, with the powerful wing of the Thunder Dragon King on his left side. Subsequently, his entire body was cleaved in two. Yet, this was not the end. With wings like those of a dragon, Lu Yu summoned a tempest of thunder and flame, merging into a cataclysmic storm that engulfed the elemental embodiment of the formidable Admiral Akainu. The dual ferocity of thunder and fire was an overwhelming force, impervious even to the might of nature itself. Yet, the struggle was far from over. Despite having shattered bones in his right arm, Admiral Sengoku refused to concede defeat. He steadfastly maintained his Buddha-like form, wielding his left hand like a colossal palm, unleashing a powerful and resplendent impact upon Lu Yu. You are still a great distance away from reaching my level. Lu Yu spoke softly, unleashing the full force of the Thunder Flame Dragon King once more, striking without mercy. The sound of crack, crack, crack echoed as the left arm of the great Buddha was severed again. This time, flesh and blood erupted under the might of the thunder, charred by the searing flames. Mr. Warlord, that is enough. Please cease the assault. We have already lost. That 5 emperors is not a being that can be defeated by mere mortals. If this continues, it will truly lead to death. Despairing cries erupted from the naval elites scattered across the battlefield. Previously, they held unwavering confidence in the alliance between the admiral and the generals, believing that no one could possibly withstand the combined strength of the two commanders. They envisioned a one-sided confrontation, convinced that even the terrifying Lu Yu would be obliterated and swiftly defeated. Yet, while their dreams were beautiful, reality delivered a harsh lesson once more. The battle of 1 emperor and 2 generals was indeed overwhelmingly one-sided, but in a manner starkly opposite to their expectations. Alone, Lee decisively triumphed over the combined forces of Sengoku and Akainu. This scene, seemingly plucked from the realms of fantasy, has indeed come to pass. It was not a battle of equals, but rather an overwhelming display of dominance. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that Captain Liu possessed such a terrifying form? The golden lion Shiki laughed heartily, tears of mirth streaming down his face. His might was beyond human comprehension. Rayleigh grimaced, truly terrified. That monster has always reveled in battle. This is his true power. The Admiral Kizaru's brow danced with agitation. Cough, cough, cough. Carp, do not move recklessly. Do you wish to perish? Vice Admiral Tsuru admonished. Little Tsuru, if I remain still, Sengoku will perish. Carp replied weakly. There is no other way. What defines the strongest? This is the epitome of strength. Here, in this moment, the most fearsome and powerful man in history has been born. Throughout the past 800 years, none have matched him. A new king of the seas has emerged. Doflamingo spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally at the heavens. This flamboyant birdman must be a fool. Mihawk thought silently, his gaze returning to Lu Yu, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. I merely wish to spar with you in the art of swordsmanship. Why do you fixate on my black blade? So this is your true strength, Lu Yu. The old man admits his inferiority. Whitebeard laughed heartily, having successfully rescued Ace. The acknowledgement of Lu Yu's superiority was a bold admission. Indeed, Lord Lu Yu is the strongest. Marco and the others cheered exuberantly. Witnessing Lu Yu's overwhelming dominance over the Marine Fleet Admiral, their own blood surging with fervor. Boom. The Marine headquarters trembled. A colossal hand of magma emerged from a vast fissure, scorching the earth black. Following this was the appearance of the first 2 hands and the head of a magma giant, reminiscent of the earlier ice giant conjured by Admiral Akiji. The Admiral Akainu, engulfed in a tempest of flames, had absorbed a tremendous amount of magma, transforming into a magma giant to return to the battlefield. 5 Emperors Lu Yu. The magma giant, with blood streaming from its brow, roared in fury, raising its fist. A resounding dragon's roar erupted. Lu Yu's mouth gaped wide. The resplendent thunder and the fiery blaze ignited within his throat. Thunder, flame, dragon, king, roared. Boom. A beam of light, more radiant than the sun by at least tenfold, surged forth. It obliterated the arm of the magma giant, simultaneously carving a colossal gash into the giant's abdomen. The roar of the Thunder Flame Dragon King continued to resonate. It pierced through the vast expanses of ocean and sky for thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of meters. But this was not the end. As long as I draw breath, I shall never allow you, this villain, to act with impunity. The general, Akainu, emitted a roar of iron will. The magma giant's remaining left arm rose, aiming to strike down upon Lu Yu. Seeking death? Then I shall grant you your wish. Lu Yu pressed forward without a moment's respite, driven by an intensity as piercing as the chill of autumn and winter. With formidable strength, he shattered the left arm of the magma giant, advancing relentlessly until he reached the center of its brow. In a single blow, he sent the nearly immobile Admiral Akainu soaring into the sky. His fist, a tempest of thunder and flames, tore through the Admiral's abdomen, creating a gaping wound. At this juncture, Admiral Akainu was rendered incapable of elemental transformation. Lu Yu pierced through his flesh and blood. A torrent of crimson gushed forth from his mouth. Admiral Sakazuki. Mr. Sakazuki, is the Admiral to perish? The Marines scattered across the battlefield shut their eyes, unable to bear witness any longer. Sakazuki fell first, struggling on the ground, while Fleet Admiral Sengoku's eyes widened in despair. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he propelled himself upward on his shattered leg, striving to render aid. Yet, before he could ascend far, a terrifying storm of thunder and fire erupted, engulfing his battered body and sending him crashing to the earth. This time, he could not rise again. Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku the Buddha, has been defeated. Meanwhile, at the heart of the storm of thunder and fire, Lu Yu's Thunder Flame Dragon King's fist once again pierced through Admiral Akainu's chest. Boom. Admiral Akainu's body shattered into fragments, utterly obliterated. The sky was filled with a rain of magma mingled with blood, cascading down in a chaotic display. The Marine Headquarters Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, has fallen. Chapter 82, The Strongest Man in History. Defeating the Marine Fleet Admiral grants 10 levels to the White Dragon's Annihilation Magic and 20 levels to Dragon Power. Unlocking the Shadow Dragon's Annihilation Magic. Defeating Admiral Akainu rewards 10 levels to the Shadow Dragon's Annihilation Magic and 20 levels to Dragon Power. Overcoming the 3 Marine Admirals bestows 20 levels to the Shadow Dragon's Annihilation Magic and 40 levels to Dragon Power. Reward: Super Magic Absolute Defense Fairy Sphere. Notice, Dragon Power has reached level 130, awakening the Celestial Dragon King mode. The sky was filled with a rain of magma mixed with the blood of the Admiral, cascading down in a steady fall. Standing alone amidst the heavens, Lu Yu took a deep breath. The immaculate white wings of the Celestial Dragon unfurled from his back, radiating an unparalleled sanctity. They formed a striking contrast against the crimson rain of magma and blood. The Celestial Dragon King mode is activated. As the heavens and earth stirred, an immense vortex of pure atmosphere swirled in the sky above, pouring into Lu Yu's mouth. In every world, the atmosphere remains the most commonplace of phenomena. Following the Flame Dragon King and the Thunder Dragon King, Lu Yu chose to unleash an assault on the weakest of the Heavenly Dragon Kings. Driven by the desire to harness its extraordinary ability to absorb the atmosphere for his own gain. Just as it is now, with the Heavenly Dragon King mode activated, Lu Yu's absorption of atmospheric energy occurs at a pace surpassing that of the ordinary mode by more than tenfold. The power expended in the battle between the Thunder Flame Dragon King and Akainu, along with Sengoku, is rapidly replenished. Moreover, the Dragon King mode presents an unexpected boon that Lu Yu had not anticipated. The fractures in his arm and several broken ribs, sustained during his confrontation with Carp, are swiftly mending under the formidable power of the Dragon King. What was once a healing magic meant for others now grants him the ability of self-regeneration after advancing to the Dragon King mode. This singular ability alone far exceeds that of the Iron Dragon King and White Dragon King in value. Above the firmament, the Dragon King Lu Yu breathes deeply, harnessing the winds and clouds from all directions. On the battlefield above, tens of thousands of Navy personnel and pirates stand in shock, paralyzed by terror. The vast expanse of the naval headquarters descends into an absolute silence. After an indeterminate period, the anguished screams of the naval elite shatter the stillness. Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku-san. Marshal. The Navy officers cry out as they rush toward the location where Sengoku has fallen. At this moment, Sengoku appears in a pitiful state. His body is charred and obscured, with stark white bones protruding grotesquely. It is a sight that evokes horror. As long as there is life, there remains hope. Once dead, all is lost. Admiral Akainu. Sakazuki-san. Sakazuki. The officers who had once followed Admiral Akainu cry out in despair, weeping as they call their commander's name. They are acutely aware that Admiral Sengoku, despite his suffering, still clings to life. In this moment of dire straits, the officers led by Admiral Momonosuke rush towards Sengoku's precarious position at the edge of the Great Chasm, where they find him on the verge of plummeting into an abyss. Sengoku's condition is dire, with over 300 bones shattered, his flesh blackened and blurred, revealing ghastly bones underneath. The faint rhythm of his heartbeat is the only testament to his survival. Amidst the chaos, the officers acknowledge the grim reality that their commander can no longer respond to their calls. Admiral Akainu is already dead, before the eyes of many. He was obliterated by that enigmatic figure. Sakazuki, despite our past grievances, may you journey well, my comrade. Admiral Akiji closes his eyes in mourning. Sabo, my friend. You are the pride of the Navy. Just remember, do not expect my assistance in seeking vengeance. I am not ready to meet you yet. High above, Admiral Kizaru, after a brief moment of solemnity, quickly resumes his usual demeanor. Your name and glory will forever be etched in the annals of the Navy, Sakazuki. Rear Admiral Tsuru bows her head in sorrow. Gradually, more Navy personnel close their eyes, enveloped by a suffocating atmosphere of despair. This war has resulted in a complete and utter defeat for the Navy, vanquished not by the Whitebeard pirates, but by that overwhelmingly powerful man. Alone, he has pierced through the naval headquarters, For centuries, none have achieved this. Had you existed in my era, even Roger would have faded into obscurity before you. The 4th Emperor Whitebeard laughs heartily. After today, the name Lu Yu will be immortalized in history. Marco speaks emphatically, with Jozu and Vista nodding in agreement. Relieved that they chose to befriend Lu Yu rather than make enemies of him. Ace solemnly bows in gratitude to Lu Yu above, not just for himself, but also for their father and their companions. He knows that without Lu Yu, the Whitebeard pirates would have suffered catastrophic losses, possibly even their father. An unprecedented event has transpired. A single individual has shattered the naval headquarters, a moment that history will remember. The world and the coming era will undergo tremendous upheaval. Will the King of the Seas ascend the throne, and can Mariehua maintain its position? Don Quixote da Flamingo, resembling a whimsical character, clutches his forehead and laughs uncontrollably. Ah, Lord Lu Yu, you truly are exceptional. Hancock, the Empress, clasps her racing heart, her face alight with infatuation. Perhaps it is best to forget that monster's sword. Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, feels an unprecedented urge to retreat. Monster, Crocodile, the former warlord, can only muster the words monster after much contemplation. Haha. Congratulations to Captain Lu Yu on your triumphant victory. For generations to come, may the seas be unified. Shiki the Golden Lion applauds fervently, genuinely impressed. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, the crowds gathered at the live broadcast square, illuminated by the outdoor broadcaster buggy, watch the unfolding war scene with wide-eyed disbelief. Despair washes over them. If only they could unsee that horrifying spectacle. The Admiral, the Navy Admiral, is truly dead. The mighty Admiral Akiji is fallen. Both the Admiral and the Marshal have been crushed by that man. With the defeated Akiji and the hero Carp, who in this world can stand against him? The reporters and spectators murmur in desolation. At this moment, not a single soul dares to blame the Navy for their impotence. One Admiral is dead, another gravely wounded. And both the hero and the Marshal are on the brink of death. The Navy has exerted all possible efforts. All of this is due to the overwhelming power of that singular man, the strongest of the age, perhaps even the strongest in history, at this very moment. On the Crimson Earth, a vessel engineered by the brilliant scientist Vegapunk cleaves through the clouds, heading resolutely towards the naval headquarters. At the bow of the ship stand 2 elderly men, the revered elders of the world government. Behind them stands another elder, his white hair reminiscent of mountain peaks. He is the former admiral, now the commander-in-chief of the world government's armed forces, Steelbone Kong. A sense of foreboding washes over me. Has something transpired at the naval headquarters during our departure? The robust, golden-haired elder furrows his brow deeply. Do not dwell on it. In the wake of Whitebeard's grievous wounds, this is our finest opportunity to seize control of the battlefield. What storm could a mere Yonko conjure? The stoic swordsman elder scoffs. Let us hope that holds true. In another direction, off the coast of the naval headquarters, 8 flamboyant pirate ships bob upon the waves. They are the 8 supernovas of this year. Did you see that? The dazed DJ Afi exclaimed, his eyes vacant. What the hell happened earlier? What was that beam of light that swept over us? The gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie, cried out in terror. Had that roar from the Thunder Dragon been any lower, perhaps all 8 pirate crews would have vanished into obscurity. It felt like the divine light of judgment. The Yonko Luffy. Trafalgar Law inhaled deeply. That man has struck down an admiral. Kid trembled uncontrollably. Admiral Akiji is dead. Did Fleet Admiral Sengoku also? Drake clenched his fists, bowing his head to conceal his anguish. To exist in the same era as that man. We shall have no further chances. The Monkarchy forced a bitter smile. Is our coexistence with him a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Hawkins shook his head. Damn luck. Capone Beach muttered under his breath. Simultaneously, above the supernovas, in the skies over the floating island of the Golden Lion, a colossal azure dragon strides across fiery clouds, silently descending with an extravagant battleship at the island's edge. Is this truly the floating island of that sky pirate? It's astonishing that it hovers in the air. If such a vast island were to fall, it would indeed be a calamity. Big Mom and the Beast Pirates cadres gasped in awe. Charlotte Linlin, the Yonko of the Beast Pirates, wore a solemn expression, her brows twitching incessantly. What is it? The Yonko Charlotte Linlin feigned calmness as she inquired. Did you see that beam of light? Did it not evoke any familiarity? Kaido asked gravely. The Yonko Big Mom fell silent. How could she not be familiar? Just a month prior, she had personally experienced the roar of thunder and flame. Yet, compared to a month ago, the ferocity of this thunderous roar had increased tenfold. Linlin, do you think that man has grown even stronger? Kaido queried. Are you afraid? Kaido smirked. Lin retorted, her resolve firm. Should Kaido admit fear, she would seize the opportunity to withdraw and refrain from further involvement. Ha ha ha. Kaido chuckled darkly, just as he intended to feign strength and denial. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat drenched his entire being. Meanwhile, Big Mom, Katakuri, and the Calamity Ember all felt an ominous sensation. Their gazes converged upon the lofty heavens, where a man with pristine white wings, resembling a deity, gazed down upon them. Chapter 83. Kaido in shock at the edge of the floating island. The towering Kaido of the beasts, Big Mom Charlotte Lin, Ember, and the superhuman Kokuri, along with the other captains and cadres of the two formidable pirate crews, finally exhaled in unison. The tension that had nearly constricted their throats was released. In that fleeting moment, as they were scrutinized by the celestial dragon, Luffy, all present, including the two Yonko, were drenched in cold sweat. That man is the Yonko Luffy. Katakuri inhaled sharply, seeking to calm his tumultuous emotions. He is even more terrifying than a month ago. Ember spoke gravely, enunciating each word with caution. Wait, are we really going to battle that monster? Lord Queen, you did say you would retaliate against the one who ambushed you in Wano, did you not? A subordinate of the beast pirates remarked. Shut your mouth. Queen snapped, narrowing his eyes. He shrank back slightly, fearful that Luffy might overhear. Over a month ago, during the Wano incident, he had been struck into the ground by a fist descending from the heavens. Even the skull of his dinosaur form had shattered, and his neck had nearly snapped. Only through the formidable regenerative abilities of his ancient Zoan heritage had he survived. To this day, the physical injuries from that punch had long healed, yet the psychological trauma lingered, expanding with each passing moment. Were he in command, he would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. Regrettably, the decision lay with the two captains. Mother, Kaido, Katakuri and Ember exchanged glances, seeking guidance from the two Yonko captains. Kaido, what do you make of that indigenous boy's gaze earlier? Big Mom Charlotte Lin inquired solemnly. More imposing than before, yet Kaido furrowed his brow. I wonder if that brat was merely posturing. He saw us clearly, but merely glanced our way before departing. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't he approach directly? Kaido expressed his perplexity. Well, I thought the same. Charlotte Lin laughed heartily in agreement. He must be bluffing. He has likely engaged in fierce battles with the Navy's admirals. Perhaps he emerged victorious, but at great personal cost, which is why he dares not confront us. This is an excellent opportunity, Kaido declared with resolve. Your speculation holds considerable merit. However, let us not act hastily. The world government has yet to arrive. Moreover, I have always perceived something peculiar about the appearance of the Navy headquarters. Katakuri, gather a few individuals and investigate the situation. Charlotte Lin spoke with a calm demeanor. Jean, you shall accompany them as well, Kaido indicated. Thus, both the Calamity Jean and Katakuri each led a small group to disembark at the Navy headquarters. At this very moment, amidst the ravaged battlefield atop the Navy headquarters, the elite members of the Navy involuntarily recoiled in trepidation with the return of Lu Yu. Amidst the raucous laughter, the Whitebeard pirates, led by Whitebeard himself, advanced to greet them. Under Whitebeard's guidance, they bowed in unison to Lu Yu as a gesture of gratitude. They were acutely aware that had it not been for Lu Yu's intervention today, many among them would have remained in this place forever. Rise. This is quite uncharacteristic of you, Whitebeard. When we first met, you were not like this, Lu Yu remarked. Lu Yu smiled as he spoke. Kula-la-la. Whitebeard forced a smile, recalling his earlier recruitment efforts, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, at that time, Lu Yu did not take him to task. Otherwise, the entire Whitebeard pirate crew would have faced dire consequences. Mr. Lu Yu, Ace said, pursing his lips and cautiously stepping forward. What is it? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Your immense kindness towards me and our Whitebeard pirates is beyond measure. I have heard from Marco that flames can replenish your strength, so if you do not mind, please feel free to indulge in my flames. Ace, freed from the shackles of Sea Prism Stone, bowed deeply, his body igniting in a blazing inferno. To show gratitude and repay kindness is indeed a virtue. Lu Yu did not hold back. In an instant, his enormous hand descended upon Ace's head, and an endless torrent of pure flames surged into Lu Yu's body. Before long, Ace's complexion turned ashen, and he staggered back a few steps, feeling as though he were being drained from within. It was only with the support of his brother Luffy and Marco that he managed to stay upright. Lu Yu, what do you intend to do next? I see you have no intention of retreating. From Lu Yu's frenzied replenishment of power, Whitebeard discerned something amiss. Ha ha. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Whitebeard. A grand performance has yet to unfold starting today. Do stay tuned. I assure you will not be disappointed. The golden lion Shiki laughed heartily as he descended from the sky. A grand performance? Observing Shiki's sly expression, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and others could not help but reveal expressions of skepticism. Shiki, there is something I need to entrust to you. Lu Yu pointed at the floating island in the sky, casually remarking a few words. The golden lion, Xiaozi, was taken aback for a moment, but soon a more pronounced lecherous grin spread across his old face. Ha ha ha, splendid. This is delightful. Let us take a brief respite first, Whitebeard. Lu Yu sat down amidst the ruins of the square. Let us continue to wait, he declared. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. After instructing the pirate captains of the New World to prepare their ships for departure, he joined the leaders of the White Brigade in taking a seat. The Navy, confronted with such brazen provocation from the pirates, dared not voice their outrage. After all, their marshal, hero, and admirals had all fallen. Remaining were only Kizaru and Vice Admiral Tsuru, unable to uphold the situation. A stalemate ensued. Meanwhile, a quiet upheaval was occurring in the rear of the Navy headquarters. A group of pirates, exuding an aura of malevolence, stealthily invaded the square from behind. One of them was a grotesque figure, broad and pot-bellied. Behind him trailed a one-eyed sniper, a pale-faced mime, a sickly man on a frail white horse, a burly fighter, a swordsman adorned with a flying cap, a long-nosed harlot, a cat-eyed man with horns, and an enormous giant towering over 80 meters. They were the crew of Blackbeard, the masterminds behind today's summit war. Seizing the opportunity while the Navy was engaged in battle with Whitebeard and unable to spare personnel, Blackbeard, under the guise of a warlord, quietly infiltrated Impel Down, rallying the fiends of level 6 as his allies. He then returned to this battlefield, teaming with formidable warriors, intent on playing the role of the final fisherman, ready to claim Whitebeard's most potent paramecia fruit, the Tremor fruit, thus achieving an unprecedented dual fruit capability. Ha! My plan is flawless. Come, my companions, let us put on the grandest performance. Blackbeard laughed uproariously. 5 minutes later, they stood atop the ruins of the headquarters, facing the crowd. Then, they were struck dumb. What the hell? As their gazes swept across the eerie scene of the Navy and pirates coexisting peacefully, the crew of Blackbeard was left bewildered. What was happening? Why had the war ceased? Blackbeard, utterly stunned by the unexpected turn of events, exclaimed, Captain Teach, something feels amiss. What transpired here while we were away? The champion fighter, Jesus' basis, wore a grave expression. Is this what you call a war? Teach. This is nothing like what you described. The cat-eyed tyrant, Abelo Pizarro, flickered his eyes with suspicion. The likes of the barrel-sized Bacchus and the Moon Hunter also cast doubtful glances at Blackbeard. The Navy seemed uncharacteristically out of sorts. They appeared despondent. Hey, Navy. What on earth are you doing? Blackbeard finally could no longer contain his voice, shouting, This is a war. This is a battlefield. The Whitebeard pirates are right there. Why aren't you fighting? Where are your marshal and admirals? Where have they gone? His discontent shattered the suffocating silence of the headquarters. The newly appointed warlords of Blackbeard's crew were left questioning the whereabouts of the Navy's highest combatants. Wait, there were others. The monstrous figure could only be the infamous pirate ship. St. One Wolf. The cat-eyed man was the tyrant, Abelo Pizarro, while Bacchus and the Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, were also present. That man was Shiryu of the Rain, the former warden of Impel Down. Each one was a world-class criminal, hidden away for their heinous deeds. Why were they here? As the Navy soldiers recognized Blackbeard's crew, panic ensued. Warlord Sengoku, Warlord someone instinctively sought to consult Sengoku, but their words fell silent. Their marshal was in dire peril. Noticing the unusual reactions from the sailors, Blackbeard's brow furrowed deeper, an ominous premonition intensifying within him. Let me ask someone. The Devil's deputy, Lafitte, unfurled his wings. Soon after, he returned with a Navy colonel in tow. Under the influence of hypnosis, the colonel divulged all he had witnessed of the war. As the colonel's words echoed, the 9 members of Blackbeard's crew felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. A chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Each face bore extreme shock, terror, and disbelief. And Admiral Akiji, and even the legendary hero, Garp, had been defeated by a single individual. The combined might of Marshal Sengoku and Admiral Akina had been shattered. That terrifying magma admiral had been slain. One person had toppled the Navy headquarters' entire elite force. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? The 5th Emperor Lu Yu. Who was this person? The crew of Blackbeard wore expressions of sheer horror, speechless in their astonishment. Defeating Kaido the 5th Emperor. Blackbeard's mind spun mechanically. At last, he caught sight of Lu Yu, surrounded by the Whitebeard pirates. Their eyes met, and under Lu Yu's indifferent gaze, Blackbeard shivered uncontrollably, his body trembling with fear. A worse situation soon unfolded. Gah! With an uproarious laugh, Whitebeard rose. At this moment, the shock was not confined to Blackbeard's crew. The Four Emperors Alliance, watching from the periphery of the floating island, was equally astounded. What? The monster Garp was also defeated by that boy, roared Kaido of the Beasts. Not just Garp, but Sengoku too. Admiral Akiji was even killed on the spot. Big Mom exclaimed. Hey, don't joke around, you fool, wailed Queen the Plague. Yes, Katakuri, are you sure this isn't a misunderstanding? How could anyone possibly achieve such a thing? Those are the Navy's top combatants. Among them are the veteran Garp and Sengoku. How could it be? Perispero, Daifuku, and Oven shook their heads in disbelief. Yet the truth remained, that man, the fifth Emperor, Lu Yu. He single-handedly penetrated the Navy headquarters. The superhuman Katakuri inhaled deeply, revealing this unprecedented and shocking fact. The atmosphere instantly fell into a deathly silence. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Big Mom and Kaido turned to face each other, panic and despair etched on their faces. I told you not to come, yet you insisted. Look at the mess we've landed in. Kaido lamented, on the verge of tears. You fool, Kaido. Wasn't your plan to raid homes just as good? Fortunately, I did not heed your advice. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly face repercussions in the future. Furthermore, this entire situation has arisen because of you. Had it not been for you, would I have been entangled with that monstrous boy? Charlotte Linlin glared. Mother, what shall we do next? Why are you still dawdling? Hurry aboard the ship and leave this cursed place. The Four Emperor Big Mom commanded in a panic. As her words fell, the island trembled violently. Following this, beneath the horrified gazes of the two high-ranking officials of the Emperor's crew, a massive fissure appeared at the edge of the island. One corner of the island was cleaved by a colossal golden sword aura. Ha! A raucous laughter erupted. Now that you are here, why hurry to leave? Linlin and that kid Kaido. The captain is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Chapter 84. The Sea Overlord rocks on the battlefield above, at the Naval Headquarters building. A gang of rogues led by Blackbeard simultaneously gasped in shock upon learning of the series of astonishing events that had recently transpired on this battlefield. They were left utterly stunned and horrified. Admiral Akiji, Hero Carp, Admiral Akiji, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, each one a paramount figure standing at the pinnacle of the world, each capable of annihilating a city. Yet, now they were all vanquished by the same individual. In the span of 8 centuries, nothing like this had ever occurred. If all this were true, then indeed, the strongest man in history has emerged. The fifth Emperor Lu Yu. Is his strength truly superior to that of Roger? He is merely a junior. I refuse to believe it. The cat-eyed King Abelo Pizarro shook his head repeatedly. Though he professed disbelief, his body trembled in fear. The strongest man in history. Molahoho, this is a man worthy of me. The long-nosed crescent hunter Katarina Devon chuckled enigmatically. I certainly do not wish to be at odds with such a monster. The tank-like Basque Chote said soberly. It's coming. Rain's Shiryu warned sharply. Blackbeard jolted, finally snapping back to reality from his terror upon locking eyes with Lu Yu. Upon closer inspection, he realized that, at some point, Whitebeard and Marco along with the other captains had all risen, calmly approaching them. Blackbeard suppressed his rising fear, his gaze falling upon Whitebeard. Upon seeing Whitebeard's empty right arm, Blackbeard's eyes lit up. The Navy is not entirely inept. At the very least, they have severely wounded Whitebeard. If he can kill Whitebeard and seize the power of the Tremor fruit, even that fifth Emperor, who breached the Navy headquarters, might not be invincible. As this thought took root, Blackbeard's heart began to blaze with fervor. Long time no see, old man. You seem to be in good spirits. Ace. You're still alive, that's splendid. If you had died, I would have been restless knowing I sent you to prison. Blackbeard greeted Whitebeard and Ace as if they were old acquaintances. Ha ha ha, Teach, how dare you appear before me? Just right, let us settle old scores and new ones together. Whitebeard's expression hardened, his pale golden eyes filled with chilling murderous intent. Feeling that terrifying aura, Blackbeard's hefty frame involuntarily shuddered, his inner confidence wavering. Old man Ace. I'm just worried about you. Look, I rushed here after gathering some powerful allies from Impel down to assist you. Blackbeard feigned sincerity. Teach, you scoundrel. You are absolutely unforgivable. Teach, today your blood shall be the offering for Sachi's soul. I will not let you escape. Marco, Jozu Bista, and the other Whitebeard pirates roared in unison. Teach, Ace's eyes turned red with fury, pushing his body to its limits. However, the flames he conjured dissipated before they could manifest. Ace gasped, nearly collapsing. Ha ha ha, Captain Ace, after such a time apart, how have you become so weak? Blackbeard mocked, diverting attention from his fear of Whitebeard. Teach's furious shouts reverberated across the battlefield, echoing Whitebeard's roar. As anger surged within him, Whitebeard's skin appeared to redden, steam billowing forth, reminiscent of Luffy's Gear's second form. Teach, the 1st Division captain, disregarded Marco, glaring furiously at Teach. Teach, the weakened 2nd Division captain, Ace strained to shout. Teach. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates lined up behind Whitebeard, leaving a gap between Joju and Bista, an empty space that belonged to the late 4th Division captain Sachi. Without any superfluous words, both Whitebeard and Marco, Ace, and the other 15 captains merely uttered 2 words, their collective rage boundless as the ocean. Teach, teach, teach. That furious roar struck Blackbeard's heart like the hammer of Thor, draining the color from his face. Ultimately, the name Teach had morphed into his nightmare, leading him to entertain the absurd notion of abandoning the name he was born with. An unprecedented fear surged through Blackbeard Marshal Teach, enveloping him entirely. This is our fate. Fate has played a cruel joke on us. This stage does not belong to us. A devoted believer in the doctrine of fate, Van Oka lamented. To hell with fate. Captain Teach, what shall we do now? The combat champion Sha's bases screamed in terror, driven by a desperate will to survive. Teach, I truly believed in your madness. I came to watch a show, not to be beaten. The tyrant king Abelo Pizarro sensed danger and sought to escape. The best performance has not yet been witnessed. Yet I find myself in dire straits. Teach, is this your plan? Is this the grand stage you prepared? Don't make me laugh. The Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, scoffed, expressing her inner discontent. Before the battle commenced, Blackbeard was already gasping heavily, his spirit weighed down by immense pressure, his mind taut to the breaking point. The current predicament of the Blackbeard pirates could only be described as a dire situation, fraught with peril. The mere thought of breaching the Marine headquarters, especially against formidable foes like the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, and the 15 captains led by Marco, seemed utterly delusional. Previously, he had harbored overly optimistic thoughts. Under these circumstances, seizing the tremor fruit appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. What to do? What to do? Blackbeard was thoroughly panicked, racking his brain for a path to survival. Collaborating with the Marines? The despairing forces, already pushed to the brink by Lu Yu, were of no use. Even if they were willing, they would not assist him. Just as Blackbeard found himself at a complete loss, a whirring sound of propellers resonated from above, capturing the collective attention of those on the battlefield. A large airship slowly descended, landing at the Marine headquarters. This marks the end. The upcoming battlefield shall be under our control. An elderly man clad in a white training uniform stood at the bow of the ship, his commanding voice resonant. That esteemed individual. As the airship and its occupants descended, the previously despondent eyes of the Marine soldiers suddenly sparked with renewed vigor, akin to drowning men grasping their last lifeline. The 5 elders. It is indeed the esteemed 5 elders. They have sent reinforcements from the world government. We are saved. The disoriented Marines, aimless and lost, erupted in jubilant cries as if they had spotted a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding them forward. On the other side, at last, they have arrived. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight arc as he rose to his full height. He was not taken aback by the arrival of the world government, for he had been anticipating their presence. The moment he entered this war at the Pinnacle, the course of events had already veered from its original path. The representatives of the world government would never passively witness the Navy's defeat, nor allow their prestige to crumble, thereby elevating Lu Yu's reputation as one of the 5 emperors. Thus, this marked the commencement of Lu Yu's intricate game with the world government, upon realizing that he had entered the realm of pirates. Lu Yu's ambitions have become unequivocally clear. His aspirations extend beyond merely becoming the pirate king or the sovereign of the seas. He aspires to ascend as the supreme ruler, transcending the very fabric of the world itself. The arrogant and tyrannical celestial dragons should no longer persist in existence. The forthcoming maritime order, as well as the world's hierarchy, shall be redefined by him. In that fleeting moment when these thoughts traversed Lu Yu's mind, the system's notification resonated. Final mission in the pirate world. Sovereign of the world. Conquer 10,000 islands. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Defeat the 5 elders. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Eliminate I'm. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Dominate the seas to achieve the title of Sovereign of the World. Incomplete. Reward unknown. Sensing Lu Yu's benevolent gaze, the 5 elders aboard the ship felt an involuntary shiver, overwhelmed by an immense pressure. The Emperor of the Sea, Lu Yu, must not be allowed to leave today, declared the golden-haired, golden-bearded elder with unwavering resolve. Elders, the situation appears precarious. Sengoku and Akainu are absent, spoke Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Admiral Sengoku has been vanquished by that monster. We are in grave danger. Admiral Akainu has perished, cried the naval soldiers, their expressions etched with sorrow as they reported the dire circumstances to the approaching reinforcements from the world government. What? What did you just say? Upon hearing this, both elders and Steelbone Kong were rendered speechless. As they comprehended the events that had transpired, a wave of shock engulfed their entire beings. Hiss. The powerful figures of the world government, led by the elders, instinctively inhaled sharply. Admiral Sengoku is gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Admiral Akainu's remains are non-existent. They had departed with the knowledge of Whitebeard's grievous injuries, yet within such a brief span, an extraordinary twist of fate had unfolded. Lu Yu's formidable power transcends imagination, far more terrifying than they had anticipated, by several folds, even tenfold. At this moment, a profound sense of foreboding enveloped the 2 leading elders of the 5 elders. It felt as though the end was nigh. A resounding laughter echoed through the skies as the golden lion Shiki returned with great mirth, accompanied by a substantial fragment of an island. It crashed into the bay with a thunderous roar, unleashing monstrous waves. Panicked cries filled the air. Those figures were the 4 emperors, Big Mom's pirate crew, and Kaido's beast pirates. Why? Why were the 4 emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, present here? With the convergence of the 4 sovereigns of the sea, the Navy headquarters was doomed. Throughout the battlefield, the naval forces and the Whitebeard pirates erupted in shock and uproar. The world government's 5 elders were gripped by the realization that Linlin and Kaido's presence would plunge the war into chaos. Aboard the Dragonhead ship, Shachi's delicate face paled. Wait, Xiaozi, look at Lu Yu's expression. He still has hidden cards to play. Rayleigh's pupils constricted, sensing that a significant event was about to unfold. Ha ha ha, Captain Lu Yu. The actors are all in place. We can commence. Let the world experience true terror. The golden lion Shiki unleashed his most anticipated and satisfying laughter. The moment he had awaited in this grand war was finally upon them. Let it begin. Lu Yu smiled broadly, his figure slowly rising into the sky. Within his eyes flowed fragments of time and remnants of history. The history of forbidden necromancy. Activate. In silence, a figure suddenly materialized on the battlefield. His wild, blood-red hair defined him, and the aura of madness and bloodlust symbolized his presence. The Sea Overlord, Rox, has arrived. Chapter 85. Tremors across the battlefield. A gentle breeze swept through the heavens and the earth, and a towering figure appeared without a sound. Initially, he went unnoticed, as the attention of the crowd was entirely focused on Lu Yu. Few noticed the sudden appearance of this enigmatic being. The first to sense the anomaly were the elite warriors on the battlefield. Almost in unison, the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, and the distant Gorosei and Steelbone Kong turned toward the newly manifested red figure. As their gazes fell upon him, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted, stirring the winds and clouds. Thus, everyone on the battlefield became aware of this unexpected strange face. Who is he? This presence, it is frightening. Who is that man? When did he appear? We were completely oblivious. Could he be reinforcements from the world government or the pirates? The elite navy and the Whitebeard pirates exchanged bewildered glances, sensing the danger emanating from the red-haired man, a danger beyond imagination. On the grand battlefield, where over 100,000 gathered, more than 99% did not recognize the abruptly appearing red-haired man. However, the remaining 1%, the elders from the previous era, and even earlier, knew him all too well. Old stars, Steelbone Kong, Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. How could they not recognize him? After all, it was this. Such a thing is impossible. I refuse to believe it. A dead man. How could he possibly return? Kaido of the 100 Beasts shook his head vigorously, desperately denying the reality before him. Kaido-san, Kaido-dano, what's wrong? Do you know that red-haired man? The executives of the Beast Pirates, including Queen, asked anxiously, confused. Mama, Katakuri and II, Perispero, Daifuku, and Oven, why do you all look like that? Do you know that red-haired man? Who is he? The younger generation of Big Mom pirates, including Smoker, also inquired. This ISNT about recognition, This is simply impossible. Perispero, Big Mom's eldest son, exclaimed, his tongue bleeding from the shock and fear, nearly biting it off. He was right. It was impossible. A dead man cannot return. That is an illusion. Daifuku and Oven, who also lived through that era, repeatedly denied it. Is this something you could also do? Even the usually calm Katakuri felt his emotions stir. As for Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, her massive form had become completely frozen. Her mouth agape, her pupils dilated. She was rendered speechless. In the ruins of the Marine headquarters, Whitebeard and his 15 captains temporarily ceased their psychological assault on Blackbeard. "Oh, Dad!" As they gazed at the increasingly powerful red-haired figure, Marco's expression was one of sheer shock. Old Man, Jozu, Vista, and the other elders considered a possibility, yet dared not believe it, casting inquiring glances at Whitebeard. Old Man? Everyone? The new generation of pirates, including Ace, wore expressions of confusion and disbelief. Whitebeard took a deep breath and simply nodded gravely. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. On the dragon's head ship, the legendary pirate, the Dark King Rayleigh, crushed the railing. His dark pupils shrank to needlepoint size, his aged face displaying extreme shock and disbelief, as if witnessing the most terrifying and unimaginable event in the world. The terrifying conqueror's haki surged uncontrollably from Rayleigh's body. He is. But how is this possible? At this moment, Rayleigh could not even utter a complete sentence, stuttering as waves of turmoil surged in his mind, his thoughts shattered and unable to coalesce. Rayleigh, what is happening? Robin, also on the deck, asked in shock. However, she received no response from Rayleigh. Turning to Shaki, she noticed the intensity of her emotions, which surpassed even Rayleigh's. This usually assertive and cunning bar owner was trembling uncontrollably. Captain, Shaki stammered, equally unable to suppress her tremors. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Marine headquarters also trembled. Yet, unlike Shaki's complex blend of excitement and fear, Tsuru's face bore only sheer horror and dread. Cough, cough. Tsuru, what is wrong? I sense an ominous presence. It reminds me of the heroic marine carp, covered in 4 drips, struggled to sit up. It's nothing, Tsuru firmly commanded, forcing Carp to lie back down. Nothing has happened, she insisted, but the heavy gloom surrounding them was undeniable. Is it really him? Carp managed a bitter smile. Even without seeing it with his own eyes, he understood from Tsuru's expression that the worst outcome they had once discussed before the war had come to pass. The dead had truly returned. Carp closed his eyes in despair, his heart heavy as ash. No, impossible. Such a thing cannot happen. The former Marine Admiral, now the supreme commander of the world government's 3 armies, Steelbone Kong, shouted uncontrollably. The dead. 2 of the 5 elders inhaled deeply, exchanging a glance that revealed the profound shock and terror they both felt. The war that transpired 36 years ago nearly shook the foundations of their world government. Fortunately, it was Carp and Roger who managed to halt that advancing demon, safeguarding the greatest secret of their regime. Yet now, 36 years later, the demon has returned from the depths of hell. What an utterly terrifying event this is. No. What we perceive before us may not be true. It is an illusion, a mirage conjured by that monster. The 2 highest authorities in the world resolutely denied, unwilling to accept the reality before their eyes. The historical remnants of the corpses were still taking shape. Previously, during the return from the historical memories of the Golden Lion, he had only manifested less than 50% of his former strength. However, this time, he embodied the historical memories of all his old rivals and friends on this battlefield. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, the Golden Lion, Rayleigh, Carp, and Steelbone Kong. The manifestation of the red-haired demon, Rox, was now infinitely close to the peak of maritime dominance he held 36 years ago. At last, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the aura surrounding the maritime overlord, Rox, gradually stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of frenzied bloodlust lurking deep within. Have the little brats of this new era forgotten my name? The great maritime overlord, Rox, spoke in a low voice. The vast battlefield above was met with silence. After a long pause, a young sailor mustered all his courage and cried out, Who are you? Rox's lips curled into a sinister smile as he gradually raised his hands. His laughter erupted, wild and unrestrained, echoing with madness. Listen well, you little brats of the new era. Remember my name. I am Rox. Rox D. Jibek. His powerful roar reverberated through the skies above the Navy headquarters. I have returned from hell after 36 years. Navy, government, and the world tremble before me. Chapter 86. Kaido and Big Mom submit. My name is Rox. I have returned from hell after 36 years. Do you little brats of the new era know what despair is? Rox's maniacal laughter resonated over the Navy headquarters, the sound akin to thunder, rumbling endlessly. At that moment, both the Navy and the pirates on the battlefield could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. How infuriating. How could that Emperor possibly achieve this? How can a spirit that has been dead for 36 years come back to life? Steel Bone Kong, the Supreme Commander, roared in fury. The Maritime Overlord, Rox, from 36 years ago, was truly terrifying. But what is even more fearsome is that monster. What has he done? How is this possible? If all the spirits from history could. Admiral Akiji pouted, his previously lascivious demeanor replaced with sheer terror and astonishment. Rox. He claims to be Rox. This name is not new to me. As a sailor in his 40s uttered that name, his body involuntarily trembled. He. That is the red-haired demon. Rox D. Jibek. The Maritime Overlord from 36 years ago. The one who dominated the entire New World. As they listened to that nearly buried name from history, the seasoned sailors felt the resurgence of terrifying memories, involuntarily displaying expressions of sheer horror. Meanwhile, the younger sailors in their 20s and 30s wore looks of confusion, unaware of the significance of this name that could evoke such reactions from their elders. Is it truly that Rox? How could such a thing happen? Colonel Tina, with her striking pink hair, muttered in shock, her face pale. There is no one else but him. Rox D. Jibek, the demon who earned Carp's heroic name. How could this be? The candidate Admiral, Tosaka, stood in a daze, whispering in disbelief. How can a man who has been dead for 36 years possibly appear? This makes no sense. What is going on? Could it be the work of that emperor? This seems to be the only possibility. If even the spirits of the dead can be summoned back to the world. Could that Emperor, Lu Yu, be a god? Or perhaps he is a demon ruling over hell. Ha. In the sky. The golden lion Shiki let out the most liberating laughter of his life. Observing the ghostly expressions on their faces, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was the thrilling scene he had long awaited. Whitebeard, Lin, Kaido, and Shiki, hurry and come. Come and meet our former captain and Captain Lu Yu. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the battlefield once more. From Shiki's statement, they grasped some earth-shattering information. Wait. Is he joking? What did Shiki just say? Former captain? Who's former captain? Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Lin, the three emperors, and Shiki himself. They were all crew members of that man named Rox. How could this be? How is this possible? Oh my god, Kaido and the monsters. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were once on the same ship, comrades. The notion that Kaido and his companions could share such a history was utterly unbelievable. What kind of monstrous being was Rox, capable of commanding such an extraordinarily powerful pirate crew? Could he be as terrifying as that Emperor, Lu Yu? The cadres and ministers of the 100 Beasts and Big Mom crews were utterly aghast, speechless. Rayleigh, Shiki, that red-haired, that Rox, truly. On the Dragonhead ship, Robin's astonishment was unmistakable. It is all true. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. Rox, why has that spirit returned? How did Lu Yu? Overwhelmed by shock and fear, Rayleigh crushed the ship's railing once more. Do not panic, Rayleigh. Even at his peak, Captain Rox could not surpass Lu Yu. Moreover, the souls summoned by Lu Yu are certainly reliable. Xiaozi reassured. Dad, is what the Golden Lion said true? Dad, you and Shiki, Kaido, and that mad woman Big Mom. You all. The members of the White Group were equally astonished in their inquiries. Whitebeard nodded calmly. Newgate's gaze fell upon Whitebeard, a grin spreading across his face. Whitebeard nodded again. Xiaozi then turned her attention to Xiaozi. Captain Rox. The smile at the corner of Rox's mouth widened. Eventually, his gaze shifted toward the bay. Lingling and you, Kaido, come here at once. Rox's smile faded, replaced with a stern command. Listening to Rox's authoritative shout, the towering figures of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, instinctively trembled. Soon, as if realizing their own lapse, an endless fury surfaced on the faces of the two formidable emperors. Once, they had indeed been members of the Rox Pirates. However, they had never felt a sense of belonging to that crew. In the past, Rox had dominated them with sheer power. But now, the situation was different. They had grown into formidable beings at the pinnacle of the ocean. Even compared to Rox, they were not far behind. Having evolved to this point, why should they still heed Rox's commands? Lingling, Kaido, I have a general understanding of your situation. Now, come over and apologize to Lord Lu Yu and swear fealty. With Lord Lu Yu's magnanimity, you may be spared from death. Rox declared with calm authority. The mention of Lord Lu Yu had unmistakably clarified their master-servant relationship. Even the terrifying Sea Overlord rocks now acknowledged Lu Yu as his superior. Ho ho ho. I initially thought that breaking into the Navy headquarters was the most fantastical feat. Yet, in this world, there is no limit to the fantastical. That strongest man in history may no longer be classified as human, but as a deity. The former warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo laughed heartily, clutching his forehead. The nearby elite Navy officers remained silent, their silence reflecting tacit agreement. The power to summon the dead. I wonder if there are others beyond rocks capable of such feats? Legendary swordsmen lost to history. I would love the opportunity to test my skills against them. Mihawk muttered softly to himself. To think they could even summon the deceased. Just how many surprises does that man intend to bring to this world? Next, could it be? Former warlord Crocodile gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha. Ling, Kaido, have you gone deaf? Captain Rocks is calling for you to come and apologize. Didn't you hear? The Golden Lion Shiki reprimanded. Finally, the two formidable figures of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom Charlotte Ling, reacted. They exchanged glances and, without hesitation, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Charlotte Ling and Kaido leaped into the air, crashing down onto the headquarters ground. The overwhelming aura of the four emperors instantly engulfed the surroundings. Pressing down upon Rocks. Kaido, Ling, what do you intend to do? Shiki squinted his eyes. Shut up, Shiki. Do you think we are as incompetent as you? Moreover, do you truly believe that is Captain Rocks? Our captain has been dead and gone for 36 years. He cannot return. Most importantly, a man like Captain Rocks would never bow to another. Kaido bellowed in a deep voice, steam billowing from his armored mechanical arm. Ha ha ha. Even if you are indeed Captain Rocks, so what? The times have changed. The era of Rocks has long since faded into history. This is our time. We are no longer beneath you. Big Mom Charlotte Ling spoke with an imposing and terrifying air. How dare you speak such words, Ling and Kaido? The Sea Overlord Rock's eyes widened in surprise. His unique, raging conqueror's haki surged forth like an unending tide, crashing toward the two formidable emperors before him. Don't think I'm still that inexperienced rookie. I am now the strongest being across land, sea, and air, the four emperors Kaido. Kaido shouted confidently. Ha ha ha. Big Mom laughed heartily. Two conquerors haki, rivaling Rocks, erupted forth, unleashing boundless red-black lightning in the void. This was the clash of their released haki. On the battlefield, the effects of the collision were akin to a domino effect, causing weaker Navy and pirate personnel to collapse en masse, creating a shocking spectacle. Faced with this scene, the highest authorities of the world government, the five elders, exhaled deeply and smiled. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the Beasts and Big Mom still have some backbone and did not submit. The elder with golden hair and beard expressed his relief. Indeed, if the former Rocks pirates were to regroup under that man-'s banner, the samurai elder could hardly bear to imagine that possibility. No, five elders. What else does that man, the fifth Emperor Lu Yu, intend to do? In the graveyard, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically. If one Rocks is not enough, what if there are more? In the sky, Lu Yu's smile widened. The forbidden magic of the undead continued to spread. Following the Sea Overlord Rocks, two more souls manifested from the memories of history. They are Ahe. Chapter 87. Roger and Kazuki Oden. Amidst the fierce clash of conquerors haki, the once ferocious Kaido of the Beast suddenly cried out in horror. His reaction instantly captivated the attention of the entire battlefield. Kaido, what is wrong? The Beast Pirates officers, including Queen, anxiously inquired. Look over there. In front of Kaido, a man appeared. Floating in the sky, the flame-wreathed Enel's pupils constricted. His body engulfed in flames that mirrored his turbulent emotions. Another one has appeared from thin air. Could it be another spirit? Who is it this time? On the battlefield, gasps of astonishment echoed all around. Clatter. The tempest swept away the dust, revealing the identity of the second spirit. Materializing from Kaido's profound fears and memories was a warrior. He fixed his gaze upon a round-headed figure, adorned in an orange kimono embellished with a crescent moon motif. Enormous violet and white Shimenawa ropes were tied around his shoulders and waist. Oden. Kaido. The Beast of the Four Emperors, exclaimed in shock, unveiling the identity of the second spirit. Oden. Kazuki Oden. Once a legend, the samurai of Wano, Kazuki Oden. 18 years prior, Oden's twin sword style had left indelible scars upon Kaido's dragon form. Even now, after many years, those wounds throbbed faintly. It could be said that before the emergence of Luffy, Kazuki Oden was the greatest shadow, the most profound terror in Kaido's heart. Now, 18 years later, The man who should have been fried in an oil pot, dead beyond resurrection, had returned. The psychological impact on Kaido was unimaginable. Oden. It is indeed Oden. The beast pirates, including the likes of the Calamity Ashura Doji and the Plague Quinn, who had participated in the Wano takeover, echoed screams of disbelief. The samurai. Oden? That man, that warrior is a legend. Similarly, the veteran Navy soldiers recognized Oden, their voices rising in astonishment. Oden. Upon the dragon-head ship. The fear that had etched itself upon Rayleigh's aged visage at the sight of Rock's resurrection dissipated, replaced by boundless joy and excitement. For Kazuki Oden was also his comrade. Mr. Oden. The exuberance was mirrored by the red-nosed buggy. Undoubtedly, among those on the battlefield, the ones most thrilled by Oden's revival were the Whitebeard pirates and Oden's former retainers. A raucous laughter, resounding through the heavens, erupted from the mighty Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. In the long span of his 70-plus years, this laughter marked his pinnacle, the most exhilarating moment of his life, all due to the towering figure of the warrior returned from hell. Old man, it is Oden. Our comrade Oden has returned. What a tremendous surprise. Oh, Oden is back. This must surely be the miracle displayed by Lord Luffy. Truly. Lord Luffy is the most extraordinary existence in the world. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, such as Marco and Jozu, along with veteran members, voiced their surprise and excitement. Why is everyone so happy? I heard from the Navy that this warrior should belong to the Roger Pirates. Why are the veterans so thrilled? The newcomers of the Whitebeard pirates, unfamiliar with the events of decades past, were expressions of confusion and misunderstanding. Fools. Oden was indeed part of the Roger Pirates. But before that, he was also our comrade in the Whitebeard pirates. In the beginning, Oden sailed with our old man. You are too young to know, before Ace. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates was Oden. The elders of the Whitebeard crew passionately recounted the tales of yore to the newcomers. Consequently, the uproar among the battlefield intensified. Not only the newcomers from the Whitebeard pirates, but even the Navy personnel were profoundly shaken by this revelation. Captain Oden. The blank expression on Blackbeard's dark, plump face shifted, giving way to shock and disbelief. How could one not recognize him? How could one forget? After all, that man was a legend of the Whitebeard pirates, not merely as a son, but as a brother among them. The former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. He had been a figure of guidance in Blackbeard's early years, initially thinking Oden had defected to the Roger Pirates, and later fell victim to Kaido's treachery. They had lost the chance to reunite. Who could have imagined that now, in this moment, at a time when he had betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, causing great peril to the crew, Captain Kazuki Oden would also return. At this instant, an inexplicable chill coursed through Blackbeard's heart. This is too ridiculous, Blackbeard. Is this the performance you intended for us to witness? Sneered the Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon. It's merely Kazuki Oden, yet you appear so frightened. It is truly absurd. If that is the case, perhaps we should part ways. The tyrant Abelo Pizarro was eager to dissolve their alliance. Under the watchful eyes of those filled with excitement, fear, joy, and astonishment, the historical body of Kazuki Oden took form. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and focused. Through Luffy's information flow, he had grasped the situation at hand. Lord Oden, welcome back. The feline and canine rulers of the Mink tribe, Cat Viper and Dogstorm, rushed towards Oden at the first sight, desperately clinging to him, tears of joy in their eyes. Dogstorm, Cat Viper, calm down, calm down. We have important matters to attend to. Oden smiled, patting their heads. After bowing in gratitude to Luffy in the sky, his gaze fell upon the anxious and sweating Kaido. It has been a long time, Kaido. Kazuki Oden spoke softly. Kazuki. Oden. Kaido instinctively tightened his grip on the spiked club in his right hand. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, charged with impending conflict. At that moment, several hundred meters away from the central battlefield, the temporary medical station for injured Navy personnel witnessed the gradual emergence of the third historical entity of the deceased. It became clear. The Pirate King Gold, Roger, returned from the depths of historical memory, opened his weathered eyes and nodded knowingly, fully aware of the current situation. Suddenly, a Navy soldier noticed the unexpectedly appearing Roger. In comparison to the fallen sea overlord rocks, no one in this era of pirates could rival the renown of the Pirate King Roger. Before long, more and more Navy personnel became aware of the ghostly figure now amongst them, their faces awash with shock and terror. A profound fear seized their entire beings, rendering them incapable of uttering a coherent word. Vice Admiral Carp, what are you going to do? Shouted Kobe, who was responsible for attending to Carp. Ignoring the warnings from his subordinates, Karp disregarded the wounds that were continuously tearing open on his body and forced himself to stand, staggering forward. His gaze fixed on the familiar figure in the distance, and he trembled uncontrollably. The world, indeed, was on the brink of transformation. Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke softly, seemingly aware of the commotion behind her. Roger suppressed his swirling thoughts and turned gracefully, flashing a smile at the mummified Karp nearby. "Hey Karp, long time no see." Roger. Chapter 88. Father and son reunited. Roger. The legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy, the hero Karp, sat up abruptly in his dying state, stumbling toward the man before him. His voice, filled with all the strength and emotion he could muster, resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the Marine headquarters battlefield. The astonishing reverberation lingered in the sky above Marineford, resonating endlessly in the hearts of everyone present, causing them all to momentarily freeze. The heavens and earth were swept by a fierce wind, dispelling the confusion that had clouded the hearts of the people. The vast battlefield, filled with tens of thousands of gazes, collectively focused on the source of that voice. A towering figure, all too familiar, came into view. His brilliant smile rising and falling like the waves of the sea, his wild demeanor unmistakable. The third ghostly presence on this battlefield. Who could be unaware of that man, radiating freedom? Roger. GOLD. Roger. The Pirate King. GOLD. Roger. In this world, the only figure worthy of such a desperate shout from Hero Karp was his lifelong rival, the Pirate King Roger. At this moment, the battlefield of Marine headquarters fell silent. The live broadcast square of Sabaody Archipelago also descended into an absolute hush, enveloped in a profound stillness. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted, powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Roger. That is the Pirate King Roger. There could be no mistake. It was the genuine Pirate King. Following Rox and Odin, Roger had returned as well. The chaos of the battlefield escalated with Roger's appearance. The shouts and cries of the Navy personnel soared into the sky, a cacophony of astonishment and shock spreading rapidly. Within a matter of moments, the entire Marine headquarters battlefield trembled. At this instant, upon witnessing the Pirate King GOLD, Roger, who should have perished 20 years ago, returned to the world, no one could remain calm. Thus, the atmosphere grew fervent. The entire sea surged with excitement. The entire world was set ablaze. What day is it today? The dead are resurrecting one after another. Is this a nightmare? Surely, I must be dreaming. Everything I see before me cannot be real. The Sea Overlord Rox, the Pirate King Roger, they cannot possibly exist. False. False. All of it is false. Many on the Navy side closed their eyes, attempting to escape this cruel reality. The Pirate King. That is the Pirate King, following the unheralded Sea Overlord. The spirit of the Pirate King has also returned. The Dark King Rayleigh, the Warrior Odin, and the Pirate King Roger. What a terrifying assembly. Alongside the formidable Rox pirates. Will the Roger pirates also be revived? The legendary heroes of the past are returning one after another. Why has this war turned into such a spectacle? In this state, even the Gorosei and the world government are powerless to intervene. The worst-case scenario, all of it is due to that Emperor, Lu Yu. Who exactly is he? A deity from the heavens? Or a demon ruling over hell? No one knows. One thing is certain, after this battle, he shall be the king of the sea. At the Sabaody Archipelago live broadcast square, journalists and onlookers fortunate enough to witness the miracle through outdoor streaming were driven to madness. Marine headquarters. Haha, I never expected to see you again in my lifetime. What a delightful surprise. Roger. In the sky. The golden lion Shiki could not contain his wild laughter. Initially believing that only the original Captain Rox would return, he was taken aback to find that the Sea Overlord Rox was merely the beginning. Odin and even the Pirate King Roger have returned. Who else might follow? Roger. On the Dragonhead ship, Rayleigh let out a desperate shout, tears streaming down his face. The man known as the Dark King could not help but shed tears in this moment. Rayleigh had seldom wept throughout his life. It was a rare occurrence. The day the Roger pirates disbanded over 20 years ago, he had unconsciously cried after a drunken farewell with his departing comrades, the day Roger was executed. He had watched helplessly as tears fell from his eyes. This was the third time. For the sake of his closest friend, Rayleigh wept tears of joy at reuniting with Roger. In this moment, witnessing the return of past comrades and dear friends, Rayleigh felt no lingering dissatisfaction regarding Lu Yu's power to summon the dead. All that remained was immense gratitude and relief. He thanked Lu Yu for granting him the opportunity to reunite with his former comrades and friends. Captain Roger. Equally moved to tears was the clown Buggy. What a display of loyalty. I knew I was right to follow Captain Buggy. Being able to accompany Captain Buggy is our lifelong fortune. The foolish prisoners of the advancing city were filled with boundless admiration. Shiki, the infamous warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, laughed heartily. The legendary sea overlord Rox, the moon god, and the pirate king Roger, the deceased, have returned one after another. Who will be next? Could it be that figures from 800 years ago will also return? Doflamingo spread his arms wide and proclaimed with fervor, "This is now the very center of the world, the epicenter of the era. I foresee an unprecedented storm approaching. Can the world government, which has dominated the seas for 800 years, continue to maintain its lofty position this time, in the face of such a terrifying lineup? Can the five elders and the powerful forces behind you remain composed?" Doflamingo unabashedly made outrageous remarks, drawing the ire of the distant five elders. Yet, there was no time for reckoning with Doflamingo. "Roger, it's really Roger. He has been brought back by Lord Lu Yu," murmured Commander Marco, astonished. "It truly has come to pass. I was merely jesting. What other unexpected figures will appear next?" The Whitebeard commanders, including Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista, took deep breaths in unison. The resounding laughter of Whitebeard echoed with satisfaction. His light-colored gaze fell upon the dazed Ace. At this moment, the eyes of the Whitebeard pirates and many others turned towards Ace. Now, Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King was universally known. With the return of his deceased father, they were curious about Ace's feelings. "Ace, my brother," Jinbei called softly. "Ace, don't just stand there." Luffy patted Ace on the back. "Damn it." Ace bit his lip fiercely, not loosening his grip even as it bled. He was holding back, resisting the urge to let tears fall. His mind was a tangled web of thoughts, rendering him incapable of coherent contemplation. Memories from the past surged like a tide. In his childhood, the scornful remarks about Roger from those around him gradually extinguished his admiration for the Pirate King. It even led him to contemplate death before he turned 10. After setting sail, Ace vowed to surpass Roger and become the new Pirate King. However, by a twist of fate, he ended up on the ship of Roger's greatest rival, Whitebeard. From Whitebeard, he learned many untold stories about his father. Even though Whitebeard described his father, Gold, Roger, as a great man, Ace's ingrained prejudice prevented him from acknowledging Roger. In his heart, Whitebeard was the only father he recognized. Until now, his biological father, the Pirate King Gold, Roger, has truly returned. He should despise Roger, resent his own bloodline, and loathe the man who abandoned his mother. Yet, he felt a flicker of joy at Roger's resurrection, even as his eyes unwittingly reddened. "I'm sorry, Garp. Let us reminisce another time. I must go see my son, and thank you, Gold." Roger, the Pirate King, expressed his gratitude. Without waiting for Garp to respond, he strode towards Ace. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Roger and Ace, father and son, finally reunited. Chapter 89. History repeats itself at the Marine headquarters. On the battlefield, two men, one old and one young, bound by blood, found only each other in their eyes. The noise of the outside world faded into insignificance. "You've grown, Ace," the Pirate King Roger spoke, his voice trembling with rare emotion. He raised his hand, yearning to caress his grown son's head, but hesitated, pulling back before he could make contact. In that moment, Roger lacked the imposing presence of the Pirate King. He was merely an ordinary father filled with boundless remorse, too afraid to approach. "Father." Ace's face turned pale, his mouth opening without a sound. Gazing at the familiar visage before him, a face that had appeared countless times in his dreams, Ace's eyes turned red. He bit his lip fiercely, stubbornly allowing the tears, a mixture of joy and pain, to flow. "I'm sorry, Ace. Having a father like me must be a burden," Roger sighed deeply, gathering all his courage to place his hand on Ace's head. However, before he could touch him, Ace violently shook his head away. "I do not recognize you as my father, you bastard," Ace cried out, finally unable to contain his emotions any longer. Bowing his head, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Seeing Ace burst into tears, even the unparalleled Pirate King Roger was at a loss for how to react. "What are you still hesitating for, you fool Roger? You're not acting like yourself at all," Whitebeard thundered, slapping Roger on the back. Roger staggered back, instinctively enveloping Ace in his arms. "Ha!" Roger chuckled foolishly. "Thank you, Newgate." Whitebeard laughed heartily. Marco, Jozu, and others joined in the joyous laughter. Yet, a harsh cackle attempted to intrude upon their celebration. "Shut up, Teach," Vista shouted, keeping a watchful eye on Blackbeard's crew. "Don't be so unkind, Captain Vista. I was once a member of the 2nd Division too. It's a moment of reunion between Ace and his biological father. I wish to offer my congratulations. Blackbeard remarked. Be quiet. Save your insincerity. The Whitebeard commanders and crew shouted in unison. On such a joyous occasion, why resort to violence? Let us all take a step back and save the battle for another day. Blackbeard proposed. Such a thing is impossible. Do not harbor such foolish dreams. You will surely die today. The souls of Sachi and the brothers who fell on this battlefield require your blood to appease them. Marco and the others declared firmly. Brimming with murderous intent, Blackbeard's expression turned cold. Fine. If that is what you wish, then let the battle commence. Who fears whom? Blackbeard Teach exhibited an unusual assertiveness. Captain Teach, the seasoned fighters, including the champion Lafitte and Van Augur, regarded the suddenly audacious Blackbeard with a mixture of fear and confusion. In their understanding, such bravado was uncharacteristic of him. Teach, if you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. The cat-eyed man and the tyrant quietly distanced themselves from Blackbeard, eager to sever ties. Ha! Blackbeard sneered, as an overwhelming force of darkness surged between his hands. Dark hole, with a forceful strike to the ground. An endless torrent of darkness erupted from within him, spreading in all directions and consuming everything upon the earth. Captain Teach, we are being drawn in. The fighting champion Shirchaz Basis exclaimed in horror, struggling against the overpowering control of the darkness, akin to sinking in a bottomless swamp, under Blackbeard's self-destructive assault. Even the captains of the Whitebeard crew were compelled to retreat. A gap formed in their previously tight encirclement. Now, Blackbeard's expression brightened, as the darkness emerging from the ground enveloped him and his loyal followers like Basis, allowing them to break free and escape. This sudden development left everyone in the vicinity momentarily stunned, particularly the fleeing cat-eyed man and the Crescent Moon Hunter, who were among the marauders advancing towards the city. Did we not agree to battle? Yet you flee faster than a rabbit. The enraged Whitebeard pirates shouted, feeling deceived once more. Ha! Who would choose to fight you under these circumstances? Do you take me for a fool? Blackbeard's triumphant laughter echoed from a distance. One crew of Whitebeard was already sufficient to bring them to the brink of death. What an incredible situation. Even Captain Odin and Ace's biological father, Roger, have arrived. If they knew of my actions, I would surely face dire consequences. From the very beginning, Blackbeard had no intention of fighting to the bitter end. Ha, Tyrant King. Crescent Moon Hunter, as a reward for releasing you, please do a fine job of holding them off. Blackbeard continued to laugh with delight. Teach. Tyrant King Abelo Pizarro and others seethed with anger, eager to pursue and retaliate. However, before they could act, they were enveloped by a flurry of blades. You misunderstand. Whitebeard. We have no ties to Blackbeard. The Crescent Moon Hunter and others desperately attempted to clarify. Yet, the Whitebeard crew, already set in their convictions, would not entertain their excuses. Father, Marco and the other captains looked to Whitebeard for guidance. I have not yet permitted your escape. Whitebeard's voice was cold and commanding, with a flick of his wrist. His formidable blade, the supreme greatsword, sliced through the darkness, revealing Blackbeard and his crew. Curse him. Blackbeard rolled away hastily, rising to flee once more. The conflict between Whitebeard and Blackbeard served as a catalyst, reigniting the long-dormant battlefield. Odin. Kaido. The clash of Odin's dual swords against Kaido's thunderous bagwazang reverberated through the air. Well, Captain Rocks, allow me to showcase my current power. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, swung her blade Napoleon, unleashing a massive wave of deep purple energy. Ha! Such bold words, Linlin. Have you forgotten my terror after all these years? The Sea Overlord, Rocks, transformed into a dark demon, shattering Big Mom's formidable attack. The colossal marine headquarters trembled under the chaos wrought by the powerful figures. The 5 elders and Admiral Steelbone looked on with urgency and gravity. This cannot continue. We must suppress that man's arrogance. Indeed. Summoning these specters must come at a cost. Now is the opportune moment to eliminate him. The 5 elders and the samurai elder nodded in agreement. With a wave of their hands, the powerful forces secretly nurtured by the world government under the 5 elders emerged. At that moment, however, the 4th, 5th, 6th specters began to materialize upon the trembling plaza. The historical figures of the past are manifesting. Ah, that man. Could it be Captain John the Pirate? The man with the long beard is Wang Ji. Not just them, that giant is Silver Axe from the Rocks Pirates. I have specters appearing on my side as well. How can this be? Even he. The cries of the marine elites echoed throughout the headquarters as they beheld the return of the phantoms that had once instilled endless terror within them. Ha! I never expected we would have a day to return. Captain Rocks, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, Lin. It feels like just yesterday. It was as if the Battle of God Island 36 years ago was being reenacted. No, today, the one orchestrating everything is Lord Lu Yu. The resurrected members of the Rocks Pirates, John, Silveraxe, Wang Ji, and many more renowned specters now bowed in reverence to Lu Yu. The spectacle was truly magnificent. Lu Yu's figure flickered as he reappeared aboard the dragon-head ship. With a mere gesture, 3 celestial dragons on the deck soared into the sky. A series of muffled thuds echoed as their heads were severed from their bodies. The terrified heads of the Roswald family ascended, blood erupting from their cranial cavities like a fountain. With a resounding thud, the heads fell to the ground, signifying the commencement of war. Let it begin. Join me in seizing this world. Lu Yu waved his hand. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the vengeful spirits returning from history surged towards the world government and the 5 elders. It was as if history was replaying itself, elevated to a new zenith. A battle even more terrifying than the God Valley incident 36 years ago was about to erupt. Chapter 90. The Return of Akainu. With the blood and bones of celestial dragons. A declaration of war was issued against the tyrant that had dominated the world for 8 centuries. A war tenfold more horrifying than that of God Valley was now unfolding. A brutal slaughter drenched in blood was once again being reenacted at the Navy headquarters. The final confrontation between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. The fateful duel between Kazuki Odin and Kaido of the Beasts. The clash of titans between the Sea Overlord Rocks and Charlotte Linlin. John, Silveraxe. The cycle of history repeats, along with a myriad of renowned and obscure vengeful spirits. The battlefield, teeming with powerful warriors, served as the most effective incubator for the history of forbidden magic and corpses. At this moment, the battlefield atop the Navy headquarters had descended into utter chaos. Roger. This is truly magnificent. On the Dragonhead ship, Rayleigh wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye, feeling genuine excitement as he gazed at his distant comrades. Rayleigh, if you wish to go, then go, Ji said calmly. Yes, thank you. Rayleigh solemnly bowed his head to Lu Yu, then dashed toward his dear friend in the distance. Roger. Rayleigh. The 2 formidable men embraced tightly at this moment. Let us once again join forces to overturn the world, Rayleigh. Roger extended an inviting hand to Rayleigh, just as he had done 60 years prior. Oh. Rayleigh's eyes glistened, responding with a loud cheer. Ace and Joy Boy, farewell. Roger turned and waved at Ace and Luffy. Oh, Uncle Roger, Uncle Rayleigh, see you later. Luffy of the Straw Hat crew replied cheerfully. Ace's mouth parted slightly, watching Roger's departing figure, a wave of inexplicable panic rising within him. Yet ultimately, he said nothing, merely observing as Roger and Rayleigh joined the battle against the world government. In the fragmented outskirts of the Navy headquarters, the 8 supernovas mustered all their courage to land on the chaotic battlefield. It's pandemonium. It's absolute pandemonium, exclaimed Scratchman Apo in shock. The Sea Overlord Rocks. Pirate King Roger, Samurai Kazuki Odin, John, Silveraxe. All the spirits long lost to history had returned, commanded by that man. He was truly the god of the dead. The power to summon the dead. The magician Hawkins articulated slowly. Could this be his true ability? Guessed the strange monk Urki. Such a being could no longer be called a mere monster. He was a veritable demon, or even a deity. What a calamity! The underworld godfather Capone Beej exclaimed. Ha ha! A mad laughter erupted. Kid, what's wrong? The bloodthirsty warrior killer asked with concern. The Sea Overlords and the Pirate King are all under his command? One man can rival the multitude of this world. Our path to victory is shrouded in darkness, and we can see no glimmer of light. Captain Eustace Kidd's expression darkened, plunging into an abyss of despair. Captain, I want to help too, shouted the Heart Pirate's pet. The polar bear Beepo. Without waiting for Roger and the others to say more, he rushed into the battlefield. Foolish Beepo. Trafalgar Law's expression changed as he hurriedly led his crew to follow. Captain Bonnie, where are you going? The members of Bonnie's crew shouted anxiously. Yet, the formidable woman Jewelry Bonnie seemed oblivious to her subordinates' cries. Clinging to a certain belief, she resolutely dove into the fray. Damn it. The current situation was even worse than the God Valley battle 36 years ago. At the bow of the government ship, the golden-haired elder was furiously shouting. They had thought that 3 spirits would be the limit, but could he truly control the entire underworld? The furious gaze of the war elder locked onto Lu Yu on the Dragonhead ship, drawing his supreme blade half an inch from its sheath. A terrifying aura began to emanate. Do not act rashly. The golden-haired elder firmly shook his head, preventing the samurai elder from attacking. Before departing from Mariewa, their objective had been clear: to swiftly eliminate Lu Yu and Whitebeard with overwhelming strength. Together with Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Sengoku, and Akainu, the five of them would surely be able to obliterate Lu Yu and Whitebeard's alliance in the shortest time possible, even if they managed to escape. Kaido and Big Mama waited outside, ensuring that Lu Yu and the Whitebeard pirates would have no way back. Such was a beautiful fantasy. Yet reality often diverged from expectations. Instead of following their scripted plan, the situation was spiraling further away, like a wild horse galloping unchecked. With the combined might of Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akiji effortlessly shattered by Lu Yu, how much advantage could they gain by joining forces? After all, their combined strength was still limited, even if it surpassed that of Sengoku and Akiji. Most crucially, they were afraid of death. The longer one lived, the more one respected life and feared death. This is dire. If this continues, our forces will be slaughtered by those fearless monsters. The War Elder's face twisted in rage. This is the Navy's territory. The Navy hasn't all perished yet, have they? The golden-haired elder scolded angrily, feeling extremely dissatisfied with the Navy's prolonged absence from the battlefield. However, as his gaze swept across the battlefield, he was once again plunged into deep shock at the sight of the suddenly appearing undead sailors. This ends here. Retreat. I do not wish to engage you. A river of molten lava flowed through the earth, completely isolating the battlefield of the Navy and the undead. Admiral Sakazuki. It's Admiral Sakazuki. The elite Navy personnel, who had been poised to support the world government, were all stunned at the sight of the iron-willed, short-haired man clad in Admiral's attire standing before them. Without a doubt, this was their Admiral Akane Sakazuki. Yet not long ago, they had witnessed the demise of Akane with their own eyes, seeing him brutally shattered in the sky by Lu Yu. Could it be that Admiral Sakazuki had evaded death through elemental transformation? A marine, filled with hope and whimsical thoughts, inquired. Admiral Akane remained silent. In a flash of golden light, Admiral Kizaru descended from the heavens. Sakazuki, otherwise known as Akainu, wore a rare expression devoid of his usual lewd demeanor as he gazed at Akainu across the river of magma, fully aware that they were no longer allies. Their positions had irrevocably shifted. The Admiral Akainu now before them was merely a specter summoned and controlled by Lu Yu. Borsellino, please retreat with everyone. I have no desire to engage in battle with you. Admiral Akainu reiterated. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru traversed the chaotic battlefield to reach Lu Yu aboard the Dragonhead ship. She lifted her gaze to Lu Yu at the bow, her aged face betraying an uncontrollable surge of fury. 5 emperors, Lu Yu. Vice Admiral Tsuru exclaimed in wrath. Oh, if it isn't Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy, what brings you here? Lu Yu smiled in response. You fiend. To what extent will you toy with the souls of the deceased before you relent? Lamented General He, his heart heavy with sorrow. Fiend? You exaggerate, General He. Compared to a fiend, I would prefer you to refer to me as the Master of Dreams. Lu Yu grinned broadly. The essence of the forbidden magic of the undead lies in the ability to probe into the depths of an adversary's soul, manifesting figures of significant impact from their memories. In theory, it can conjure any individual from their recollections, including, but not limited to, those who instill fear. Just as now, alongside the terrifying undead army that resurrects the horrors of the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Lu Yu's historical diffusion has resurrected numerous naval heroes who have perished over the past few decades. For instance, the great generals and marshals who passed away in the previous eras, along with the many naval officers and commanders who met their demise in battle. For the living, the opportunity to communicate with these departed leaders and elders is indeed a rare and dreamlike occasion, a chance to fulfill dreams. The expression of anger on the face of Admiral He was momentarily frozen. He observed the excitement of the great sage Shell Sengoku awakening at the call of Little Miguel Corazon. He witnessed the satisfied smiles on the faces of those on the battlefield. Originally filled with wrath, Admiral He found himself utterly bewildered. The inner flames of fury had vanished without a trace. Admiral He, I have graciously provided you and your navy the chance to realize your dreams at no cost. Yet, you dare to label me as a demon? Are you truly intent on compelling me to embody that very demon? Lu Yu flashed a grin. While Lieutenant General He's complexion turned as pale as snow, she comprehended the hidden implications behind Lu Yu's words. As the master of the undead, he possessed the power to ensure that the spirits of the returning naval heroes coexisted peacefully with their successors. Conversely, he could, in an instant, incite them to turn against one another. Whether it was the spirits of fallen predecessors slaughtering their living descendants or the younger naval officers annihilating the revered specters of their forebears. Both sides would be plunged into the depths of unimaginable anguish. At that moment, this place would become a veritable hell. Please, do not do that. I will restrain the Navy. Lieutenant General, he implored with a beseeching expression. Oh dear, Lieutenant General, he. Is this truly the demeanor of one who is pleading? Lu Yu's lips curled into a faintly mocking arca. Major General, he took a deep breath. Subsequently, in the gaze of the multitude, he knelt before Lu Yu at the bow of the ship, prostrating himself completely. This is absurd. Chapter 91. An unprecedented chaos of 800 years, an unprecedented turmoil of 800 years is currently unfolding. In the midst of this fierce battlefield teeming with monsters, the act of a single person kneeling seemed inconspicuous. Yet, for those who took notice, their faces were marked with profound shock and disbelief. For the kneeling figure was none other than Major General He, one of the legendary elders of the Navy, contemporaneous with Garp and Sengoku. The individual before whom this naval dignitary bowed was none other than Lu Yu, the very origin of the chaos that had torn through the Navy headquarters. Such an occurrence was simply beyond expectation. Sister He, Major General He, the candidate for Admiral Peach Rabbit Shizuka, along with the female soldiers under Major General He's command, rushed forward in haste, eager to assist her. However, their efforts were in vain. 5 Emperors, Lu Yu, what have you done to Sister He? Peach Rabbit Shizuka's face was flushed with anger. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. I have done nothing. Lu Yu raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. The formidable sword, Jin Luo, was unsheathed from the waist of the rebellious Tao Rabbit Shizuka. Even with the knowledge of impending defeat and the certainty of death, she resolutely pressed forward. Step back, Shizuka. The commanding voice of Vice Admiral Crane halted Shizuka in her tracks. Sister Crane? Shizuka turned in bewilderment. Vice Admiral Crane said nothing, merely shook her head with unwavering determination. Clap, clap, sounded from the bow of the ship as Xiong applauded. Vice Admiral Crane of the Navy, I have perceived your sincerity. Rise now. Rest assured, as long as you refrain from any provocations, I shall do the same, for I am no demon. Lu Yu flashed a brilliant smile. Oh. By the way, if possible, could you arrange for your naval admiral, Huang Hozi, to pay a visit? Lu Yu added, you want to. However, before he could finish his words, he was once again interrupted by Vice Admiral Crane. Summon poor Celino to come here. The war rages on, filled with the ebb and flow of joy and sorrow. On the battlefield of the 4 Emperors, the long-separated polar bear Bepo reunites with his elder brother Pedro, along with their companions Galette and others, joining forces with the Heart Pirates to confront the Beast Pirates and Big Mom's subordinates. Yet, as the captain of the Heart Pirates, Law's thoughts are far removed from the chaos of war. His gaze is fixated on the distant Navy area, where a gentle man with clown-like makeup is engaged in cheerful conversation with the dazed and severely injured Admiral Sengoku. Corazon. Tears instantly blurred Trafalgar Law's vision. Not only Law, but amidst the battlefield, another man's emotions are stirred by the manifestation of Corazon. It is the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has been incessantly spouting banter since the war began. Rosinante. Gazing upon his resurrected younger brother, da Flamingo's smile finally faded. He felt a sudden dryness in his throat, unable to utter another word of jest. Boom, boom, boom. The desolate battlefield was filled with the sound of thunder. The bright sky turned abruptly dark. Endless black thunderclouds obscured the sun. At the heart of the storm, an evil grin emerged. Mama, I'm ready, cried Zeus, the strongest homie under Big Mom. Mama, I'm ready over here too, chimed Prometheus, transformed into a raging ball of flame. Captain Rox, let us see how you handle this. With a booming laugh, Charlotte Linlin, the Big Mom, swung her chubby hands down fiercely. The thunder and flames that loomed in the sky intertwined and merged, crashing down toward rocks below. However, the anticipated explosion of thunder and fire did not occur. In fact, nothing happened at all. The terrifying thunderbolts, before they could reach the ground, suddenly veered off course, ultimately vanishing into Lu Yu's mouth, becoming his sustenance. Burp. Thank you for the feast. Lu Yu let out a satisfying belch and flashed a grin. It's you again. The 5th Emperor Lu Yu, exclaimed the furious Big Mom, her voice filled with exasperation. However, Qi Xiong paid her no heed. His sole focus was on accumulating strength and preparation for the impending actions. My Lord Lu Yu, I present to you these 2 little treasures. Boomed the Sea Overlord, Rox. With a hearty laugh, seizing the moment while Big Mom was momentarily distracted, he grasped Zeus, the thundercloud, in his left hand and captured Prometheus, the small sun, in his right, hurling the 2 formidable homies towards Lu Yu aboard the Dragonhead ship. Well done, Rocks, Lu Yu commended. Lu Yu nodded slightly, catching 2 large supplements, one in each hand. Mother, mother, save us, came the desperate cries for help from Zeus and Prometheus. Yet, Big Mom merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily diverting her attention, focusing instead on the former captain. "Ah, we are being drained," shouted the thundercloud and the little sun in unison. In no time, the 2 most advanced homies were utterly depleted, their spirits waning. The last remnants of lightning and a flicker of flame within them were absorbed by Lu Yu, augmenting his strength. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light flashed across the deck as the lecherous marine admiral, Borsellino, known as Kizaru, materialized on the second tier of the deck. "Oh, Kizaru, I thought you were going to make a run for it again this time. Yet, here you are, seemingly resolved to confront us." Lu Yu smiled broadly. Upon hearing this, the expression on General Kizaru's face resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. The idea of initiating contact with Lu Yu was utterly unappealing to him. Even if Vice Admiral Tsuru were to hold a knife to his throat, he would still refuse. However, the nightmarish scenario described by Vice Admiral Tsuru compelled him to comply. "Fifth Emperor Lu Yu, I am aware of your desires. Is it not my body that you covet? Come now, this time I assure you I shall not resist." General Kizaru adopted a resigned demeanor. As his words settled, an unusual silence enveloped the expansive deck of the dragon ship. Summer and Robin exchanged glances, first at Kizaru, then at Lu Yu, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. Listening to Kizaru's words and feeling Robin's strange gaze, Lu Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Does he not know how to speak? Who would desire the body of this old, lecherous man? A dark line crept across Lu Yu's forehead. "Fifth Prince Lu Yu, will you or will you not? If you choose not to, I shall take my leave." General Huang Yuan was preparing to slip away, anticipating that Lu Yu would express his disdain, thus allowing him to make his escape. All the ambiguous words exchanged prior were merely a pretext to serve this very purpose. "Damn it, Huang the monkey, just you wait. I swear I will not let you off easily." Lu Yu rarely uttered a curse. In a flash of light, he ascended to the second deck. Radiance enveloped him as he unleashed his fully mastered white dragon destruction magic. He became the sovereign of light, commanding all illumination within a 100-meter radius. Even the illustrious Admiral Kizaru, master of the light ability, could not evade this domain. The sound of applause echoed. Lu Yu mercilessly delivered a brutal beating to Admiral Kizaru, subsequently draining the very essence of his light and transforming it into the formidable power of thunder and fire. Meanwhile, aboard the command ship of the world government, the golden-haired elder observed the fierce struggle between Lu Yu and Admiral Kizaru, perplexed by the audacity of the latter. What has that fellow, Borsellino, become so bold for, daring to challenge that monster? He inquired, his suspicion palpable. Despite his uncertainty regarding Borsellino's sudden bravado, he mused that perhaps, with their combined strength, they could prevail. The warrior elder's eyes sparkled with determination as he felt the tremor of his ancestral weapon, the original demon slayer, eager for battle. However, the golden-haired elder swiftly raised his hand to halt his companion. "This course of action is far too perilous. The situation has escalated beyond our control. We cannot remain here any longer. It is prudent to return to the Holy Land and reconsider our strategy." His foreboding sense of danger intensified, planting the seeds of retreat in his mind. The battle-hardened warrior elder furrowed his brow but ultimately relinquished his grip on his long blade. "Let us depart at once." 3 pairs of pristine wings unfurled from the golden-haired elder's back, stirring the air into a tempest. They ascended skyward, carrying the 2 elders away from the battlefield with stealth. However, at that moment, an unanticipated wave of impending doom washed over them, elevating their vigilance to its zenith. Every cell in their bodies quivered in trepidation. Above them, amidst the vast firmament, a figure radiating blinding golden light stood suspended in the air. With thunderous wings of fire and lightning unfurled, it obscured the sun. "Why the haste to depart, my esteemed guests?" purred the Thunderfire Dragon King, Lu Yu, with a disarming smile. "You've arrived, so why not stay a while? The performance is far from over." Lu Yushu unfurled his Thunderfire wings, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the flustered expressions of the 2 highest authorities in the world. The 5 elders stood before him, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the Thunderfire wings that obscured the heavens. They felt the terrifying aura radiating from Lu Yushu, a force so potent it was palpable. The golden-haired elder and the warrior elder could not conceal their profound astonishment and unease, their eyelids fluttering as if engaged in a frantic dance. Every cell in their bodies sounded the alarm, whispering of imminent peril. This was an occurrence unprecedented in centuries. Even the notorious sea overlord, Rocks, had never instilled such a sensation in them 36 years prior. As the leaders of the world government, the ostensible supreme authorities, and the highest-ranking celestial dragons, these elders were far from being mere trifles. On the contrary, they were formidable. After centuries of existence, even a pig could attain wisdom. How much more so for those endowed with the formidable powers of powerful devil fruits? As the combatants among the 5 elders, both the golden-haired elder and the warrior elder possessed strength rivaling that of admirals and the 4 emperors. In a one-on-one confrontation, even if they could not claim victory, they could easily withdraw without hindrance. Together, their might was even more formidable. They would dare to confront the sea overlord, rocks, if necessary. Yet, before Lu Yu, they found themselves paralyzed by fear. The former admiral, Sengoku, had fallen, and the Admiral Akiji had perished only to be resurrected as a puppet. A bloody reminder of their precarious situation. They were acutely aware of the gravity of their predicament. Lu Yu stands as the unparalleled strongest being, transcending both the admirals and the 4 emperors, a singular force upon the vast ocean. What troubles you? The highest authority, the 5 elders? Are you filled with trepidation? To flee so swiftly is truly rather dull. Lu Yu embraced himself with crossed arms and spoke teasingly. Since the arrival of the 5 old stars leading the team, Lu Yu had been waiting patiently, anticipating the gathering of the other 3 elders to resolve matters in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, these 2 elders displayed an alarming timidity. In such circumstances, they chose not to summon additional reinforcements. Instead, disregarding their subordinates, they plotted to escape surreptitiously. Thus, the moment for patience had passed. 2 would suffice. They would reap the rewards first and speak of consequences later. After all, if they were to return to Mariewa unscathed, it might become increasingly arduous to deal with them. "Damn the Yonko! Must you obstruct our path today?" exclaimed the golden-haired elder, his countenance shifting as he gritted his teeth in fury. "No, do not misunderstand. My sole intention is to either vanquish you both or meet my own demise at your hands." Lu Yu spread his arms wide. His calm words emanated a raw and primal wildness. You could sense the unabashed killing intent radiating from him, sending a chill from the soles of the golden-haired elder Xing's feet straight to the crown of his head. There was no need for further discourse. Today, he was resolutely determined not to let us leave. Words were futile. Today, I shall test whether this 5th emperor is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the battle-hungry warrior elder Xing. With a clang, the sound of the sword echoed like thunder. The warrior elder Xing drew forth a blade that was as long as himself. Ethereal violet ghostly energy coiled around the sword, exuding an ominous aura. The supreme great blade. The 12 crafts, the original ghost sever? Lu Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. "I must commend your discernment. If you are afraid, now is the time to step back." The warrior old Xing smirked with pride. No, you have misunderstood." Lu Yu waved his hand once more. "I was merely pondering. How does the flavor of your blade taste?" The old warrior, Xing, felt an ominous premonition surge within him. Before he could inquire further, Lu Yu shook his head and sighed softly. The sword of the earlier figure, Hawkeye my hawk, was exceedingly formidable. I could only leave a tooth mark on it. However, it appears that your blade has yet to be forged into a black sword, suggesting that there may be a chance to sever it. Lu Yu flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. The sunlight poured down, its reflection dazzling. The old warrior, Wu, was utterly taken aback, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. For centuries, he had encountered countless adversaries, yet none had ever approached him with such audacity as Lu Yu, who seemed intent on severing his sword with his very teeth. It was nothing short of suicidal. Just as the thought of death crossed Wu's mind, he suddenly froze, recalling a scene from long ago when he had watched a live broadcast in Mariewa. It appeared that one of the Navy's 3 elite admirals had his formidable blade bitten in half by none other than Lu Yu. This revelation caused Wu to sharply inhale. Glancing at the original ghost slash, normally combative, he now found himself sharing a sentiment akin to that of Hawkeye just moments prior. He felt an aversion to the impending confrontation. However, the present circumstances afforded them no choice. "Be cautious," the vigilant golden-haired elder bellowed, forcefully shoving Wu aside. His 6 pure white wings unfurled behind him as he swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, a blade-like force tore through the space between the 2 elders, crashing down upon the sea and creating a massive crater spanning hundreds of meters. The response was swift, and it appeared that the capabilities displayed were indeed quite intriguing. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, gazing with great interest at the golden-haired old star behind whom 6 wings were born. These wings resembled those of an angel from mythological tales. Moreover, Lu Yu, adept in the mastery of various elements, could sense the surging energy beneath the six wings. Among these, two elements stood out, fire and wind, his personal favorites. It appeared that this too could serve as exquisite ingredients. The smile at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth grew increasingly pronounced, feeling the peculiar gaze of Lu Yu. The golden-haired old star felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. There was no turning back. It was time to fight. The warrior old star took a deep breath and stepped lightly, as if walking on the moon, his form becoming ethereal and elusive. In the void, it appeared as though streaks of afterimages emerged. With a sharp clang, the crisp sound of the sword echoed again, harmonizing into a symphony. As the demonic blade in the warrior old star's hand was sheathed, he drew it with astonishing speed. The air rippled in response. A streak of violet sword energy, rivaling that of an eagle's sharp eye, shot forth, accompanied by an ominous aura. It was the malevolent energy of the demon's sword, ghost chopping. Lu Yu stood his ground, unwavering. He raised his fist and shattered the sword energy of the veteran warrior, old shing wisps of purplish-black energy, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh, slithered towards Lu Yu's fist. Such trivial tricks hold little significance for me. Lu Yu, seemingly indifferent, spoke as a surge of formidable thunder and raging flame erupted from his fists, instantly incinerating all anomalies and malevolence. Now, what do you think of this move? A chilling voice, brimming with murderous intent, resonated from behind Lu Yu, just as the words left his lips. Lu Yu's gaze was fixed on the samurai elder star, which was gradually dissipating several dozen meters ahead. Unbeknownst to him, the samurai elder star, having appeared behind Lu Yu, mercilessly raised his blade, aiming for Lu Yu's vulnerable back. A sharp clang resonated through the air, a sound of metal clashing. Impossible! The samurai elder star's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice echoing with astonishment. His aged face was etched with shock and incredulity. This strike was the culmination of his long preparation for a decisive blow. Unless the opponent possessed the foresight of a future-seeing observation hockey, there was absolutely no way to evade it. And indeed, this was the reality he faced. As he unleashed a sudden spatial leap, Lu Yu was taken by surprise, directly struck by his attack. However, the tip of the supreme great blade, empowered with advanced armed color, failed to pierce Lu Yu's physical defense. This was nothing short of preposterous. Just how formidable must one's physique be to withstand such a strike without yielding an inch? The thrust was indeed abrupt. Yet, alas, your choice of position was misguided. A dragon possesses a reverse scale. Those who dare to touch it shall meet their demise. Similarly, the dragon's reverse scale boasts incomprehensible defense. In his Dragon King mode, Lu Yu's most formidable defenses lie in the front and back of his heart, as well as on his forehead. Had you aimed elsewhere, I might indeed have been injured by your assault. Lu Yu smiled broadly, reaching out with his hand towards the old warrior behind him. Yet, he grasped nothing but air. The old warrior, who should have been right behind him, had now appeared 100 meters away, as if he had leapt through the very fabric of space. So that is it, a power akin to teleportation. Lu Yu nodded in understanding. Indeed, even if you were lightning, you could never match my speed. The Earth Old Star declared with confidence. Oh, is that so? A voice tinged with skepticism suddenly emerged from behind Warrior Old Star, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He hastily initiated another spatial leap. However, in the next moment, a terrifying presence loomed closely behind him. Warrior Old Star realized that Lu Yu had followed his short-range spatial jump. It was merely instantaneous movement, something anyone could accomplish. Lu Yu scoffed. Having already discerned the true nature of the Warrior Old Star's abilities, he could only achieve instantaneous movement within a limited range. And there was a brief moment of preparation required before activating his power. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to keep up. However, for Lu Yu, who possessed a superior version of instantaneous movement without any restrictions, Old Star's spatial jumps were trivial. It was now time for me to return the favor. After several exchanges, Lu Yu extended his right hand, and a spear forged from lightning shimmered with resplendent golden light, piercing towards the vulnerable spot on Old Star's back. The shadow of death loomed closely, sending Old Star into a state of utter horror. At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out from the sky. A dazzling object, resembling a small sun, intervened between Lu Yu and Old Star. Don't forget about me. The golden-haired Old Star, with his fully unleashed beast-like powers, bellowed coldly. Roar. Chapter 93. The red-haired pirates approximately 10 kilometers away from the battleground at Navy headquarters, a large three-masted sailing ship, adorned with the Jolly Roger of the dual-sword pirates, cut through the waves. Anyone fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of this pirate vessel would be left in awe and trepidation. For this ship and its flag symbolized the emperor of these seas. They were one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirates. After the alliance between Big Mom and Kaido, the red-haired pirates were also en route to the battleground. For the first time, all 5 emperors of the sea were about to converge. Captain, I can already see it. The Navy headquarters, exclaimed the chubby lookout, Rakairu, with a hint of skepticism. But the battle over there seems rather exaggerated. The sky appears to be shattering. Shanks, I have a foreboding feeling. Today's battle may surpass all expectations. The first mate, Ben Beckman, remarked after finishing a cigarette, his voice grave. Ha ha ha, let's take it one step at a time, red-haired Shanks replied, his expression gradually growing serious. Even from 10 kilometers away, he could faintly sense the terrifying fluctuations of the duel occurring in the distance. There were powerful entities clashing, and not just 1 or 2. Full speed ahead. Let us put an end to this senseless war, Shanks commanded. Before the crew could respond, the lookout Rakairu suddenly shrieked. Soon after, the other members of the red-haired crew joined in the chorus of astonishment. The Emperor, red-haired Shanks, abruptly stood up. How dazzling. What on earth is that? Could it be a meteor? A meteor falling from the heavens? The crew shouted. No, it's not a meteor. It's a person. But that posture? How is that even possible? What kind of being could exist in this world? The sharp-eyed sniper, Jesus Burgess, exclaimed. Is that an angel? Could it truly be an angel? Rakairu continued to cry out in disbelief. No, that is one of the 5 elders. Red-haired Shanks calmly stated. In the sky above the battleground, the golden-haired old star, fully unleashed, emerged from the blinding golden light. 6 snow-white angelic wings radiating with divine light first caught the gaze of onlookers. His previously neatly trimmed dark golden hair had transformed into a cascade of waist-length, resplendent golden locks, each strand shimmering with brilliant sacred light. The golden-haired old star had metamorphosed into a 6-winged angel, suspended in midair, surrounded by a warm, holy glow. His gaze was cold and indifferent, akin to a divine being surveying the world from above. In this realm, 6-winged angels did not exist, much like Marco's phoenix, Sengoku's Buddha, or Kaido's dragon. The current form of the golden-haired old star was a manifestation of his powers, the Zoan-type devil fruit, the angel form. The sudden appearance of the angel above the battlefield drew the attention of those below. An uproar spread across the battleground. An angel has appeared. Is it truly an angel? No. The one fighting Mr. Lu Yu should be one of the 5 elders. That is the ability of one of the 5 elders. It resembles the mythical beast of the former Marshal Sengoku. The naval and pirate forces exclaimed in unison, astonished. Whitebeard, your ally is currently besieged by 2 of the 5 elders. Why do you linger here instead of rushing to assist? Blackbeard coughed blood, angrily rebuking. Don't think you can escape alive, Teach. Today, you shall die. Whitebeard thundered with authority. Don't worry, Teach. Lord Lu Yu doesn't need our concern. He single-handedly broke through the Navy headquarters with unprecedented strength. Whether it be the 5 elders or the 6 elders, he will defeat them all. Marco, Jozu, and Bista, the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, proclaimed with confidence. Hapaha, Roger, Rayleigh, and the spirits charge, commanded the Golden Lion Shiki. You have no authority to command us, you fool. The resurrected pirate, John, shouted. Ha ha ha. It seems that Lord Lu Yu's situation is quite entertaining. Roger laughed heartily. Which side are you looking at, Pirate King Roger? Steel Bone Kong swung his steel fist, unleashing a fearsome onslaught. Divine avoidance. Roger retaliated effortlessly. His blade, imbued with the strongest haki, cleaved through Steel Bone Kong's armored fist with lethal precision. Mr. Lu Yu. On the Dragonhead ship, Robin felt a chill run down her spine. Do not worry. Little Robin, Lord Lu Yu will prevail. Whether it be the Buddha or the angel, they are of no consequence. Shaki softly reassured. At that moment, 300 meters above the ground in the sky battleground, the golden-haired old star, now a fully realized 6-winged angel, bellowed, I am the messenger of the heavens. You mortals should kneel before me. A unique wave of spiritual energy surged towards Lu Yu, carrying an aura of command. Just an old fool, pretending to be something great. Does he truly believe himself to be a heavenly angel? Lu Yu let out a derisive laugh. The golden-haired elder angel snorted coldly, his 6 wings stirring the air. A tempest erupted, and the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water surged beneath his angelic wings, emanating an exceedingly terrifying aura. The more formidable the fruit, the more arduous its development. The angel fruit undoubtedly ranks among the most superior of its kind. In the annals of myth and legend, countless angels inhabit the heavens, each governing a distinct domain and wielding unique powers. However, the angel fruit, belonging to the Zoan-type mythical beasts, cannot further differentiate into other branches. This implies that possessing the abilities of the angel fruit theoretically enables one to unlock nearly limitless angelic power. The seraph's mastery over the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. The cherub's divine vision, which pierces through all illusions. The virtue's ultimate prowess. For an ordinary individual, acquiring the angel fruit would, at best, allow them to develop only a handful of basic abilities throughout their lifetime. Yet, the golden-haired elder is an exception. He has invested a time manifold to that of an ordinary person in honing his angelic capabilities. Naturally, his strength is extraordinarily formidable. In terms of combat prowess, the golden-haired angel surpasses even Kaido and Sengoku, both of whom are also mythical beasts. What he lacks is merely combat experience and, crucially, the unwavering resolve to fight to the death against his adversaries. This, indeed, becomes his most fatal weakness. Are you prepared to meet your demise? The golden-haired elder's wings fluttered, and a pristine feather detached from him, soaring like an arrow towards Lu Yu's brow. Lu Yu casually pointed a finger, and a brilliant golden lightning struck precisely at the white feather, resulting in a magnificent explosion. Truly worthy of the 5 elders, you are indeed deserving of your demise. I hope you can endure a little longer, so that I may savor the pleasure of this kill. Lu Yu grinned confidently and flamboyantly. Humph, arrogant child. It remains uncertain who will live or die today. The elder star snorted coldly. To witness our full strength and provoke us to unite against you. You have already shown ample pride. The warrior elder star also regained composure, no longer gripped by fear. At the very least, he no longer found himself at a disadvantage in words. Then let us not delay any further. Let the battle commence. Lu Yu raised his hand in invitation, resolutely deciding to hold back no longer. The Thunderflame Dragon King in earnest mode. Chapter 94. The conclusion. In the skies above, a royal clash unfolded between the Thunderflame Dragon King, Lu Yu, and the ethereal Beast Angel, alongside the formidable Swordmaster Warrior, shattering the heavens. Blood rained down incessantly. On the battlefield below, the situation among the various generals escalated towards a boiling point. Among the powerful generals, none would be easily outdone. Had they not fought for their lives from the very beginning, a clear victor might not have emerged in such a short time. Even rocks could not defeat the fully grown 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, in mere minutes. However, should there be a disparity in levels, the battle would naturally reach a swift resolution. Nearly a quarter hour after the war reignited, the battle of white and black in the town behind the Navy headquarters approached its finale. Not long ago, the Blackbeard crew, having broken free from the encirclement of the Whitebeard faction, was ultimately caught up with. In a moment of despair, Blackbeard, Titch, conceived a bold idea to provoke the severely injured Whitebeard into a duel, and then use the powers of the dark fruit to defeat him, seizing his tremor fruit abilities and achieving dual powers. At that moment, he would become invincible. This was their only path to survival. Naturally, as the ruler of the seas, Whitebeard could not evade Blackbeard's provocation. The one-on-one battle commenced, initially leveraging the dark fruit's ability to negate all devil fruit powers. Blackbeard held the advantage in his confrontation with Whitebeard, suppressing the one-armed and gravely injured Titan. However, the tides of battle are ever-changing. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard. How many times must I tell you? My darkness can absorb and nullify any ability. You can no longer invoke earthquakes. Blackbeard cackled triumphantly, lost in his arrogance. As he faced Whitebeard's assault, he merely waved his hand dismissively. Yet, this time, the battle unfolded differently than he anticipated. Without the power of the tremor fruit, Whitebeard's left hand reached out, grasping the supreme great blade, Kanjiunki, which had been knocked away moments earlier. With the force of a whirlwind, he struck down upon Blackbeard's shoulder. Puffed. Blood erupted skyward, a meter high. It hurts. It hurts so much. Blackbeard's blood-curdling screams echoed from a corner of the battlefield. Just a moment ago, he had reveled in driving the sea ruler Whitebeard back, but in the next instant, he was utterly stunned by Whitebeard's counterattack. The sharp edge of the supreme great blade sliced diagonally down from his shoulder through his chest, bursting forth a dazzling spray of blood. The excruciating pain compelled Blackbeard to roll on the ground, howling in agony. Titch, you have always been like this, arrogant and reckless. This is your greatest weakness. No matter how powerful a fruit you possess, you can never become the strongest. Whitebeard planted his feet upon Blackbeard's hands, immobilizing him completely. While his left hand tightened around Blackbeard's neck, the white shockwave began to radiate outward, enveloping Blackbeard's head entirely. No, Please, no. Blackbeard cried out in terror, his expression one of utter fear. It is truly pitiful, Titch, Marco remarked coldly. Dad, I am your son. Please, are you really going to kill me? Blackbeard begged, seemingly deaf to Marco's taunts, his face contorted in a grotesque plea for mercy. Titch, you alone lack the qualifications to be my son, Whitebeard spoke solemnly. With that, the power of the shockwave erupted fully, causing the ground to crack and collapse. The already battered island of Marineford trembled perilously. After a prolonged, resonating hum, the battlefield finally returned to a semblance of calm. In a massive pit spanning hundreds of meters, Blackbeard lay bloodied and battered, his head a gruesome mess. Dark red blood frothing from his lips. Yet, he was not dead. He remained alive, resilient as a cockroach, enduring the relentless onslaught of Whitebeard's shockwaves. Damn it. What a tenacious bastard. The Whitebeard pirates were both astonished and furious, gripped by a sense of dread. Had they not eliminated him today? Blackbeard's crew would undoubtedly become their formidable foes in the future. Haha. Blackbeard, struggling to rise, though his face was a bloody pulp, erupted in triumphant laughter. What's wrong? Old man? Is that all you've got? This tickles. As he mocked, his breath gradually steadied, returning to its normal rhythm. This was the extraordinary physiology that Blackbeard possessed, the ability to withstand the unprecedented powers of 2 devil fruits, coupled with the damage absorption of the dark fruit. His vitality had reached unparalleled levels. Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay? Observing Whitebeard, who knelt on one knee, gasping in pain, Ace, Marco, and other commanders of the Whitebeard crew wore expressions filled with concern, eager to assist. Everyone stay back. No one intervene. That is the captain's order, Whitebeard declared with authority, leaning on his blade as he slowly rose. Dad, your suffering is too great. Let me end it for you. Blackbeard flashed a cunning smile. Then try if you can, brat. Whitebeard replied, his gaze filled with the disdain of a king. Do you think I am just anyone? I am Whitebeard. His booming voice resonated above Marineford, a testament to his indomitable spirit. Indeed, he is Whitebeard. Before Lu Yu, the mightiest man upon this vast ocean. Ultimately, the powers bestowed by the devil fruits merely delineate the lower limits of one's strength. A true warrior, even stripped of their abilities, remains unparalleled, much like Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you, Whitebeard, are merely a failed relic of an era gone by. Do not presume you can intimidate me, you scoundrel. Blackbeard bellowed hoarsely, with a fierce roar. Whitebeard suppressed the pain coursing through his body and strode forward with determination, launching an offensive. Teach the regrets of the 4th Division's captain, Sachi, the suffering endured by Ace. Those who perished here shall all be honored with your blood, your life. Whitebeard swung his mighty blade, the supreme great blade Kanjiunki, aimed directly at Blackbeard. How infuriating. Why can't you simply allow me to end you when you were already on the brink of death? Whitebeard declared, with no retreat possible. Blackbeard had no choice but to engage in close combat with Whitebeard. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as they exchanged brutal blows. A visceral clash that sent adrenaline coursing through their veins. After dozens, if not hundreds, of collisions, blood dripped from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, a testament to the myriad ailments of age compounded by battle wounds. Yet, his battle spirit and momentum surged ever higher. Conversely, Blackbeard, who ought to be in the prime of his youth, found himself increasingly beleaguered, despite his utmost efforts to nullify Whitebeard's seismic powers. He remained overshadowed by Whitebeard's overwhelming presence and combat prowess. Even with his formidable physique and rapid recovery, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught. Hey, old man, we should cease this. Continuing down this path benefits neither of us. Let us each take a step back and end this here, Blackbeard suggested, a hint of retreat creeping into his voice. Faced with Whitebeard's unyielding strength, fear washed over his features. That fleeting moment of hesitation sealed Blackbeard's fate. Had he possessed even a modicum of resolve, perhaps he could have endured a bit longer. Yet now, it was far too late. The gleaming blade of Kanjiunki descended with the force of a mountain, nearly cleaving Blackbeard in two. His flesh was torn, revealing the mangled interiors within. It hurts. I'm going to die. I'm truly going to die. Blackbeard screamed in agony. It is over, Teach. When you reach the afterlife, kneel before Sachi and all those who perished here and beg for their forgiveness, Whitebeard pronounced coldly. The tip of Kanjiunki plunged mercilessly into Blackbeard's heart, twisting as it went. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted forth. Blackbeard's heart was utterly pierced and obliterated, blood pooling around him. His cries abruptly ceased. The monstrous vitality that once defined Blackbeard dissipated entirely with the destruction of his heart. Life extinguished. Blackbeard was dead. The remnants of Blackbeard's crew were decisively overwhelmed by Marco and the other captains. Blackbeard's crew was no more. Whitebeard collapsed upon the rubble. His golden eyes raised to the sky where fierce battles raged, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I have truly aged. Chapter 95. Piercing the Beasts at the Marine Headquarters. In the Ox Square, the climactic battlefield between the samurai Kazuki Oden and Kaido of the Beast unfolded. Lower the third generation, Oden proclaimed, wielding his twin swords in a technique named Peach Blossom Waterfall. The clash of Kaido's massive kanabo and Oden's dual blades reverberated through the air, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shook the very earth beneath them. The invisible force of their meeting became tangible and vivid. It was the clash of conquerors' haki. Both Kaido and Oden were awakened masters of this formidable power, each adept in its intricate manipulation. At that moment, the kanabo and Oden's dual swords shimmered with a red-black hue, an indication of the haki's intensity. The mere shockwaves emanating from their confrontation were sufficient to fracture the ground. The standoff between Kaido's kanabo and Oden's blades persisted for several moments. Steam erupted from the mechanical arm on Kaido's right, gradually overpowering Oden's swords. Oden, you are indeed strong. But now, 18 years later, I have surpassed you. You should rest in peace, spirit, Kaido declared, bringing his mechanical leg crashing down onto the ground. The steam enveloping him further. With a swift circular motion, Kaido swung his kanabo, sending Oden hurtling through the air for hundreds of meters. Indeed, Kaido is truly formidable. Captain Kaido is one of the strongest. The beast pirates cheered, exhilarated by their captain's prowess. Seeing their lord hurled away, Cat Viper, Dogstorm, and Aizu were thrown into a panic. In the heat of battle, there was no room for distraction. They heard the ground tremble violently as the colossal Brontosaurus swung its head, unleashing a force akin to a mountain, sending Cat Viper and Dogstorm crashing to the ground. Blood spilling from their mouths. The chaos rippled through the ranks of the minks, including Pedro and Sicilian, who were also caught in the turmoil. An opening. The beast pirates seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of blows, decisively gaining the upper hand. The scales of victory shifted dramatically. Though the Mink tribe was renowned as a warrior race, they could not withstand the onslaught of the Yonko's crew. Even with Aizu, Water Buffalo, and the Ice Witch among their ranks, they could only maintain a tenuous balance. A single misstep would lead to their complete annihilation. Only a Yonko crew could contend with another Yonko crew. Ah, the little Mink tribe, prepare for our total victory, Queen the Plague proclaimed with glee, ready to deliver a final blow to Aizu and his comrades. Just then, a piercing cry echoed from the distance. A blue streak of flame streaked across the sky. Phoenix mark. Boom. The claws of the phoenix struck the massive form of the Brontosaurus, leaving a distinct blood-red mark. The terrifying force sent Queen tumbling to the ground. Marco. Captain Marco. The Whitebeard crew cried out in delight upon seeing their ally arrive. I apologize for my tardiness, Marco said regretfully. No, Marco. What are you saying? They exclaimed. By the way, has that scoundrel Teach been dealt with? Yes. I have sent him to the afterlife. Marco confirmed with a nod. Ah, splendid. Serves you right, scoundrel Teach. The only regret is that we did not witness it ourselves. In the midst of the cheers, the Whitebeard pirates, led by the formidable Whitebeard himself, and the resurrected Kazuki Oden returned to the battlefield. The two emperors united against the fearsome Kaido of the Beasts and his pirate crew. The triumphant smile on Kaido's face faded, replaced by a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, coursing through the crevices of his face. Come on, let's begin anew. You scoundrels of the Beasts. Last time we arrived too late in Wano. This time, it's perfect. The leaders of the Whitebeard crew, including Jozu and Vista, grinned broadly, brimming with battle spirit. How absurd. Kaido's subordinate, Queen, returned to his human form, his once smug expression now replaced with sheer terror and unease. The other beast pirates, even the mindless brutes, were also gripped by panic. After all, they were now facing the terrifying main force of the Whitebeard pirates. Their side could barely be considered a half-crew, while the combined strength of Whitebeard and Oden at least constituted a formidable half-crew. The gap in power was glaringly apparent. This is our grudge with Kazuki Oden, and it has nothing to do with you. Do you wish to meddle? Queen stated with a facade of bravado. Ha ha ha, are you afraid now, you scoundrel? The Whitebeard crew retorted. Weren't you so arrogant before? Now you know fear? Oden was always one of us in the Whitebeard pirates. His affairs are our affairs, Marco and the other crew members asserted confidently. Whitebeard, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, Odin said apologetically as he manifested before them. What nonsense are you speaking? Odin, we are brothers. Whitebeard laughed heartily, patting Odin on the shoulder. Even if you two join forces, what does it matter? One is a specter, the other a relic buried in the earth. I fear you not, Kaido bellowed, rallying his resolve. Indeed, do not let your spirits rise too high, you scoundrels of Whitebeard. Queen remarked, a glimmer of confidence returning to his chubby face. He turned sharply to his allies. Big Mom's crew, come lend us your strength to vanquish the Whitebeard pirates. Queen called out enthusiastically, yet received only cold stares from Katakuri and the other Big Mom crew members. Katakuri, according to our agreement, it is now your turn to act. The Calamity Inno interjected, a frown creasing his brow. You are correct, but the situation has changed. Katakuri finally spoke. Although Big Mom and the Beast were allies, they were reluctant to act recklessly in the current circumstances. A single misstep could lead to devastation. Damn it, are you forsaking our alliance, Big Mom's crew? Queen shouted in anger. Silence, you idiot beast. We never truly acknowledged you as allies. Your grudges with the Whitebeard pirates and Kazuki Odin are not our concern. Parasparrow retorted sharply. So, there is nothing left to discuss? Inno's gaze fixed on Katakuri. I will not. Katakuri's words were abruptly cut off as a flash of red light flickered in his narrowed eyes. The power of foresight surged forth, witnessing the impending future. An expression of sheer horror spread across Katakuri's face. In the next moment, an unforeseen calamity unfolded. The temperature in the air surged rapidly, and a searing black-red magma surged into view. Canine Fiery Lotus. The blazing head of a lava dog roared forth, crashing into the unsuspecting back of Kaido. Boom. The magma head pierced through Kaido's back, leaving a gaping, luminous hole. Justice executed. Chapter 96. Kaido, dead Kaido, the Emperor of the Beasts, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the molten lava dog head that had penetrated his chest. A bewildered expression overtook his once resolute face as he struggled to comprehend the situation. In this moment, not only Kaido, but all present, Beast Pirates, Whitebeard, Odin,